In a crowded classroom, students rushed around in a frenzy, nervously preparing for the dreaded exam ahead. What made the situation even more terrifying was the fact that during the previous exam session, 3 students had been killed in the demon realm. The fear was palpable, and anxiety hung thick in the air. The teacher attempted to reassure them, "Don't panic. For everything we've learned, you're all well equipped to face those demons. In normal schools, exams test your knowledge. Here, though, you'll be facing demons. Just the thought of it is enough to frighten anyone." In stark contrast to the panic that gripped his classmates, one young man lay sound asleep, completely unfazed by the chaos around him. In fact, he seemed entirely detached from the world, as though he was deliberately avoiding it. Suddenly, Lidmo sprang up and shouted, "5 deadly forces." His outburst left everyone in the room utterly confused. We're about to enter the demon realm, and he's playing games? Is he out of his mind? They thought. It was clear that Lin Mo didn't fully grasp the situation. In his mind, he had just completed the 5 deadly forces. So why, when he opened his eyes, was he suddenly in this place? This was a world where demons had returned, their dark energy filling the air and the undead wandering the land. Cities were constantly under siege by terrifying hordes of demons, and humanity's remaining territory was shrinking rapidly. To defend what little was left of civilization, a new profession had emerged, the Demon Master. Much like beast tamers, demon masters formed contracts with demons, controlling them and summoning them to fight alongside humans against the rampaging demons who killed for sport. As a result, schools and universities had shifted their focus to training future demon masters. Somehow, Lid Mo had found himself in this new world. Although he was confused, he reminded himself to stay calm and quickly find a way to return home. The teacher appeared visibly frustrated. The Demon Realm exam is just around the corner, and yet here you are, sitting idly and playing games. If you can't even understand the basic theory, how do you expect to handle real demons when the time comes? As Lin Mo was being reprimanded, he suddenly received a notification from the system. System notification. Congratulations to the host for crossing realms. The Break the Room system is now active. Break the Room allows you to earn Break the Room points, which can increase your demon contract limit. Try pushing the teacher to break through her defenses. It might trigger the emotional management system binding. What on earth is this? Lin Mo wondered. In his memories, everyone awakened their contract limit by the age of 5, and once it was set, it couldn't be altered. Each point allowed a person to form a contract with one demon. Ordinary humans had a limit of 0, meaning they couldn't form any contracts at all. A limit of 2 allowed for contracts with 2 demons and was considered average for a demon master. A limit of 3 was considered genius level, and the higher the limit, the rarer the individual. Right now, the system was offering Lin Mo the ability to form contracts with countless demons, meaning he could potentially make agreements with hundreds of millions of them. The young man suddenly stood up and boldly addressed the teacher. If the demon is a fire type, I'd just record a video of it and post it on TikTok. Goodness, anyone who didn't know him might think he completely lost his mind. Who would think about live streaming at a time like this? His response was so out of place it seemed almost ridiculous. The teacher then asked, "And what if you encounter an electric-type demon? How would you handle that?" Every answer Lin Mo gave seemed like a direct challenge, and his tone showed no hint of fear. "If you come across an electric demon, just catch it and use it as a power bank." Everyone burst into laughter. This guy really knew how to play the game, a new energy source just waiting for him to take advantage of. The teacher asked again. Then it's the red-robed female demon. Lin Mo maintained his usual indifferent expression as he answered, "That's respectful. But it still depends on whether she's attractive or not. If there's no issue then, well, hey." In truth, he was picturing a countless number of inappropriate scenarios, even involving a demon. Honestly, it was beyond words. The teacher could no longer tolerate it and ordered him to stand at the back of the class until the lesson ended, clearly frustrated by his lack of respect. Lin Mo grinned sheepishly and immediately complied. Got it. A system notification for the Break the Room check appeared. The teacher successfully linked the system Break the Room to manage emotions. Congratulations, you have received a new player gift pack. He opened the gift pack. The Break the Room spell system for demons had been unlocked. His chance of coercing a demon contract was now 99% regardless of the demon's willingness. The system also granted him the ability to have 2 demon contracts in total. The young man clapped his hands in excitement. Wow, a system really knows how to deliver. Previously, his limit for demon contracts was just 0.5, meaning he could barely manage a half-demon contract. Now, the system had granted him 2 full contracts. He never expected such a bizarre spell. Could this be the main character's luck? The teacher then shared some thrilling news with the class. This test will focus on results, and anyone who surpasses the A-level demon realm will be eligible for direct admission to a top university. Level B qualifies you for the second best, Level C for the third, and Level D for great transmission. But remember, don't choose something beyond your abilities. If you failed the A-level demon realm, you won't even be considered for great transmission. It appeared that Lin Mo had been standing at the corner of the classroom for quite some time. The teacher had reluctantly spared him from punishment, but not without first remarking that his reasoning skills were quite poor and suggesting he choose a lower-level demon. Whatever was destined to happen would unfold in due time. Now, all the students were unlocking their screens to select which demon realm they wished to conquer. Lin Mo's deskmate eagerly proposed, "Mo, why don't we go for level D? Pick a weak demon and jump straight into great transmission." But for Lin Mo, level D demons were far too weak to hold his interest. His chubby classmate cast a look of disdain at him. "Stop acting tough. With your talent, just getting into great transmission would be an achievement." Without hesitation, Lin Mo selected an A-level trial and activated the teleportation. His deskmate was left completely stunned. "Are you insane?" Lin Mo's bold decision immediately threw both his classmates and the teacher into a state of alarm. Lin Mo, with your poor reasoning skills, choosing an A-level demon realm is practically a death sentence. Yet, once the decision was made, there was no turning back. The teleportation connection had been successfully established, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo vanished. He arrived at the demon realm he had chosen. Upon his arrival, he noticed a few classmates nearby. They realized that only 5 students had opted for this particular demon realm in the competition. Just after they arrived, a figure resembling a paper doll with a grotesque and demonic face spoke up. "Welcome to the terrifying hospital. Don't worry, everyone. I will be your exam guide. Allow me to give you a brief introduction to this place. This used to be the #1 People's Hospital of Shanglan City." At this point, all the students who had mistakenly chosen the demon realm area stood frozen, their eyes wide and their mouths hanging open in shock. "Isn't Shanglan City the one that was overrun by demons? I heard everyone there perished. Elite demon master teams have come here before, but they were all wiped out. How could they use such a terrifying place for an exam?" However, before this hospital was turned into an exam site, the Safety Bureau set up a powerful demon prevention barrier outside, making it impossible to enter. The goal now is to survive here for 1 day. If you form a contract with a demon, you'll pass the exam. One important safety note, each of you should take a talisman. If you encounter danger, simply recite the incantation. It will bring everyone back to the school safely. Also, if anyone succeeds in signing a contract with a demon or defeats one, they will be awarded the MVP title. The prize can be as high as 100,000 demon pearls. If there are no more questions, the exam will begin now. As the exam started, a vortex filled with dark energy materialized. Fear gripped everyone, except for Lin Mo, who appeared unfazed and full of confidence. "Let's go! I wonder if there are any pretty nurse sisters around here." The other students exchanged murmurs as they followed suit. "Let's go in too. We can't let that useless guy contract a demon before us." Lin Mo was the first to step inside. When the door swung open, a horrifying scene of blood greeted them, saturating the air with an overwhelming sense of dread. Anyone lacking the courage to enter would have surely collapsed before even starting the exam. Lin Mo suddenly straightened, and his bewildered classmates rushed to ask, "What's going on?" The young man shouted urgently, "There are ghosts, more than 50 of them. They're coming this way. Everyone run." Panic quickly spread among the group, and they began to flee. As they rushed out, they worried about Lin Mo, trapped inside. Everyone assumed he had already been torn apart by the ghosts. Then a loud laugh echoed, sending a fresh wave of fear through the group. The young man with glasses pointed at a girl with purple hair and said, "This is Lai Lai, the genius who set the provincial record at just 3 years old. She's 6 times better than Lin Mo." As they hurried out, one of them pinched his friend's arm and scolded him. "How dare you scare us like that? With your deal with the ghosts, they won't be after you." The boy responded with confidence, "It's better to leave it to those who are actually useful." Lin Mo paid no attention to them. He wasn't concerned with their bickering. Its focus was solely on moving forward, not wasting time on pointless distractions. It seemed like provoking the others might actually earn him some points in this twisted game. The hospital's alert system suddenly reported the presence of a mid-level weeping demon. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. It was a fallen ghost. With steady steps, he moved toward the door, but the young man with glasses blocked his path. "Hold on. Do you really think someone as useless as you can enter here? Move aside." If they wanted to proceed, Lin Mo was more than happy to let them go first. "As soon as I entered, my eyes were immediately drawn to a bright red spot on the ceiling. It wasn't a mistake after all. Fortunately, 3 fools had gone ahead to clear the way, or I would have likely faced a setback. Were they planning to stay? Just as I turned to leave and stepped back inside, I saw Lai Lai running toward the door. She was clutching her mouth, coughing up blood, and crying out. The demon's eyes are as red as blood. It can trap you in an illusion. If she hadn't bitten her tongue, she probably wouldn't have found a way out. If that's true, then pain is the key to breaking the illusion. That's horrifying. This is definitely a nightmare. My classmates were shouting and blaming me. It's all your fault for leading us into such a dangerous place. But let's be honest, you brought this on yourselves. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Mo. And that kid kept throwing insults at me every time she opened her mouth. Thank goodness we went in first. If a useless person like you had gone in, we'd probably be dead by now. But now, Lin Mo wasn't falling for the illusion. He wasn't as foolish as the ones who had gone in first. Leading the way was like walking straight into the lion's den, wasn't it? System announcement. Congratulations, host. You have earned 30 points for breaking the room. They decided to look for another place. Lin Mo remained focused on his duty, while they were just a bunch of tail-wagging dogs. That kid definitely didn't want to stay with Lin Mo, who'd she call a useless piece of trash, not even for another second. From the reactions of the three, it seemed that as long as you didn't look into its eyes, you could avoid the illusion. If that's the case, then I think I've found the solution. Lin Mo opened the door, and the demon, furious, shouted, "Kid, turn off that fan right now. Don't you hear me? Turn it off." System announcement. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20 points for breaking the room. Indeed, it's really working. This demon has already nearly destroyed the room, and it's getting angrier by the second, still refusing to stop. If you had a heart, I would kill you, the demon hissed. System notification. Demon has damaged 88% of the room. 11% remains. Direct contract signing required. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. No way, that demon is catching up fast. How about a deal? The demon suggested. I'll turn off the fan, you sign my demon contract. What do you think? The demon's voice remained harsh. You little brat, you dare threaten me? Who do you think you are that I should be afraid of you? Seriously, this is driving me crazy, Lin Mo muttered. He decided that if the demon refused, it was fine. He liked the fan on anyway, but the damage to the room stayed at 88%, not budging. He realized he'd have to find another way. Eventually, after a struggle, the demon finally agreed to the terms, but it demanded Lin Mo turn off the fan first before signing the contract. What a pathetic demon, Lin Mo muttered under his breath. I've turned off the fan. Now can we sign the contract? He asked. If not, I'll turn it back on. The demon came up with another excuse. The wind was too strong earlier, my eyes are dry. You'll have to give me some eye drops before I sign. Lin Mo tossed in a bottle of eye drops, thinking it was finally over. However, he had secretly swapped the drops with glue. Lin Mo, it seemed, was no ordinary demon. The demon, oblivious to the trick, thanked him eagerly but thought to itself, wait, until I regain my strength. You'll regret this asterisk. Moments later, after using the eye drops, the demon screamed in horror, its voice so loud that even the neighbors could hear. Oh my god, I can't open my eyes? Lin Mo, still playing the part, asked innocently, you can't open your eyes? The 2 bottles of eye drops had long expired, and despite being a demon, it had been outsmarted by a mere child. How utterly foolish, it muttered in frustration. All it knows now is to curse. You bastard, damn it, I curse you. System notification. Lin Mo has received 50 break the room points, granting him the ability to force a contract signing, which has successfully been completed with Su Tong Gai. Young lady, will you commit to loving only Lin Mo, your master in this life and the next? It immediately refused, as the demon was male, not female, and that made it understandable. Once forced into this situation, it had no choice, no right to refuse. System notification. The female ghost has agreed to sign the contract. At that moment, all it could do was weep in sorrow. Yet, the contract was sealed, and the fusion process began progressing smoothly. Lin Mo gazed at his reflection in the mirror, noting how his eyes now resembled those of Kakashi, looking quite impressive. So, this is what it feels like to sign a contract with a demon. When summoned, demons can fight right away, and the remnants of the demon merge with the body, enhancing attributes and making solo combat less risky. Even after the fusion, the demon remained enraged, continuing to curse Lin Mo as a fool. Lin Mo chuckled. Heh, from now on, you're mine. Let's see what your stats are. The demon's details appeared. Asterisk, Zhu Tong, Glai, asterisk. Mid-level weeping demon, demon power, 100. Next level up requirement, 3% loyalty. Current loyalty, 0%. Control lost at 0 loyalty, causing backlash against the contract holder. Skills, not activated. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Your loyalty is pretty low. Ha. The demon snapped back. Of course. I won't be loyal to you. You forced me into this. Let it go now. Asterisk, notification system, asterisk. Su Tong Yu's loyalty has decreased by 2%, now standing at 1%. You can exchange 200 cannon points for a demon skill. Would you like to proceed? Lin Mo hoped that activating his skill might slightly improve the loyalty. In no time, the skill was successfully activated, and he received the ability *** Blood Prison Illusion Realm Consensus ***. This skill meant that when an opponent gazed into the blood eye, they would fall into the blood hell. Their movements would be restricted, and they would continuously lose health. The skill required 50 spiritual aura and had a 60-second cooldown. The restriction effect lasted for 30 seconds against humans or demons of equal or lower rank, while those of higher rank were only affected for 10 seconds. Wow, I actually activated the demon's skill, he said with excitement. This kid's not bad, I guess I was just overthinking it. The feeling was incredible. Su Tongdu's loyalty increased to 9%, bringing the total to 10%. Lin Mo kept exploring and stumbled upon another surprise. After merging with Su Tongdu, his vision had expanded as well. It felt like he had struck gold. Meanwhile, a group of classmates in another area were still struggling to understand the situation. Only Lai Lai had the courage to step forward, kicking the demon in the face twice, showing her relentless determination. This is so frustrating. Why do these demons keep following us? There are too many of them. We can't fight them off. Let's just use a teleportation talisman before they devour us. Such weak-willed kids, muttered one of the classmates. The boy with glasses had a plan. Let's lure the demons to the second floor and have them deal with Lin Mo. That way we can escape. It's a nasty move, but it could work. The young man remaining with the group voiced his disagreement, saying, that doesn't seem like a good idea. It's almost like we're setting him up as bait. The man wearing glasses remained unusually optimistic. So what? He already has a teleportation talisman. He won't die. If he can act as a shield for us, he'll have served a purpose. Lin Mo, casually stepping outside, watched as they hurried toward him. He asked Han, are you being chased? The man with glasses laughed awkwardly. Lin Mo, just accept it. Use the teleportation talisman. What were they planning? Behind them, a swarm of demons was closing in. Lin Mo quickly pieced together what was happening. They wanted him to be their shield, and this was also a chance for him to test his new skill. Kid Lai Lai was puzzled. Why isn't he running? Is he planning to charge into the demons? Did they scare him so much that he's lost his senses? The demons kept charging forward. Lin Mo activated the devil's eyes to agree on the missing goal, and in an instant, they were surrounded by a blinding light collapsing to the ground. The skill worked flawlessly. They couldn't move at all. With only 25 seconds left, Lin Mo had enough time to deal with the remaining demons. Kid Lai Lai, in shock, stared wide-eyed, his one eye glowing red, clearly a result of his pact with that fierce demon. Not only had he gained such a powerful skill, but it was also frustrating that it had all happened right in front of the weeping demon, a mid-tier creature. Based on what could he possibly have tamed it? Everything was over, and at last, the system announced, congratulations, a host has earned 40 break the room points. But where did these points come from? It turned out that they were thanks to those unruly individuals who had brought these demons here. Otherwise, hunting down these demons on his own would have been a much more exhausting task. 5 primary level weeping demon pearls. If Lin Mo discovered that his classmates had indirectly caused him trouble, he would make sure to never forgive them. At this point, Lin Mo casually indulged in the demon pearls. They were surprisingly delicious. The demons, now scattering in all directions as they saw him, had become so mixed with humans that it was impossible to tell who was who. Lin Mo confidently asked Devil's Eye, did my 5 deadly forces look good just now? Since when had this weeping demon become so easy to talk to? Without hesitation, it innocently responded, that's because my skills are strong. If those useless leftover demons were here, you wouldn't have been able to handle them. Lin Mo thought to himself, even if the demon's oath was powerful, it still needed a capable master. Ordinary people wouldn't dare rush in and confront 5 demons at once. By that time, no matter how skilled the weeping demon was, it would be useless. They might even end up becoming allies instead of enemies. Right now, it was like a fight between cats and dogs. Seeing the young man so full of himself was truly frustrating. Yet, looking at the scattered human bones, there was something oddly satisfying about it. A quick scan revealed one of the skeletons clutching a piece of golden jewelry. Wasn't this just an unbelievable find? Anyway, they're all gone now, and this money would be better off with Tu Thay. It wouldn't be such a waste. Looking up, he saw the hospital's finance office, which likely had plenty of funds. After all, who doesn't love money in this world? Lin Mo had been coughing and grabbing at things when he entered the finance office. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted a safe and thought he'd hit the jackpot. But to his surprise, when he opened it, it was completely empty, probably cleaned out by the security company. The teacher supervising the exam from outside couldn't help but think to herself, this kid doesn't seem to know if he's here to take an exam or steal money. She proctored many exams before, but this was the first time she'd ever witnessed something like this. A system notification soon appeared indicating that there was a high-level demon in the operating room ahead. Still holding a bag of gold in his hand, Lin Mo, still in shock, opened the door to the operating room. Inside, he saw a girl with an alluring figure, quite beautiful, her long hair flowing elegantly. She was sitting calmly on the moored bed. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Oh my god. Lin Mo couldn't help but notice her chest, which was at least properly supported. The weeping demon seemed to share his fascination, sensing that Lin Mo's thoughts were spot on. But of course, despite her angelic face, her body was pure demon through and through. It was a strange kindred spirit. Not long after, the demon's blood eye loyalty increased by 5%, bringing the total to 15%. Just like that, her loyalty grew. This demon truly was a pervert. At first glance, it seemed harmless, but could it truly be as terrifying as it appeared? The weeping demon explained it may look harmless, but there's more to it. Of course it's dangerous. Can't you see what she's holding? It's covered with inscriptions. If I'm right, she's using sound frequencies to kill. If even the smallest trace of fear slips in, that young man could pull it into the battle. And if she's caught in the forbidden spell, it could end badly. The real issue, though, is that she's blind to the cursed vow of the dead, meaning martial arts won't help us here. The demon with the large chest is actually a high-level weeping demon. Are we just going to give up? We'll need to find a way to force her to break the barrier, but what else can we do? He said, feeling frustrated and at a loss. While rummaging through the room, Lin Mo found a discarded doctor's coat and decided to put it on. The weeping demon, however, warned him sharply. Don't be foolish. With your current strength, you'll die. But for Lin Mo, greater risk often meant greater reward. If he played it safe, he'd just starve. A demon with such a large chest, he couldn't simply ignore it. As soon as he opened the door, she screamed, "Who's there?" She began plucking the strings of sound waves, creating an unbearable shrill noise. Lin Mo quickly responded, "Wait, I'm a doctor here to perform surgery on you." She stopped immediately, pausing in surprise. "You're really here to treat me?" Lin Mo moved closer, allowing her to get a good sniff of his scent. "I'm truly a doctor. If you don't believe me, you could check for yourself." It seemed she had once been a patient trapped here, and now she had transformed into an evil spirit. She anxiously asked, "Doctor, where are you all going?" "I've been waiting here for so long. Can we start the surgery now?" Lin Mo kept his composure, his face perfectly calm and sincere. He instructed her to lie down on the operating table and explained that it was time for the anesthesia. "Get ready," she replied quietly, settling into position as though completely resigned. Standing in front of her, the young man felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. His focus seemed entirely absorbed by the sight of her large chest. She didn't appear to realize she was already dead. Was what he was doing too wrong? But in an instant, Lin Mo reminded himself to push aside any doubt. This was not the moment to hesitate. If he faltered now, it would be his own life at risk. With a swift motion, the young man thrust the needle into her. She even asked if it hurt, though her nerves had long since stopped feeling. He let out a quiet breath of relief. "All right, that's still not the right vein. I'll adjust it again," he said, poking her arm once more. "Where is your vein?" "I can't seem to find it." "Your skin is so flawless, though. Maybe I need to try a different spot." But no matter how many times he tried, the needle still wouldn't go in. Was there even a vein left in her arm? He began to feel like he was being set up. She was beyond furious. "You're a demon. Suppress poison to guard the spirit." The system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 40 points for breaking the room. The demon's reverse curse room is now at 50%, but you still need to add 49% more." Well, he had no choice but to keep playing along, otherwise he faced punishment. Lin Mo scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Sorry, let me try again." He took hold of the syringe with practiced precision, administering the injection into her body. His hands, though relaxed, moved with a quiet, careful skill. There was no hesitation in his actions, and each movement was flawless. Outside, a few students glanced in, surprised by what they saw. Is he really performing surgery on a demon? It sure looks like it. He's so bold. Doesn't he feel any fear? Didn't the teacher say that the biggest mistake when dealing with demons is fear? If you stand your ground, not only does it increase your chances of survival, but you might even get the chance to form a pact and gain their power. Wait, he's at the bottom of the class? Looking so composed like that, it's hard to believe he was once the lowest ranked student. A male student urged his companion. "Let's follow him. Maybe we can strike a pact with a demon too." The teacher on duty outside watched closely, tracking every move Lin Mo made. His calm presence, skill, and experience set him apart from the other students. One wrong move now, and he'd be in serious trouble. Lin Mo, without a second thought, let the syringe slip from his hand. The demon, clearly anxious, encouraged him to continue with the procedure. "Well, I guess I should ask her what she wants. Gender reassignment or breast enhancement? Though honestly, what does she even need a breast job for?" The female ghost, clearly agitated, glared at him and snapped, "I don't need implants. I have a lump that needs removing. If it isn't taken out, I'll never stop feeling exhausted." The young man picked up the drill again, his voice smooth but tinged with mock sympathy. "A beauty like you. What a shame. How much do you want to remove?" Without a second's hesitation, she answered, "Half of it." Ling Mo, his tone still calm, asked, "So, do you want to remove the left side or the right?" In her mind, she thought, Asterisk Life doesn't care about people, and people show no respect. He's really trying to push my buttons now, Asterisk. Her patience was wearing thin, and she could no longer keep it in. "Are you insane? Who does surgery and asks which side to cut? Cut whichever side you want. Cut both if you like." She screamed in frustration. System notification. "Congratulations, host has earned 40 break the room points. Break the room level is now at 60%. It was working. Lin Mo pressed on, undeterred. "All right then, do you want to cut the top or the bottom? In the front or the back?" Honestly, cutting the front might not be the best idea. The female ghost's temper flared even more. A moment later, she received another 40 break the room points, pushing the break the room level to 70%. There was no time to waste. He had to keep going. Lin Mo didn't let up, his questions more absurd by the minute. "Do you want stitches or are you fine with leaving a scar? Would you prefer it to hurt or would you rather it not? Oh, and I almost forgot. I haven't even given you the anesthesia yet. It's definitely going to hurt." System notification. "Congratulations, host has earned 40 break the room points." The young man continued to push the female ghost to the edge, his voice deliberately irritating. "If you want to remove half, what's the point of leaving the other half? Should I just take it all off?" The hospital was running a special promotion where they were offering membership cards, and in return, they give a discount. However, it had reached its limit, and without hesitation, she stood up, her voice sharp as she ordered the young man to keep quiet. "Do you want to die?" she snapped. The atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension, and the situation was nearly at its breaking point. The contract could be signed immediately. The moment had arrived. "Sister, please calm down. We haven't finished yet," the young man said, his tone steady. Despite her anger, he remained composed. She didn't really need to continue. Her only desire now was to end Lin Mo's life in a single blow. But the young man, unfazed, responded, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, sister. I'm requesting a system contract with a large-chested lady." She agreed to love Lin Mo for life, vowing to remain loyal, to stand by him whether they were wealthy or poor, healthy or sick, and to endure any hardships together without ever leaving him. Hearing this, the female ghost's fury grew 1,000 times over. "You've got guts," she hissed. Despite her rage, the large-chested ghost reluctantly agreed to register the contract, and it was signed. Everything was now in place, yet she still couldn't grasp what had just happened. In truth, she hadn't actually agreed to anything yet, but somehow, her soul had merged with Lin Mo's body. What was this? The remnants of her ghost would blend into the seal. Was this the same process as when a ghost formed a contract with a weeping demon? It seemed that this would place a seal upon the master's body. When Rickall merely gestured with a slight wave of his hand, it was done. He had already formed pacts with 2 demons, leaving only one more slot to fill. As for the weeping demon, the woman beside her, noticeably energetic, was bubbling with excitement. No longer feeling lonely or abandoned, she was now furious. "You trickster! Let me go now!" she shouted. But realizing it was too late, she continued, "Sister, just stay inside me. There's no need to go anywhere, and don't worry about your appearance. I'll take good care of you, sister." Left with little choice, she could only curse under her breath in frustration. This kid has no shame at all. While the woman fumed with anger, the weeping demon, on the other hand, appeared more and more thrilled. She was clearly delighted by how things had turned out. Lin Mo selected an attribute from the system interface, and the details of the excited demon appeared instantly. Her rank was high-level weeping demon, with a demonic power of 200, a limit of 400, and a loyalty rating of 20%. The skill had not yet been activated, and her loyalty remained unchanged. Sending her out of the hospital had also earned Lin Mo some favor. He had just gained 300 points for the junior, intermediate, and high-level weeping demon ranks. Activating a skill required 200 points, and as the system displayed a series of notifications, it became clear that the demon could only activate one skill. Given this, it made the most sense to activate her ability first. After completing the exchange, he received the Ascend to the Mortal World skill, Sound Seeking Life. The female demon activated her level 1 Mortal Sound Seeking Life skill, using her music to destabilize the opponent's mind. When their HP dropped to 5%, it triggered a dizziness effect that could directly destroy their spiritual aura. The skill drained 50 energy points and had a 180-second cooldown. For those of equal or lower rank, the dizziness lasted for 40 seconds. For those of a higher rank, it lasted 20 seconds. Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "This skill is incredible." While the Blood Prison Illusion Realm could control the opponent's movements, they remained conscious and could still manipulate the contract system with their will. The demon's skill, however, was different. It not only restricted the opponent's actions, but also disturbed their mental state, effectively controlling their behavior and adding a destructive element. It could only be described as a divine skill. With this control skill in hand, the only thing left to find was a skill for destruction. The real challenge now was deciding what to do next, whether to find an assassin or someone with some strength to form a contract with. Just then, the school's announcement bell rang. "Attention all students, there is 1 hour left until midnight. Dormitory accommodations and food provisions will be based on the number of contracts signed with at least one contract required. After that, students may enter the school's ICU room." That's harsh, Lin Mo thought. Signing just one contract gets you into the regular sick room, but if you don't sign any, you won't even have a place to stay. The sick room is located on the 5th floor, but it's important to note that the dormitory arrangements may change at night. Ghosts may roam outside, creating great danger for any student without proper accommodation. These students will be plagued by constant, terrifying screams. With just 30 minutes left, the sick room will open. Everyone take note, the contract has already been signed. Though still fuming, the large-chested ghost and the weeping demon followed Lin Mo like shadows. The students gathered outside seemed unable to form contracts with any demons. They really stood there staring in awe at how spotless the beds in the ICU were and how neatly the furniture had been arranged. "I've heard the rumors, but I've seen regular sick rooms, and inside they're full of blood," said the one with purple hair. This purple-haired student had managed to sign a contract with a demon, which had earned them a spot in a regular sick room. But even that was a privilege compared to those outside, many of whom had failed to secure any demon contract. Now, all they could do was sob. Compared to them, this student's situation was far better. "That guy with glasses, I wonder if he can actually do anything. He just seems good for showing off his filthy neck." "Lin Mo," another voice called out, "we've signed a contract with a demon now. Not just any demon, a fully formed one. You won't be able to mess with us anymore. Sooner or later, I'll have my revenge on you." Lin Mo's expression clearly showed that once he was no longer useful, he had nothing left to say. With his short legs, it would take him ages to catch up. The guy with glasses looked furious, snapping at Lin Mo to stop boasting. "If you hadn't signed that contract with that damn demon last time, you'd be dead out there tonight." The one with purple hair was just as annoyed. "It's disgusting. Just the thought of having to share a room with him tonight makes me want to throw up." But Lin Mo wasn't going to be sharing a room with any of them. The other students outside didn't even have a place to stay. Hearing that, Lin Mo raised his hand and asked, "Do you want to give up your hospital room? I can buy it from you." The young man answered, uninterested, "No, I'm in the ICU." The one with purple hair couldn't believe it. He was frustrated. The system's contract limit was only 0.5, meaning you could at most form a contract with a weakened demon. But the requirement for the ICU was to have one or more demons, and the first condition wasn't even met. Stop lying already. The young man couldn't care less about the critics, only knew how to complain. In the end, you just need to wait for time to reveal who's superior and who's inferior. By then, you'll be too embarrassed to even regret it. Now, move out of the way and let me pass. Don't block my path. As expected, they were all curious. How would their shocked expressions look when they saw Lin Mo? As soon as he touched the ICU room door, the system confirmed that he met the conditions. Just as they expected, they were all stunned. How is this possible? Isn't his limit only 0.5? The system notification congratulated the host for earning 150 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo immediately shouted, "The school system is completely wrong about this. The limit is something you're born with. It can't increase later. He must have cheated. He pulled it out for me. I'm going to report this to the teacher." As soon as he stepped into the room, a lavish spread was laid out before him. "Is there hot pot too?" "Oh, it must be that the safety department renovated this place. It's amazing. There's meat, duck blood, beef offal. This is incredible. Are we here for an exam or a vacation?" After taking a bite, Lin Mo grinned. "This is so good. The flavor is incredible. Better than anything outside. You all should try some." Even though the others weren't exactly friendly towards him, the young man paid them no mind. But just as he was about to finish his thoughts, he turned and casually taunted them. "Ah, I almost forgot. You guys don't have permission to enter the room. Too bad." He then sat back, leisurely picking up fresh, sweet beef slices right in front of them, even humming a little tune. "It's just me and this lonely hot pot." By now, it was definitely driving the others wild with envy. They looked like they wanted to tear him apart. The system notification congratulated the host for earning another 100 points for breaking the room. "Good grief, even I'm starting to crave this hot pot, ladies." The table was stocked with everything from soft drinks to snacks underneath, plus a few extra sausages and beef, just in case he ate it all. Seeing the young man eat so contentedly, the kid with purple hair seemed to have had enough. If you're setting conditions for a deal, I'll offer you 10,000, he said. We're changing rooms, but it's not as simple as that, Lin Mo replied, his tone indifferent. Well, I've already eaten. Are you going to make me throw it all up? The kid retorted. Eventually, everyone reaches a point where they lower their pride, unable to endure the frustration any longer. The kid's face tightened, but his words still carried demands. If you've already eaten, leave the room. Think carefully. My father is a senior official in the Ministry of Safety. Making an enemy of me won't end well for you. The boy with glasses quickly seized the moment to shout, Lin Mo, don't push things too far. If you offend Miss Sun, you're finished. Lin Mo remained utterly unaffected, showing no concern for their threats. His calmness only seemed to anger them more. Why don't you all slap yourselves once? Maybe then I'll reconsider, he said, almost mockingly. The boy with glasses leaped up in shock, his voice filled with confusion. What did you just say? A purple-haired kid turned to him, speaking in a quieter tone. Liu Si, just bear with it for now. Once we're outside, I'll make it up to you. It's a bit unfair, but gaining Miss Sun's trust will be worth it. That was his plan. He expected someone to take a hit for the team. The kid wasted no time delivering a sharp punch with no mercy. The sound of it was enough to make anyone flinch in sympathy. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for earning 20 break the room points. By the way, this is a great chance to teach a lesson to those who keep provoking. Lin Mo acted as if he hadn't heard the request, pretending to be hard of hearing. The kid had to slap him again. Since there was a place to stay, she didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Now it was the guy with the glasses who was enduring nonstop slaps. Lin Mo continued racking up points for breaking the room, earning another 30. Just in time, he slapped the guy on the side of the face. The kid with purple hair asked, Are you satisfied now? Get out of here. Hurry up. Lin Mo, ever the tease, responded calmly. Sorry, I can't. He was going back on his word, but he hadn't truly deceived anyone. He had already said earlier that he'd reconsider if the kid slapped the guy with glasses, but he never promised to actually change the room. After thinking it over, he simply decided not to. It was frustrating, so much so that it felt like a nosebleed. The kid could only stand outside, fuming with rage. All right, you bastard, you'll regret this later. The guy with glasses turned around, also threatening. Go ahead, enjoy yourself now. You made an enemy of me. You're asking for trouble. Whether or not he was asking for trouble didn't matter. Lin Mo had just earned another 100 points for breaking the room. He sat back, enjoying his meal, all while relishing their frustration. It made him feel even more satisfied. This time he had outsmarted Sun Lei again. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel like he had hit the jackpot. The clock read 11:15, and the candle was nearly burned out, its flame barely still flickering. Outside the room, two students stood, utterly confused and terrified. The girl continued to cry uncontrollably. Hao Kun, please don't leave. How can you be so heartless, letting a girl like me stay outside? There are so many malevolent spirits out there tonight. What should I do? Please let me sleep inside. Just give me your permission, will you? He tried to reassure her. Don't worry, I've made an agreement with the weeping demon warrior. If you're in danger, just call for me, and I'll come to help. She looked truly miserable, yet her tears wouldn't stop. Do you even love me? You promised to protect me for life. Are you really going to break that promise now? In the end, they held each other in an emotional embrace. Was this a romantic moment or just some kind of strange getaway? Through her sobs, she said, You made a pact with a demon, which means your powers are stronger now. If you sleep outside, you'll have a better chance of surviving. If a demon attacks, I'll kneel and beg the Sunlight Light group for help. I won't let you get hurt. Lin Mo, observing all of this, couldn't help but think the girl was being incredibly foolish. He happily switched places with her and even set up another meeting for the next day. After a long, exhausting day, it was finally time to rest. Lin Mo fell into a deep, unbothered sleep, drooling without a care in the world. Meanwhile, the 5 students outside were fuming with anger. Lin Mo must have cheated to get into the ICU, and now he won't even switch with us. It's like he's deliberately trying to make us look bad, making sure we can't hold our heads up. The young man with purple hair grew increasingly furious as he watched the guy with glasses act so provocatively. Just wait until we're outside, he muttered under his breath, then I'll show you how to deal with someone like you. There was still blood on the floor. How could anyone sleep in this place? The hospital room was filthy. Anyone who could sleep here deserves some real respect. The guy with glasses tried to act gallant, hoping to impress her. He smiled, removed his outer jacket, and moved to drape it over the young man. This will be cleaner, he said. Even though he'd just been slapped, he was still hopelessly infatuated. Trying to win her over like this seemed pathetic. The young man with purple hair looked down on him, his expression full of smug superiority. This clueless guy was so desperate, he was even willing to sleep in the hallway for her. He kept telling her to hold on a little longer, that she'd be free by morning. Then from a distance came a terrifying sound, an enormous bloodthirsty demon. As soon as it saw him, it seemed thrilled. It was a malevolent spirit, an incredibly powerful one. Was it a weeping demon at the level of Long Ling? There was no way out now. To survive, their only option was to charge forward and fight it. The guy gathered every ounce of his strength and summoned the ruined mansion of the demon. As soon as it appeared, the mansion scolded him. At this hour, you're really planning to let everyone stay awake? Do you honestly think you could defeat a Long Ling level demon? It's impossible. You're just throwing your life away. If you don't take the risk now, you're sure to die. The students in the hospital room were stunned as they watched the scene unfold. Even though they saw their friend fighting the demon, she stayed safely in bed, hidden under the covers. Dying for a girl was truly one of the most soul-crushing ways to go. Terrified, she didn't even acknowledge the guy as someone she knew, let alone as her boyfriend. At that moment, Lin Mo arrived. In stark contrast to the panic around him, he felt a surge of excitement, eager to see if the electrode demon would be worthy of forming a pact with him. With each step it took, the demon seemed to crush everything in its path. The creature the boy had tamed was easily overwhelmed, trampled underfoot. The malevolent spirit demon found the demon's flesh unappealing, yet it still hadn't reached its goal. Frustration built with each passing moment, and soon it swung its blade, severing the ruined mansion of the demon in one swift strike. Lin Mo observed the scene with great interest. The demon's current state intrigued him. It appeared to be immensely powerful, with incredibly tough skin. If he could tame it, the advantages would be undeniable. He began to consider his options. He already had Shu Tong Gyai and the large-chested demon, both of whom could either charm or distract the creature. If he could form a pact with this one, it would be the perfect addition. However, there was still another demon lurking in the darkness. Now was not the time to act. As long as there was time left, there was still hope. The creature simply moved off in search of human flesh. At that moment, it advanced toward the boy, its nose filled with a powerful scent of human flesh. In desperation, the boy cried out, "Xiao Kan, help me. Please pray they'll save me." The students, even more frantic than the boy, were in a state of panic. But the woman, so weak and cowardly, was of no help at all. Lin Mo watched the scene unfold, realizing how pitiful love could appear in its most helpless form. He screamed in desperation, "Is anyone there? Help me." Without hesitation, the creature swung its blade directly at him. In an instant, blood sprayed from his mouth. The male student, drained of energy, could only sit there, powerless. The creature advanced calmly, severing one of his arms. It devoured the severed arm greedily, starting at the hand and working its way up to the wrist. If no one intervened, it would likely continue to consume him piece by piece. In the blink of an eye, the demon had consumed the handsome, fair-skinned student alive. All because of that girl. With one arm gone, the student finally felt the crushing weight of impending death. "I'd rather fail the exam than die here." But he didn't give up. With determination, he reached for his magic talisman. But his severed arm left him helpless, unable to tear it open. The demon, having finished its meal, raised its drill, preparing to deliver the final blow. Fortunately, the student managed to dodge just in time, narrowly avoiding the demon's strike. Inside, Lin Mo watched the scene unfold. He felt the student was not only foolish, but completely clueless. "Don't you know how to use your mouth?" At that, the student quickly used his teeth to tear the talisman open, not forgetting to thank Lin Mo. And with that, Hao Kun was out of the test. The demon was left bewildered. "Where's my meat? Give it back." At that moment, Lin Mo gained an additional 40 points for breaking the room. From inside, Lin Mo taunted the demon, enjoying every moment of its frustration. It charged forward, but in truth, it couldn't break through. Its strength was powerless against the door. Lin Mo had an idea. He rubbed a bit of food on his hand and called out, "Hey, Electro Demon, want to try this?" The demon sniffed the air, then rushed toward the door, drawn by the smell. Lin Mo took the opportunity to taunt it again. "Too bad, you can't eat this." The demon's anger grew, and it began battering the door in frustration. Lin Mo, meanwhile, kept racking up points, each strike bringing him 60 more. The more the demon fewed, the more amused Lin Mo became. "Keep going, is that it? Finished already?" After a while, the demon, exhausted and still hungry, stopped panting. It couldn't reach its meal, and finally defeated, it turned away. Lin Mo stood there confused. "Why is it leaving? How am I supposed to get points if you're going?" With no other option, he unlocked the door. "You stupid demon, I'm out now. Want to eat me?" The sound of movement behind him made the demon turn immediately. The students inside were watching closely. What was Lin Mo planning? They thought he was done for. The demon, still hungry, screamed in frustration. It spotted him, grinning wildly, and lunged forward. This was exactly what Lin Mo had been waiting for. He carefully stepped back, then moved quickly inside. The demon, now trapped outside, was left helpless, still furious. Lin Mo earned another 50 points for breaking the room and once again drove the demon to the edge of madness. The angrier the demon got, the more rewards Lin Mo collected. The person charged out without hesitation and provoked it. Truly, to meet one's end over something as trivial as food. Once again, it fell into the same trap. It rushed in, and the young man simply walked right in. Inside, people were constantly coming and going, yet somehow it still got caught. This demon must be incredibly foolish. Time and time again, it laughed triumphantly in front of its friends. Could it be that this person is someone who isn't afraid of demons at all, or is he just completely insane? He's toying with this demon, and sooner or later, he's going to regret it. By morning, when the protective barrier faded, he had run out of options. No sooner had he spoken than shocking news arrived. He wasn't just unafraid, he was actually chasing after the Electro Demon. What's going on? The demon heart is afraid of a human? Does it not even want to eat anymore? Lin Mo ran after it frantically, shouting, "Stop! Where do you think you're going? The heavens are watching. You're done for. You're done for with me." Is this situation tragic, or is it just utterly ridiculous? I really have no words for it. This is the first time I've witnessed something so illogical. Lin Mo broke through the door, and the Electro Demon had already reached 80%. There was no way it could escape now. At this point, he even dared to stand right in front of it, extending his arm as if inviting it. "Here," the young man taunted, "I invite you. My meat is fresh out of the oven. Come on, take a bite." The demon, clearly exasperated, decided to face him head-on. Just then, Lin Mo used the Blood Prison Hound's consent technique, and before long, the demon stopped in its tracks. Its every movement seemed controlled, as if hypnotized by him. He urged it on, claiming that it would be delicious. "My hands have just the right amount of fat. You won't get fat from eating them. Go ahead, feast." He continued to pat around, his breath gently brushing against his face. The Electro Demon's containment had reached 90%, leaving only 9% to go. The Blood Prison Hound's time, which usually lasted 10 seconds for high-level demons, now had just 3 seconds remaining. When that time ran out, the demon would go into a fury. "Just charge at it. Looks like you don't want to fight, so fine. But right now, it's ready to kill Lin Mo," taunting him. "Anyone who gets close to it is finished." The containment was nearly complete, at 99%, meaning he could force the contract signing. At this point, anyone who crossed paths with Lin Mo was in for bad luck. No matter the demon, it's no longer an issue for the young man. With confidence, he signed the contract with the demon for the 3rd time. As expected, the system prompted him. "Do you intend to become an extreme demon master? May I ask if you wish to make this demon the 3rd of Lin Mo's masters?" The extreme demon master has agreed, initiating the contract signing. A momentary confusion flickered across the demon's face. Before it could fully comprehend what was happening, the contract was already signed. Surprised, old lady, that's the power of coercion. Before it could finish speaking, everything was done. The young man had successfully bound the 3rd demon. Outside, the teacher who had been watching was equally stunned. Just moments ago, the Electro Demon was in a violent state, and in a split second, the contract was signed. This method of coercion is something even the old man at the Safety Bureau couldn't manage. How did this student manage to do it in the end? This kid is really something, isn't he? The school has officially announced that the Electro Demon has been eliminated. Only one Weeping Demon of Malevolent Spirit rank remains in the hospital. Everyone, please stay cautious. At that moment, it was the classmates who were most surprised. In the blink of an eye, the Electro Demon had been defeated. Is that guy even human? Even the kid with glasses, his eyes wide, mouth hanging open, exclaimed that it was impossible. Lin Mo had only managed to form a contract with a mid-level Weeping Demon. How could he possibly stand up to the Electro Demon? He's truly terrifying. With a calm and composed expression, Lin Mo stepped into the notification system room. Congratulations to the host for earning 40 break the room points. The angrier they got, the more he gained. His 2 classmates were truly doing well for him. They hadn't even provoked him, yet they were still contributing break the room points nonstop. Bayang even rejected the system's classification of the demon he had just tamed, calling it a primary malevolent spirit, with 560 demon energy and 440 remaining to boost its loyalty by 5%. This demon had relatively low loyalty, but the Electro Demon was clearly out of its mind, a type of demon that wouldn't easily grow loyal. Plus, it craved raw meat. Lin Mo immediately had an idea. Perhaps if he grilled a feast of meat for it, its loyalty might increase significantly. Just wait and see. According to the system, the Weeping Demon could only activate 1 skill, whereas the Malevolent Spirit Demon could directly use 2. The young man's impressive performance had earned him a significant reward. It was the perfect moment to activate the notification system and swap a skill for the Electro Demon. Success. The passive skill Blood-Sucking has been acquired. According to the information at level 1, each time 1 point of ST is gained, attack power increases by 2 points. The higher the ST, the greater the attack power. There is no consumption of spiritual aura, and the cooldown time is 0 seconds. Lin Mo decided to unlock the second skill. Notification: skill change successful. The Electro Demon now has Electric Frenzy Dance. Electric Frenzy Dance level 1 generates the power of a wildly spinning chainsaw, dealing damage within a specific area. Spiritual aura consumption is 100, with a cooldown of 200 seconds. This is truly surprising. One passive skill that boosts attack power, and one area of effect attack skill. It's incredible. Now with the control team, there's an additional attacker. Compared to his peers, Lin Mo was already among the top 1%. He felt confident he was capable of achieving this. Rank 1, Heavy Demon Master, Control Demon. Heavy Demon Master, Control Long Ling. Triple Heavy Demon Master, Control Evil Spirit. However, there was one downside. The demon's level matched the contract level. At present, Lin Mo could only control demons, and a polar demon of malevolent spirit still posed a serious risk. If he loses control of the situation, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Everything now requires careful consideration before taking any action. If loyalty were just a bit higher, the Electro Demon would still be seen as someone deserving of improving their personal record. But at this moment, staying awake is a real challenge. The young man couldn't stop yawning. Nothing seemed better than rewarding himself with a nap, collecting his energy to collapse onto the bed as though he were floating to the heavens. Although the place wasn't particularly romantic, the sky had already brightened, and the view was breathtaking. The only issue was that the location was far from ideal. Lin Mo stayed calm. After his nap, he didn't forget to grab some bread for breakfast. Seizing the chance, he teased the students, savoring the bread with clear enjoyment while they had nothing to eat. He provocatively asked, "Aren't you guys having breakfast? There's a pot of hot pot inside. Want to slurp up some organs?" It was true that he wasn't particularly skilled at anything other than getting under people's skin, and once again, he earned 60 more points for breaking the room. The students could only grow more frustrated, but were powerless to do anything about it. Only the female student, without hesitation, began slurping the soup. Everyone stared at her with confusion and contempt. She was already shy, but acted as though she were completely innocent. She even asked her classmates, "What are you all staring at?" It was truly infuriating. She is someone who only knows how to take advantage of others, never understanding the meaning of sacrifice. Do you see the bloodstains on the ground? Don't you have anything to say about them? Not only do you refuse to take any responsibility, but you also accuse me of being unable to summon demons and claim that even if I go outside, I won't be able to save him. It's only in moments like these that we truly understand what love is all about. She even argued that he willingly gave me control over the quarantine room. Stay out of things that aren't your concern. Girls like her don't deserve any respect. Lin Mo quickly shot back. But you yourself said you'd asked others for help to save him. Yet yesterday you didn't even speak up. If it weren't for Hao Kun giving you control of the quarantine room, it would have been you, not him, who lost the right to take the exam when the Electro Demon severed your arm. The kid's anger only grew. He gained another 50 points for breaking the room again. Lin Mo didn't hold back, taunting her further. "You still dare to say such things. You're more poisonous than a snake. You'd better handle the next round on your own." The exam proctor reminded everyone to pay attention as the official A-level exam was about to begin the grand challenge. Right now, there's still a savage spirit demon inside, along with 3 lesser weeping demons. The malevolent spirit will hunt down anyone who lasts until noon, and those who survive will pass the exam. The kid with purple hair was completely confused. The demon from yesterday was just a mid-tier malevolent spirit, and yet another one remains. We only make contracts with low-level weeping demons. In other words, we can't defeat this one. The blonde boy looked horrified, his face going pale. At this point, what's the point of fighting? The priority is to save ourselves. We need to run. But where can we go? They don't even know where Long Ling is. What if we run straight into its lair, then it's game over? The girl, who had abandoned her boyfriend to protect herself, yelled in frustration. "So what you suggest we do? Who cares about her? Someone like her should have been eaten by a demon long ago." Even the girl with purple hair was growing increasingly irritated. "What do you mean, we? This is your problem, not ours. We're not in the same situation." Seeing the confused look on her face, it was clear she was seeing something she didn't understand. Lin Mo recognized it immediately. "What is that?" "That's an invisible malevolent spirit. It appeared that no one else could see it. Only Lin Mo could. Could it be the Blood Eye?" The demon was perched on the ceiling, hidden from view. "So it's a demon that can turn invisible, and it's also the eye of the invincible brother. Blood Eye?" After watching it for a moment, Lin Mo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. So it had learned and followed him after all. Realizing that he couldn't let everyone remain in danger, Lin Mo decided to speak up. "Do you want to know where the demon is? It's right behind you." The students barely reacted, some even making light of it. "What do you think? "Do you really think your joke will scare us?" Everyone thought he was just messing around until a demonic hand shot out from behind and pierced the body of the cowardly girl. She continued to scream, "Help me." If she had the ability to think and make sacrifices for others, perhaps she could have been saved. But given her nature and circumstances, she brought this fate upon herself. I wonder if any of her classmates would dare to step forward and try to save her now? The unseen demon clung to the student, draining the life out of her, feeding on her blood. Her vitality was sucked away, leaving her completely empty. It was no ordinary demon. My God, is there really a demon? How did she suddenly end up like that? They couldn't see the demon's presence. The only sign that something was wrong was the drastic change in the student's condition, her body shifting unnaturally. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of the demon. In the blink of an eye, the female student was beheaded, her body split into 3 pieces, her exam over for good. Lin Mo thought to himself that if she hadn't been burdened by such heavy karma, if she hadn't caused her boyfriend to lose an arm, maybe she wouldn't have met such a brutal end. Even he felt some sympathy for her. The students who had previously scoffed at the idea of demons now stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Mo, however, had the blood eye, a gift that allowed him to see invisible demons. If he could just hold on until midnight, he knew he'd be able to spot it. There's no need to go to extremes. Let the students handle it. My priority is protecting myself. The young man with purple hair sensed something off about Mo King's presence, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was. It was clear that there was an invisible demon lurking, hiding from view. An intelligent move, in fact. The guy with glasses spoke up, then how did Lin Mo manage to detect it? Right now, our only option is to follow him to stay safe. That's it? You're just going to follow along, came the sarcastic reply. In the end, they all decided to follow Lin Mo. Perhaps it was his right eye, the blood eye, that allowed him to see what others couldn't. As long as we stick with him, we'll be all right, one of them said. The guy with glasses still seemed upset. We were the ones who found Shu Tong at first, but damn, someone beat us to it. His frustration unexpectedly added 40 break the room points to Lin Mo's total. Lin Mo was taken aback. He had been running, doing nothing particularly special, yet his points kept climbing. Looking back, he realized that the students had been trailing him all along. The invisible demon was following them, and they, in turn, were following him. Wasn't that the same as being followed by the demon? Running didn't bring any peace. It was becoming increasingly frustrating. Now, Lin Mo had to figure out how to lose them. At that moment, the 2 fierce spirits Lin Mo had recently summoned expressed a strong desire to confront the elusive demon. Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder, why do they want to do this? Do they have some kind of personal history with each other? It turned out the ghost had stolen a considerable amount of meat from the Longling demon, which had made it furious. Given the situation, Lin Mo thought it might be best to activate the spirits and let them settle their score. If the Electro Demon's loyalty wasn't increased, it would eventually turn against him. It seemed the only way to win its trust was to help it eliminate the invisible demon. After all, it was personal. It wanted revenge for the stolen meat. Suddenly, Lin Mo stopped, causing the group to falter in confusion. The young man with glasses quickly asked, "Why are we moving anymore? Did we lose the demon? If we stay with this group, we'll just keep running in circles. How long can we keep this up?" The blonde kid, now panicked, asked, "So, what should we do now?" "Running is pretty much all we can do right now," Lin Mo replied calmly. The young man turned to him, his voice firm but cold. "Lin Mo, I'm already grateful that you're leading us and that we've seen the demon. I never imagined we'd be running alongside you." "I'm not here to run," Lin Mo said, his tone unwavering. "I'm here to kill the demon. That's it." Everyone looked at him, thinking he was out of his mind. The invisible demon was a mid-tier Longling. Even the teachers couldn't handle it. It's difficult to face something you can't even see, especially when that kid with glasses keeps telling his friends to just run. If he dies, no one will be left to challenge the kid with purple hair. They had truly underestimated Lin Mo's abilities. The young man moved toward the invisible demon with a calm, confident demeanor, showing no sign of fear. He was prepared to confront it directly. The actions of every student participating in the exam were closely monitored by the proctoring teachers. Every teacher at the school could watch each student's every move on large screens. Each teacher was assigned to oversee a specific area. As they noticed an increasing number of outmarks on their screens, their concern grew. Some students were killed, others coughed up blood, while some could only cry out in desperation. The remaining survivors were left without any hope. One teacher let out a resigned sigh. They're finished. The 7 students of the Death Realm had failed the exam, and in addition, 4 students with serious injuries were forced to leave the competition. 3 students had lost their lives. Meanwhile, another group of teachers was facing a similar situation. 8 students from the distant spirit realm appeared to have been so terrified that they scattered in all directions. One of the students had to be admitted to a psychiatric ward. If this keeps up, our province might lose all its demon masters. The teachers were left in a state of confusion. Only one teacher remained calm, seated quietly as she observed the others. She then asked, "How's the men doing on your end?" By the way, this teacher was the most strikingly beautiful one. Despite being a mother, she still exuded a cold, distant aura that made her incredibly captivating. She had a presence that was impossible to ignore. On my side, there were still 4 students remaining. The other teachers were taken aback. "There are still 4. Well, that's something," one of them said. But then, the teacher sighed. Originally, I had a good chance of passing this exam, but now he's chosen to face Long Ling head-on in a major showdown. This is a test of how well ordinary high school students can evade danger. They stand no chance against a malevolent spirit. The person they were referring to was none other than Lin Mo, our Lin Mo. Every move he made was closely monitored by the teachers. Despite making a pact with a demon, he hadn't had much time to develop his abilities. He was still undeniably weak. It was the typical situation where someone thought they were tough just because they'd made a pact with a few weeping demons. But the bravery of a high school student like him was rare. She noted that few students who chose the A-tier demon realm had the courage to directly challenge Long Ling. Despite knowing this, the teacher still sighed with regret. Wasn't it just too disappointing? During the exam, Lin Mo found himself once again facing the invisible demon. He thought he had it cornered, but to his shock, it darted away with astonishing speed. It was impossible to catch up. Its pace was unreal. The other students, too, had stopped watching, hiding their faces behind their hands. Lin Mo was finished. He shouldn't have underestimated this demon. In response, Lin Mo called upon all the demons he had contracted to help him fight the invisible one. Surprised yet? He summoned another contracted demon. Is that his limit? Wasn't it only 0.5? The limit could still grow, and this demon was fully developed. Lin Mo's limit had already reached 1.5, but even then, it was still lower than that of the bespectacled kid. Deep down, the bespectacled kid knew that if anyone were to blame for overestimating their strength, it would definitely be him. The bespectacled kid smirked to himself. His contract limit was double that of Lin Mo's. But so what? In the end, his demons were just as ineffective. They hadn't accomplished anything significant. Capturing a mid-tier demon wasn't something to boast about. Now, Lin Mo was ready to give it his all. He summoned the Electrode Demon and charged forward to face the fight head-on. Upon seeing the jagged blade, the invisible demon seemed to pause, its hesitation clear. Lin Mo quickly commanded the Electrode Demon to take action and eliminate the invisible demon. Fueled by a desire for vengeance and the lingering effects of consuming the malevolent spirit's essence, it charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Given its immense size, a single strike would likely be enough to defeat it. The space was filled with panic screams, a clear sign of the fierce and intense nature of the battle. A demon empowered by the malevolent spirit clashed with another of similar strength. No one could predict who would emerge victorious. In its pursuit of revenge, the Electrode Demon appeared to grow stronger, nearly 100 or even 1,000 times more powerful than before. Each swing of the chainsaw tore through the invisible demon and shredding its form into countless fragments. "How dare you take what's mine?" it roared. System notification. Host, the invisible demon's health is at 5%. You must use Mortal Sound Seeking Fate. Slaughter by severance immediately. Lin Mo felt immense satisfaction as the female demon expertly played the sharpest, most precise notes on her instrument, ensuring the invisible demon's defeat. Her performance was highly effective, and soon enough, the demon was vanquished. From that moment on, the Electrode Demon's loyalty increased by 25%. Its loyalty surged quickly, all triggered by the act of settling its score. The Electrode Demon was truly straightforward, whether driven by anger or affection. It expressed everything through its hunger. With this in mind, Lin Mo began devising a more effective way to control it, by using food to shape its behavior. Just buy it some more meat, that should be enough. It'll be satisfied, and its loyalty will grow. After the battle, Lin Mo emerged victorious and claimed an intermediate demon pearl, a valuable item worth several thousand on the black market. With everything settled, he absorbed all the demons into his body. The students who had witnessed this were filled with astonishment, one surprise after another, and it wasn't over yet. Not only had he defeated the invisible demon, but he had also formed a contract with the Electrode Demon. 2 fully developed demons alongside his own innate demon, put him far above all the other students present. How was this possible? They were all left in utter disbelief. But the surprises didn't stop there. In such a short amount of time, Lin Mo had activated his innate demon skill with a level of understanding far beyond theirs. They couldn't help but think, if this continued, the top position would surely slip out of their hands and into his. Things had changed drastically. In the past, Lin Mo had been looked down upon, even mocked. Now, however, he stood with pride. laughing triumphantly. No matter how frustrated the other students were, they were powerless to stop him. Determined to maintain his top rank, the purple-haired student reminded himself that he couldn't let Lin Mo continue to rise. If he did, Lin Mo would become a serious threat in the future. The teachers, observing his calm demeanor, were equally intrigued and taken aback. It only took less than a day to sign the contract with the three demons. At this pace, Lin Mo might even catch up to the top officials in the military district. Not only that, his skills had already been activated, and his ability to use them was impressive. The male student, who once thought he would be at the bottom of his class, was now leaving everyone in awe. He's really amazing. At first, they had believed Lin Mo was simply opposing Long Ling, but no one had expected that everything he did, including his approach and demeanor, was part of a well-thought-out plan. There was nothing foolish or reckless in his actions. Among all the students this year, apart from the young lady from a prominent family and the district chief's daughter who had single-handedly defeated two Long Lings, Lin Mo stood out as a truly formidable opponent. This had the teachers deeply concerned. At that moment, the minister arrived, just as eager as everyone else about the situation. Was there really such a talented student? Despite his age, the man still carried himself with great style and poise. You really stand out. His expression clearly showed how pleased he was. Handsome and charismatic, he was everything one would expect from a minister. He announced that once the exam was over, Miss Man would be in touch with Lin Mo. We must provide him with the best resources to help him reach his full potential. The teachers immediately agreed. The exam hadn't even ended, and things were already feeling more relaxed. Once they dealt with the invisible, malevolent spirit demon, there would be no more obstacles. Now it was time to unwind. He stared at the sky, the clouds, the sea, and everything stretching between them. Every demon in this world held a unique story, a hidden power, just waiting to be unlocked. If Lin Mo were to form contracts with all of them, wouldn't that give him an entire army of demons at his command? The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Or perhaps the ultimate scene would be one where he stood alone at the peak of this world, with 1,000,000 demons kneeling before him. It might seem like a fantasy, but now was on the brink of becoming reality. The idea of having the world at his feet seemed more than just possible. It felt inevitable. Just imagine it gave him a rush of energy, as though he had gained an entire day's worth of strength in an instant. The teacher observing this was equally thrilled. It was clear that an extraordinary individual had emerged. The exam was over, and the results were in. Only 4 students remained, and among them, Lin Mo had performed the best, making him the undisputed winner. Out of the 6 participants who had chosen level A, Hao Kan and Mo King were the only ones to fail. Hao Kan, who had relied on a protective talisman, was disqualified, while Mo King, whose very name seemed cursed, fell prey to an invisible demon and was killed by a single slash. It was clear from the start that his journey had been doomed. The blonde-haired male student let out a sigh of relief at having survived. While he couldn't have any ambition to be at the top, the results showed that he had been fortunate enough to form a contract with a demon, even though he hadn't slain one. In the end, he scored 60 points. Liu Si, the young man with glasses, was only good at looking out for himself. His achievements were far from impressive. Instead of slaying demons, he had signed a contract with one and earned a score of 70 points. Then there was Sun Lai Lei, the boy with purple hair, who also signed a contract with a demon. He managed to kill 2 demons, scoring 80 points in total. But it was Lin Mo who truly surprised everyone. He had signed contracts with 2 weeping demons and 1 malevolent spirit, and had managed to kill 1 weeping demon and 1 malevolent spirit. His final score was an impressive 90 points. The other students were furious. The day before, they had mocked him, but now it was Lin Mo who was laughing all the way to the top. This exam had clearly belonged to him, and his reward was a pearl. By now, Lin Mo had accumulated 5 elementary demonic tear pearls, 1 intermediate malevolent spirit pearl from Guizhou, and now an advanced demonic tear pearl. This collection was enough to elevate his blood eye to the malevolent spirit level, unlocking his second skill. Truly remarkable. The other students were stunned as Lin Mo casually placed the pearl into a bag that, at first glance, appeared to be a simple trash bag. What a clueless kid. Did he just put the pearl in a trash bag? What they didn't realize was that the bag was actually filled with gold. The exam proctor then announced, "Congratulations to everyone who passed. You may now leave. You have all successfully overcome the challenges required to pass." The teacher's sweat continued to pour, and an overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped her heart. She could only hope and pray for the students' safe return. Just then, a message came through, news that the students were on their way back. But what followed was truly shocking, enough to bring tears to her eyes. How could this happen? The condition of the students is beyond tragic. Some are injured, others have lost an arm, some are blind. They all need to be rushed to the hospital immediately. As the students arrived, covered in blood, it was clear they couldn't last another second, let alone another minute. The teacher, panicking, called for help. her voice trembling as she desperately reached out to the doctors. There are students here losing blood. They need urgent care. Doctors, please help them. I'm not sure if they're heading for an exam or if this is their final moment. It's truly heartbreaking. The teacher began counting. 20 students had made it through the trial, but 10 were seriously injured. Only Lin Mo had survived, returning from the demon realm with an A grade. It was the most unexpected result, something no one could have foreseen. In a daze, the teacher approached him, still filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand how this boy, who had never seemed capable of surviving an A-level trial, had made it back unscathed. Lin Mo, are you okay? Why aren't you responding? Could the experience have affected your nerves? I'm fine now. It's all over, Lin Mo answered calmly. Overcome with emotion, the teacher wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. Her chest pressed against his face as she awkwardly and shyly embraced him, a mixture of relief and concern flooding her heart. The system's announcement echoed through the room. Lin Mo, with a score of 90 points, has achieved MVP. It was an unprecedented accomplishment, one that no one could have predicted. A boy who had once been at the bottom of his class was now leading the entire school, with the potential to become a true genius. It was an achievement beyond anyone's expectations, especially his own. Lin Mo's teacher couldn't hide her surprise. From being at rock bottom, his performance had skyrocketed, and he had now claimed the top spot in the entire grade for the A-level demon realm, all without a single injury. She gave him a congratulatory pat on the back. You're truly my student, she said. I always knew you could do it. Inside, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Had she forgotten all the time she had scolded him? The teacher then pointed to the bag on the desk. What's this? She asked. Lin Mo shrugged and replied, It's something I found in the demon realm. The teacher's eyes widened. You took something from the dead? I didn't expect a student to not only survive the A-level demon realm, but to take something from the dead as well. You've got guts. Looks like we got a new rising star. Just then, a sound broke the moment. They turned to see Hai Xiao Pan asleep nearby. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Has this guy been sleeping all day in the demon realm? When Lin Mo noticed Hai Xiao Pan's score, he nodded in approval. Not bad at all. Come on, wake up. Class is over. If you don't get up, the whole team will be in trouble. Wake up, and I'll treat you to a meal. Hai Xiao Pan grumbled as he woke, still half asleep. The slightly chubby guy was known for eating faster than anyone. Lin Mo chuckled. Your chubby buddy eats faster than anyone else. The two of them strolled down the street, searching for a place to eat when Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. It was his brother, Lin Feng. He said to Hai Xiao Pan, I'm going to take this call. Go ahead and pick out the dish. The voice on the other end spoke loudly. How's my good boy? Did you pass? Has Lin Mo been awarded MVP of the demon realm? Lin Feng, hearing the news on this end, laughed heartily. That's my son for you. And Soing chimed in, well done, son. Let's see who dares to call our boy foolish now. If you're short on money, just let us know. We've sold some rice these past few days. We'll send you a bit. Lin Mo replied cheerfully, the money's enough. Don't worry. I've earned quite a bit in the demon realm, and you two shouldn't work too hard. You're getting older. Lin Feng added with a smile, your mother and I are still in good health. Anyway, we're heading out for lunch now. Mo and I has really grown up. Now he's thinking about taking care of us. A wounded man, filled with resentment, thought to himself, you're safe for now, but we'll come for you eventually. Lin Feng, without hesitation, used the scythe in his hand to end the man's threat. He was angry. A tiny safety force, sooner or later, will defeat all you weaklings. And Zhou spoke up, this is the 7th time this year. The safety force won't detect us, right? Lin Feng responded firmly, definitely not. They're just expanding your search range. If they push me too far, I'll head into the city. And hearing this, pursed her lips. Go into the city for what? To create more trouble for Mo Nai. Lin Feng smirked and walked toward the safety headquarters. Let's send them all packing. A simple pot of food was brought out. Lin Mo was startled. Your chubby friend always invites people so politely. Hai Xiao Pan grinned, his eyes squinting in amusement. It's rare for him to treat us, so I might as well enjoy it. Lin Mo glanced at his wallet, and then 200 coins flew out, pinning the guy to the wall by his clothing. He asked, so what led you to make a pact with a demon in the demon realm? Hai Xiao Pan replied, at first, I made a deal with a lowly demon, and I ended up spending the whole day hiding there, starving. Lin Mo took a step back, realizing what this meant. He had spent an entire day in a trash heap. No wonder he smelled so bad. Hai Xiao Pan sighed, filled with regret. From now on, we're going our separate ways. I'm heading off to university, and you're going to grad school. When you start earning some money, don't forget about your old friends. Lin Mo, though he often claimed his theoretical knowledge was lacking, secretly thought that with the system, it didn't really matter whether he went to university or grad school. Suddenly, Hai Xiao Pan let out an excited shout as he stared at the screen. The announcement on TV was about the eldest daughter of the Safety Bureau, who had just killed 2 high-level malevolent spirits. Her portrait flashed across the screen. Lin Mo wasn't impressed. Given the Safety Bureau's resources, killing 2 high-level malevolent spirits was hardly an extraordinary feat. Hai Xiaopan immediately scolded him. You're the type to complain about grapes being sour just because you can't reach them. Look at your situation compared to hers. There's no way you're going to marry someone like that. Lin Mo shot back. Well, at least I didn't spend 3 years chasing after a girl and still fail to win her over. At those words, Hai Xiaopan's mood soured. He said nothing more and focused on his food. The system, sensing his shift in mood, awarded Lin Mo 10 points. As Hai Xiaopan continued eating, he praised the Safety Bureau's daughter, saying her impressive scores would surely get her into the best university. I could get into one of those schools too, he added. Don't forget to send me a few pictures when you're there. Lin Mo smirked and said, don't worry, I'll definitely take the photos that Jun Wangji asked for. Hai Xiaopan raised an eyebrow and asked again, who is Jun Wangji? Lin Mo responded briefly, he's a celebrity. He let a sigh of relief, suddenly realizing he had forgotten that Jun Wangji didn't exist in this world. After finishing their meal, Hai Xiaopan decided to leave early, and Lin Mo took a taxi to the Bayang residential area. The car sped off quickly, and Lin Mo began scrolling through his phone. But just as he was getting absorbed in it, the car jerked violently. He stuck his head out of the window and noticed that this route didn't seem to be heading toward Bayang residential area at all. Seeing the driver's expression, panic quickly set in. Oh no, I'd gotten into the wrong car. The driver swiftly swerved the wheel and announced, we've arrived. The car made a sharp turn, and the driver opened the door, pushing Lin Mo out. Boss, they've arrived. Lin Mo found himself facing the back of a woman. He couldn't help but think, not bad. And Ran turned around, a satisfied smile on her face. Lin Mo frowned, clearly unimpressed. It seemed the only thing worth noticing was her back. She got angry and snapped. What did you say? At that moment, the system added 20 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo hadn't expected that, but her face. It seemed strangely familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. Without warning, and Ran stepped forward, kicked the car behind Lin Mo, and said, the intel I got tells me you've collected quite a few demon pearls in the demon realm, huh? Know your place and hand them over. I might leave one for you. Lin Mo hadn't expected to find kidnappings and extortion in this world as well. Big sis, he said with a grin, I've always been straightforward. What good is leaving one behind? You might as well take them all. And Rand's anger flared. I'm talking about the demon pearl, she snapped. Lin Mo shifted the conversation. What kind of pig is the demon pearl? Is its meat any good? Her patience snapped. Do you dare talk back to me? You still don't understand the danger you're in, do you? Haven't you been following the news? Do you know the Black Abyss gang? I'm the leader. Half a month ago, the safety department surrounded me, and I had to fight my way out of Dongping, escaping through a bloody path to Xiping. When did that happen? Lin Mo teased. Must have been exhausting, right? I think you should rest now, don't you? And Rand's rage boiled over. What if I don't want to rest? This isn't any of your business. I'm just concerned. He replied calmly, if you're tired, you should take a break. Don't push yourself too hard. The system rewarded him with 20 points. And Rand's fury surged even more. Enough talk. Hand over the demon pearl now. The system added another 60 points. One of the men behind her raised a knife and spoke up. Boss, stop wasting time with him. Just take it. Panic flashed across Lin Mo's face. Damn it, they really want to take my waist. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Two of her subordinates summoned demons and opened the demon pouch, sending the creatures charging toward Lin Mo. And Rand gave the command, attack. The little demon creatures from the demon pouch lunged at Lin Mo, but he managed to dodge their advances. Lin Mo slowly got to his feet, his mind racing. This was his first time facing a demon master. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. The little demon and the impact demon charged toward Lin Mo as soon as they received the order. Lin Mo remembered hearing on the news about a gang involved in robberies. However, he doubted the Safety Bureau would ignore them for long. As he thought about it, he realized this was something he could handle. A smirk crossed his face as he wondered just how strong these enemies really were. Zhuang Han, clearly infuriated, snapped, Kid, don't underestimate others. He turned to the drunken demon, a master of intoxicated combat, and ordered him to spit a large mouthful of liquor at Lin Mo. Immediately, Lin Mo pinched his nose. The stench of alcohol was overwhelming and something felt off. His head began to spin. Maybe this would work after all. The strange yet effective tactic was starting to take hold. And Rand watched him stagger, a pleased look on her face. Let me show you a bit of our power. She issued the command. Summon the mummy demon and the dream phantom demon. Lin Mo was taken aback. She had actually summoned two high-level weeping demons. and Ran shouted, "Mummy Demon, Dream Phantom, attack." Without warning, the Mummy Demon slammed both fists into the ground, sending shockwaves through Lin Mo's body. Sensing danger, Lin Mo quickly threw 2 slips of paper toward himself. Then, without hesitation, he slapped his own face hard. Damn, come on. He slapped the other side of his face and followed up with a few more. And Ran and her group were left stunned. That was truly ruthless. The slips of paper darted toward Lin Mo's feet with speed, and Ran, certain she was about to catch him, was thrilled. But Lin Mo managed to dodge just in time. Juai Han and Ran were both caught off guard. Was it all a bluff? How had he pinpointed the position of the Mummy Demon? One of Lin Mo's eyes suddenly turned red, and the others immediately noticed, exclaiming in unison, "Blood Eye." This could get dangerous. Lin Mo commanded them to charge together, and they ordered their demons to attack in unison. Rolling up his sleeve, he declared, "It's my turn now." He summoned a powerful weeping demon profane sound, revealing its fate. As she played her instrument, the demons clutched their heads in agony, and Ran's group felt the intense headache as well. Lin Mo quickly assessed the situation in his mind. He knew he needed a decisive strike. If he didn't land one, he would surely perish once the effect wore off. He summoned another demon and ordered it to go into extreme mode, directing it to slaughter their enemies. Both sides, uncoordinated, charged at one another, and Ran, the leader of the Black Abyss gang, winced in pain from the sharp, piercing noise that attacked her eardrums. Lin Mo stood still for a moment, his gaze sharp as he observed the situation. He knew that to defeat the enemy, he had to target the leader first. Suddenly, he raised his hand in a signal, directing the demon to eliminate the one behind the others. The extreme demon growled in response and lunged past the malevolent spirits, directly attacking Ran, the Black Abyss gang's boss. The demon struck with a powerful, decisive slash, but Ran narrowly dodged in time. Lin Mo was taken aback. She had managed to avoid the blow. A malevolent spirit had quickly shielded her. The dark light from the dream demon might have been a passive skill, limited to a specific area. Once it was controlled, it automatically broke free. The malevolent spirit quickly removed her from the battle, and Ran swiftly regained her defensive position. She was stunned by Lin Mo's strength. In the past, she had tested a few students fresh from their exams. Not only did they activate few skills, but their control over them was weak, making them easy to defeat. But the person standing before her was astonishingly strong. Lin Mo was also deep in thought, calculating his next move. The Demon Master is no easy opponent, he thought. If I can't take down that phenol clown, I'll deal with the rest of you first. Then, the 2 members of the Black Abyss gang still hadn't escaped the black light when Devil's Extreme charged forward, ready to strike. And Ran, the boss of the Black Abyss gang, shouted in panic, "This is bad!" But it was too late. Devil's Extreme had swiftly severed Juai Han's leg. Furious, Lin Mo gave an order. Though his strike missed by a small margin, it still had an impact. Devil's Extreme continued attacking, though his attention wavered due to Juai Han's severed leg. Lin Fan frowned. "Damn it, I lost control." Devil's Extreme quickly savored the meal before him. Lin Fan clenched his fists, trying to suppress the turmoil in his mind. Controlling the malevolent spirit of a heavy demon master was far more difficult than he had anticipated. As the profane sound revealing fate finished its resonance and entered its cooldown period, the malevolent spirits being controlled began to break free from their restraints. Juai Han's scream of agony cut through the chaos, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Devil's Extreme remained seated, leisurely enjoying his prize. The little demon descended from above like a flash of lightning, charging straight at Devil's Extreme. The piece of meat fell from his mouth and rolled onto the ground. Enraged, Devil's Extreme turned to strike at the malevolent spirit. "How dare you disturb me while I'm eating?" The glare from Devil's Extreme grew more menacing than ever, the battlefield descending into chaos filled with terrifying screams. And Ran, the leader of the Black Abyss gang, quickly issued commands. "This is our fault. We didn't expect him to form an alliance with 3 demons. Saving the person is the priority. We need to leave now." Without a moment's hesitation, the Black Abyss gang's subordinates hastily retreated, dragging the severely injured Juai Han along. They rushed toward the parked vehicle. "Get in the car." Inside, the group of escapees trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking their backs. The car raced away, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. And Ran, the leader, also made a quick retreat. "I won't forget your face. This isn't over." Lin Mo offered a faint, calm smile. "Next time we meet, make sure you're dressed properly. Your clothes are torn, I can see everything." The system then flashed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for earning 30 points for breaking the barrier." Yet Lin Mo felt a strange, familiar sensation as if he had seen her before. He recalled an image from the past, something that seemed like Gao Tai Tai. Without delay, he began searching for information on her. Gao Tai Tai was the daughter of Director in Tone, and the Demon Pearl could be hers for the taking. So why was she here, trying to steal a few of his demon legs? The situation puzzled him even more. The more he searched, the clearer it became. It really seemed like her. But what was going on? Lin Mo turned to his side. Suan Tong, brother, what do you think? Miss Xu Tongyu also considered the matter carefully before speaking. Based on my analysis, the similarity is about 80%. Lin Mo gave a thumbs up in admiration. Indeed, professionals were in a league of their own, but something puzzled him. Why had the daughter of the head of the safety department set her sights on him? He couldn't stop thinking about it. Yet the more he thought, the more questions arose. Wasn't she supposed to be incredibly strong, according to the news? How could she not handle him on her own? The confusion only deepened. Never mind, he decided. There was no need to overthink it. Lin Mo picked up a gem, secretly smiling to himself. He wasn't empty-handed after all. They had dropped their loot after he defeated them. He looked around with a confused expression. What is this place? He shouted. If you're going to drag me to some godforsaken hole, at least take me back. How the hell am I supposed to get home now? In the dimly lit storage room, a scream echoed. Suang Han's face had gone pale as cold sweat dripped down. He was being treated urgently by a doctor, his wounds roughly stitched up. Boss and Ran of the Black Abyss gang stood nearby, offering words of encouragement. Hang in there. Suang Han gritted his teeth, his lips pale. Sorry, it's all my fault. I've dragged everyone down. Hearing this, her eyes flickered with emotion. Dragged down? You've always been by my side. Everything you've done has been for me, and I'm truly grateful. How could I ever blame you? We were just unlucky to run into him. That guy was too strong. Another gang member, his face twisted with anger, spoke up. If that damn bastard hadn't stolen the fate of your ghost, you would have had to go after that kid. She quickly wiped her face, her gaze hardening. Her words were firm with resolve. If I ever run into him again, I'll make sure to avenge you. The night was calm, the air cool, and the door to the room slightly open. Lin Mo stepped in, his face clearly showing frustration. What a stroke of bad luck, having to bike all the way back from who knows where. He collapsed onto the bed, his body exhausted. His eyes squinted as his mind began to drift towards sleep. Suddenly, a noise from upstairs jolted him awake, and his face flushed with anger. Lin Mo sat up quickly, shouting, "Damn it, making noise at this hour." He gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath with visible irritation. The landlord's family. Every night, their son makes a racket saying, "Last time I complained, they actually yelled at me like I was the problem." A dark smile curled on his lips. "Tonight, I'll make them regret it." He immediately called on the high-level weeping demon and gave her his instructions. "Wait a bit, then do it like this." Upstairs, a sound of karaoke music filled the air. People were gathered, laughing and chatting. The landlord's son, holding a microphone, enthusiastically shouted, "Let me sing one more song." Suddenly, the mother, sitting on the sofa, shivered. She glanced toward the window, puzzled. "Why do I feel a chill down my spine all of a sudden?" She turned to her husband, her voice hushed and edged with fear. "Do you think there's a ghost in the house?" The husband, calm and unbothered, reassured her. "Don't worry. All the ghosts in the city were dealt with by the safety department a long time ago. It's probably just the storm." Their son, annoyed, complained, "What are you two talking about? Aren't you even paying attention to my singing?" The father burst into laughter, trying to ease the tension. "Your parents are still listening. Go on, son." The son, undeterred by his mother's puzzled expression, continued to sing into the microphone. The living room light flickered, and the mother jumped in surprise. A father, attempting to stay calm, reassured her. "The electricity's just a bit unstable. Don't worry about it." The mother turned her head instinctively, her expression blank and filled with fear. "How could the power go out like this when the TV is still on?" she asked, her voice shaky. On the screen, a ghost with long, disheveled hair suddenly appeared. The mother and son both screamed in terror. The ghost, as if responding, turned off the TV. The father grabbed the remote and pressed the power button. Turning around, he asked, "What's going on with you two?" The mother and son both let out a relieved breath. Still looking bewildered, the father added, "Where did that ghost on the TV come from?" Panicking, the mother's eyes widened. "The ghost is behind you." The father whipped around, his heart pounding. A cold, raspy voice suddenly echoed from behind them, freezing them in place. "Who's singing in the middle of the night? Who is calling out to me?" A shrill scream rang out, and Lin Mo, thoroughly satisfied, smiled. "Congratulations, host, you've earned 60 points for disrupting the room." He grinned in contentment before giving an order to the high-level weeping demon. "Send the ghost back." From the room above, angry shouts followed. "Singing at this hour, calling out ghosts. I'll teach you a lesson. You won't dare sing again. Now I can finally get some sleep, brother." In the hallway, Lin Mo casually bumped into the two members of the host family as they were descending the stairs. He raised his hand in a cheerful greeting to the father and son. "Host, what happened last night to get you so worked up?" The boy, one hand pressed against his cheek and the other holding his father's hand, tried to pull away. But Lin Mo wasn't easily fooled. he teased the boy. "Hey kid, what's with the face? Did you get a beating?" The boy's father looked clearly unsettled by the events of the night before. "Don't even mention it. Last night, Chiu even brought a ghost with him." Linmo smirked, seizing the opportunity to gossip. "A ghost, you say? I didn't see any in my room." "It's probably because your son was singing last night." That's when True Cup Kwai showed up. At that moment, the father kicked the boy in frustration, causing him to yelp. "You little rascal, singing in the middle of the night." After scolding his mischievous son, the father turned to Lin Mo as if seeking his help with the situation. "Little brother, you wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you? Can you help me deal with this ghost? My family hasn't had a peaceful night in ages." Lin Mo scratched his head, pretending to consider it for a moment. "This is easy enough. After all, I'm a high-ranking ghost tamer. Those small ghosts are nothing to me, but I'm behind on rent." The father immediately understood the hint and raised his hand. "No need for payment." At this, Lin Mo's expression brightened as though he just struck gold. His attitude changed instantly, and he agreed. "All right then, take me to see it." Cut to the scene. Once Lin Mo was invited into the host's house, he quickly sprinkled salt around the area. Then he filled his mouth with water and spat it out forcefully onto the family, as if venting his own frustrations. After completing 7,749 rituals, Lin Mo left the house in high spirits. The musical demon had been successfully exorcised, and next time, all he needed to do was avoid seeing late at night. Behind him, the entire family was in good spirits, except for the rebellious son. "Thank you, master. You're truly amazing." Once the family turned away and shut the door, Lin Mo's phone rang. He unlocked it, his mood shifting from cheerful to serious as he read a message from his junior asking him to come. After replying, his attention was caught by a notification. A chubby guy wanted to play the Glory of Vain game with him. It reminded him of a game he used to play in his past life. "Well, after all, I'm a king. I've reached bronze and platinum levels." When he got home, he wasted no time and immediately jumped into a few rounds of Xiao Ban. As the names of the players appeared on his phone, a notification signaled that the match had been set. A small smile tugged at his lips. Just as he thought, the setup was similar to that old game and Shu Tong Gyue was included. Perfect. He had just been practicing his skills. He scrolled through and selected the character with the octopus tentacles and its special outfit to join the game. Without hesitation, he sent a message to the other players, clearly showing his confidence. "Mike Shu Tong Gyue has fought against the 5 deadly forces before. You guys can just wait to lose." One of the players responded, "Kim Thuong is solid. Don't act clueless. I've already checked your battle record. 12 consecutive hits." Lin Mo grinned and replied, "Even I can land 1 consecutive hit. Kim Thuong is solid. I've seen it. Anyway, let's see what happens." The outcome is still undecided. It's a draw. It seems like no one believes in you. All right, watch this. I'll make you all open your eyes and show you just how powerful I am. The scene quickly shifted to the game where he arrived and asked his friends for help in clearing a path. In middle school, friends were always ready to support each other. The characters on the screen began to take shape, looking just like those from a mobile MOBA game. At that moment, he saw an opportunity. This was it. Without a second thought, he launched an attack, forcing the enemy to fall back. "That mummy is moving pretty fast. I'm actually impressed." Damn, it dodged the critical hit too. Just then, the mummy retaliated with a binding skill. Lin Mo was intrigued and quickly countered. "To think you try to strike back. The moment you did, I already predicted your move. This match is as good as mine." Su Tong Gai activated a reflection skill, and just like that, the victory swings in favor of our protagonist. And Ran, the boss of the Black Abyss gang, lay in a hammock, looking frustrated as she played something on her device. What kind of player is Su Tong Gai? Even a level 2 player is beating me. No way. I need to get my revenge. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still immersed in his game when a notification popped up, leaving him speechless, his jaw dropping. "Congratulations, you have earned 10 breakthrough points. Where did those come from? But whatever, I'll just keep playing and finish this match. Must be that player controlling that damn mummy. Fine, whatever." Laughing to himself, he felt lucky again, picking up more rewards. "Looks like the little mummy's calling me over here." In the game, the character relentlessly attacked the enemy from the left with a great kill special skill, then swiftly moved to the right to strike again, chaining a series of kills before continuing to attack straight ahead. Soon, the system began displaying notifications nonstop. "Congratulations, the player has received 10 breakthrough points. Congratulations, a player has received 10 breakthrough points." Before long, the game ended in a decisive victory over thousands of soldiers. "Congratulations, a player has received 10 breakthrough points. Congratulations, the player has received 10 breakthrough points." On one side, there was overwhelming victory, but on the other, only defeat. The Black Abyss gang boss and Ran was so furious his face darkened, his expression twisted, and he was left speechless. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, is Su Tong you out of her mind? She's taking me out all by herself. I haven't even given up yet. I'm playing and struggling, making all kinds of faces, and here she comes again. This is going to drive me insane. Before long, Lin Mo's side claimed victory. After finishing the game, Lin Mo stretched and couldn't hide his satisfaction. He had earned 100 points and wondered how the other player was doing at that moment. Just then, his phone rang with a friend request notification from Xiao He. After glancing at the profile, he felt a spark of curiosity. Must be the guy controlling the zombie demon, huh? Though handsome, Lin Mo wasn't naive. He knew exactly what the other player was up to. Without a second thought, he rejected the request, deciding to avoid his friend's anger. No chance. Thinking nothing would come of it, Lin Mo was soon met with another notification from the system. Congratulations, a player has received 10 breakthrough points. Seeing this, Lin Mo's face brightened with joy as he sat down cross-legged, folding his arms in satisfaction. It was clear he had earned more points. However, his happiness was short-lived as he spoke, recalling the name of the mummy. Su Tong used two abilities not only had the power to great control, but also reflected attacks back at the opponent. Lin Mo reached into his pocket and started searching for something. In a real battle, that reflected counterattack would be the deciding factor in victory. He pulled out a collection of demon pearls, likely intended to level up Su Tong Gyu. Holding the pearls close to his eyes, he began chanting a counterattack spell. His eyes immediately turned red, and at the same time, the system notified him that Su Tong Gyu's loyalty had increased by 5%. Su Tong Gyu then leveled up to Advanced Weeping Demon, reaching the primary malevolent spirit level. Using magic, Lin Mo activated the floating screen, and as expected, it leveled up twice in a row. Without hesitation, he activated the system again, triggering Su Tong Gyu's counterattack skill once more. The system deducted 500 points from his breakthrough, unlocking Su Tong Gyu's second counterattack ability. The system displayed the details of this new skill at level 1. Active skill, triggered when the opponent gains control over you. Reflects 50% of the damage back to the opponent, consumes 50 spiritual aura, and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. After upgrading the skill, Lin Mo stood in awe, not expecting the ultimate technique to be so powerful. On top of that, it also reduced the cooldown time. He stood up to admire the counterattack's effects. However, with such a powerful skill, it was only logical that the cooldown time would be lengthy. As he gazed at Su Tong Gyu's striking face, feeling the thrill of achieving his goal, Lin Mo noted that one loot represented the Weeping Demon, while two loots represented the Malevolent Spirit. This meant that as the level increased, more eye rings would appear. He couldn't help but wonder what his eyes would look like when they reached the highest level. A sudden knock on the door broke into Lin Mo's thoughts. He quickly regained his composure and wondered who could be visiting at this hour. Walking over to the door of his apartment, he asked, "Can I help you?" Zhu Feng greeted him with a bright smile. "I'm the principal of Bayang Academy." Lin Mo was taken aback. Zhu Feng had come to personally invite him to the academy. He eagerly shook the man's hand, filled with a sense of excitement. The principal himself had come to find him. What an honor. But why had he never heard of this school before? He stepped aside to let Zhu Feng in, but the man paused after a few steps and turned back. "Lin Mo, your living situation seems rather modest, doesn't it?" Confused, Lin Mo asked, "Is something wrong?" Zhu Feng enthusiastically handed him a piece of paper. "Not at all. I just wanted to let you know that Bayang Academy will provide free accommodation and tuition. Looks like you'll be saving quite a bit." Lin Mo took the paper, and as Zhu Feng explained the scholarship, he was stunned. The certificate was from a highly respected university. Intrigued, Lin Mo thought to himself, the tuition for Demon Slayer Academy is tens of thousands a year, and now there's financial support. This would be a huge relief for his family. If everything were fully covered, it would be an incredibly tempting offer. Zhu Feng slammed the admission form down on the table with enthusiasm. "So, what do you think? Since I personally recruited you, once you're accepted, you'll go straight into the elite class for your chosen major. So, what's your decision? Shall we sign the form?" He stepped closer, holding a pen in one hand while pulling him forward with the other. Seeing Lin Mo hesitate to sign, Zhu Feng paused, then suddenly asked, "What's the ranking of Bayang Academy?" At the question, Lin Mo froze. Zhu Feng forced a smile and tried to cover his discomfort with a smooth reply. "Our Zhang is like a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. We don't care about those trivial rankings. We're all about fighting for the people. Rankings are just vanity. They're not important." But Lin Mo wasn't convinced. He shot back with a question that left Zhu Feng speechless. "You guys aren't just herding chickens, are you?" Panicked, Zhu Feng scrambled to explain. "What are you talking about?" Bayang University is the largest in the province, outstanding in every way, and our school produces a wealth of talented graduates. Lin Mo turned to him with a suggestion. Then why don't you list a few? A cold sweat broke out on Zhu Feng's forehead. He placed a hand on Lin Mo's shoulder and mumbled, "Well, there's Zhang Mao Mo and Liu Shang. There are so many, I can't even remember them all." At that moment, a woman strode forward, the sharp click of her high heels echoing through the room. She boldly pointed out, "You can't list anyone because there's no one, right?" A man standing across from them laughed and added, "The largest area in the province is 14,000 square meters, and it's all just boasting, right?" Caught off guard, Zhu Feng's confidence began to waver. He sneered, trying to regain his composure, and threw a glance at the woman as he boasted, "But all of our teachers are demon masters of level 6 or higher." A man, with a sly smile, pressed on, "Because you're the only teacher at the whole school, right?" Completely exposed, Zhu Feng froze, unable to respond. Lin Mo was completely taken aback when he heard the news. What? The entire school had decided to make him both the principal and a teacher. She removed her glasses and extended her hand to greet him. "Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Amen, a teacher at Xu Fein Academy." Lin Mo shook her hand in return. Amen then cheerfully handed him a piece of paper and continued, "I come to invite you to join our school. Xu Fein Academy is ranked 1st in the province and 10th nationwide. We would like to offer you, Lin Mo, a place here." As Lin Mo looked at the two admission letters, one held high in her hand, the other lying on the ground, Zhu Feng knew it was time to step aside. Sighing, he stepped forward, awkwardly picked his own letter back up, and with some difficulty said, "It's fine. If someone were just an ordinary applicant, they'd choose Zhu Feng. I understand. It's disappointing to lose such a promising student, but that's all right. Maybe we'll have another chance to work together in the future." Zhu Feng looked thoroughly disheartened. Just then, her phone rang. Amen pulled it from her pocket and saw that the caller was the director of the Ministry of Education. As soon as she answered, a loud voice on the other end informed her that Lin Mo's admission to Zhu Feng had been cancelled. Zhu Feng stopped in his tracks to listen. Amen looked confused by the sudden change and was about to ask for an explanation when Zheng Shan quickly spoke, not pausing for breath. "Director Gao and Deputy Director Sun of the Ministry of Public Security have instructed that Lin Mo be blacklisted. He is no longer allowed to enroll at any educational institution, whether elementary, middle, high school, or university." At these words, Lin Mo's mind flashed back to the time he had met her. Deputy Director Sun of the Ministry of Public Security, isn't she the parent of Sun My Lai? So, is this why I've been blacklisted? Amin furrowed her brow and asked, her voice rising, "What makes you think you have the right to ban me?" He responded nonchalantly, "This isn't your business. Anyway, Lin Mo is finished. Just another one-hit wonder. Xu Feng is a dime a dozen." After Zheng Shan hung up, there was a moment of silence, still in shock from what had just happened. Amen turned to Lin Mo and asked, "Did you offend someone?" Lin Mo frowned slightly and admitted, "I might have." She was clearly overwhelmed by the situation and sighed, "Zhang University has banned you. Even if you have potential, it'll be wasted. I'll try to talk to the Ministry of Education to get you a spot at another university, but it might not be easy." Amen sighed deeply and gave Lin Mo a gentle pat on the shoulder. Lin Mo looked up at her and asked, "If I don't go to university, does that mean I can't study on my own?" At once, Amen shook her head. "University gives you the credentials to enter the demon realm. Without it, you won't be able to access important areas there. And without the theoretical knowledge from university, you won't be able to pass the Demon Master certification. No team will take you. You should apologize to the person you offended. Maybe they'll forgive you, and you could still have a chance to go to university." Amen gave him this advice with a hopeful smile, but Lin Mo's response was defiant. "No way. Apologize for what? She was clearly in the wrong first. Why should I apologize?" Zhu Feng, who had remained quiet until then, clapped his hands and said, "Very righteous, I like it. Who says you can't do anything without a university degree?" Bayang added, "We need you." He swiftly pulled out the admission paper with an air of authority. Lin Mo, hearing this, became intrigued. "Does Bayang Academy have the credentials to enter the demon realm?" he asked. Zhu Feng stroked his beard, exuding confidence. "Of course, we have all the necessary teaching certifications and qualifications. We are a recognized institution in the province." Lin Mo, still a bit puzzled, responded, "But earlier, on the phone, they said they'd informed all universities to ban me." Zhu Feng shot him a glance, sneering, "Bayang is honorable and pure. How could we possibly associate with the people from the Security Bureau?" I paid no attention to their notice. Amen, feeling slighted, managed a forced smile. At this, Lin Mo couldn't help but praise. "The principal is truly noble." "Ah, you're not convinced, are you?" "Not convinced at all," Zhu Feng said with a grin, clearly pleased with the compliment. He quickly retrieved the admission form and urged, "Now, just sign it." Lin Mo didn't hesitate, agreeing without a second thought. Then he asked again for confirmation on the waiver of tuition and accommodation fees. Su Feng answered without delay, of course both tuition and dormitory fees are waived. The dorms are high-rise, clean, spacious, and hassle-free. Just sign it. While Zhu Feng urged Lin Mo to sign, a man stood at the back, seething with anger. Lin Mo, reassured by the excellent treatment and the integrity of the people around him, felt certain that studying here was his only option. Zhu Feng took the signed admission form and beamed. Congratulations, you're now a student at Bayang Academy. Lin Mo looked at him, offering a small smile, feeling a sense of happiness inside. Bayang Academy was the only institution in the province that accepted him. If not here, where else could he go? Zhu Feng gently patted Lin Mo's shoulder and asked, by the way, do you know any classmates who might want to come to Bayang and learn? If you refer someone, you'll earn a pure body demon continent as a reward. Lin Mo's face lit up at the sound of such an attractive offer. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Hai Xiao Pan, right? Do you also attend Bayang Academy? Su Feng stood nearby, feeling pleased with himself for having recruited Lin Mo. A man could only watch from a distance, silently regretting his missed opportunity. Once a rising star, he was now being overshadowed by the safety bureau. At the demon material market, the street was quiet, though the lights still blazed brightly. As Lin Mo walked by, the market owner called out, "Hey, brother, come take a look. A starving ghost just caught. Big discount, big discount." Lin Mo walked over to inspect the creature and asked the owner, what abilities does this starving ghost have? The owner eagerly explained, listing its features. Ability 1, it eats quickly and can consume demons that are up to 2 levels below it. Ability 2, it curses hunger, marking its target and causing them to suffer from intense hunger, a form of minor control. The starving ghost stared at Lin Mo, drooling and whining in hunger. Lin Mo paused, deep in thought. The abilities of the starving ghost didn't seem extraordinary. The real issue was that his contract limit was already reached. To make room for the creature, he would need to accumulate 1,000 points to unlock the ability to break through the defense. Otherwise, he would have to let it go. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together and moved closer, trying to persuade him. Are you a student, my friend? I'll give you a special price minus 500,000. What do you think? Upon hearing the price, Lin Mo curled his lips in disdain. This shopkeeper. The market value for a starving ghost is only 100,000. Clearly, he's trying to scam me. He kept his cool, continuing to set the trap with calculated patience. This ghost of yours isn't bad, but could you bring the price down a bit more? The shopkeeper stroked his beard awkwardly and replied, given our fateful meeting, I'll offer a 20% discount. How about 400,000? Lin Mo gave a sly, knowing smile and tapped the cage lightly. But this ghost of yours isn't ripe, is it? The shopkeeper, clearly confused, responded, what do you mean? It's not a melon. Why would it need to be ripe? Lin Mo's expression darkened as he took on a menacing tone. If it's not ripe, how can I eat it? The shopkeeper and the ghost both froze in fear, their hearts racing as if they might jump out of their chests. Just then, the system's voice rang out, congratulations, host, you've earned 20 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo glanced down, evaluating the situation before continuing. Also, how much does this starving ghost weigh? Can you weigh it? I'm worried it might be a few kilograms short. He thought for a moment before asking, will even a starving ghost make me hungry? Wouldn't that be a loss for me? Do you have any well-fed ghosts here? As he spoke, he took a few more steps closer to the iron cage. The ghost inside, seeing Lin Mo's shadow draw near, was so terrified it nearly fainted. Furious, the shopkeeper yelled, get out, I'm not selling it anymore. No sooner had he finished shouting than the system chimed again. Congratulations, host, you've earned 100 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction as the points were added. He pouted, turned on his heel, and walked away, clicking his tongue in mockery. This shopkeeper really has no patience. The shopkeeper, seething with anger, felt both frustrated and deeply unsettled. On this side, Sun Mai Li was walking alongside Sun Miao. He turned to comfort her, saying, the brat who offended you. Our father has already banned him from being recruited. Why aren't you happy? He had the nerve to offend us without any backing. He deserves it. The anger and resentment in her heart were clearly reflective on her face. I'm still angry. I really want to get rid of all this frustration right here and now. Suddenly, some commotion caught Sun Mai Li's attention. She looked toward the crowd and saw Lin Mo in a state of agitation. That's him. Sun Mao sneered, putting on a show. Let's see if he can get any revenge for you. At that moment, Lin Mo was still arguing with some shopkeepers. Boss, look at this demon pearl of yours. It's cracked. The quality's average, yet you're asking 200,000 for it. That's a bit much, don't you think? How about 20,000 instead? The shopkeeper nearly lost his temper. 20,000? Kid, are you trying to rob me? He walked up, snatched the demon pearl from Lin Mo's hand, and paid for it at the original price, leaving Lin Mo completely stunned. Sun Miao shot Lin Mo a contemptuous glance and sneered, "If you don't have the money, don't come to the market." He was humiliating the demon master. Sun Mai Lai, standing beside him, grinned in satisfaction. Lin Mo frowned, feeling irritated. "So it's Sun Mai Lai? You want to mess with me? Fine, I'll show you what I'm capable of." Sun Miao grinned, handed the card to the shopkeeper, and said, "Swipe it. Unlike some people, I actually know how to save face for the demon master." The man smiled widely. "Sir, that'll be 600,000 in total." Ling Mo pointed at the pearl in his hand and scoffed, "Who's really losing face for the demon master here? You paid 600,000 for a cracked demon pearl like that. The demonic energy inside must have dissipated by at least 40%. I'd still say 300,000 is too much." Sun Mai stared at Yuan Zhao, his expression filled with confusion and skepticism, as Lin Mo's soft laughter echoed through the air. It all made sense now. It was just a ploy to trap a group of Mave buyers like you. His anger flared, and he shot a sharp glare at Lin Mo. "I have the money. If I want to buy something, I'll buy it. I enjoy collecting cracked demon pearls. What can you do about it? Unlike you country folk, you can't even afford one," he sneered. Lin Mo burst out laughing, clearly amused. He raised his voice and shouted, "Shop owners, bring out your cracked demon pearls. We've got a big spender here ready to buy at a premium price." The crowd around them quickly became excited, eager to see the exchange. This gentleman here is purchasing a total of 30 cracked demon pearls, originally worth 8.6 million, now offered at just 8 million. As the two men closed in on Sun Miao, he began to feel increasingly uncomfortable. Sun Mai Lai, sensing the tension, stepped forward to ease the situation. "Brother, let's go," she urged. Just as they were about to leave, the system suddenly issued an alert. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 10 points for breaking the blockade." Lin Mo flashed a sly grin, eyeing the pair. "You think you can walk away so easily?" he said with a mocking tone. He suddenly pointed at Sun Miao and called out loudly, "Aren't you the son of Deputy Director's son from the Safety Bureau? With all that money, you can't even make a purchase. Didn't you say you were going to buy? Now you're backing out. Doesn't that make you a liar? You wouldn't want your father's good name tarnished by someone like you." The faces of Sun Miao and Sun Mai Lai darkened, their glares sharp as they turned toward Lin Mo, gritting their teeth in frustration. The crowd around them began to murmur quietly. The Sun family was certainly wealthy, and it seemed they were trying to prevent cracked demon pearls from flooding the market. Their sudden withdrawal must have been part of a larger strategy to keep the prices from plummeting. He stood amidst the murmurs, his face darkening with frustration. "Isn't that Director Sun's son? Seems like he's the talented sophomore from Su Feng University. If he wants to buy it back, it must be genuine." Without hesitation, he pulled out his card in anger, his teeth clenched. "Fine, I'll buy the 8 million demon pearl. Bring it here." The man grinned widely and handed it over. "Thank you, boss. Here's your demon pearl." Sun Miao took the box with the demon pearl, his face growing pale. 8 million should be spent on a demon pearl for cultivation, but instead, I'm stuck with this worthless piece of junk. Sun Mai Lai, standing beside him, spoke up in frustration. "Brother, this country bumpkin is really ruthless." The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you've earned 200 breakthrough points." Lin Mo approached with a soft chuckle, clapping his hands in front of them. "Well done, very impressive." Both Sun Miao and Mai Li glared at him, stepping forward with gritted teeth. "Lin Mo, this is all your fault. Are you looking to die? Someone kill him. Kill him now." Lin Mo heard this and couldn't help but yawn, sighing. "Should you be thanking me instead? Did you want to crack demon pearl? I'm just helping you out." Fuming, Sun Miao pointed at Lin Mo, shouting, "Lin Mo, I challenge you." The crowd around them couldn't help but murmur in surprise. He's challenging a sophomore to a fight. They're not even in the same league. Maybe he just wants revenge. Lin Mo crossed his arms, sneering as he looked at Sun Miao. A sophomore challenging a high school student? You have no shame? Sun Miao, seething with anger, held out the pearl box. "If you win, all these demon pearls will be yours." He stared blankly at the object placed before him, his ears filled with Sun Zhao's haunting words. 800,000 demon pearls. Do you dare accept the challenge? Lin Mo shot him a cold glance, his face unreadable, while his mind worked quickly. Despite the demon pearls being cracked, they were still worth at least 2 million. If there was a chance to take them, why not? Sun Mai Lai, clearly irritated, sneered, "Are you afraid?" Without a second thought, Lin Mo met their gazes, calm and unshaken. "I accept your challenge." At that moment, the crowd surrounding the arena erupted in cheers. "Kid, not bad, not bad. I'm rooting for you. Xu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Some in the crowd even laughed quietly. Sun Miao is the prized disciple of this school's top instructor. How could a high school student possibly win? Below the stands and Ran, the leader of the Black Abyss gang, caught sight of Lin Mo. She was surprised but quickly realized that if anyone could stand a chance, it might be him. Without hesitation, she raised her voice in support. Take down Xu Feng's man. Crush him. Sun Miao glared at Lin Mo, his tone icy. Before we begin, let me make one thing clear. If you end up crippled or lose a limb, don't blame me. Perhaps this was a chance to take revenge for the insult Lin Mo had given him earlier. He certainly wouldn't let Lin Mo get the better of him. If you can't win, just run. Losing to a sophomore wouldn't be shameful. Lin Mo showed no sign of fear as he replied, he talks too much. With that, he summoned the Devil's Extreme. At his command, the creature charged forward, ready for the attack. Sun Miao swiftly avoided the first strike, though he was momentarily caught off guard by the primary malevolent spirit. He smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. But my demon is the strongest. In the blink of an eye, a powerful group of malevolent spirits appeared. The drowning demon and the lightning demon stood ready for battle. Lin Mo watched quietly, impressed by his opponent's skill. Sun Miao certainly wasn't lacking in ability. The surrounding crowd also showered him with praise. The match seemed perfectly balanced, a flawless mix of attack and defense. The third-year student appeared doomed. Surrendering might be the wisest choice to avoid further harm. However, one person in the crowd wasn't so sure. Despite the strength of the lightning and drowning demons, their freezing time was quite long. If the third-year student could time his strike just right, he might still have a chance. A man beside her chuckled. Is that kid's boyfriend? Why is he supporting him? She quickly replied, don't be ridiculous. I just don't want Xu Feng's side to win. The drowning demon entered the fray, releasing its suffocating technique. Instantly, Lin Mo found himself immobilized, struggling to breathe. His mind raced, realizing just how strong the control skill was. This is too powerful. Sun Miao watched with a smug grin. The drowning effect lasts 2 minutes. Let's see if you can survive that long. But Lin Mo had already put his plan into motion. The 2 minutes, he knew, were the perfect window for action. His demons charged towards Sun Miao as ordered. Yet, the corpse was quick to step forward, positioning itself as a shield. It inhaled deeply, swelling up like a balloon. The sinister energy barely grazed it, yet had no discernible effect. Sun Miao smirked, is that really all you've got? But remained silent, offering no reply. Sun Miao chuckled loudly, I haven't even begun to attack in full. He then commanded the electric devil to unleash a lethal electric strike. Lin Mo instantly sensed the looming danger. As the 2-minute control window was about to end, he swiftly leaped out of the danger zone. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the extreme devil, who had been struck by the zombie. Blood poured from the extreme devil, triggering his bloodthirsty mode. For every point of health lost, the devil gained double the attack power. The zombie, under assault, howled in pain. Sun Miao, caught off guard, couldn't comprehend the sudden turn of events. His thoughts raced. I need to act quickly to win, and he barked, deal with that country bumpkin first. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with resolve. The electric devil fired a barrage of electric beams. Lin Mo dashed out of the attack zone, barely escaping the lethal onslaught. The beams chased him with terrifying speed. The audience below watched as he was struck and sent flying across the arena. Lin Mo quickly recovered, scrambling towards the extreme devil, who was still battling the zombie. Sun Miao urgently ordered Electric Devil, use all your power to attack Lin Mo. Lin Mo kept his composure, evading each electric beam with swift precision. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he danced around the deadly strikes, none of them touching him. And Ran cheered excitedly. Well done. People from Xu Feng aren't so impressive after all. Incredible movement. Nearby, Cheng Shan looked concerned. This girl's too reckless. Isn't that Lin Mo, the one they've limited? He's holding his own against Sun Miao. His strength is solid, but when it comes to movement and prediction, he's up against a genius. Sun Miao still holds the upper hand. He spoke with certainty. Sun Miao has perfected the art of combining the demon contract. Lin Mo won't be able to dodge much longer. She turned toward him, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. Are you so sure? I don't see it the same way. How about a bet? A pure-body demon continent, perhaps. Jiang Shan hesitated for a moment, clearly unsure about accepting the bet. She teased him. You look the part of a high-ranking person, but your courage is barely half of that. He suddenly laughed, a genuine chuckle. Calling me timid, are you? Fine, let's make it a bet. If you win, I'll give you a pure-body demon continent. If I win, you owe me an apology. Her smile widened at his words. It's a deal, but you'd better keep your word. Secretly, she felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to herself, asterisk, what's an apology worth? A pure-body demon continent is easily worth 100,000 asterisks. She spoke a bit too loudly. Zheng Shan eyed her suspiciously. You resemble Gao Tai-Teed from Director Gao's family. Are you related? The crowd began to murmur in surprise. Look, the kid at level 3 is fighting back. At that moment, Lin Mo appeared confident, charging forward. He immediately commanded the drowning demon to use its tendrils to bind Lin Mo's legs. Instantly, countless strands of green, slimy, seaweed-like plants rose from the ground, wriggling and latching onto the demon. Lin Mo realized that if those tendrils wrapped around him, he'd lose all ability to resist. Without hesitation, he dove towards Sun Miao. Furious, Sun Miao cursed, "Damn it, if those seaweeds catch you, it's over." In that instant, Lin Mo locked eyes with him, and one of his pupils turned a chilling shade of red. Cold sweat poured down Sun Miao's body, as though he had been drenched. The Dong Quan were now nearly upon him. He looked around and saw that he was completely surrounded, unable to move. With a wicked smirk, the enemy taunted, "You can't move now, can you? Seems like you're not so tough after all." Lin Mo shot him a fierce glare. "Take a good look. It's you who can't move." Suddenly, Sun Miao froze in panic. "What? Why can't I move?" The more he stared, the more confused he became. In his panic, Sun Miao muttered, "That's the counterattack skill of the Blood-Eye Demon. You too must have triggered it. The Blood-Eye Demon used its illusion to throw me off balance, making me trap myself." Lin Mo calmly sat down, giving a slight nod of approval. "Not bad. You're sharper than I thought." The unexpected turn of events stirred excitement in the crowd below. Zheng Shan frowned in thought. The conditions to activate the Blood-Eye Demon's counterattack skill are extremely tough. It requires facing the one who cast the spell just before being controlled. To still retain this level of perception, even without a cultivation system, this person must be a once-in-a-lifetime talent. With a bright smile, she turned to peek out. "Did you see that? The students from Xu Fang Academy can't beat him." Sun Mai Lai let out a mocking laugh. "Who said my brother would lose? The fight isn't over yet." She added provocatively, "He got beaten by a high school student, and he's still bragging." Without missing a beat, Sun Mai Li rushed closer to the arena and shouted, "Brother, quickly use your combination skill." Sun Miao silently reflected to himself. He had originally intended to reserve this technique for the upcoming teacher competition, but now, thanks to this high school kid, he was forced to use it prematurely. The spiritual aura around him intensified with each passing second. It was time to bring this to an end. Sun Miao took a deep breath, inhaling as much air as possible. The corpse expanded rapidly with the intake, growing to the size of a towering skyscraper. Then it erupted, sending waves of nauseating force through Lin Mo, leaving him pale and dizzy. "Seriously, is this your big move? You're attacking with a corpse?" Lin Mo thought, his mind racing. "Hold on, something's wrong. Where's the drowned ghost?" Just as the thought crossed his mind, a filthy hand shot out from beneath the wreckage, sending a chill down his spine. The drowned ghost erupted from the decaying remains, lunging directly at Lin Mo. It grabbed onto him with a terrifying grip, its eerie laughter reverberating in the air. "Got you!" he hackled. The more Lin Mo struggled, the stronger its hold became. The drowned ghost thrived in the swamp like a predator in its natural element, unleashing its full power. In that moment, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with a deep sense of panic. The ghost's long, twisted tongue slithered toward him, threatening to engulf him. "You can't escape," it sneered. In his mind, Lin Mo cursed the entire family of the drowned ghost. At that moment, Sun Miao issued the order for the Thunderstrike from the Thunder Ghost. Suddenly, Lin Mo understood the strategy. The Thunderstrike was the final piece of the combination technique. First, Sun Miao used the corpse to summon water, then coordinated with the drowned ghost to trap him. Finally, the Thunderstrike would be used to electrocute him to death. Lin Mo couldn't help but admire the cleverness of the move. It was truly a masterstroke. Lin Mo was filled with worry, his spiritual energy nearly drained after the overuse of his counterattack. He had just enough power left to cast 2 more spells. If he unleashed the illusionary blood hell along with the drowned demon, he would of course be freed, but he'd still be struck by the thunder. In the end, he would die. With this thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and recklessly released his remaining energy. Sun Miao suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of yin energy. No one but Lin Mo could summon the powerful weeping demon. Without hesitation, Sun Miao commanded a counterattack. Her slender fingers danced over the piano keys, summoning the forces of darkness. But Sun Miao still didn't fully understand what was unfolding. Moments later, an intense wave of yin energy froze him in place. Stunned, he realized the truth. Lin Mo wasn't using a demon for his own protection. He was using one to attack him. Was he truly prepared to risk everything in a life or death struggle? The man was mad. In that instant, the devil's thunder crashed toward him, disorienting him even further. It was over. He couldn't move. Sun Miao screamed, "Zhang, protect me." At once, the corpse stepped forward, blocking him. But what he saw next took his breath away. The overwhelming demonic force, now stronger than ever, could obliterate the corks with a single blow. The Zhang family was facing an even graver crisis. Frozen in terror, Sun Biao's mind went blank. Meanwhile, the Devil's Thunder pressed on relentlessly, its hunger for human flesh evident in its glare. Sun Biao's fear deepened. This madman was intent on ending it all. His future had been so promising. If a high school student was the one to destroy it, the loss would be unimaginable. He could no longer hold back his anger and shouted, "Damn Thunder, change targets. Kill Devil's Extreme first." With that, he launched an attack from behind Devil's Extreme. A burn mark instantly appeared on Devil's Extreme's back. Overcome with pain, it collapsed to one knee. Sun Miao smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. "Lin Mo, do you really think you can trade your life for this? You're fooling yourself. I'm the one who will win this duel." He remained calm, calculating his next move. Devil's Extreme was losing health, and with the activation of the passive skill Bloodthirsty, its attack power had probably increased to 10 times its normal strength. This was the perfect moment for a counterattack. Lin Mo commanded, "Devil's Extreme, activate skill 2, Electric Chainsaw Frenzy." His eyes turned a fierce red as he let out an eerie shriek. Immediately, Devil's Extreme unleashed the skill. Sun Miao was caught off guard, frozen in shock. He quickly sidestepped the attack. Panicked, Sun Miao scrambled to escape, glancing back in fear. Devil's Extreme relentlessly pursued him, and in his desperation, he screamed for Damn Thunder to come to his aid. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck, and Damn Thunder's arm shot forward to shield him. Devil's Extreme's chainsaw poured through the air, slicing into Damn Thunder's arm before cutting into Sun Miao himself. He howled in pain. Sun Miao's ear was severed in the attack. He gripped his bleeding ear, glaring at Devil's Extreme as he shouted in fury. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, a player has received 50 points of aggression." Sun Miao took in the situation, his mind racing. Now both Damn Thunder and the Giant's Vision are on the brink of death. If Damn Thunder doesn't return to defend, I'm finished. Devil's Extreme will be the end of me. Suddenly, Lin Mo shouted, "Devil's Extreme, return." Immediately, it re-entered his body. Lin Mo exhaled in relief. The danger had finally passed. Behind him, cheers and murmurs spread through the crowd. That tactic, surrounding the enemy to save your ally, was brilliant. Without it, Sun Miao's combined skill wouldn't have been broken, one person remarked. Another added, "I really like this style of fighting, direct, brutal, and effective." A third voice chimed in, "I bet even the leader of the Demon Slayer Tin Ho team wouldn't have thought of this strategy." Cheng Shan, watching intently from start to finish, was both impressed and intrigued. The bravery, insight, and quick thinking displayed were unmatched. There was truly no one like him. Sun Miao didn't stand a chance. Below, and Ran kept cheering. Now it's your turn to strike back. On the battlefield, the two demons had been defeated. With a determined look on his face, Lin Mo stepped forward. "It's my turn now." Sun Miao, filled with fear, asked, "What are you planning to do?" Without hesitation, Lin Mo gave a command. "Big-chested demon, death sound grab." The power of the big-chested demon overwhelmed everyone around. Furious, Sun Miao screamed, "I won't lose like this." Counterattack. The death sound grab struck the final blow. When the enemy's health dropped below 5%, the big-chested demon's attack was too strong, wiping out the last two of Sun Miao's demons. Sun Miao, unable to accept the loss, stood frozen. These demons had taken him so much time and effort to raise, and now they were gone. Overcome with pain and rage, he coughed up blood. The system appeared suddenly and congratulated Lin Mo for earning 200 points for successfully breaking the room. Lin Mo glanced at Sun Miao, his thoughts clear. Asterisk, once the demon contract is destroyed, it will backfire on the demon master. Sun Miao will get exactly what he deserves, asterisk. In the end, Lin Mo emerged victorious. The crowd erupted into cheers, praising him. Lin Mo walked over to Sun Mai Lai and extended his hand, demanding the demon pearl. Fuming, Sun Mai Lai shot back, "Lin Mo, just wait. You won't stay so smug for long." Lin Mo didn't care. He had come for a demon pearl, and now he had the priceless item, worth 2 million, without spending a single coin. He quickly went home to absorb it. Meanwhile, Sun Miao remained unconscious, lying motionless in a corner. From a distance, Zhang Shan observed in silence. The talent Xu Feng had invested so much effort in cultivating had been defeated by a high school student. How humiliating. He couldn't understand why Gao Longchen and Sun Dilai were blocking such a promising individual. They were truly foolish. And Ran smiled brightly, extending her hand. "So, should we settle a bet?" Zhang Shan handed her a green gem. The kid won. This pure-bodied demon continent belongs to him. And Ran was thrilled with the demon pearl she had just won. She joyfully walked past Sun Mai Li's room, but then she overheard something. Kill him, make sure to finish him off properly. It turned out Sun Mai Li was plotting revenge on Lin Mo, and Ran quickly realized, asterisk, Lin Mo is drained and injured. The demon contract won't be able to protect him now, asterisk. Worried, and Ran couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As she walked, Lin Mo said, "You all did great today. You deserve a reward." He continued, "The chainsaw demon has already had its meal for today." The chainsaw demon eagerly stared at the piece of meat in the bag, while the muscular demon, Lin Mo, handed over a shirt and said, "Put this on. You won't feel tired anymore." The muscular demon seemed irritated and snapped, "Get lost." This Yutong guy, seeing nothing for herself, immediately asked, "Is there anything for me?" Lin Mo chuckled and pointed to the bag. "You have your share in there too. I got you the best eye drops and some balm." This Yutong guy gritted her teeth in frustration. "What do you mean by balm?" At that moment, the system appeared, congratulating Lin Mo for earning 40 points for breaking through the room. Lin Mo quickly covered his mouth and smiled awkwardly. Isn't balm just another form of eye drops? Miss Yutong Gyo-ai, now angry, saw her loyalty drop by 5%, leaving her with only 15%. Lin Mo immediately tried to clarify, "I was only joking. Look in the bag. There's no balm, just real eye drops." Hearing this, the blood-eyed demon finally calmed down. The system then appeared again, showing that the blood-eyed demon's loyalty had increased to 20%. Miss Yutong Guy noticed a group of people following Lin Mo. She complimented him, "Nice job, you're thinking ahead, but you also see what's behind you." After all, she had lived for 200 years and was highly attuned to danger. Miss Yutong Guai, now concerned, asked, "What should we do now? Your spiritual energy is drained, the chainsaw demon is nearly out of blood. How can we fight?" Suddenly, a strange object flew toward them, and she quickly warned Lin Mo. It was the corrosive slime from the demon that had been attacking him. The situation had been dangerously close. A strange voice echoed through the air, so quick and stealthy. Turns out he's one of Sun Mio's followers. The voice continued, "No wonder Sun Brother lost to him." On the guest side, Third Brother chimed in, "Stop talking. Just kill him and avenge Sun Brother." The situation was dire, especially with the bloodsucker involved, so Lin Mo ordered everyone to retreat. Unfortunately, Sun Mio's people were stationed behind them as well. Attacked from both sides, Lin Mo's anxiety grew. "Can you two handle this?" he asked. Miss Yutong Guy responded, "Right now, I'm only a malevolent spirit with 2 skills. If I reach the evil spirit level and use my ultimate move, I might be able to fight." She suggested surrendering, and both Miss Yutong Guy and the large-chested ghost raised their flags in submission. Meanwhile, the chainsaw-wielding ghost was still burning with energy. "I still have 10 drops of blood left. I can still fight," it declared. Surveying the scene, surrounded by wolves in front, tigers behind, and blood-sucking ghosts circling above, Lin Mo realized his spiritual energy was almost gone. He reluctantly thought to himself that surrender seemed to be the only option. One of Sun Mio's followers snarled, "You're Lin Mo, right? A useless piece of trash like you dares to provoke Su Feng?" Surrounded and with no way out, Lin Mo tried to shift the conversation. "Are you planning to rob me of my money?" Silently he plotted. Time was running out. His only chance now was to stall and find an escape. The Sun Mio follower responded coldly, "We don't need money." At that moment, Lin Mo feigned a flirtatious tone. "So, do you want my body instead? But then, aren't there too many of you?" Seeing Lin Mo attempt to act cute only repulsed them. The system suddenly notified him that he had earned 30 points for making a breakthrough. Third Brother felt a shiver run down his spine while the other person seethed with anger. "Enough talking. Who want your life?" they snarled. Lin Mo had crossed a line by touching someone they shouldn't have, and they had no intention of showing mercy. They summoned a corrosive ghost to attack him. He quickly rolled up his sleeve, ready to press the green button, but before he could, they struck. He was given no time to defend himself. The corrosive ghost charged straight at him. Just then, a strange bottle dropped nearby. A thick cloud of smoke burst out, making the Sun Mio faction member cough uncontrollably. In the dense mist, they could no longer see Lin Mo. He swiftly covered his face to keep the smoke out of his mouth. A rope fell from above, and Lin Mo didn't hesitate to grab it, beginning to climb. Who could it be? He wondered. Never mind, getting away is my priority. Halfway up, Lin Mo nearly lost his grip, panic rising in his chest. Looking up, he thought he recognized someone. It was Ran. She quickly extended her hand to help him. "No time for words. Hurry up," she urged. Lin Mo grabbed her hand, allowing her to pull him up. The Sun Mio faction member witnessed this and immediately reported to Third Brother, urging him to chase after Lin Mo. Third Brother mounted a blood-sucking ghost and set off in pursuit. He was proud of how fast the ghost was, convinced that Lin Mo and his brute would never escape. Lin Mo realized the situation was critical. The ghost's speed was too much for him to outrun. Should he summon a ghost of his own to fight back? Lin Mo felt a wave of worry, and Ran reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Just stay still and watch me, she instructed. She took a spray bottle shaped like a chili pepper and aimed it at Third Brother and his demon, spraying it directly into their faces. After a few breaths, both Third Brother and the demon's eyes turned bloodshot. They screamed in pain, as if flames were erupting from their mouths. Finally, after their cries, they collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Lin Mo and Ran managed to slip away from them, unharmed. Lin Mo placed a hand on her waist, and Ran suddenly burst out laughing, clearly ticklish. He awkwardly asked, "Why did you save me?" Her response was blunt. "I was just fed up with Xu Feng's people causing trouble." Lin Mo forced a smile. "I thought." And Ran stuck her tongue out and teased, "What do you think? That I was interested in you?" Flustered, Lin Mo quickly explained that it was a misunderstanding. She sighed, then walked away asking, "Do you usually stay here?" And Ran answered, "This is just one of my many hideouts." She sat down in a chair and kicked off her slippers, her excitement rising as she spoke. "I have plenty more like this. When I'm being hunted, I hide out in these bases." In that moment, Lin Mo began to piece things together, and Ran had been the one to save him, and now she was his benefactor. Yet he still didn't know her name. With a bright smile, she introduced herself. "I'm in Ran, and as in peace of mind, and Ran as in, of course." Lin Mo was taken aback when he saw that Ran shared the same surname as his mother. He thought to himself that the An family wasn't very common in Nation H, apart from his mother, and Ran was the second person he had met with the An surname. And Ran's expression grew somber, her face clouded with sorrow. "This is my mother's surname. She's seriously ill and has been in the hospital for a long time," she explained. Lin Mo felt a surge of sympathy for her. She was so young, yet she seemed to carry the weight of the world on her shoulders, lacking the carefree spirit of childhood. Gently, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "So you turned to theft to pay for your mother's medical bills? Is that also why you have a problem with Xu Feng and the Safety Bureau?" At his words, and Ran, who had been holding back her emotions, suddenly snapped. "That's not the main reason," she shot back, her voice sharp. Her face hardened with anger. "The real reason is that I hate Gao Long Chen." Lin Mo was confused, unsure of the relationship between Ran and Gao Long Chen, and Ran began to explain. "Back then, to get the information he wanted, Gao Long Chen approached my mother. He made all kinds of promises, pretending to care. But once he got what he needed, he discarded both my mother and me. Gao Long Chen didn't just have people hurt my mother, he also took away my life's essence and gave it to his own daughter. So the cursed doll that Gao Tai was always so proud of originally belonged to Ran." Lin Mo thought deeply. No wonder Ran and Gao Tai were so similar. It turned out they were half-sisters. He couldn't help but feel disgusted by Gao Long Chen, who had stolen the life essence from both Ran and Gao Tai. Outwardly charming, yet inwardly vile. And Ran broke down in tears. "They can hurt me, I can accept that. But that bastard dared to lay a hand on my mother." Lin Mo suddenly raised his voice. "Given that Gao Long Chen has imposed a fire ban across the entire province, I think I've already made an enemy of him. And on top of that, you're also my benefactor." Lin Mo had promised Ran that he would help her get revenge and take down her father. Hearing this, Ran was deeply touched, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. The leader of the Black Abyss gang, Ran, chuckled and teased Lin Mo. "What are you thinking? They have so many people, and they're much stronger than us. It'll be difficult to fight back." She continued, "Besides, you've already offended people from Xu Feng. They're looking for you and causing trouble. You'd better not rush into this." Lin Mo quickly regained his confident posture. "I know about that, but I'm about to enter Bayang Academy. Once I train there, whether soon or later, I'll take my revenge." At that moment, Ran playfully pushed him. "Bayang Academy, huh? I have a base nearby. It's a huge ancient tomb. Whenever you're free, I'll take you there." The push almost made him stumble, but Lin Mo stayed steady, insisting, "An ancient tomb. Are you sure about that?" Hearing his response, Ran smiled, clearly amused by his disbelief. "You're so timid, yet you still want to seek revenge?" Lin Mo's competitive spirit flared at that remark. "Who's scared? I'm just surprised by how strange your base is." And Ran explained, "The Black Abyss gang focuses on recruiting people who've been hurt by the safety department. We grow stronger step by step, so we can't afford to lack solid bases like an ancient tomb or an abandoned morgue. Our warehouse is where we all sleep." Lin Mo listened and couldn't help but be impressed, though inwardly, his feelings were quite different. "What do you mean by growing stronger? They're just people being hunted by the Safety Bureau, with no place left to hide. They end up in places like this because they have nowhere else to go." He then glanced at her with a trace of sympathy, and Ran's life was far from easy. He rummaged through his bag and pulled out a few items. You saved my life. I can't just walk away without offering something in return. Let me give you half of the demon pearls I collected today." And Ram, the leader of the Black Abyss gang, quickly declined with a polite shake of her head. "There's no need. I don't accept demon pearls like that. I only take the ones I earn by defeating demons myself." But Lin Mo didn't want to keep awkwardly circling around the issue, so he pressed on. At that moment, his bag slipped from his grasp, causing it to fall open and reveal the demon pearls, and something else that neither of them had expected to see. Both leaned forward to take a closer look, and to their surprise, along with the demon pearls, there was a woman's bra. And Ran, the boss of the Black Abyss gang, immediately grew suspicious and shouted, "Pervert, you're showing off your disgusting stuff." Lin Mo quickly protested, "Hold on. You're not hearing me out. I'm really not like that." He pointed to the woman floating in the air, gesturing with her hands, and tried to explain. "This is for you. Hurry up and do that ghost egg trick for me." Despite the awkward situation, and Rand decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Lin Mo then reached out, offering a small box. "If you hadn't helped me today, I'd probably be dead by now, or at least half dead. They would have definitely taken my money and demon pearls. You've earned this half of them." "Well, I'll just decline it then. It's not like I was planning to accept anyway. But if in the future anyone from the Safety Bureau or Xu Feng starts paying attention to you, feel free to come to the Black Death Gang for help." With that, they both high-fived, solidifying their new friendship. Asterisk, scene change. If raining outside, Lin Mo looks up at the sky asterisk. Moments later, and Rand steps outside despite Lin Mo's efforts to stop her. "I'm telling you, with this kind of storm, you won't be able to make it home. How about we do something fun instead?" she suggests. Lin Mo looks at her in confusion, clearly puzzled. Asterisk, scene change. And Rand, the boss of the Black Abyss gang, pulls out her phone and suggests to Lin Mo that they play a few rounds of King's Glory asterisk. No, don't give me that blank stare. You play this game too," she asks. As if reading his mind, and Ram mutters with frustration, "I've been playing all night and still haven't won a single match." Without missing a beat, they both dive into the game. Lin Mo asks for her nickname so he can add her as a friend. "That's easy. I'll help you." "What's your name?" "Let's add each other first." But after a few seconds, he suddenly feels that the nickname is strangely familiar. He pauses, sensing something off. "Wait, why does this ID seem so familiar? Isn't this the same one as that bandaged demon I beat last time?" Before he can react, and Rand transforms into a demon and demands, "Kim Thlong didn't fall. It's you, isn't it?" Lin Mo, left speechless, realizes he's completely trapped. The moment he's been waiting for has arrived. He finally knows who the player who kept defeating him was. Suddenly, and Rand lunges at him and shouts, "Why do you always target me and won't let it go? Answer me now." Turning back is the shore. "I'll make things right. I was wrong. Can I bring her to get the points?" And Rand, the leader of the Black Abyss gang, refused to stop attacking, landing blow after blow on Lin Mo. "Look at my relentless punches. Please spare me." Female hero. Hearing this, she quickly turned her face away, pretending to be proud, yet silently agreeing. The scene shifted to the morning at home, where a man stormed in, angrily kicking the table and shouting, "Why the hell did you send 20 special agents and not one of them came back? Get to the bottom of this and find out where they disappeared." The chubby man, adjusting his glasses in a panic, responded, "We figured it out. The location where all 20 agents went missing is Minshan, and they all vanished on the same day." Not wanting to hear more, Gao Long Chen flicked away his cigarette and growled, "Damn it, Minshan is so vast. Have you narrowed down the exact location? What kind of vice director are you? It's only thanks to you that Sun Vi Lai is still alive." The chubby man kept apologizing to Gao Long Chen. Sun Vi Lai had reported the situation the night before, describing the enemy's methods as strange. All the tracking devices on the agents had lost signal, and the final distress signal hadn't even been transmitted. But Gao Long Chen responded sharply, "If even the distress signal couldn't get through, what does that mean?" His face darkened as he spoke with gravity. "It means they couldn't even fight back. A demon master like Lu Zhang was taken out in the blink of an eye." He then pointed at the map. "It must have been the remnant wind demon. It's definitely them." The secretary entered and called out, "Deputy Director Sun, you have a phone call." Sun Vi Li's anger flared and he snapped at the secretary. "Get out! Can't you see I'm in the middle of something important? How can you not recognize what matters?" The secretary responded nervously, "It's a call from your family. They said your son was beaten into unconsciousness and is in the hospital. They also mentioned that 2 of your contracted demons were killed. The person responsible is a high school student named Lin Mo." The moment the name Lin Mo was spoken, both men froze, as if struck by a sudden shock. Sun Vi Li's face drained of color, his skin pale, as though the blood had drained from his body. If a contracted demon dies, it still counts against the contract limit. Sun Miao, once a genius with 3 contracted demons, had now fallen to the status of a regular demon master. Gao Longchen regained his composure and said, "Let's set aside what happened earlier. You should focus on your son's situation first." Meanwhile, Sun Milai seemed close to collapse, muttering to himself, "It's over now." After they both left the room, Sun Milai turned over a photo of him and his son, gazing at it with a troubled look. He brought the photo closer, his face softening as he thought of his daughter. "My daughter is still the best. She's the top scorer in the entire province." Scene change. Emran, the boss of the Black Abyss gang, was riding a demon. "Goodbye, I have to go take care of Zhuang Han. We'll play again next time." Lin Mo smiled and replied happily, "Of course, take care." And Ran nodded and then flew off on the demon. Lin Mo remained standing, watching the two leave. A feeling of warmth filled her heart, and she thought to herself, "Today might just be the happiest day since I arrived in this world." On the day of Lin Mo's enrollment at Bayang Academy, Hai Xiaopan spotted him immediately, grinning broadly as he waved and called out, "Mo bro, over here. I can't believe we actually made it into university." He turned to Lin Mo, chattering excitedly about Bayang Academy, praising every aspect of the place. Lin Mo, however, simply offered an awkward smile, glancing away. He silently wondered what would happen if Hai Xiaopan knew the school was surrounded by graveyards. He would probably freak out and run home to his mom. It seemed better to keep that information to himself for now. Meanwhile, the exorcism lights slowly moved closer to their bus. The bus finally came to a stop, and Hai Xiaopan shuddered. His face went pale as he pointed toward the academy and asked, "Mo bro, what is this place? Why are there no buildings, just graveyards?" Lin Mo cleared his throat, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but he tried to explain. "Well, this is probably the graveyard Bayang uses for student training. If someone gets too scared, they won't make it through. Only the brave ones can pass." Hai Xiaopan wasn't convinced. He shot Lin Mo a skeptical look and replied sarcastically, "So that's it. Bayang really is something else." The bus had now fully stopped, and the driver announced, "End of the line, Bayang Academy. We've arrived." The two of them got off the bus, and as soon as their feet hit the ground, the bus pulled away, leaving them standing there in confusion. Right behind them, a signpost pointed the way to Bayang Academy. The road leading to the academy seemed even more puzzling. It wasn't until a coin flew through the air and hit Hai Xiaopan in the face that he snapped out of his daze. Hai Xiaopan quickly removed the mask from his face and immediately became frantic. He anxiously asked, "Mo bro, where's the school? We didn't accidentally get on the wrong bus, did we?" Mo bro, walking ahead, remained calm. Hai Xiaopan looked pale with fear as he scanned his surroundings and reassured himself, "It's okay, this is definitely Bayang Academy." With their suitcases in tow, both he and Lin Mo continued walking. Yet Xiao Ban couldn't shake the terror gripping him, still unsure about the place. "But where's the gate? Where is it?" Lin Mo, with steady composure, reassured him, "Don't worry, we just follow the map's directions and we'll reach the dorms." Feeling helpless and resigned, Hai Xiaopan let out a distressful cry. As they walked along a path lined with graves, suddenly, Xiao Ban's suitcase bumped into something. He spun around to see what it was and screamed in horror, "Oh my god, what is that?" Lin Mo was equally stunned as he looked at what they had encountered. The suitcase now hit the tomb of a pure-body evil spirit. Lin Mo froze, his mind racing. This spirit was ranked higher than all the demons he had ever faced, and more than 10 wild evil spirits had gathered around them, drawn to the intense negative energy in the area. Lin Mo furrowed his brows, scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Hai Xiaopan, clutching his suitcase, began to cry out loudly, "Mo bro, what should we do?" Lin Mo flashed a confident smile and calmly gave instructions. "Stop panicking. Quickly summon your contracted demon, find an opening, and break through the encirclement. Big chest, chainsaw demon, come out." Hai Xiaopan, with trembling hands, obeyed and swiftly summoned his Trashcan demon. The Trashcan demon was, in reality, an adorable, little-level weeping demon. Lin Mo stood in front of everyone, his voice loud and clear. "Everyone, be careful. The clear spirit demon is coming." The Trashcan demon immediately fixed its glare on the group, barking orders to the demons behind it, as well as to Lei Ji. In a hurry, Lei Ji opened the lid of the Trashcan demon and called out, "Mo bro, quick, let's hide in here." Just as Hai Xiaopan was climbing the wall, a hand shot up from the ground and seized his leg. Pan screamed in terror, "I've been caught. Help me up." He reached out, desperately trying to grab the Trashcan demon, but its arms were too short to reach him. Lin Mo watched the situation unfold with a smirk. In his mind, he assessed the Trashcan demon. It was fine for defense, but certainly lacking in offensive power. With no other option, Lin Mo ordered the chainsaw demon to step in. After rescuing Hai Xiao Pan, the chainsaw demon lifted him by his clothes and held him up, bringing him to eye level. The chainsaw demon leaned in, sniffing Hai Xiao Pan with a hungry look, making Xiao Pan shudder with fear. Lin Mo quickly moved to intervene. Stop. Look, this one can't be eaten. At those words, the chainsaw demon seemed genuinely disappointed. The moment Hai Xiao Pan's feet touched the ground again, he screamed once more as two more demons appeared. The chainsaw demon didn't say anything. Instead, it kicked the demon to its left with force and then turned to kick the other one with equal deadly precision. The pure-bodied demon, watching this, felt rage boiling within. It growled, the intent to kill spreading through its body. You dare kill my junior? This is it. I'm ready to meet my end. The pure-bodied demon charged forward with lethal intent, its claws poised to tear through Lin Mo. In that instant, Lin Mo swiftly invoked a deadly chant. The high-ranking weeping demon responded immediately, its melody resonating with powerful magic. The pure-bodied demon's mind was quickly subdued by the song. At that critical moment, Lin Mo issued a command for the electric saw demon to strike. Without hesitation, the electric saw demon obeyed, raising its saw and flying toward the pure-bodied demon. It delivered a powerful kick that sent the creature reeling before pressing the sharp saw blade to its neck. Yet, the pure-bodied demon, under the influence of the music, could do nothing to resist. Standing just outside the fray, Lin Mo clenched his teeth, carefully observing the battle and calculating his options. This isn't good. The electric saw demon is still coughing up blood, meaning its attack lacks strength without any passive support. Even with that support, defeating the pure-bodied demon would still be a struggle. Its defenses are just too strong. Inside the trash demon container, Hai Xiao Pan shouted urgently, "Mobro, get in here now." Lin Mo looked over and nodded, swiftly moving toward the container. Inside, both of them were huddled together, fear etched on their faces. One of them clutched their knees and whispered in a panicked voice, "What do we do now? What do we do now? That pure-body demon's skin is so thick, even stronger than my trash demon container." Lin Mo grimaced at the stench inside the container, but responded anyway. "That's true. We need a plan, and fast." Peering out from the hole in the container, Lin Mo studied the scene before him, deep in thought. I've already lost the exchange contract. Now I need 2,000 points, but I'm nowhere near enough. If I have enough, I could force the contract onto the pure-body demon. Damn it, it's almost free. He widened his eyes in alarm, his gaze fixed on the chaos unfolding outside. At that moment, the pitch-black hand of the pure-bodied demon gripped the chainsaw with a firm hold. It bared its teeth, locking the saw blade in place and preventing the electric chainsaw demon from moving an inch. The fatal sound curse had already lost its power after 20 seconds, and the electric chainsaw demon was gradually losing its strength. Sensing a shift, the demons behind them wasted no time in charging forward, their faces twisted with greed as they clung to the trash can demon. Lin Mo felt the situation was about to take a turn for the worse. Panic set in as he shouted, "Xiao Ban, your demon is done for." His voice cracked in fear as he cried, "There's no hope left. I just want to go home." In that moment, Lin Mo desperately tried to think of a way to turn things around. The trash can demon, the weakest of them all, had only managed to last this long by sheer luck. There was no other choice but to risk everything. One demon, spotting an opening, glared and screamed, only to be abruptly severed in half, leaving Lin Mo puzzled. Who's that? Is it reinforcements? Another demon slowly appeared, sending a wave of fear through the surrounding demons. With a single flap of its wings, the heads of several demons flew off. The pure-bodied demon turned in panic, its eyes wide as it saw the newcomer. Enraged, it charged at them, shouting, "Headless demons, attack!" At that command, demons from behind raised their hands, preparing to strike. But before they could, a devastating blow descended directly upon the pure-bodied demon. It couldn't react in time and crumpled to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo and the newcomer had taken down the entire group of demons. One was a mid-level evil spirit, a blood-sucking demon, while the other, standing to the left, was a high-ranking evil spirit, a headless demon. A girl walked slowly toward them, and two underclassmen greeted her warmly, welcoming her to Bayang Academy. Mew, Yu, and King returned their greetings with a bright smile. Lin Mo quickly approached, introducing himself politely. "Hello, I'm Lin Mo. You've arrived at just the right time." She smiled faintly and responded, "I'm Mew Yuan King. Are these two electric saw demons and the tall demon with a noticeable figure yours?" Lin Mo grinned and nodded in agreement. Immediately, he called the others back. Yuan King stepped forward, placing a hand gently on his shoulder and complimented him. "Well done, handling the pure-bodied demons and wild ones for so long. You're the best new student I've met." Lin Mo awkwardly scratched his head. Behind him, Hai Xiao Pan called out timidly, "Mo bro, how's it going?" He waved at you. "So everything's fine now, right? Hurry up and go. When Xiao Ban saw Yu Yuan King, his eyes lit up. A senior, he quickly stepped forward to greet her. I'm Wang Kai, but you can call me Xiao Ban. Lin Mo, standing beside him, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Now Xiao Ban was trying to act all grown up. His hands were still sweaty, and he really shouldn't be touching her clothes. She smiled gently at him. It's all right, I didn't startle you too earlier, did I? Hai Xiao Pan puffed out his chest, speaking clearly. Impossible. I'm a real man. How could I be scared of those little demons? If you don't believe me, just ask Lin Mo. He always goes along with whatever I say. Yeah, right. Lin Mo interrupted. Who was it that got so scared earlier, nearly screamed and wanted to go home, but went completely quiet the moment he saw a senior? Hai Xiao Pan awkwardly covered his mouth, embarrassed. Give me some face, all right. Mu Yuan King found both of them rather amusing and couldn't help but laugh. All right, let's head to school. You two still need to set up your beds. Isn't it getting late? The headless demon, feeding on blood, continued its pursuit. She quickly remembered them, and the two of them closed in on Yuan King's arm. The pure-bodied demon suddenly stood up, swaying as it did. Once it regained its balance, it sprinted off. Lin Mo, seeing this, was confused. Senior, why did you let it go? She blinked and replied with a smile. Isn't a graveyard full of all sorts of demons a perfect place for training? If we killed them all, what would we practice on? Lin Mo immediately understood. In typical training grounds, there were protective formations and carefully captured demons for the students' safety. But Bayang's training grounds used an entire graveyard as the practice field. He quietly appreciated Bayang Academy's bold approach. Mu Yuan King smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, the demons in graveyards are the weakest. With just a few moves, you'll win. As they continued walking, they encountered a pure-bodied demon, one with the power of an evil spirit, yet was still referred to as the weakest. Lin Mo, curious, asked, then what happens to the demon pearls from these graveyard demons? She handed them the pearls with a smile, and they thanked her happily. Hai Xiao Pan picked one up, eyeing it with interest. Mobro, how much is a graveyard demon pearl worth? Lin Mo laughed. A beginner's weeping demon pearl would go for only so much, at most 10,000 per piece. He picked up a demon pearl and silently calculated. With so many of them around, they already had 160,000 in total. His face lit up with excitement. This graveyard isn't just a training ground, it's a treasure trove. Mu Yuan King gestured for them to follow and suggested they return to school together. In the stillness of the dark night, the three of them moved in unison. Hai Xiao Pan, clearly irritated, muttered, what kind of school is this so far out? It's hard enough to find an internet cafe, let alone go online. Mu Yuan King chuckled softly, waving off his complaint. Who said that? Although the school is on the outskirts of Sinhai, if you cross the empty cemetery to the south, climb a mountain and take a ferry, you'll reach Ling Ling City in no time, right by the city center. And the Xu Fang Academy is right by the river. But our academy is also special. Every night, you can see ghosts wandering in the graveyard, almost like stars in the sky. Her lighthearted comment made the other two uneasy. Lin Mo felt a sense of quiet frustration. It was a miracle he hadn't been terrified just by seeing the ghosts. Mu Yuan King quickly interrupted, we're here. The three of them stopped in front of the entrance. Mu Yuan King's eyes were filled with resolve. Bayang, I've arrived. They entered together and soon ran into other people. Some were grumbling, some looked irritated, and others seemed envious. A young man, clearly frustrated, shouted, damn it, I want a warm welcome from the senior girls too. A man stepped forward, gave him a slap on the head, and scolded, you want the senior girls to welcome you? Do you really think they want you around? He pointed at Lin Mo and snapped, you think you're on his level? He's an exceptional student who's been invited to their home, and what about you? It's a big enough favor that I'm even guiding you, and you're asking for more. Upon hearing the guide's words, the other students gathered around, watching them with admiration. Soon, the crowd dispersed, heading back to their dorms. Lin Mo was handed the key to room 433 and reminded, don't forget to protect yourself from the sun during tomorrow's military training. Lin Mo happily accepted the offer and thanked her. Yuan King responded with a bright smile, saying, no need to thank me. I'll be on my way now. Before leaving, she paused to add one last piece of advice. By the way, one more thing. Be sure to lock the door tightly when you go to bed tonight. There might be a ghost wandering around, disturbing your rest. Instead of paying attention to the warning, Hai Xiao Pan couldn't stop admiring her beauty. If only she were my girlfriend, he thought. But then, he quickly dismissed the thought. She's not right for you, he muttered. You'd be better off with one of those girls who make the first move. Annoyed, Lin Mo shot back. Speak properly. Just then, the system chimed in. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 break the room points. As Lin Mo walked down the hallway looking for their room, Hak Xiao Pan's fear only grew. The interior was even darker than the hallway outside. After a few moments, they finally found their room number. Nervously, Hak Xiao Pan grabbed Lin Mo's hand. "Wait a second, Mo bro. Do you hear that? Is it a ghost?" Lin Mo smiled, trying to calm him down. "Why are you so scared? You think there are ghosts everywhere?" But Lin Mo's expression changed as he stepped inside. A young man was sitting across from them, looking tired and focused as he sharpened a knife. His eyes, filled with a menacing glare, met theirs. Terrified, Hak Xiao Pan immediately hid behind Lin Mo, looking even more frightened than before. He greeted the man in a dazed voice. Lin Mo stepped forward, turned on the lights, and scolded the man. "Sharpening a knife in the dark like that, you nearly gave us a heart attack." He picked up the knife and twirled it a few times, saying, "No need to turn on the light." Nodding agreement, he took a step closer. Lin Mo glanced over and asked, "Xiao Ban, are you coming in? Need anything else?" After a brief pause, he stepped inside, and together they began organizing their belongings and preparing the sleeping area. Lin Mo looked down for a moment, then introduced himself. "I'm Lin Mo. From now on, we're roommates. I'm looking forward to working with you." While still sharpening the knife with one hand, the other replied, "I'm a Shu." Sitting cross-legged with his head lowered, Lin Mo thought to himself, "What a strange guy. Either he's just shy, or there's something off about him." Suddenly, Su Tonggi leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, "His knife isn't ordinary. It really scares me." Hearing this, Lin Mo was taken aback. He leaned forward and asked with a smile, "A Shu, your knife looks unique. What do you use it for?" A Shu thought for a moment, then slowly raised the knife and said in a low voice, "Shaving heads." Lin Mo turned to him, intrigued, and asked quietly, "Is the head-shaving knife really that powerful?" The reply came with a hint of fear. "Well, it's nothing unusual anymore." The head-shaving knife, it seemed, had been around since the Qing dynasty, when every man shaved his head to tie a queue. Over the years, it had been used to shave the heads of countless men, absorbing their yang energy and becoming a potent weapon against ghosts. Lin Mo stared at the knife in awe and said, "So, it really is powerful." He called out to him quickly. Lin Mo eagerly asked all the questions that were on his mind. "What kind of demon contract do you have? Could you tell me about it? And why did you come to Bayang? Maybe we could hang out sometime. I think that knife of yours looks pretty powerful." Ashu smiled brightly, unconcerned, and answered each question calmly. "My demon contract is with the Shadow Demon. I came to Bayang because they offered me a discount on tuition. As for hanging out, forget it. I only kill evil demons." Lin Mo listened carefully to the answers and quickly processed them in his mind. Demon contracts could vary greatly in rarity, but the most common ones were with corpse-eating demons or starving demons. These types were well known and their abilities were easy to manage. However, demons like the Blood-Eyed Demon or the Shadow Demon, which were rated S rank in rarity, had unknown abilities. This meant that in a fight they could easily surprise their opponents and claim victory. Ashu seemed distant, but there was something likable about him. He hadn't said much earlier, likely because he was shy, but when asked directly, he gave honest answers. It showed he was a straightforward person. Lin Mo quickly jumped off the bed, excitement in his voice. "Ashu, where did you form your contract with the Shadow Demon?" Ashu was wiping down his knife as he spoke. "My family has a tradition of being head-shaving artisans. When a child comes of age, they must go to Shadow Mountain to form a contract with the Shadow Demon. Only those who succeed in making the contract are worthy of receiving the head-shaving knife passed down through generations." Lin Mo pressed on. "Then why did you come to Bayang?" Ashu racked his knife carefully and replied, "The principal offered me half off the tuition." Suddenly, his smile faded. Lin Mo understood without needing to ask further. In these times, people were obsessed with trendy hairstyles, and the art of head shaving had become much harder to make a living from. He lifted his head and asked, "What about you? Why did you come to Bayang?" Ashu looked at both of them seriously. Lin Mo responded slowly, "Because Principal Sovmian ran out of tuition money for me, so I decided to come." Upon hearing this, his face went pale. "If you want to shave your head, just come to me." 5 coins per session. He readily agreed with his shoe. Late at night, with the cool breeze and the clear moonlight, Hak Xiao Pan glanced at the empty bed, feeling curious. There was still one person missing. Where could he be? Lin Mo yawned loudly and casually said, "Who knows, maybe he got caught by a ghost halfway there." The words sent a chill through him. He quickly urged them both to sleep since they had military training in the morning. The sound of snoring echoed down the hall. The door creaked open and the noise continued. Lin Mo's eyes stayed closed, but he reminded them, "Seoban, if you're doing that, take it easy. We've got military training tomorrow. Don't wear yourself out." Suddenly, Lin Mo snapped awake, a thought racing through his mind as he mentally counted the seconds. Usually, Xiao Ban would only take about a minute to do this, but now nearly 10 minutes had passed. He quickly stuck his head out to see what was causing the noise. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock. Hai Xiao Pan was wrapped tightly in red threads as though they were trying to strangle him. Panicking, Lin Mo jumped up and shouted, "Hai Xiao Pan, you're being choked down there." Suddenly, a sword flashed, cutting across his face. The sword struck the wall with tremendous force, slicing through the threads. Lin Mo raised his hand to turn on the light, but before he could do so, he couldn't help but express his gratitude to a Shu. Hai Xiao Pan trembled in panic. "How could you not notice when I kicked like that? I almost got crushed." Lin Mo ignored him, laughing loudly as he patted him on the back, causing Hai Xiao Pan to cry out in fear. "Sorry, I thought you were doing it, and when I was asleep, I suddenly couldn't breathe." Hai Xiao Pan looked down at his hands, trying to make sense of the situation, before bowing his head, realizing he couldn't control them. What is going on here? He held the thread in his hand and began to theorize. Maybe it's a puppet ghost. A Shu, standing beside him, pulled the knife out of the wall and began to think aloud. "Do you think so? But in the corridor, it should only be wandering spirits, right? How could there be a puppet ghost?" Lin Mo, his expression calm, spoke in a way that made Hai Xiao Pan shiver beside him. "This is no simple matter. Someone is clearly toying with us. Who could it be? We just got here and haven't even caused any trouble with anyone," Hai Xiao Pan replied. He and a Shu exchanged glances, then suggested, "Let's go outside. We'll find out what's going on right away." The two quickly stepped outside, but Hai Xiao Pan, paralyzed by fear, cried out, "Don't leave me here alone." Shaking with terror, he turned to the others. "All right, I'll stay here and wait for you both." Laughter echoed through the air from a group of people on the rooftop, their voices loud with excitement as they laughed and chatted. And Chen An wondered whether these new students could handle the situation or if he had to take them down completely. Even if they didn't end up dead, they'd probably be terrified. Had they forgotten about the guy from last year who went mad from this? He stood quietly, puffing on his pipe, his face dark and full of disdain as he looked at the puppet demon. The 433 group actually dared to have my goddess, New Yuan King, pick them up. They must be looking for trouble. How dare they touch what's mine? I'll show them who really runs this school, he muttered. Then he glanced at the puppet demon, his face turning confused before he tossed his pipe aside in frustration. "They had the nerve to cut my strings. Those fools. Go handle them for me," he ordered angrily. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension, surprising them. "There's no need to go anywhere. We're already here." Lin Mo and a Shu appeared, their faces twisted in anger as they stared them down. "What are you two doing, causing trouble in the middle of the night?" Lin Mo demanded. "Fine then. Let's see how this plays out." They were immediately infuriated, shouting at the top of their lungs. "You're too arrogant. If you're being bullied, just accept it quietly. We're only doing this out of respect for you." And Shuang's expression darkened further as he glared at Lin Mo, his teeth clenched in rage. "You have no idea what you're getting into. I'll make sure they pay for this," he hissed. Fury surged through them as they summoned their demons with a single motion, ready to unleash their deadly creatures. Lin Mo regarded them with utter contempt and sneered. "Is that all? What kind of senior are you if you're this weak?" Their anger flared at his words, and they pointed at him furiously. "How dare you look down on us? You're just a freshman, still haven't unlocked all your skills, and yet you act so smug. We'll make sure you don't see the light of day tomorrow." Lin Mo twitched his ears and gave them a puzzled glance. "Won't see the light of day tomorrow? Is it going to rain or something?" The anger in their faces only deepened, but they were so enraged by his mocking response that they were left speechless. Just then, the system's voice echoed in the air. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 80 points for breaking a room." A Shu, who had been standing nearby, chuckled quietly. "This guy's really committed." And Xiang, seething with fury, barked, "Enough talking. Deal with him now." The two of them charged at Lin Mo with clear hostility. He paused for a moment, then calmly gave the command. "Each of you take one, and once you're done, deal with that little demon." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Mo vanished in an instant, leaving them in stunned disbelief. A sword shot through the night air, and before anyone could react, the demon's head was unexpectedly severed. Lin Mo, clearly surprised by his own speed, couldn't help but mutter, "That was fast." The sword was quick, but the person was even faster. Fear spread among them. "What the hell? We didn't even see him move. He didn't even bother summoning his contracted demon." One of them, furious beyond reason, rushed at Lin Mo. "You little rat, I'll show you what a real expert looks like." Without hesitation, he activated a skill that made his eyes turn bloodshot. Blood, illusionary realm. His body stiffened in shock before collapsing to the ground. The others sat frozen in fear, unable to move, as if they had made a serious mistake. It was clear they couldn't afford to lose their position of power. And Chen An quickly overcame her own fear and pointed at Lin Mo, shouting, Do you have any idea what you're doing? Do you realize the consequences of provoking me? Lin Mo and A Shu both stared blankly at her, shaking their heads. What consequences? He then smiled coldly, rubbing his hands together. Well, let's start by teaching you a lesson, then we'll talk. The others were terrified, trembling and crying out. Lowenji, you have to protect us. Please stop them. His expression darkened as he patted their shoulders. Don't worry, I'll protect you both. The puppet behind him began to move, signaling that it was about to control the two of them. In desperation, and Xuang used the puppet control technique, a dark and forbidden art meant to manipulate others. She watched in horror as it took effect. Please don't hurt us, they begged. They were suddenly pulled forward, crying out, we can't control our bodies. We didn't mean for this to happen. Lin Mo's face grew even darker as he sneered. Seeing the two girls being used as pawns to buy time for an escape ignited his anger. Go ahead, try to run, I dare you. On the rooftop, the helpless girl under the puppet's control lunged at Lin Mo with a kick, but he dodged swiftly. On the other side, A Shu jumped to avoid a kick from the other girl. Both of them drew closer to one another, and he exclaimed, this is too much trouble, A Shu. Let's get this over with quickly. He instantly understood the implication. Lin Mo then summoned the Devil's Extreme, and the two girls began pleading, please don't kill us. The girl beside them also begged, please, we beg you. The terrified girl let out a loud scream. He raised the sharp-edged saw blade high, pointing it directly at them. The two girls, unable to believe it, wondered how they were still alive. The system's voice echoed. Congratulations to the host for earning 500 break the room points. Lin Mo observed them, smirking inwardly. They thought they were going to die for sure. Little did they know they just earned me more break the room points. This is too good. He smiled, clearly pleased with himself. I don't harm innocent people. He then turned his gaze elsewhere, though he didn't consider himself innocent. And Xuang grew fearful, thinking, he wants to kill me. How do I escape? A plan quickly formed in his mind. If I take the stairs, they'll catch me for sure. Without wasting time, and Xuang commanded the puppet demon to assist with his escape. As soon as he spoke, and Xuang jumped down with pride and confidence. Lin Mo and A Shu quickly pursued him, and Lin Mo shouted, don't let him get away. He then tugged on the thread in the puppet demon's hand, causing Xuang, who had been descending slowly, to plummet to the ground. The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 break the room points. And Xuang writhed in pain on the ground, crying out, help! Someone's trying to kill me. The two looked down from above. A Shu asked, he's not dead yet. Are we really just going to leave him like this? Lin Mo replied, if we deal with him in front of the guards, it won't count as legitimate self-defense. He turned around and glanced at the puppet demon. It was true that he had managed to escape, but his contract demon hadn't been able to get away in time as it still had to drag him down here. Suddenly, Devil's Extreme charged forward and severed its head, and Xuang screamed in agony from below, clutching at the stump where his head had been. Lin Mo pulled out 2 gems, the demon pearls from the corpse-eating demon and the puppet demon. Those are mine, right? Without hesitation, the answer was a yes, while a faint, eerie moan could be heard in the background, as though something was calling for flesh. Lin Mo led Devil's Extreme over to the 2 girls. His face lit up when he saw them. The 2 trembling girls clung to each other in fear. The system's message appeared again, informing him that Devil's Extreme's loyalty had increased by 20%. Lin Mo grinned, proud of his success. Not only had he earned a significant amount of break the room points, but his current total had exceeded 2,000. Should I exchange this for a contract limit? He thought. His smile widened. Another demon contract? Bring it on. The system confirmed the exchange, raising his contract limit by 1. His new limit was now 3.5. A Shu called out for Lin Mo to leave, and he agreed, recalling Devil's Extreme as he wondered which demon he would contract next. When they reached their room, Lin Mo opened the door and froze in surprise. A Shu, what's going on here? He asked, stepping inside. He pointed to the trash demon. Did you buy this trash can? It looks a little too big. A Shu looked awkward. I didn't buy it. The door's on the table, and everything's been taken care of. Meanwhile, you were sound asleep inside it. Lin Mo peered inside. Is it sleeping? Then leave it alone. He turned to A Shu. You should go to bed early too. He was in a state of pure panic. Even something as ordinary as a trash bin could turn into a demon contract. The morning had just begun, the sun creeping up into the sky. At exactly 7 o'clock a.m., the alarm clock went off, and a hand reached out to turn it off. Lin Mo woke with a start, stretching as he slowly came to his senses. His eyes widened in surprise at what he saw. A Shu was sitting cross-legged, deep in meditation, holding a demon pearl. Lin Mo couldn't help but let out a sigh, recognizing how difficult the process must be. Absorbing the demon aura from the demon sensation was a training technique used by demon masters to sharpen their spiritual awareness and boost their intuition. Of course, Lin Mo didn't have to endure that. All he had to do was trade points with the system. A smug smile crossed his face as he thought to himself that his way was much simpler. Just earn the points from others and demons. Lin Mo's gaze fell on A Shu's shadow, cast on the wall. He realized that, even without using the shadow demon, A Shu was already incredibly strong. He wondered just how powerful the shadow demon might be. If it turned out to be strong enough, he might even consider forming a contract with one. After a short time, Lin Mo headed to Xiao Ban's room and knocked loudly on the door to wake him up. Xiao Ban rubbed his eyes as he got out of bed and got ready for military training. At the training ground, the sky was especially clear, with gentle clouds drifting lazily by. The group was lined up in neat rows, waiting for instructions. A tired young man, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hat, turned to Lin Mo and asked, "Mo bro, got any water?" Lin Mo stood casually with his hands in his pockets, the waistband of his jeans barely reaching his chest. He gave a mischievous grin and replied, "Water? You have any?" At this, the group around them started to buzz with excitement. "Did you bring some? Share it with us. I'm dying of thirst here. I'll pay for it if you want." At this point, Lin Mo finally revealed his true nature. He pretended to scratch his head, looking away as if he had no involvement in the situation. "Well, I brought it, but I drank it all," he said casually. Clearly, the frustration was evident on everyone's faces. At that moment, they all felt like giving the guy standing before them a few punches. These people are dying from the heat, and you're still making jokes. The system's notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 40 points for breaking the room." Just then, Ying Zhuan walked over, still casually brushing his hair, showing off with a proud smile. "I heard you all don't have any water." One person, hearing this, turned to ask, "What about you? Do you have any?" Ying Zhuan continued to bask in his own smugness. "Well, not at the moment, but my girlfriend is about to bring it to me." Seeing the newcomer's obvious attempt to show off, everyone exchanged looks and whispered among themselves. Bayang Academy is like a monk's temple. There aren't many girls around, and yet this guy, just after enrolling, already has a girlfriend. What's his secret? Exactly. Ying Zhuan glanced toward Lin Mo, who was standing by a nearby tree. Why isn't this guy jealous of me? With his usual ability to annoy others, Ying Zhuan clicked his tongue and taunted Lin Mo. "You're in college and still don't have a girlfriend. What a loser." Lin Mo simply sneered, which only seemed to irritate Ying Zhuan more. "What are you pretending for? No one even wants you." At that moment, Ying Zhuan's girlfriend ran over, holding a bottle of water. "Ying Zhuan, are you thirsty? I brought water for you." With his girlfriend delivering the water, Ying Zhuan eagerly seized the opportunity to show off in front of the group. "Baby, feed me." Naturally, the faces of the single people around them couldn't have looked worse. Ying Zhuan deliberately glanced at Lin Mo, a look of complete satisfaction on her face. Unfortunately, not everyone could join in the celebration. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat helpless, watched her. Suddenly, someone in the crowd gasped and pointed towards someone approaching. "Look, it's Mu Yuan King, the senior beauty, Bayang," someone exclaimed. Mu Yuan King was walking toward them, holding a bottle of water, and the whispers grew louder. "She's so stunning. I've already decided to name my future daughter after her. I was even planning where to bury the two of us together. But isn't she single? Who is she bringing cold Coca-Cola for? So jealous." Everyone immediately recognized her and began gritting their teeth, wondering who the lucky guy was. Who's the guy who caught the senior's attention on the very first day? As she drew closer, Mu Yuan King waved enthusiastically and called out to Lin Mo. Even Lin Mo was a bit confused, pointing to himself and asking, "Me?" Mu Yuan King walked up and handed him the bottle of Coca-Cola. "Here you go, Lin Mo." Lin Mo was still puzzled and scratched his head, asking again, "For me? Why?" Mu Yuan King leaned in close, whispering in his ear, thanking him for handling the potential threat to Bai Yang. Realizing what she meant, Lin Mo murmured, "Is this about what happened last night?" Mu Yuan King raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to stay quiet, and winked, suggesting it was understood. No more needed to be said. At that moment, it felt like the world around them had just exploded in surprise. The senior beauty was personally handing a bottle of water to a freshman. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed in the background. "Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 break the room points times 10. However, Lin Mo didn't accept the points. His face grew pale as he tried to understand where all the sudden tension was coming from. When I glanced back at the announcement, I was stunned. I had spent 2 weeks struggling to earn just 1,000 points, yet because of this incident with the girl, my points had increased by another 1,000. While everyone else grumbled in frustration, wondering why it wasn't them who had received the drink from the senior, one person with a keen eye noticed something. Look over there, another beauty is coming. A young girl with silver hair was holding a bottle of water. Is she here to give out water too? That's Ran, a friend of Lin Mo. The whispers began again. Everyone hoped the lucky person would be Lin Mo. Please don't let it be that guy. He already has a senior bringing in water. If another one shows up, how are we supposed to handle this? But the truth was, in front of everyone, and Ran walked over, patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, and smiled as she asked, "Is it different now? I got this sought-after drink." Lin Mo, confused, asked, and Ran, "What are you doing here?" At the same time, the system announced the award of Break the Rune Point, and the crowd erupted in frustrated shouts. Some people, holding their girlfriends, were seething, thinking, is he trying to show off with his girlfriend? Why did he have to run into that guy? It's so annoying. Mu Yuan King saw this and turned to Lin Mo asking, "Junior, who is this?" Meanwhile, Enran's eyes were fixed on the bottle of water in Lin Mo's hand, the one Mu Yuan King had given him. Lin Mo, eager to make an introduction, was interrupted by Enran as she waved her hand dismissively. No need. Without another word, Enran turned away in frustration, muttering to herself, "I came to bring you water, but since you already have some, forget it." Lin Mo, utterly confused, thought to himself, "Why is Enran angry with me? I haven't done anything wrong." Mu Yuan King, noticing his confusion, sighed and gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. "When your girlfriend is upset, you need to go after her and explain things. Go on quickly." Suddenly, Lin Mo understood. He grabbed the water bottle and, running after her, called out and ran, "Wait for me." As he ran, Lin Mo drank most of the water, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and muttered, "Ugh, even my teeth feel weird." And Ran, still irritated, snapped back, "Then go ahead and lose them all." Lin Mo, still clueless about what he had done wrong, asked with genuine innocence, "Hey, what's going on?" He turned to Mu Yuan King for help. "What should I do now?" says. Mu Yuan King, frustrated by his lack of emotional awareness, sighed and muttered under her breath, "Just go after her. What else can you do?" She placed her hand on her forehead, clearly exasperated. He's so sharp, but when it comes to emotions, he's completely lost. Meanwhile, Ran, still upset, walked along, her thoughts racing. Lin Mo must be interested in someone else, just like Mom always said, guys can't be trusted. I really thought he was different. Eventually, Lin Mo caught up with her, grabbed her hand, and stopped her. He looked at her seriously. "And Ran, there's something I need to tell you." And Ran, pouting, replied sharply, "What now?" Seeing her stubborn expression, Lin Mo hesitated, then forced a bright smile and tried to ease the mood. "I just wanted to ask, did you make this water bottle for me?" And Ran, still sulking, answered with a hint of jealousy in her voice, "Didn't some other girl already bring you water? Why are you still drinking this? Just throw it away." Lin Mo quickly grabbed the water bottle and said, "This water tastes amazing. It would be a shame to waste it." Without hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp, leaving not a drop behind. To his surprise, once he finished, he felt incredibly refreshed. Is there more? Honestly, it feels cooler than water from the fridge. And Ran, visibly angry, snapped back, "More of your nonsense." She then revealed the source of the water he had just praised. "This water is from an ancient tomb, and I collected it drop by drop. How could there be more?" Slightly taken aback, Lin Mo still responded with respect, "No wonder it's so cold. I guessed it must have some yin energy in it too. Thanks, you must have been exhausted collecting each drop." And Ran, hearing this, felt a strange satisfaction in her chest, but she replied with a sharp tone, "I've poisoned it. It'll drop dead from it soon enough." Lin Mo, not missing a beat, teased, "Poisoned? Doesn't matter. Is there more? Can you bring me another bottle?" And Ran, disgusted, shot back, "Where's your woman to bring it to you?" Lin Mo pouted and complained, "I've only had your lemon water since this morning." Suddenly, Ran, looking regretful, said, "I was planning to take you to tour my ancient tomb base, but you seem too busy, so forget it." Lin Mo, like a dog eager to please, responded, "Ancient tombs are fascinating. How can I go? I absolutely have to see it." Her eyes gleamed with joy like stars lighting up the night sky, and her heart raced with excitement. The points she had earned earlier could be exchanged for an additional contract limit. That meant she now had two, just when she had been feeling down with nowhere else to turn. She decided to head toward the ancient tomb. Maybe there she'd find a useful demon to form a contract with. Feeling uplifted again, and Ran grabbed her water bottle and said, "If you're really set on going, let's meet at 10 p.m. tonight at the east side of the Royal Slaughtering Ground." Without waiting for a response, she turned and hurried off. He called after her, "Okay, see you tonight." They waved at each other, agreeing to meet later in the evening. After Ran left, he sighed with satisfaction, murmuring, finally managed to cheer her up. But just as quickly, it felt as though 1,000 words pierced Lin Mo's heart, digging deep into his wound. He had thought his emotional intelligence was low, but it seemed that this person was even worse. A mocking voice responded, agreeing with the assessment, adding that this wasn't just low EQ, but the final stage of a terminally ill straight man seriously bad. Another voice chimed in, the salty meat is too salty. It's awful. Frustrated, Linmo snapped back, here I am, managing to cheer someone up, and I'm getting mocked by a bunch of demons for having low EQ. My EQ is high, okay. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host, you have received a break the room point. Confused, Linmo muttered, what did I even do? Why is my score going up? What he didn't realize was that, all along, thousands of men had been watching him with burning, furious glares. Now it clicked. He understood his earlier excitement. It seemed he'd need to ask Ran to visit more often from now on. The scene shifts to late at night, around 10 p.m. In a graveyard thick with spiritual energy. Linmo and Ran are already there, each being carried by a ghost. The ghost's face is pale, and his eyes are filled with fear as he looks ahead, while Ran watches him with amusement. Is this really enough to scare you? She teases. When I was 10, I survived a ghost wave. Linmo, shocked, asks, you survived a ghost wave at 10, and you didn't die. And Ran grins with pride. At the time, I still had a ghostly fate. The other ghosts wouldn't dare come near me. After a pause, she excitedly declares, we're here. But Linmo is lost in thought. The dull ghost had been taken by Gao Long Chen and given to Gao Tai Ti. He wonders just how painful was this girl's childhood. The two are gently set down, and Ran quickly moves ahead. In front of them is a large pile of tangled branches blocking the entrance to a cave. The branches twist in wind, and as they draw closer, the disturbance causes a swarm of bats to suddenly take flight. And Ran eagerly steps forward, saying, we're almost at the tomb the grave robbers dug. Linmo, in contrast, is cautious, carefully scanning her surroundings. The two of them, one ahead and one behind, carefully move forward, sliding down into the dark cave. After sliding down a slope, they land safely in another area, dimly lit and ethereal. As they steady themselves, Linmo thinks to himself, this place would make a bad temporary hideout, especially for someone on the run. And Ran, on the other hand, notices two others nearby, two members of the Black Abyss gang, Zhuang Han, who step forward to greet them. Boss, you two are back? At that moment, Linmo suddenly realized with a sense of unease. Isn't this Zhuang Han, the one whose leg I took last time? His demon was destroyed by me, so now he's just an ordinary person, unable to form a demon contract anymore. Zhuang Han, sensing the tension, casually lightened the mood. He smiled and said, it's my own fault, so I don't hold any grudge about losing a leg. Linmo nodded in admiration. You're truly a man of character. Suddenly, a voice called from the hut. Linmo, do you still remember me? The voice's owner stepped out. It was Hao Kun. Even Linmo looked surprised and asked, how Kun have you joined them too? Hao Kun sighed, recalling his past. The boss not only saved me, but also gave me advice, so I joined them. Honestly, someone like me, who's always been useless, didn't have anywhere else to turn. Hearing this, Linmo felt a sense of relief and then turned his gaze to Ran, deep in thought. Accepting someone like Hao Kun was proof that Ran was genuinely kind-hearted. Despite having a childhood full of suffering, she had somehow kept her compassionate nature intact. That kind of person was rare. Noticing his attention on her, and Ran seized the opportunity to show off a little. So, what do you think? Isn't my base impressive? Even if you challenged those worthless fools, they wouldn't be able to find this place. She took his hand and led him, saying, over here is a dragon's head connected to an underground water vein, so you don't have to worry about the water supply. And Ran guided Linmo closer for a better view, continuing, the water for the drinks I brought you comes from this source. It's fresh and cool. Linmo couldn't help but praise her. But then something puzzled him and he asked, the lobby area is clearly well secured, but why don't you open up the tomb to create more space? And Ran responded, her voice tinged with frustration, do you think I haven't thought of that? No matter what we try, we still can't open the tomb door. Linmo, confused, asked, isn't there a tunnel leading into the tomb? At the same time, he activated his vision, puzzled that his blood eye could not detect anything. Hao Kun, who stood beside them, spoke up. There are other tunnels in some areas, but they were only dug halfway before being abandoned. Zhuang Han, who was also nearby, added, the workers who dug the tunnels all died and their bodies are still in them. Only the tunnel leading to the front hall was fully excavated. Upon hearing this, Linmo's curiosity deepened and he felt a surge of excitement to investigate further. It seemed there was something powerful behind this tomb door. Chainsaw Ghost, cut it open for me, he ordered, activating his power. Without delay, the Chainsaw Ghost appeared and began cutting into the wall with force. However, after a moment, the Chainsaw Ghost stopped, confused, and reported back to Linmo. Linmo, equally shocked, stared at the intact dragon's head, which showed no signs of damage, and exclaimed, is that strong? Doubt crept into his mind. The Chainsaw Ghost had considerable power. After all, It could even cut through basalt, but it couldn't make a dent in this door. A member of the Black Abyss gang, with a sneer of disdain, scoffed, "Do you think we're fools? We've tried this method for ages and it doesn't work. This is clearly some sort of barrier or formation and you still haven't figured that out." Lin Mo ignored the comment, focusing instead on how to break through. A barrier? The chainsaw ghost turned back immediately, and a flash of green light shot from Lin Mo's wrist in an instant. Lin Mo stepped closer, his gaze fixated on the tomb door. There was an undeniable pull, a strange sensation that seemed to be drawing him in. He extended his hand to touch the dragon engraving, and at that very moment, an urge, almost like a silent command, pushed him to act. In the next instant, as if responding to his very thoughts, a hidden mechanism triggered. The massive wall in front of him began to shift. The ground trembled violently, throwing everyone into a state of confusion. Was it an earthquake, or was the tomb crumbling? And Ran's voice broke through the chaos. "Look, everyone, look at Lin Mo." The door slowly creaked open, and the group cautiously moved inside. Wu Cotton, wide-eyed, whispered, "What is this magnificent place?" And Ran, still puzzled, asked, "But how did Lin Mo manage to open it?" Someone else shrugged. "Who knows? Maybe this tomb has some deep connection to him." Lin Mo's thoughts swirled as he stood in the doorway. His spiritual senses were tightly connected to the tomb. Every corner felt hauntingly familiar, as though he had been here countless times before. "Let's go inside and figure this out," he murmured. Just then, the gaze of the statue seemed to shift toward him. Lin Mo froze, suddenly aware of the attention he was drawing. "Lin Mo, be careful!" And Ram cried out in alarm. The statue began to move, and the group, sensing the danger, dropped to their knees, forming a path for Lin Mo. He stood motionless, overwhelmed with confusion, but also a creeping sense of unease. If these statues are meant to guard the tomb, should they be attacking me? Why are they kneeling before me instead? What exactly ties me to this ancient tomb? Ka, who had been quietly following Lin Mo, narrowed his eyes. This kid's blood. There's something far from ordinary about it. The Zoyhan people were filled with joy, having successfully made all the stone statues kneel. Clearly, the person behind this must be of extraordinary importance. It was time for them to enter as well. However, one of the stone statues suddenly surged forward to block their path. In that instant, Lin Mo realized that the statue was only allowing him to proceed alone, and Ran, eager to rush in, was held back. "Lin Mo, you need to be careful," she warned. Lin Mo took a measured step forward. As he set foot on the first stone step, he saw a figure swinging a sword, cutting down enemies on the battlefield. Behind him, soldiers followed, shouting in unison as they charged. This man was a mighty general, commanding thousands of troops, slaying tens of thousands of enemies, leaving mountains of bodies in his wake. He appeared like a demon, his blades striking down countless foes, shaking the world with fear. Demon's sword. The figure had silver white hair and leaned against a tree, using his sword as a cane. His gaze was fixed on the palace he had sworn to protect with his life. Lin Mo walked slowly toward the coffin. Lying within it was none other than the demon's sword himself. A chilling voice echoed from the coffin. "Who dares disturb me?" Lin Mo, startled, called out. This tomb must be at least 300 or 400 years old, yet the person inside can still speak. Miss Shutong Gilai, standing beside him, tried to reassure him. "Don't worry, that's just a fragment of the tomb owner's soul." Lin Mo introduced himself cautiously. "I am Lin Mo." The voice of the kneeling sword boomed. "Are you the king of the kingdom of demon sealing?" For a moment, Lin Mo was taken aback, but then you replied, "The kingdom of demon sealing has long since fallen." He seemed unable to believe it and repeated the question. "Lost?" The response came quickly. "Yes, it was destroyed by Province Nation 50 years ago. The kingdom of demon sealing had been a small, ancient country with an absolute monarchy situated in the southwest. Its total area was only 10,000 square meters, and its population numbered around 20,000. 50 years ago, Province Nation launched an assault on the royal palace, leading to the kingdom's complete destruction. When Demon Sword heard the news, his rage was overwhelming. The nation they had devoted their lives to protecting had been wiped out by Province Nation. The more he spoke, the more his anger grew. His fury released a demon aura with immense power. Those damn Province Nation. Give me back my country, give me back my people. The demon aura was terrifyingly powerful. Anyone caught in its path would be in grave danger. It shot upward into the sky, taking the form of a massive vortex, accompanied by thunder and violent storms. At the Jiang Province Safety Bureau, Gao Long Chen watched in horror from a distance as the demon aura swirled. He shouted, "It must be the remnants of demon sealing triggering the forbidden spell to open Demon Sword's tomb. I never imagined the tomb we've been searching for could be right under their noses." He immediately issued an order. "Send teams to investigate the location of Demon Sword's tomb. If we encounter any remnants of demon sealing, eliminate them on sight. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lin Feng was joyfully skipping around, speaking excitedly to Xuan. It's Moni. No one else in the world, not even you or I, can open Demon Sword's tomb. Only Moni can do it. And Xuan walked over, concern in her eyes, and asked, "Do you think Moni will be in danger?" Lin Feng didn't answer her question directly. Instead, he continued to look around, his excitement palpable. He can't stay in this village any longer. It's time to go protect Moni. With that, he seized the nearby sickle. His spirit surged with energy, and the mere thought of confronting the safety bureau brought a rush of heat to his body. "Stay at home and look after our daughter. I'll leave immediately." At Lin Mo's location, everyone present was in awe of the demon sword's power. What kind of demon is this with such an overwhelming aura of darkness? To witness something like this in my lifetime, it's worth dying for. And Rand couldn't shake her concern. "I hope Lin Mo stays safe." The demon sword grew more and more agitated, as though it were on the verge of madness. "Why destroy my country? What gives you the right? That insignificant province nation." Miss Shutong Gui, hiding behind Lin Mo, suggested, "Try binding him. He's incredibly strong." Lin Mo, visibly shaken by the demon aura, questioned, "Is he a demon? Oh, with this much power, wouldn't binding him make me explode and die?" Both of them were stunned by the sheer intensity of the demon aura. Miss Shutong Gui reassured him, "It's just the aura accumulated over time. The remnants of his soul are barely a thread." "Do you see the sword in the coffin?" Lin Mo challenged. "But I can't sense his demonic body," she replied. Growing impatient, Miss Shutong snapped, "I told you, just a remnant soul, not even a full demon yet. To form a contract with him, you need to try dripping your blood onto the sword. If he accepts you as his master, he will obey you. If not, there's nothing you can do. Hurry, his soul is about to fade away." He nodded and, with a deep thought, bit his finger. The demon sword held immense power. If he could form a bond with it, his strength would increase tremendously. Lin Muddle let a drop of his blood fall onto the sword. Immediately, a strange force swirled around its center before shooting directly into his chest. Lin Mo managed to scream once before his body collapsed. From below the grand hall, Rand saw Lin Mo in danger and panic set in. She shouted urgently and without hesitation, cast a spell to summon her shadow demon. A mystical purple light flickered through the darkness and the shadow demon appeared from the void, lifting Rand and speeding her forward. The stone statues sensed its presence and gripped their weapons tightly, positioning themselves to block the demon's path. A group of them moved to strike, but the shadow demon nimbly dodged their attacks. Realizing the number of enemies was increasing, the demon soared into the air, using its ability to fly to bypass the statues. It landed on the high platform where Lin Mo had just fallen. Then Rand rushed to his side. As she reached the coffin, she saw Lin Mo lying inside, his face twisted in an odd expression. Fear gripped her as she shook him and called his name, but he did not respond. There was no other option. She had to lift him up and carry him out of there, and Rand breathed heavily but managed to hoist Lin Mo onto her back. Outside, it was dark near the ancient tomb, but a large group of people appeared, and Rand's team had clearly anticipated that the noise from this area would attract the safety bureau, so they urged each other to leave quickly. Dazuan, apparently having received word of their approach, grew even more frantic. "The safety bureau's coming. Hurry up, boss." On the high platform, the shadow ghost was struggling to lift Lin Mo, and Rand, standing nearby, knew that if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't survive once the safety bureau surrounded them. She nodded in agreement. A moment later, the shadow ghost was carrying Lin Mo in his arms and ran on his back as they flew back the way they had come. And Rand glanced at the stone statues that lined the path and felt certain they wouldn't harm Lin Mo. So the two of them passed safely through the stone statue path, guided by the soft glow from Lin Mo. Once they met up with the three subordinates, and Rand wasted no time and ordered them to leave immediately. Recognizing the urgency, her team didn't hesitate and rushed toward the exit. While Rand and her group made their way through the tomb, people outside were aggressively patrolling, searching for them. And Rand and her men took cover behind several tall tombs, each several meters high. Her subordinates, glancing at Lin Mo, were worried that his soul might have been taken by the ghost. And Rand wasn't entirely sure, but could only say, "We'll need to find a doctor to check." Zhuai Han, who was keeping watch beside her, suddenly spoke with urgency. "The safety bureau is heading this way." Zhuai Han and the others were filled with quiet panic, exchanging whispers as they discussed their escape plan. One of Rand's subordinates, sitting nearby, interrupted their thoughts. He believed they stood no chance of escaping, given the unmatched skill of the safety bureau officers. After a moment, he suggested that their only hope was to hand over Lin Mo, as he suspected the bureau's real target was him. And Rand was immediately opposed to this idea. With a sharp frown, she suggested that they head to Bayang Academy instead, since Lin Mo was a student there. Perhaps the academy would offer them some protection. One of the subordinates, who had been saved by Anran in the past, stood up in support of her. He volunteered to create a distraction, allowing Anran to escape with Lin Mo. The other two, unwilling to be left behind, quickly agreed to join in the plan. Tears welled up in Anran's eyes, but she was too overwhelmed to speak. The three then didn't wait for her to object, quickly leaving after offering brief words of encouragement and wishing her safety. Anran held Lin Mo close, watching their figures fade into the distance. Her heart ached, and as the tears finally fell, she choked out her thanks, her voice trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, the agents of the Safety Bureau remained on high alert. Suddenly, a figure darted past them, teasing them with mocking words. At the same time, a shadowy figure appeared elsewhere, drawing most of the Bureau's attention and prompting them to give chase. And Rand's subordinates continued their taunts, fueling the Bureau agents' rage as they shouted for their capture. The once peaceful area near the ancient tomb, quiet just moments before, now echoed with cries of pursuit and threats of violence. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rand quickly summoned a shadow technique to cloak herself and Lin Mo. In an instant, they sped off in a different direction, escaping into the night. She gazed down from above at the group of people chasing one another, tears streaming down her face as she silently prayed for their safety. The shadow demon hovered motionlessly in the air, believing it had gone unnoticed. Yet everything was clearly visible to Sunday Lai, who observed from the safety of his car. A mocking smile spread across his face as he watched them attempt to escape, thinking they could rely on the shadow demon to protect them. He had greatly underestimated the security measures. As he spoke, his fingers brushed against the evil spirit tattoo on his arm. At his command, the white demon soul materialized in the form of 3 wolves, which then transformed into beams of light racing toward Anran. She was no ordinary woman. As they closed in, she quickly realized that the shadow demon's target was Lin Mo and herself, forcing her to dodge as best as she could. But she was too slow. One of the green wolves struck her on the shoulder, and her grip on Lin Mo loosened just enough to make a difference. In that moment, Anran understood without a doubt that they were after Lin Mo. Panic surged through her, and she urgently ordered the shadow demon to protect him. However, the shadow demon couldn't choose sides and shielded both of them. Unfortunately, one of the wolves saw an opening and lunged at her, sinking its teeth into her waist. She cried out in agony. Sunny Lai watched the scene unfold with a cruel sense of amusement. He even found himself regretting that he couldn't kill Anran. After all, she was the illegitimate daughter of the department head. The thought made him smile wickedly. It seemed the boy really was a standout within the Demon Sealing faction. If he captured him, promotion was all but guaranteed. The shadow demon wrapped both Lin Mo and Anran tightly in its embrace, enveloping them with the white demon soul. Anran, racked with pain, softly commanded, "Nightmare demon, leave quickly and head to Bayang Academy." The demon obeyed without hesitation, darting forward to avoid the white demon soul's attack. Below them, Sunday Lai watched with a smug, mocking smile, his expression full of arrogance. How foolish, he sneered. My white demon soul isn't so easily escaped. Each strike he launched was aimed at blocking their path. The swarm of white demon souls surrounding them took the brunt of the shadow demon's attacks as the school began to materialize out of the darkness in front of them. And Rand shook with exhaustion, clinging to Lin Mo for support as they finally reached the school grounds. Just as she felt her strength slip away, a shadow demon also faltered, its energy drained, and it collapsed. Without warning, the white demon soul charged at them, its aggression obvious. But just as it reached them, another powerful demon appeared, knocking the white demon souls aside and forcing them to retreat hastily. Mu Yuan King, her expression icy, shouted sharply, "How dare you release demons and harm others within the school grounds?" And Ran, weak and battered, lifted her face toward the newcomer, silently pleading for help. "We're being hunted." Mu Yuan King, surprised by the revelation, scrutinized them closely. Lin Mo and the girl who brought water this morning, how did they end up so badly injured? Just then, several police cars pulled up outside. They came to a halt when they saw Mu Yuan King blocking the way. One of the officers shouted, "Who are you to stop us from entering the school?" Mu Yuan King stood her ground, her voice commanding, "Open your eyes and see who you're speaking to. We're from the Safety Bureau." The officers, clearly angered, retorted with threats. "We're here to capture a major criminal. If you continue to interfere, we'll treat you as an accomplice and hold you accountable." Mu Yuan King cast a quick glance at the group of Lin Mo behind her and firmly responded, "They are my students, not criminals. Stand back and watch. Let's see who dares to harm them." The members of the Safety Bureau, clearly angered, were determined to pick a fight. They quickly summoned their demons, ready for combat. Alone, Mu Yuan King faced the Safety Bureau forces who had called forth hundreds of demons. Her heart raced with fear. She knew that if these demons attacked her, she would likely perish without a trace. Then, out of nowhere, a figure swiftly appeared in front of her. Its hand, glowing with fiery energy, reached out, and with a single motion, he sent the demons flying. A wave of relief washed over Mu Yuan King as she recognized the newcomer. It was the principal. From inside the school gate, the 8 demon lords watched the scene unfold. They observed in silence as the demons scattered. The principal turned to Mu Yuan King and commanded, "Quickly, take them to the infirmary. I'll deal with things here." Meanwhile, students in the dormitory heard the commotion and rushed outside to see what was happening. "What's going on? Why is the deputy director of the safety bureau here?" They watched the unfolding scene in the courtyard, murmuring amongst themselves. Senior is carrying Lin Mo. Could it be they went outside and got caught? The principal was a 6th-ranked demon master. Could he really intend to take on all those people by himself? A Shu, watching from above, suddenly froze in place. His eyes widened in shock as he noticed Lin Mo. The sword aura surrounding Lin Mo was overwhelmingly powerful. The members of the safety bureau were seething with anger. What does he think he's doing? One of them spat. Duan Kenkan's expression was stern. "You want to harm my students? That won't happen." Sunday Lai, hearing this, let out a mocking laugh. A principal from a rundown school like you thinks he can stop the safety bureau from catching criminals? He's still standing there arguing. "I'll block you, and what of it?" Duan Kenkan shot back. "Once you step foot on my school grounds, anyone who threatens my students will have to get through me first." Sun Li's face darkened with fury as he cursed. "I heard you're just a 6th-level demon master. Do you honestly believe you can stop us?" Without hesitation, he turned and ordered, "Summon all of your contracted demons." His subordinates immediately complied, preparing for action. Duan Kenkan assumed a defensive stance, his face grim. "Try me." He untied the cloth around his arm. As he did, small flames began to flicker around his arms. The sight left Sun Li speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. 8 extraordinarily powerful contracted demons materialized beside Duan Kenkan in an instant. The students in the dormitory watched in awe. The principal just summoned 7 demons, and are all at least evil spirit level. That's a demon judge. Those are so rare, they haven't appeared in ages. And look, there's even a little girl demon, a superclass demon. The people and demons from the safety bureau stood frozen, dumbfounded. At that moment, Sun Li suddenly realized the situation and was struck by fear. He wasn't Zai Fang. He was one of the 8 demon kings of the Heaven and Earth Corps. Duan Kenkan's face twisted with anger as he firmly declared, "I am Duan Kenkan. Do you still intend to force your way through?" He muttered with growing frustration, "Duan Tongling isn't in Dayan province. He's in Jiang province. You have no authority to stop our safety bureau from capturing criminals. If you keep interfering, you'll face the consequences." Duan Kenkan's expression hardened. "I don't care who you're trying to arrest. All I know is that the boy is my student. If you keep trying to harm him, you won't like what happens next." Sun Li, no longer afraid, shouted, "Everyone, move in. We must capture the remnants of Demon Sealing." The group surged forward toward the gate where he stood in their way. Remaining calm, Duan Kenkan softly called out, "Demon Judge." Hearing his name, the Demon Judge immediately raised his brush. Red characters leaped from the brush, flying toward the safety bureau's demons. They froze, stunned, and paralyzed. Duan Kenkan then summoned the maid demon, saying, "It's your turn." The maid demon swung her scythe with terrifying force. Waves of strikes rained down upon the safety bureau's demons, causing them intense agony. Those who were struck fell in heaps at their feet. The safety bureau personnel were horrified and cried out, "This is terrifying. Is this really the power of a human?" Duan Kenkan, his face dark with rage, gave him a cold glance. A bunch of worthless fools. They turned pale, fearfully staring ahead. He spun around in a panic and ran for his life. With a trace of contempt in his voice, he muttered, "The safety bureau is nothing special." The convoy of the safety bureau quickly sped away. The group of students who had been watching from a distance couldn't contain their excitement. With just 2 stunning demons, they had completely wiped out the safety bureau team. They were overjoyed and shouted in unison, "Our principal is amazing. We'll never underestimate him again." The convoy of the safety bureau raced down the dark road. Inside one of the vehicles, Sun Li began to contact the head of the safety bureau. On the other end of the line, Gao Longchen sounded anxious. "What's the situation?" Sun Li's voice came through, filled with frustration. This operation only managed to capture an irrelevant person. The brat connected to the grave of the demon sword was stopped and couldn't be taken in. Who blocked our path? On the other end, the response was firm. The military commander of Zentian, Duan Kenkan. Sun Li's voice was serious as he continued, "He's currently the principal of Bayang Academy." A sneer followed. Duan Kenkan wouldn't protect the remnants of Demon Sealing. Gao Longchen's thoughts drifted back to the past, and he spoke with a sense of grim recollection. Back then, when we attacked Demon Ceiling, he wiped out an entire city. Sun Hulai, sensing the underlying meaning, grew alarmed. Director, are you suggesting that he left his post as the commander of Zhentian, slipped into Jiang province, and set up a shabby academy to recruit students in order to investigate the remnants of Demon Ceiling? Gao Longchen chuckled quietly. No wonder he's the commander of Zhentian. He's truly ruthless and clever. He spoke while reclining in his chair, his tone calm, but carrying an underlying tension. There were two possible reasons the old man had stopped him. Either he wanted to claim the credit for himself, or he had a larger plan in mind, perhaps using this situation as bait for something more significant. After all, the Grand Sorcerer of the Demon Ceiling sect was a key figure, and they still hadn't located him. It seemed the old man had come to a sudden realization. Should they simply ignore this and let him take the credit? Gao Longchen responded firmly, of course not. We'll interrogate the man we've captured. As for Bayang's side, we'll send undercover students to gather intelligence. This is a rare opportunity, and we can't afford to waste it. Make sure your child is involved. It could secure a valuable position for the future. The three shadowy figures exuded an undeniable presence. Gao Longchen, braying with confidence, added, "Don't worry. I'll ensure Tai Ti accompanies them to oversee everything." The person on the other end acknowledged the plan before falling into deep thought. "I swear, Kingdom of Demon Ceiling Sorcerer, this time I will capture you with my own hands." Elsewhere, a man with a nosebleed appeared disoriented, as if his brain had been scrambled. "Who's talking behind my back?" he muttered. On a nearby sick, a man and a woman were receiving treatment. The principal entered, his eyes scanning Lin Mo's condition. Mu Yuan King spoke softly. "Principal, it seems like Lin Mo won't make it. Please, you have to save him." The principal moved closer, examining Lin Mo carefully. This is the result of an excessive buildup of yin energy in his body. It has damaged his heart meridian. He retrieved an acupuncture needle and began to prepare. If we expel the yin energy and let him rest for a few days, he should recover. With a steady hand, the needle gently pierced Lin Mo's forehead, releasing a faint, mysterious energy. Mu Yuan King, clearly anxious, asked, "Principal, what exactly happened to him? How did this happen? And why would the people from the Safety Bureau want to arrest him?" Xu Fang subtly warned her not to get involved in this matter. As he turned away, something seemed to pull at him. He glanced back, unsure of what had caught his attention in Lin Mo. Something about him, maybe his expression, seemed strangely familiar. The demon sword had a similar presence, and they were the same age, truly remnants of the demon ceiling. Without thinking, she grabbed his neck. Mu Yuan King froze. "Principal, what are you doing?" In less than 5 seconds, he released his grip, his face turning pale. But he quickly regained his composure, drummed his fingers on the desk, and shot Lin Mo a glare. Still, he couldn't act on it. With a sigh, he turned away. In a remote village, the villagers were happily starting their day. Suddenly, their homes were engulfed in flames, sending everyone into a frenzy. Some ran in panic, while others perished. A group of strangers suddenly appeared, walking boldly into the flames. On top of a building, a mother and her children had been waiting for them, though for how long, no one knew. The woman's figure was clear in Lin Mo's mind, her eyes burning with fury. It turned out that these were just dreams. Lin Mo woke up, feeling unsettled. What was that? I've never been there, but the dream felt so real. Hai Xiao Pan burst in cheerful, with tears in his eyes. "Mo bro, you're awake? You've been asleep for 7 days." Hai Xiao Pan exclaimed joyfully. "I thought you'd never wake up in this lifetime." The weight of Lin Mo's emotions made him snap. "This life feels so heavy, like I'm being crushed." After the excitement died down, he started to complain. "You're lucky. You even slept through the whole military training. Look at you. After all that, this is what you become." He sighed, casting a quick glance at himself from head to toe. With a sharp look, he remarked, "You're looking darker again. If you went out like that at midnight, grinning and showing your teeth, people would think they're seeing a ghost floating in midair." Still irritated from just waking up, Hai Xiao Pan yelled, "You're already making fun of me right after I get up." At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "Congratulations, host, you've earned 10 break the room points." Lin Mo responded with a teasing retort, "I won't argue with you. If it weren't for the excuse of coming here to take care of you, I'd never have skipped school." From the other side, a voice responded, "Well, look who's getting a taste of their own medicine." It was Xuang, his body wrapped in bandages, his mocking tone evident as he teased Lin Mo. "Unlike you, too dumb to avoid jumping off the building." Despite his bandages, Xuang remained sharp-tongued. He added, "Don't get too cocky. I'm definitely getting revenge for my broken leg." The system chimed in once more, added 50 break-the-room points. Still with his snark, Lin Mo shot back, "Keep talking, and your other leg might be next." Hai Xiao Pan tried to join in, but with both legs broken, there wasn't much left to joke about. Lin Mo turned to him and asked, I remember it was Ran who brought me here last time. She seemed to be hurt too. Where is she now? Hai Xiaopan confirmed it. Just then, Mu Yuan King, who had entered unnoticed, spoke up. Not only was she injured, but she nearly died trying to save you. Upon hearing that, Lin Mo panicked and rushed off to find her room. Mu Yuan King calmly added, and Ran is in the special care unit. She's still in critical condition. Because he hadn't fully recovered, he collapsed as soon as his feet touched the ground. She quickly tried to stop him, saying, You've held onto a grudge for 10 years. Revenge can wait. And Xuan chuckled, relieved. Looks like your leg's in bad shape too, huh? Lin Mo, with a dismissive tone, shot back, It's just numb from lying down too long. As they walked, he flicked at the bandage on his leg, adding, You really care, don't you? I'm just giving a little payback, she replied. Oh my, Lin Mo said with a mock sigh. That flick was so light, but it felt like I was being reborn. And Xuang had picked up a few curse words, though not many. Meanwhile, Lin Mo continued walking, lifting a finger and sneering. If you're so tough, then come chase after me. Lin Mo shot her a grim look and then asked about her condition. Mu Yuan King stood by in Ran's bed, watching her lie still, and replied, She was attacked by the white demon soul and poisoned with his venom. Though she's been given an antidote, her condition hasn't improved. This poison is probably a special toxin from the demon master. He fell silent for a long moment before Lin Mo, angry, spoke up. She was hurt because of you, so you have to save her. Whoever from the safety department caused her harm, tell me now. Mu Yuan King looked up and saw the deputy director of the safety department, Sun Delai. The moment Lin Mo heard the name, he rushed to find him. Xu Feng raised an eyebrow when he saw Lin Mo and asked, Where are you going? With fire in his eyes, Lin Mo replied, I'm going to find Sun Delai to see if there's any way to get the antidote. As he walked up the stairs, he called back, Come with me. Lin Mo's frown deepened and he turned down the suggestion. Unease settled in his chest. If we wait any longer, what if Ran dies from that poison? Mu Yuan King spoke softly, You still don't know. If it wasn't for the principal standing up to the Bureau of Safety that night, you would have been captured by now. Lin Mo was stunned by this revelation. In his shock, he asked, Did he save you too? She stood across from him, offering advice. I think you should go with him. After all, there's nothing bad about it. He agreed without hesitation and quickly made his way to the rooftop where Xu Feng had asked to be. Xu Feng was staring at the sky. That night, the Bureau of Safety hadn't been able to catch him, nor had they seen his face clearly, but they would send someone to investigate soon enough. You probably still don't know why the Bureau of Safety wants to capture you, do you? Xu Feng turned around, furrowing his brows as he studied Lin Mo. At that moment, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. The Bureau of Safety couldn't have acted out of simple revenge, but even if it had something to do with the ancient tomb, he hadn't stolen anything. There was no reason for them to come after him. Xu Feng's frown deepened as he turned away and asked, You don't even know this yet, and you dare to rush into the Bureau of Safety. Even if others that don't take action, do you really think you, a first-tier demon master, can defeat someone like Sun Delai? Feeling cornered, Lin Mo panicked and asked, Principal, what should I do now? Xu Feng pointed toward the mountain across from them and said, There's a nest of pure-bodied ghosts over there. Inside, you'll find at least 70 malevolent spirits. There is also the matter of the evil spirit's level. If you can handle it, you will gain the power to confront the demon master of the 3 layers. At that point, you'll need to find Sun Delai for any real chance of victory. He is extremely meticulous when it comes to strategizing. However, Lin Mo's main concern at the moment was in Ran. He gently stroked his beard, then reassured, Don't worry. As long as I'm here, the girl won't die within a month, and the Safety Bureau won't dare to storm the school to take anyone. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief and bowed his head in gratitude. Xu Feng smiled, clearly pleased with his response. You're my student, he said. It's no trouble to guide you. The words made Lin Mo pause, wondering to himself, master and disciple? Does he mean to take me as his disciple? Xu Feng's expression shifted to a more serious one as he added, A student is a student and a disciple is a disciple. So, what do you say? Do you want to become my disciple? Lin Mo looked up in surprise, puzzled by Xu Feng's special treatment. Not only had he opposed the Safety Bureau, but he had also gone to great lengths to help in Ran. Many had wanted to become Xu Feng's disciple, but only a few ever had the chance. Why was he receiving such extraordinary attention? Xu Feng let out a soft chuckle. What's the matter? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your master? Without hesitation, Lin Mo knelt down, his voice filled with sincerity. You've already saved my life, and that alone is a debt greater than a mountain. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple. Xu Feng smiled warmly and helped him to his feet, secretly impressed. This kid has potential. Lin Mo's eyes were full of resolve as he thought to himself, becoming Zhu Feng's disciple would give me the support I need. The group of people grew more cautious. If there was any truth to the idea that someone was plotting against him, it was wise to remain extra vigilant. Zhu Feng then turned around and advised, if you want to know why the Safety Bureau is after you, you should ask your father. Also, come to my office after 11 p.m. Upon hearing the invitation to visit the office at night, Lin Mo quickly agreed, thinking that Zhu Feng might have something important to give him. Zhu Feng slowed his pace and added, by the way, I recall you come from a poor family. What's your situation like? Lin Mo, slightly puzzled, replied, I still have my parents and a younger sister. My parents are farmers and my sister is seriously ill. Zhu Feng stroked his beard thoughtfully before leaving. Lin Mo, accompanied by Hai Xiao Pan, headed to school. On the way, Hai Xiao Pan turned to him and sighed, how dull. If you'd been in a coma a bit longer, I could have skipped more classes. Lin Mo turned and scolded him. If I had turned into a vegetable, wouldn't you have to spend all 4 years in school? Hai Xiao Pan laughed, grinning foolishly, and said, well, I guess that could work. Every day, Lin Mo stopped by the infirmary to visit, and he often ran into Miss Mu. They would chat for a bit before heading to class. In the classroom, the air was filled with gossip. Several young men gathered around Demon's child, offering gifts in hopes of gaining favor. Lin Mo watched in disbelief, asking, can they really get away with this? Hai Xiao Pan, with his hand resting on Lin Mo's shoulder, whispered, well, you already have Miss Mu and Tai, so Demon's child probably doesn't seem all that appealing to you. But since we're still single, we'll cling to anything. It was then that Lin Mo noticed someone sitting at the head of the table, a Shu. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel impressed. Truly, an exceptional student. He walked over, pulled out a chair, and quietly sat down, making sure not to attract any attention. At that moment, Lin Mo finally began to reflect on the events of that night. It was true that he had made a pact with the fragmented soul of the demon sword. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense its presence or summon it. Now, with the valuable items Zhu Feng had given him, he was confident the issue would soon be resolved. He looked at the contracts and ran his fingers over them gently. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Zhu Feng entered, his voice firm and clear. It's time to begin. Everyone, please settle down quickly. He cleared his throat a few times, signaling for the class to quiet down. Zhu Feng gestured toward the door and announced, today, we have 3 students from Shu Feng Academy who will be studying with us for a while. The first to enter was Gao Tai Ti, a female student. As soon as she walked in, the boys in the room were immediately captivated. Lin Mo gave her a brief glance and silently thought, she must have been sent by the safety department, right? Zhu Feng's expression darkened, feeling embarrassed as he thought to himself, this is so humiliating. How did I end up with students like this? The 3 new students introduced themselves one by one. Gao Tai Ti paid little attention to anyone else, her focus entirely on Lin Mo. She quickly realized that he was the person her father had told her to approach for information. Zhu Feng, eager to move things along, quickly suggested that everyone pick their seats. Wherever Gao Tai Ti walked, the boys were clearly mesmerized, hoping she would sit next to them. In the end, Tai Tai chose to sit next to Lin Mo. He glanced at her and she returned a warm smile, greeting him. The boys in the class immediately began whispering among themselves, clearly envious of the attention she was giving him. The system kept sending notifications congratulating the player for earning 20 break the room points. Lin Mo's eyes burned with fury as he stared at Gao Tai Tai. The bitterness in his gaze was unmistakable. Years ago, she had stolen Ram's chance at a life-changing opportunity, and now, after nearly being beaten to death by the safety department, she still sat there, completely unaffected. Disgusted, he silently rose from his seat, unable to stand her presence any longer. Irritated, Lin Mo turned to Gao Tai Ti and told her to move, but she remained still, puzzled by his request. In her mind, she wondered, does Lin Mo not want me sitting near him? Is that something men dislike? He glared at her again, his voice sharp and low. Are you deaf? Move out of my way. With a sulky look, she reluctantly stood up. As Lin Mo walked past her, clearly annoyed, Gao Tai Ti couldn't help but ask Lin, can I ask why you want to change seats? He gave her a cold, cutting look, his voice dripping with disdain. The smell of scheming is too strong. Her words faltered and she fell silent, frozen in place. Lin Mo didn't spare her another glance as he settled into his new seat. The boys in the class, hearing his harsh words, were clearly amused. They laughed and teased, continuing to poke fun at the situation. One of them speculated aloud, do you think they were once a couple? Did Gao Tai Ti do something to Lin Mo, and now she's trying to make up for it? Another boy shook his head. Maybe Lin Mo got bored and dumped her. Now she's trying to win him back. The group burst into loud laughter, cheering Lin Mo. You're officially my idol now. Lin Mo sat in silence, unmoved by the commotion. After a while, Zhu Feng cleared his throat to get everyone's attention and said, "All right, enough joking around. Let's get on with the lesson." After school, Lin Mo headed to the library, eager to immerse himself in his studies. Hours passed, and finally, he discovered what he had been searching for. With a careful hand, he took the book off the shelf, opened it, and gasped in amazement. It was exactly like the palace he had seen in his dreams. The book contained details about the ancient tomb. Lin Mo eagerly flipped through the pages, absorbing the information. Xiu Tiangui, the 12th Grand Master of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing, was a master swordsman. With his incredible skill, he successfully fended off multiple attacks from Province Nation, becoming a feared figure and earning the title of Demon Sword. However, after his death, the Kingdom of Demon Sealing was unable to withstand Province Nation's advances. Over time, the kingdom's territory dwindled, shrinking to less than 10,000 square kilometers by modern times. The book also revealed that 50 years ago, Province Nation captured the capital, destroyed the royal palace, and massacred the people of Demon Sealing. During the conflict, the last king of Demon Sealing took his own life. The crown prince fled, but after 30 years in hiding, he was finally captured by Gaolong Chen, the head of the safety bureau, and imprisoned. Lin Mo frowned, puzzled, then it hit him. Only he could unlock the ancient tomb. The laboring soul of the demon sword still believes is part of the kingdom of Demon Sealing's army. But who am I really? He stared at the map, deep in thought. His hometown lay at the border of Jian Province and Tian Province, not far from where the kingdom of Demon Sealing once stood. Could it be that he was a descendant of the kingdom's military? No, that didn't seem right. The crown prince of Demon Sealing had died. It was more likely that he was a descendant of the royal family. No wonder the safety bureau had taken such an interest in his family. It's not good. Dad and everyone are in danger. As the thought struck him, Lin Mo quickly shut the book, his face clouded with concern. He shoved his hand into his pocket and pulled out his phone. While trying to dial, he couldn't help but think, if I'm a descendant of the Demon Sealing royal family, then Dad must be too. The safety bureau will likely arrive in our hometown soon. He dialed for what felt like ages, but no one answered. Panic gripped Lin Mo's chest. He prayed that nothing would happen to anyone. Then, just as he was about to lose hope, Lin Feng picked up the call. Lin Mo immediately asked, "Dad, why did it take you so long to answer?" His father's voice came through, cheerful as ever. "I'm on a boat, so the signal's weak. I've got some walnuts I want to bring you." Hearing this, Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He rushed to stop him. "What? Dad, don't come. Jiang Province is investigating me. I'm worried it might be dangerous for you." For the other end, Lin Feng chuckled. "Investigating us? Our family has been poor farmers for generations. What could they possibly investigate about your father?" Lin Mo, still uneasy, pressed further. "Poor farmers? Dad, are you sure none of our ancestors were wealthy or even noble?" There was a pause before Lin Feng responded, his voice firm. "Moni, have you found something? Nobles? What nonsense are you talking about? You're the first university student in the Lin family. Whether we become nobles or not, that depends entirely on you." His tone softened with a warm smile, and he quickly added, "All right, son, I'll call you when I get there." Before Lin Mo could gather his thoughts, the call ended. Staring at his phone, Lin Mo felt a mix of confusion and dread. Could Dad really be lying to me? Could it just be a coincidence? What if the safety bureau made a mistake? As he lingered in uncertainty, Gao Tai appeared. She walked over with a bright smile and struck up conversation. "Are you interested in history?" He scowled, his eyes filled with contempt, and responded coldly, "What's it to you?" Gao Tai Ti casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, "Could you explain what you meant by that earlier? I don't think we've met before." Lin Mo's thoughts darkened with a surge of anger. He felt a deep urge to lash out, his dislike for her growing stronger. In his mind, she was no better than a savage, a person who would steal her own sister's soul, and yet acted as if she were innocent. To him, she was even less than an animal. With that, he turned away quickly, sneering as he did. People with blood-stained hands should be judged by heaven. Don't you feel any shame for what you've done? Gao Tai Tai stood frozen, taken aback by his words. Her heart raced with panic, and she called out desperately, "What are you talking about? What have I done?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and sneered. "You know exactly what filthy deeds you've committed." Without thinking, Gao Tai Ti stepped forward, blocking his way. "Stop right there. You owe me an explanation." Lin Mo shoved her hand aside without a second thought, his words cutting and cruel. A good dog doesn't stand in the way. Gao Tai Tai stood motionless, stunned by the harshness in his tone. Nearby, behind the bookshelf, a small group of people had been listening in. They were visibly upset by the way Lin Mo had treated her, and they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. He resumed his search for a book, but overheard their murmurs. Some offered sympathy, others expressed criticism. The notification chimes from the system rang out, signaling the accumulation of points. Lin Mo felt a surge of disgust and muttered to himself, "Unbelievable! It took this long for Gao Tai Ti to finally break down. Why is she so slow to react?" Above, the moon shone brightly over Bayang Academy. Lin Mo walked down the dark hallway, lost in thought. As he reached the door, Zhu Feng motioned for him to enter. With a quiet push, Lin Mo opened the door and peeked inside, feeling a sense of unease. The room was shrouded in darkness. Wasn't there supposed to be a light? Suddenly, a sharp object shot toward him, aimed directly at him. Someone with exceptional martial arts skills had thrown it, and there was no way Lin Mo could dodge it. Panic spread across his face as the object came within inches of him. The knife sliced into his skin, but he couldn't react. Inside, he wondered, is this it? Is this how I die? He squeezed his eyes shut, and after a moment, cautiously opened them again. To his surprise, the demon sword appeared out of nowhere, protecting him. It swung swiftly toward Zhu Feng, forcing him into a struggle to defend himself. The power of the demon sword was too much for him to handle, and soon Zhu Feng was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall with such force that it cracked upon impact. Zhu Feng slowly pushed himself to his feet, while Lin Mo stood frozen, stunned, and confused. "Principal, what are you doing?" Lin Mo asked, his voice full of confusion. Zhu Feng struggled to catch his breath before answering. "Did you always say you couldn't sense the demonic energy of the demon sword? I did this to make it reveal itself to you." It was then that Lin Mo's gaze fell to his hand, and he suddenly understood. "The demon sword? That's strange. Why can't I sense it now?" Zhu Feng turned the lights back on and explained, "You probably don't know much about the ancient tomb you entered. It's the tomb of the demon sword. His sword had taken countless lives, its blade soaked in the blood of many. The hatred embedded within it had long since solidified into a grotesque form. The lingering will of the demon sword existed solely to keep that resentment in check. So when you made a pact with that lingering will, you unleashed all the built-up hatred and negative energy. That's also why you almost died from the curse when it entered your body." Zhu Feng explained, coughing between his words. At this moment, Lin Mo began to piece everything together. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that the reason he couldn't feel the sword's presence was because the demon sword was nothing more than a lingering will. It was even weaker than a fragment of a soul. Since the demon master first appeared, many have tried to form pacts with it, but none have been able to summon or control it. Zhu Feng continued. Lin Mo scratched his head, still confused. "So earlier, when you used the sword to kill me, it was because you hadn't finished explaining yet and had already made its choice. Lingering wills can vary in strength. When I killed you earlier, it was to force it to manifest. If it's strong, you could try to summon it and use it. If it's weak, then there's no point in wasting effort. Consider it just a small setback in time." Zhu Feng replied, his voice strained. At this point, sweat was pouring from Zhu Feng's face and his coughing became even more violent. Lin Mo, now even more intrigued, leaned in. "So, is it strong?" He moved to help him up, but Zhu Feng gently waved him off. With a soft sigh, Zhu Feng closed his eyes, confirming the answer. "It's very strong. I might seem fine on the outside, but I've broken a rib. Who do you think I am? A wound like this will heal in a few days." Despite his words, Zhu Feng clutched the blood he had coughed up earlier, his injuries far more severe than he let on. Lin Mo carefully helped Zhu Feng sit down. "Master, how do I summon and control it?" he asked. Zhu Feng sighed, expressing his frustration. He explained that it would be difficult. Whether Lin Mo could summon the demon sword with ease would depend on his understanding. It might take at least 7 or 8 years, or even decades, before he could wield it with any real skill. By that time, facing 5 Sun Di Lai would seem like nothing. Lin Mo was shocked upon hearing this. His frustration quickly turned into sharp retort. "But I can't wait that long, and Ran only has 1 month." The image of her lying motionless in the hospital flashed in his mind. Zhu Feng lowered his gaze and then, after a moment, suggested a more extreme method. Lin Mo's heart leaped with hope at the idea and urged him to explain. Zhu Feng frowned and slowly laid out the plan. It was similar to the one he had mentioned before, putting Lin Mo in a life-or-death situation. In that brief window, the demon sword would appear and Lin Mo would have to seize it quickly. With repeated practice, he would eventually master it. Lin Mo's thoughts raced as he eagerly responded. "I get it now. I'll jump off a building." Zhu Feng's face turned pale in shock. He rushed to stop him. "Jumping off a building is too dangerous. If you can't force the sword to appear, you'll really die." Frustrated, Lin Mo shot back. "Then what should I do?" Zhu Feng slowly stood up and outlined a new plan, one that involved killing a demon. This would deepen his bond with the demon sword and strengthen his connections to the power he needed. Just as he was about to be struck down by the other demon, the chances of forcing it to reveal itself were very high. Lin Mo, filled with excitement, asked with a playful grin, "So, was it because you told me to go to the tomb and hunt demons earlier? Was that the real reason? But when you stabbed me, there was no demon to be found. If it hadn't been forced out, I would have been killed, wouldn't I?" Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of mockery as he pressed him. Zhu Feng avoided the intense gaze and replied, "This is under my control. You won't die." Without another word, he hurried off, waving his hand to bid Lin Mo goodbye, thanking him as he went. Once Lin Mo closed the door, Zhu Feng's face darkened. He lost his composure in an instant and spat out blood, clutching his chest in agony. The demon sword was incredibly powerful. He had nearly paid the price with his life. After a moment, he managed a weak smile and removed his coat. Meanwhile, Lin Mo sprinted towards the mountain. Sun Mai Lai immediately noticed his unusual behavior. Leaving the school in the dead of night could only mean something significant was happening. Sun Miao smirked knowingly and said, "He's definitely going to be another remnant wind demon. If we could track it down, it'll be a major win for us." Gao Taiti approached from behind and asked about the situation, wanting to know how the investigation at the school was progressing. Furrowing his brow, the response came, "I know a guy in Bayang. He saw Lin Mo being carried in that night. I heard he almost didn't make it out alive." Gao Taiti quickly made up his mind and followed the lead Lin Mo had just hinted at. That settles it. The one who came out of the ancient tomb that night must have been him. He's likely the one who opened the demon sword's tomb. We need to act fast. Chase after him. Upon hearing this, the two brothers from the Sun family immediately sprang into action. In the pitch-black night, one could see a man running ahead, seemingly in pursuit of a ghost, while the other three rushed to keep up. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a bright light that illuminated everything around. Lin Mo didn't stop as he sprinted from the road and up the mountain ahead. Sun Miao chased after him, doubt gnawing at her. Where on earth is he going? Ahead of them stood an old house surrounded by a growing crowd of demons. Despite being winded, the man showed no signs of slowing down. The demons continued to gather, making it harder for him to move forward. What is he doing? He's clearly heading straight into danger. Lin Mo didn't hesitate any longer. He sprinted ahead, the three people still following him. At this point, he didn't have the time to worry about them. There were far more pressing matters at hand. Here it is, the pure-bodied demon. He finally spotted it. Lin Mo moved forward and shouted as he approached, positioning himself in front of the demon. The creature snarled in irritation. "Who the hell are you?" Inside the demon's mind, it was calculating. The man in front of him appeared to be a simple first-level demon master, yet here he was, daring to confront a high-level evil spirit demon like himself. There had to be something unusual about him. Lin Mo pointed directly at the demon, his voice firm. "I know who you are. You're the pure-bodied demon who ambushed me the day I enrolled." The demon's memory snapped into place and it hissed angrily. "You bastard, you killed over a dozen of my brothers." Lin Mo grinned and stepped closer. "So what? You want revenge? Come on then, try and kill me." The demon was taken aback by his boldness. It took a few steps back, its nervousness becoming clear as it tried to prevent Lin Mo from getting any closer. Wait, don't come any closer. You got others here trying to trap me, haven't you?" Its eyes darted around anxiously, panic flashing across its face. Without hesitation, he seized the pure-bodied demon's hand and placed it around his own neck. With a smile, he suggested, "I swear there's no one else. I just want you to kill me. Go ahead, strangle me to death." Noticing something was off, the pure-bodied demon stepped back, a hint of panic in its eyes. It then shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" With a serious look, Lin Mo made another suggestion. "Why won't you kill me? Last time, you really wanted to, didn't you? What's different today? Are you no longer hungry? Just turn around and leave, and don't forget to curse at me." The pure-bodied demon grunted in response. "If you want to die, go jump off a building. Why are you bothering me?" Lin Mo stared blankly at it and replied, "I can't jump off a building. I'm only allowed to be killed by a demon. Hegoli. Is my flesh not tasty, or has it already been burned?" He continued to follow the pure-bodied demon for a long time, persistently pleading for its help, which only seemed to irritate it more. Eventually, he knelt down, putting on a pitiful face as he begged, "I'll give you all the demon pearls I have. If that's not enough, I'll even burn you some money. You won't lose anything in this deal." Lin Mo's voice was filled with desperation as he begged the pure-bodied demon. In a fit of frustration, it slapped his hand away and shouted, "It's not that I don't want to kill you, but the northern cemetery is not my territory. If it were, you'd be dead already." Lin Mo discarded all pride and shot back. "Territory. Are you scared of killing a mere human? Stop making excuses and just kill me already." The pure-bodied demon sighed deeply and explained, "This place has thousands of ancient tombs, each controlled by different factions of demons. We all agreed to a rule not to kill anyone on another demon's turf. If I kill you and anger the boss here, I won't be able to do business anymore." He angrily turned away, leaving the other man stunned. Lin Mo sighed in frustration, feeling as though even ghosts followed more rules than humans. He muttered under his breath, wondering if the only reason these ghosts hadn't attacked him yet was because of these ridiculous laws. Seizing the moment when Lin Mo wasn't looking, the pure body ghost quietly chuckled to itself. It quickly made a run for it, causing Lin Mo to panic and shout, "Hey, don't run." With its leg and towel, the pure-bodied ghost felt a wave of relief. "Lucky I'm clever," finally escaped from him. But it wasn't long before Lin Mo caught up with a grin. "I've got you now. You're in my territory, so I can just finish you off." At that, the pure-bodied ghost was left speechless, stunned by how persistent Lin Mo was. Desperately, the pure-bodied ghost ran, bumping into things, and pleaded, "I've got things to do. I don't have time to mess around with you. Please let me go. I'm begging you." No matter where it went, Lin Mo was right behind it. "Not a chance," he said firmly. "You're not getting away." Suddenly, the pure-bodied ghost dropped to its knees, hands clasped in desperation. "I really can't afford to be late. If I am, it's over. Please, I'm begging you. Let me go." It bowed its head, desperation clear in every movement. Hidden off to the side, Sun Mai and Sun Miao watched in confusion. Neither had expected the pure-bodied ghost who had been stealing evil spirits to be on its knees, begging for mercy. They exchanged fearful glances and almost in unison asked, "What is he?" Gao Tai, standing beside them, placed a calming hand on one of their shoulders and continued to watch the scene unfold. "Maybe we'll find out soon enough." Lin Mo observed this and immediately sat down, offering a suggestion. "If only the boss of this area has the right to kill me and take me to him so he can do it." The pure-body demon stood up, sighed, and nodded in agreement. "I was about to go congratulate him anyway. You can come with me." With the approval given, Lin Mo's mood lightened. The three of them watched as the demon's figure receded into the distance. As they walked, the surrounding demons couldn't take their eyes off Lin Mo. More and more gathered around, their hunger for human flesh so intense that they would have attacked on command. Lin Mo grinned slyly. He knew that if these demons did decide to strike, the demon sword wouldn't appear. One demon, saliva dripping from its mouth, approached eagerly, hoping for a chance to feast on a living human again. With a wide grin, it suggested that Lin Mo might as well let it kill him for a good meal. Hearing this, the demon suddenly stopped, unsure how to respond. The demon quickly took a few steps back, its face twisted in disdain. "Do you think I'm stupid? Kill you here, on the territory of that red-dressed female demon? Are you trying to get me killed?" The other demons also glared at Lin Mo with hostility, and the system chimed with the sound of points increasing. Lin Mo clicked his tongue, unimpressed by the cowardice of the demons. They all continued on their way together. Lin Mo kept asking, "Big Boss Demon, is the red-dressed demon celebrating her 80th birthday today?" The demon quickly shook its head. "No, tonight she's marrying the butcher demon from the West District. Naturally, we small demons have to go and offer our congratulations." Even as it spoke, its eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. Lin Mo, feigning innocence, asked, "So the human leg you're carrying is a wedding gift? But why does it look so rotten? How can anyone eat that?" Upon hearing the critical words, the pure-body demon fell silent, lost in thought. Memories from the past resurfaced, fueling its anger. "It's really thanks to you," it muttered. "I had intended to capture your overweight friend, but you and that kid got in my way. Because of you, I ended up on this path." A wicked grin spread across Lin Mo's face as a new idea began to take shape in his mind. Then, when it's time to give the gift, "Tell them I'm your congratulatory offering," Lin Mo suggested. The pure-body demon's expression brightened with approval as it heard this plan. It smiled, grateful for Lin Mo's cleverness, and the two of them entered the building together. Meanwhile, from a distance, the two Sun siblings and Gao Tai were still watching, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Where did Lin Mo come from? Gao Tai muttered, still in shock. Why is the pure-body demon showing him so much respect? Even other demons wouldn't dare to treat him like that. Sun Miao clenched his teeth, clearly irritated. That bastard must have gone easy on me that day at the demon market. There's no way a demon would show him such respect unless there's something more to it. Its power can't be just what it seems. Gao Tai, after a moment of reflection, finally spoke up. Now I get it. That's why Father wanted us to investigate him. His background is definitely not ordinary. We need to visit the old mansion today. Sun Miao quickly objected. What? The three of us walking in there is like walking into the mouth of death. Sun Mai, standing beside him, wholeheartedly agreed. I don't want to walk into a trap. Even a random demon from that place could be enough to kill us. Gao Tai reassured them with a calm smile. Don't worry, my father gave me 3 demon energy pills. When you take them, a protective aura will surround your body. It'll make us appear as demons, allowing us to enter unnoticed. Gao Tai Ti, while presenting, took out 3 blue pearls that radiated a thick, unsettling aura. The two exchanged a brief glance, silently agreeing at each reach for one of the demon pearls. Though it was a bit challenging to swallow, once consumed, it filled them with a strange and powerful energy. The demon spoke in a clear, measured tone. The demon that corrupts the Western region offers a pair of human eyeballs. The demon Blood Lake from the south provides the hearts of 2 lovers. The swamp demon from the north gives a box of human flesh. Lin Mo stepped forward, eager to join them. He glanced around and said, "The pure-bodied demon for the Western region offers a living person. Look at that! These demons are all impressed that they've received a living gift. It's terrifying. A gift of this scale will surely earn them the red-robed demon's favor in the future." The demon quickly instructed the pure-bodied demon to take Lin Mo away. Without hesitation, the pure-bodied demon shoved Lin Mo into a different room. Bewildered, Lin Mo glanced back at the door, his mind racing with questions. Where are the others? These can't be demons, can they? Annoyed, Lin Mo kicked at nearby objects and grumbled to himself. What is this? Why isn't anyone paying attention to me? Why am I being completely ignored? Su Tong Gilai suddenly appeared beside him, signaling for him to be quiet. I can sense the red-robed demon now. Both of them looked up quickly, Lin Mo curious about her whereabouts. Su Tong pointed to the ceiling and said, "She's in the room above." Desperate to find the red-robed demon, Lin Mo cautiously opened the window. Outside, there was a lot of noise and activity, so he did his best to make as little sound as possible. As soon as he stepped out of the room, the servants immediately took notice. Lin Mo quickly hurried up the stairs. The 2 female ghosts exchanged a glance, confusion written on their faces. One asked, "Is that another guest for tonight?" The other girl responded, "I don't know. I've never heard the master mention having a human guest." Lin Mo reached the room where he believed the female ghost was hiding. He quietly cracked open the door and peered inside. The female ghost in the red dress sat on the bed, her face hidden by a red veil. A knock echoed through the door. She calmly suppressed the scent of Lin Mo's blood. While absorbing his life force, the female ghost in the red dress spoke. Her voice smooth. "The scent of your living blood is so sweet. How considerate of you, bringing a living person to me. Tonight, I shall indulge myself completely." Lin Mo moved closer, a smile tugging at his lips. Standing before her, he slowly lifted the veil. She shyly warned him, "The wedding ceremony isn't over yet, and you're already in such a rush." He patted his chest cheerfully and laughed. "At last, I've found you. Now, hurry up and kill me." At this, the female ghost in the red dress could no longer contain her fury. "You're alive? Do you realize the veil is meant to be lifted only by the bride's husband? What are you doing?" She screamed in anger, berating him nonstop. Lin Mo grinned mischievously. "So, you're really angry, aren't you? You want to kill me, right? Then go ahead, don't hold back." The female ghost in the red dress let out a sigh. "Since you've already lifted it, I suppose there's no turning back now. In that case, you must marry me." Suddenly, Lin Mo froze, flustered. She moved closer to Lin Mo, her presence overwhelming like a heavy fog pressing against his chest. The female ghost in red gently wrapped her arms around him and whispered, "Only the groom is allowed to lift the veil." She smiled, her voice calm, yet laced with eerie intent. "Since you've lifted mine, doesn't that make you the groom?" Lin Mo's face flushed at her words. Stumbling backward, he stammered, "Wait, but I'm human." Her gaze lingered on him with a strange affection, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous glow. "Being human doesn't change fate," she said quietly. A chill ran through Lin Mo. He turned and ran without another word. These ghosts, none of them seemed normal. Behind him, the female ghost's eyes glowed brighter, and with a flick of her sleeve, the door he had been running towards slammed shut with a deafening bang. Panic gripped him. Lin Mo scrambled toward the door, his voice cracking as he pleaded, "Please, don't come any closer." But as fear surged within him, another thought crossed his mind. If she truly means harm, running won't save me. The ghosts all seemed to want something, but what exactly, he couldn't tell. The uncertainty chilled him even more than any ghost ever could. The female ghost in red stood silently, her gaze intense and calculating. She called his name softly, almost coaxing. Lin Mo could feel something pulling at his mind, a strange compulsion, dark and alluring. He ran again, breath ragged. She followed, tireless and silent. In desperation, he cried out, "Blood-Eye Ghost, help me!" The Blood-Eye Ghost appeared, its form flickering as it spoke reluctantly. "What do you expect? I'm just a malevolent spirit. She's already advanced to an evil spirit. Soon, she'll be demon level." "You're telling me you can't stop her? Then what am I supposed to do?" Lin Mo's voice cracked in disbelief. The Blood-Eye Ghost let out a scoff. "You're the one who brought this on yourself. Want me to end it for you? That'd be easy. But here's the twist. What she wants from you isn't death. The female ghost kept chasing him, relentless, fixated, unstoppable. He thought to himself that even if he summoned both Devil's Extreme and the formidable demon woman, they still wouldn't be able to stop the red-clad demon. She glanced at him, lips curling into a mocking smirk. "You might as well go with him," she said. "There's no rule saying humans and demons can't coexist." The red-clad demon's expression darkened instantly. The blood-eyed demon chuckled and said to Lin Mo, "At worst, you'll be exposed to some yin energy. Rest a few days and you'll recover." Frustration surged through Lin Mo. "If you're not going to help, then stop talking." "Enough," she barked back. Suddenly, the red-clad demon launched herself forward, leaping through the air. Lin Mo's heart dropped. "This is it. I'm done for." She pinned him down effortlessly, her voice cold but oddly calm. "I am the keeper of this tomb. If you follow me, you won't suffer." Flushed and flustered, Lin Mo muttered, "I don't want to." He clenched his teeth, thoughts spiraling. Is this how it ends? Why does it feel so hard to resist? Am I really going to give up here? Just then, a voice came from outside the room. "Congratulations, sir." The servant continued respectfully. "The master has been waiting. Please enter." As the doors opened, everyone froze in place. The red-clad demon was perched atop Lin Mo, her eyes fixed on him with a strange, intense gaze. In a flash of panic, Lin Mo shoved her away and shouted, "I'm saved." Without hesitation, now oddly fearless, Lin Mo charged toward the butcher demon. "Your partner's already claimed me. You resent me, don't you?" "I know you do." Instead of fear, a wild sense of resolve surged through him. He grabbed the butcher demon's cleaver and yanked it out. "Come on, do it. And this." The butcher demon stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened, and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Lin Mo quickly urged him, "Stop standing there like a fool. Just strike me already." He pushed him further. "Earlier, I snuck in and lifted your wife's headscarf, and I even." Lin Mo exaggerated the details intentionally, hoping to get a reaction. It seemed he had hit a nerve. The butcher demon's face darkened, and he growled, "You say you lifted her headscarf?" Lin Mo felt a rush of satisfaction, sensing he was about to get what he wanted. He continued, "You're missing the bigger picture. There's still A, B, and C after that." Suddenly, the butcher demon burst into a hearty laugh. "So that's how it is." In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Lin Mo by the shoulders, who was still in shock. The butcher demon continued laughing joyously. He removed his official hat, saying, "Thanks, my friend. I wish you a wonderful wedding night." He placed the hat on Lin Mo's head, laughing contentedly. Without missing a beat, he added, "I don't need to marry her anymore." It was as if a huge weight had been lifted off him. His face brightened, and he shouted, "Let's go have a drink." Lin Mo stood there, his face drained of color, helpless and confused. A rising fear gripped him. Could it be that the butcher demon had been forced into marriage out of obligation and had now found a way to deal with it by using me as a scapegoat? The frustration overwhelmed him, and he muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn, I just want to die. Why does this all have to be so complicated?" Finally, the red-clad female ghost, who had been silent until now, spoke softly. "My dear, a single moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold." Her voice was sweet, laced with a seductive charm that seemed to pull at him like honey, dangerously alluring. Lin Mo hesitantly muttered, "What should I do now?" He took a cautious step toward the door, hoping to make his escape, but it was not as easy as he had imagined. The female ghost in the red dress unleashed a chilling, menacing energy and said, "You think you can run?" Her long black hair, like tendrils, coiled tightly around every part of Lin Mo's body. The door began to slowly close. He let out a strange scream, but was helplessly dragged back inside with no chance of getting away. The door sealed shut completely, trapping them both in the room. The scene shifted to the entrance of the hotel, where Sun Mai Lai, Sun Miao, and Gao Tai Tai entered, greeted by the sounds of lively chatter and movement. "Bro, what a day. Let's eat." One of them called out. Sun Miao scanned the room and spoke up, "I don't see Lin Mo anywhere. Do you think the ghost got him?" Gao Tai Tai replied, "That's the pure-bodied ghost over there. Let's go ask him." She nodded toward the pure-bodied ghost, who was enjoying a drink. The three of them quietly made their way over, careful not to attract too much attention. They sat down at the round table with the pure-bodied ghost. He gave them a suspicious look and asked, "I don't think I've seen you before." Sun Miao casually responded, "We just arrived a few days ago from outside." The pure-bodied ghost expression softened and he smiled warmly. "Ah, that's why you look unfamiliar. Please eat." Sun Miao forced a smile in return. The pure-bodied ghost picked up a dish and placed it on his plate, offering kindly, "This dish is really tasty." Sun Miao glanced at the food in front of him, feeling his stomach churn. He quickly covered his mouth, trying to hide his disgust. His involuntary action caught the attention of the nearby ghosts, who all turned to stare at him in silence. Gao Tai Tai quietly pinched Sun Miao, a sharp warning, making sure the gesture went unnoticed by the others. With a single glance, she communicated her message to Sun Miao. In pain, Sun Miao reluctantly grabbed the food, eating it by the handful with her bare hands. "I'm a ghost, so delicious," she muttered, trying to blend in. She did everything she could to keep the other ghosts from growing suspicious. Together, the three of them, Sun Miao, Gao Tai Tai, and Sun Mai Lei, gritted their teeth and silently endured eating the food on the table. Frustrated, Sun Mai Lei chewed angrily, her mind seething with resentment. Asterisk, if that jerk Lin Mo hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have to go through this asterisk. Just then, the tense atmosphere was shattered by the butcher ghost's loud, excited shout. He leaped down from the upper floor, grinning broadly as he shouted, "I don't have to get married anymore! I don't have to get married anymore!" The other ghosts below stared in surprise. One of them asked, "Why? Weren't you the groom?" Another added, connecting the dots from what they had just heard, "You're the only one in this whole graveyard who could have made the red-clad ghost happy." The butcher ghost, still smiling, explained, "The living person who came up just now looked to be about 17 or 18 years old." And then he burst into laughter, his face glowing with satisfaction. He had taken the initiative to lift the red-clad ghost's veil earlier, and now he was free from the marriage. With a hearty slap to his chest, he sighed in relief. "I'm free." The other ghosts below murmured excitedly, eager to celebrate. "Congratulations on escaping the sea of suffering. Now, let's keep drinking." With a wide grin, the butcher ghost eagerly agreed, ready to join in the celebration. The trio on this side was stunned by the news. Gao Tai Ti couldn't believe what she was hearing. In shock, she thought to herself, asterisk, the Lin Mo Sun Biao beside me has an expression even more intense than usual. Is that guy insane? Asterisk. Sun Mai Lei was just as shaken as the others, deep fear settling in. Lin Mo had come here in the middle of the night with the intention of marrying the ghost Ha. Ghost Pure Body was equally struck by the shocking revelation. He spoke with awe, his voice full of disbelief. That guy is no ordinary person. He even dares to marry that terrifying woman. After a moment, Gao Tai Ti collected herself and cautiously asked, "Excuse me, brother, but why does the butcher ghost seem so pleased to be avoiding the marriage?" Ghost Pure Body let out a long, heavy sigh. "You all clearly don't understand the ways of ghosts." He then explained the situation in more detail. The red-clad ghost comes from the Qing dynasty. Her husband died suddenly on their wedding day, and her in-laws, blaming her for his death, treated her cruelly. They called her a husband killer and beat her every day. Eventually, she could no longer bear it and took her own life in her wedding dress, becoming the most powerful weeping demon at the royal slaughterhouse. As Ghost Pure Body continued, the story grew even darker. In life, the red-clad ghost had an obsession with marriage so intense that she would force even decent-looking ghosts to marry her. But strangely, on the second day of their wedding, the ghost she married would mysteriously explode and die. At this point, Ghost Pure Body became even more serious. This is also why the number of handsome ghosts has dwindled over time. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have ended up with even a rough guy like the butcher ghost getting involved. After hearing the story, Sun Miao, filled with dread, asked, "So the person living up there won't hesitate, right?" The Pure Body ghost, sensing the danger, made a grim guess. "I think it's over." Turning towards Sun Miao, the Pure Body ghost fixed him with a sharp look and said, "Little ghost, you don't look too bad. I'm betting the next room for the red-clad ghost will be you." His words sent a chill down Sun Miao's spine, deepening his anxiety. The image of Lin Mo with the red-clad ghost flashed in his mind, and Sun Miao, both horrified and fascinated, thought to himself, asterisk, so Lin Mo actually offered himself to the red-clad ghost voluntarily. That's impressive, asterisk. Sun Mai Lei, her face twisted with disdain, urged, Tai Ti, we can't stand by any longer. Lin Mo is dead now. Let's just go back. But Gao Tai Ti, her expression resolute, replied firmly, "No, we need to see the body. We must see the body." The following morning, Lin Mo awoke, his face pale and lifeless, his eyes sluggish as he slowly regained consciousness. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Startled, he leaped up, grabbing the blanket to cover himself in a panic. The red-clad female ghost, noticing his exhaustion, smiled softly and asked, "You're awake?" Seeing her so close, Lin Mo's heart raced in terror. He shouted, "What the hell is going on?" The red-clad female ghost took a slow step forward, her voice calm as she tried to soothe him. "Hey, don't shout like that." Furious and still reeling from the shock of being with her, naked and disoriented, Lin Mo immediately put on his clothes, his anger flaring. He demanded, "What the hell did you do to me? Why don't you just kill me already?" The woman in red grinned with a mischievous glint in her eye and teased, "Could it be that you also wish to become a ghost to stay with me forever?" Lin Mo, upon hearing her, silently wept, his heart heavy with despair. "What terrible sin have I committed to deserve this fate?" Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled, leaving the red-clad spirit sitting on the bed, her hands still clutching what she had taken from him. But before he could get far, he unexpectedly caught sight of his own reflection in a nearby mirror. His face, haggard and pale, dark circles beneath his eyes, was a truly frightening sight. He quickly spun around and confronted her. "Did you drain me completely?" The red-clad ghost smiled gently and placed a hand on his shoulder. "How could I do such a thing? I'm frugal, you know. If I say it lasts longer," she replied, her words filling him with dread. Without letting him go, she wrapped her arms around him and began to comfort him softly. "Don't worry. I have the maid prepare some nourishing soup for you. Now you're mine. From this moment on, no one in this lonely graveyard will dare harm you. And if no one dares to touch me, then no one will dare to kill me, right?" After tormenting him with her embrace, she worked to keep him even closer. "Why do you keep wanting to die? What if after death you don't become a ghost? Then I'd be left all alone." Lin Mo, hearing this, felt a sharp pain in his chest. "Please let me go. I really just want to die." In that moment, he felt an overwhelming discomfort and struggled to break free from her hold. Seeing his desperate attempts to escape, the red-clad spirit no longer tried to stop him. Instead, she simply reminded him, "You won't die. Except for the vengeful spirits in the west, no one will dare to lay a finger on you." Upon hearing that, Lin Mo's suspicions grew and he asked the curse of the vengeful spirit in the western district. The female ghost in the red dress slowly seated herself beside the bed and warned, "That's right, he is my sworn enemy. Whatever you do, don't go there." The room fell silent. Lin Mo stood still for a moment, then decided to leave. Before he did, he remembered to thank her. "Thank you for the warning." As he walked away, the female ghost found herself puzzled. Why had she been so intent on keeping him there moments ago? Yet now she was letting him go so easily. "Are you just letting him leave like that?" she asked, her voice calm and composed. The red-dressed ghost gave a knowing reply, "Don't worry, don't return." As Lin Mo made his way back, he felt completely drained, as if someone had used up all his energy the night before. His steps were slow, and he could hardly manage to move. He felt as though the red-dressed ghost had sapped every ounce of strength from him. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally managed to crawl back to his room. At that moment, Lin Mo tried to calm himself. For now, he would return to the school and rest. Once he regained his strength, he would look for the blind king. Suddenly, a Shu came charging toward him with a sword, causing Lin Mo to panic. "A Shu, it's me," he shouted. Upon seeing Lin Mo in front of him, a Shu almost questioned his own judgment. He nearly swung the sword in the wrong direction. Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat as the tip of the blade came dangerously close to his throat. A Shu, still trying to catch his breath, stared at Lin Mo and asked, "Why do you smell like ghostly energy? I thought I was facing a spirit." Inside the room, Hai Xiaopan jumped in surprise. "Where were you last night? You were out all night. Why do you look so drained?" Lin Mo was completely drained at this point. He grasped the edge of the bed, feeling too tired to explain anything further. "Let's leave it at that. I'm going to take a nap," he said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. With slow, deliberate movements, he eased his body onto the bed, casually adding, "You can report anything to the teacher. I'm taking the day off." At that moment, a Shu, sensing something wasn't quite right, offered a warning. "I'd advise you not to get involved with a ghost. It will drain your life force, and in time, it could kill you." The bell marking the start of the break rang, and the hum of conversation filled the air as everyone began to wonder where Lin Mo had gone. Suddenly, new Yuan King appeared almost out of nowhere and asked, "Is Lin Mo here? I need to see him." Hai Xiaopan, noticing her arrival, politely approached. "He just returned this morning and is resting in his room now." Upon hearing this, new Yuan King didn't press the matter any further, but simply said, "Please tell him that Ran has woken up." Sun Mailei and Sun Miao, who had been inadvertently eavesdropping, exchanged surprised glances. Didn't they say anyone who marries a female ghost dies? How did that guy manage to survive? One of them whispered. The two of them quickly shifted gears, starting to plan their next move. It seems like the mission isn't over yet. We'll need to keep watching. Later, when Lin Mo finally woke up, he hurried to the store to buy a box of kidney protection pills. The shopkeeper, noticing his haste, kindly advised, "You're young. You should take it easy." As he took the pills, Lin Mo muttered to himself, "This way, I'll look a bit more lively when I see Ran." At the same time, in the distance, Sun Miao was enthusiastically praising everything, completely unaware of the skeptical glances from Gao Taiti and Sun Mailei. Could this kidney medicine really be the miraculous cure that would allow him to survive a night of passion with a ghost? If that's true, I might as well start making my own supply. Lin Mo then stopped in front of Yu's room door, and the others quickly urged one another to catch up. As soon as he entered, Lin Mo immediately asked about Ran's condition. Realizing his question might sound strange, he awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile. I asked something silly to deny. With injuries this bad, of course, you must be in pain. And Rand smiled, clearly not bothered. I'm used to this level of injury. Though she seemed better and wasn't upset with him, Lin Mo still gritted his teeth in regret. You got hurt because of me. I'll definitely get revenge and bring the antidote back for you. And Rand calmly replied, you can't blame yourself completely. If anyone's to blame, it's me. I was the one who took you to the ancient tomb. Right, but how did you manage to open the tomb? And why is the security bureau after you? Lin Mo asked seriously, his tone direct. I'm still looking into it, but I haven't figured it out yet. Seeing his concern, she teasingly added, you really are useless. Once I'm better, I'll help you investigate. I'm good at this kind of thing, you know. But Lin Mo seriously reminded her, you should focus on recovering first. And Rand then made a request for Lin Mo's help. Without hesitation, he responded, tell me. Don't say just one thing. If you have 1,000 requests, I'll do them. After hearing this, she paused for a moment before speaking. My mother is very ill and bedridden in the hospital. Could you visit her for me? Also, I still owe some long-distance charges. I've left the money under the sofa beneath the bridge. Upon hearing this, his face lit up with immediate joy, and he eagerly responded, why would I take your money? Just leave it there for me. Without a second thought, he assured her that her mother was like his own. And Rand flushed as if caught off guard by a confession of love. What are you talking about? My mother is in Exai Hoa Hospital in Chengse. Her name is An Yan. Lin Mo then gently placed his hand over hers as if to offer comfort. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. In the distance, the three observers kept their eyes on them. Gao Tai Tai felt a surge of surprise and couldn't help but wonder why the girl seemed so familiar. Before she could process it, a doll-like figure suddenly charged toward her, making Gao Tai Tai turn pale in shock. It seemed that An Ran had noticed her watching and became alarmed. Why had the doll-like figure reacted so strongly? Who exactly was she? One calm morning at the hospital, An Yan was sitting quietly on her bed when a knock on the door broke the stillness. Lin Mo walked in holding a fruit basket and wearing a warm smile. I'm a friend of An Ran. I've come to visit you. Hearing this, An Yan froze, her face draining of color. A friend of An Ran? She suddenly jumped up from the bed, catching Lin Mo off guard. He was horrified when he saw the scene before him. Why was his mother-in-law kneeling in front of him like that? In that moment, Lin Mo could only stammer as he hurried to help her up. What are you doing? Please get up. I'm a friend of An Ran's. My name is Lin Mo. When An Yan heard his name, she froze and tears began to fall. The Lin family. Yes, that's right. Confused, Lin Mo sat down in front of her and spoke slowly. Do you know me? An Yan instinctively nodded, but then quickly shook her head, denying it. No, we've never met before. Lin Mo was even more puzzled now. Earlier, she had seemed to regret not meeting him sooner, but now she was denying it. Anyone in his position would find this strange. She quickly explained, though her words didn't fully reassure him. And Ram mentioned that she had a friend with the surname Lin, so I thought it might be you. Lin Mo then suggested, how about I help you to the bed? I feel a bit uncomfortable seeing you kneel like this. Once An Yan was settled in bed, she hurriedly asked him, did anyone come with you when you arrived? Lin Mo paused for a moment, then glanced toward the door. I don't think so. Why do you look so worried? Is something wrong? She quickly grabbed his hand and spoke with urgency. I have a grudge with the security agency. I'm afraid they might think you're involved with me and cause trouble for you. You need to be careful. Lin Mo nodded politely, then slowly explained. And Ran was injured while trying to save me, so she won't be able to come here for a while. I'll take good care of her. Don't worry. After hearing that, she nodded quietly. The strange look on An Yan's face caused a growing sense of doubt within him. His daughter had been seriously injured, yet she, as the mother, seemed completely unaffected. It struck him as very odd. A little later, he began peeling an apple while continuing his conversation with An Yan. Are your parents still doing well? Lin Mo asked cheerfully, offering her the peeled apple. They're doing fine. They're still managing dozens of acres of land. Your aunt and my mother are very similar, both sharing the surname An. And Yan seemed puzzled by this and asked, my mother has the surname An too. What's her name? He immediately responded with his mother's name, and so on. Upon hearing this, she froze, repeatedly muttering the name under her breath. Seeing her reaction, Lin Mo grew even more suspicious. Do you know my mother? Once again, An Yan avoided answering. I've just seen a few people with the surname An, and since your mother shares that surname, I felt a connection, she explained. After speaking, she lay down, turned her back to him, and subtly urged him to leave. If there's nothing else, you can go home now. Lin Mo, not wanting to push further, politely agreed. Before leaving, he glanced at her one last time, still suspecting that An Ran's mother knew something. But since she was unwilling to speak, he didn't want to press the issue with someone who was unwell. He would have to wait for another chance to ask. Meanwhile, Gao Tai Ti, who who had been listening outside, quickly reported Lin Mo's whereabouts to Gao Longchen. Upon hearing this, Gao Longchen leaped up with excitement. Lin Mo has finally slipped up. I'll catch this remnant of demon sealing with my own hands. At that moment, Gao Tai Tai's message appeared again, informing her that he would handle it right away. She watched Lin Mo step down and was suddenly taken aback. Lin Mo, where is he going now? Lin Mo was absorbed in his phone call and didn't notice anyone following him. Didn't I tell you to go to Xinhai? Isn't it dangerous here? He walked slowly, still talking on the phone, unaware that Gao Tai Ti was hiding behind him. Father's already at the train station. All right, I'll go pick him up right away. Hearing this, Gao Tai Ti fell silent, lost in thought. I need to report Lin Xin's current location immediately. Father is about to arrive. Should I wait for him and go together? Suddenly, the doors of the hospital room burst open. Gao Longchen stood at the entrance, shouting angrily, Did you meet Lin Mo? Is he the demon-sealing bastard? And Yan, hearing this, raised her voice in anger and scolded him. What are you talking about? You must be out of your mind, calling everyone you meet a demon-sealing person. But he quickly moved forward and grabbed her collar tightly. Gao Longchen glared at Yan, his face full of fury. If he's not the demon-sealing bastard, then why did you cry when you saw him? Haven't you always been in touch with him? And Yan immediately sneered and spat directly in Gao Longchen's face, leaving him stunned. Then she flashed a cruel smile. He told me you nearly killed my daughter. Am I not allowed to cry? You're nothing but trash, even laying your hands on your own daughter. You're worse than an animal. He was livid when he heard this, pushing Yan to the ground. How could the worthless child she bore ever be worthy of being my daughter? Tell me, is that person a leftover from demon sealing? And Yan was in excruciating pain, trembling as she tried to sit up. But Gao Longchen immediately kicked her, causing her to scream in agony. He looked down at her with clear disdain. You're not trying to protect the remnants of demon sealing, are you? Why else would you betray the crown prince of demon sealing? I doubt you even know how horribly the crown prince was tortured before he died. He died without ever believing you would betray him. Despite her agony, and Yan shouted out angrily, You bastard! His face twisted with malice as he grabbed her by the hair, his voice cold and threatening. Is Lin Mo the illegitimate child of the crown prince? Just tell me, and I'll treat you the same way I did before. Enduring the pain, she cried out, The crown princess, Emperor Taizong, and the princess all killed themselves back then. Didn't your damn eyes see that? Why are you still asking? Gao Longchen ground his teeth in fury and warned her. You refuse to answer, so you'll drink the punishment instead. But just then, Gao Tai Ti appeared suddenly, her presence catching him off guard. She was immediately agitated and demanded. She said you have another daughter, and you nearly killed her. Is that true? At this, the dragons quickly rushed to explain, Don't listen to this crazy old woman, she's sick and talking nonsense. She began to grow quiet and take a step back. No matter how hard he tried to explain, Stop lying to me. I heard everything when you two started talking. I think I've seen her before. She looks just like me, maybe 2 or 3 years younger. Meanwhile, Gao Longchen continued to defend himself. Tyre, listen to your father. You two just happen to look alike, that's all. Gao Tai Ti, tearful and confused, spoke with a distant look in her eyes. If Dad were truly innocent, he would show some proof, but he's panicking now. He keeps saying he only loves Mom. Are all of his words just lies? On the other side, and Yan, leaning against the hospital bed, let out a bitter laugh. Sweetheart, you probably don't know, but the terrible things your father has done go far beyond this. He immediately spun around, his anger rising. Shut up! She could no longer bear it. Without a word, she turned and ran off, leaving him stunned. I don't want to see you again. You disgust me. And Yan watched the scene unfold and laughed bitterly, clutching his stomach in pain. Gao Longchen, you finally got what you deserve. Lin Mo eagerly waved at Lin Feng. When he saw him, he smiled widely. My son is getting taller. Noticing the heavy load on his father's shoulders, Lin Mo asked in confusion, What's all this you're carrying? Lin Feng quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. I brought you some walnuts. They've been dried, and they smell amazing. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile, though it was with a hint of exasperation. You really didn't need to bring so many. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. What do you mean, so many? The two of them walked down the busy street, carrying baskets of seeds, chatting and laughing. At first, his father had intended to pick up 2 carrying poles, but now they simply enjoyed the moment. Dad, let's go. Let's have lunch. Lin Fan asked eagerly. They continued down the lively street, and Lin Fan, still in a cheerful mood, asked his father about the reason for his visit. Lin Fan explained, Our house has been quite quiet lately, so I thought it would be a good time to come and see you. Lin Fan noticed someone passing by and gave them a compliment. This city is really something. People wear so much less here, he said with a grin. Lin Fan, sensing an opportunity to change the subject, replied with a gentle shrug. By the way, how's Mom doing? And my little sister? Are they okay? The mention of family made Lin Feng's face light up with joy. Mom's doing well, but your sister's health has taken a turn for the worse. She gets short of breath even after just walking a few steps. Hearing this, Lin Fan's expression grew concerned. He spoke softly, offering a suggestion. Why did you bring her along this time? It would have been easier to take her to one of the city's hospitals. They're much better here. As they entered the restaurant, Lin Feng continued the conversation. It's no use. She's been to every kind of hospital, big and small, and had all sorts of tests done already. While the server greeted them politely, a thin, trembling figure stumbled in through the door. Wu Kun, his face full of sorrow, slowly approached and pleaded, Please, can I have something to eat? The server waved him off, dismissing him. Always begging for food. I don't have anything for you here, the server said, unimpressed. Lin Fan was shocked to see the frail figure. He could hardly believe it was Wu Kun. The man, too, was surprised to see Lin Fan there. Wu Kun was invited to sit down, and without hesitation, he began eating the food in front of him, devouring it quickly. Sitting beside him, Lin Feng chuckled, looking at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression. Moni, do you still know beggars like him? Lin Mo gazed at him with a pale face and said quietly, Dad, just stay calm and observe for now. That evening, in an effort to save both the child and Ran, he had led the safety team in the opposite direction. Afterward, he turned to Wu Kun, his expression filled with concern, and asked, I haven't even properly thanked you yet. Why do you look so troubled? How is everyone else? Wu Kun hesitated, casting a brief glance at Lin Feng before answering. Seeing his discomfort, Lin Mo quickly added, This is my dad. He's someone I know well. Wu Kun's expression grew grim as he began recounting the events of the day. The driver and I managed to escape, but we didn't dare go near the school to find you. We were afraid of being discovered, so the two of us hid for a few days. Only when things settled down a bit did we venture out to beg for food. He paused, recalling the chaos of the situation. Joy Han has only one leg, so he runs slow. He was caught by the safety department. I heard they interrogated him relentlessly, trying to force him to reveal who had opened the tomb that night. Joy Han is a strong man, though. He endured the torture without saying a word. There was a pained look in Wu Kun's eyes as he continued, I'm not strong enough to rescue Zhuang Han from the safety department. I'm afraid he won't survive. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened as he pieced everything together. I understand. You all were involved in the tomb raiding. Zhuang Han got caught, and now you want to rescue him, right? He turned to Lin Mo with a concerned look, which made Lin Mo feel a twinge of guilt. Monet, if you need money, just let me know. Tomb raiding is incredibly dangerous. Lin Mo, upon hearing his father's words, reassured him calmly, There's no need to worry about the money, Dad. Everything's fine. Lin Feng could only glance at him in silence, letting out a sigh. After we finish eating, you should head home. Wu Kun and I need to return to school. With a cheerful wave, Lin Mo said, Call me when you get home. Lin Feng waved back with a bright smile. Don't worry, I will. As he watched his son leave, Lin Feng's expression grew more serious. He thought to himself that if Zhuang Han had truly saved Moni's life, he couldn't simply ignore it. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a strange electronic device. A short while later, Lin Feng stood in front of a large building, determination in his eyes. The security guards at the entrance immediately blocked his path. One of the men, clearly irritated, shouted, What do you want, country bumpkin? Get lost. But Lin Feng remained unshaken. He flashed a knowing smile and held up the device. As soon as he activated it, the souls of the security officers were drawn toward the device, causing them to scream in agony. After a moment, Lin Feng quickly switched off the device, knowing exactly when to stop. He walked past the two officers, who now lay unconscious, their eyes empty and lifeless. A moment later, both collapsed, unable to stay upright. Lin Feng moved forward, his pace steady and unwavering. Soon, he reached a large door. Without hesitation, he approached it and reached out to open it. At that moment, Lin Feng stepped into the room where the conversation had still been going. But almost instantly, the atmosphere shifted and silence fell. Every pair of eyes turned toward him. A girl standing in the back, her expression frosty, muttered, Why did security even let someone like him in here? Her gaze narrowed, wary as Lin Feng advanced. Lin Feng said nothing. He really tightened his grip on the electronic device in his hand. Sensing danger, the girl called out a warning to the others. Quickly, the group began to prepare, alert, and ready. But Lin Feng remained composed. His voice was low and firm. Too late. He activated the device, releasing a strange energy. The girl staggered, her strength fading. One after another, the rest of the group collapsed, overwhelmed by the device's mysterious force. Within seconds, The room was quiet again. The others lay unconscious on the floor, unmoving. Lin Feng continued walking forward, calm and unbothered. Elsewhere in an interrogation room, a safety bureau officer glared at Zhuang Han and asked sharply, "Was it Lin Mo who opened the ancient tomb?" Zhuang Han replied firmly, "I've said it over and over. It was me who opened the tomb door. Why won't you believe me?" The officer grew silent, visibly frustrated. After a pause, he reached for a remote and pressed a red button. A controlled electric pulse surged briefly through Zhuang Han, causing him to cry out in pain. Without warning, Lin Feng forcefully kicked open the heavy door, leaving the two safety officers frozen in shock. His expression darkened, radiating an intimidating aura. One of the officers, clearly annoyed, demanded to know his identity. Lin Feng responded with a cold, almost mocking smile. "I'm his father." As he spoke, he calmly drew a wooden stick from his belt. One of the officers hesitated and asked, "Is he really your father?" The other officer, now growing increasingly irate, snapped, "Can't you see? He's here, break him out of prison." Before they could say another word, Lin Feng moved with lightning speed, striking decisively. Swift, sharp slashes appeared across the necks of both officers, their eyes widening in horror as blood poured from their wounds. The handcuffs that bound Zhuang Han were sliced apart, falling to the ground in pieces. He stood frozen, stunned and confused, thinking, could this person be the king of hell? But Lin Feng shot him a stern look and barked, "Stop standing there like an idiot. I'm here to save you." Zhuang Han quickly dropped to his knees, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for your help. May I ask your name? I will forever repay this great kindness." Lin Feng smiled casually and waved his hand. "No need. It's nothing." He then handed Zhuang Han a card, something that would ensure his protection. Together, they walked out of the room. Zhuang Han, filled with admiration, couldn't help but think of the incredible act of kindness. This man had wiped out the entire safety department just to rescue him. Such a debt of gratitude, he vowed, would not go unacknowledged. On the other side, Lin Mo returned and immediately spoke up to make an announcement. He Xiao Ban, as if struck by startling news, cursed loudly. He quickly called Lin Mo over to take a look. The safety bureau agents have been killed. What was odd, however, was that no one who had seen the killer's face had survived, and there were no visible wounds on their bodies. "I heard it's some sort of soul-sucking dark technique," he added. Lin Mo, who had been listening intently, was taken aback, his gaze fixed on the news broadcast and the announcer's words. According to the image they had extracted, the suspect appeared to be a farmer. In an instant, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. The person in the image bore a striking resemblance to his father, but could his father really be the one responsible for the deaths at the safety bureau? It was already past midnight, and Gao Tai Ti's son Miao and son Mai Li had not stopped following Lin Mo. In the tense, oppressive atmosphere, Lin Mo continued to run through the forest. His mind raced as he moved. When the massacre at the safety bureau happened, both the bureau chief and deputy chief had conveniently been away. Sun Vilai was still alive, and the antidote for Ran was still being searched for. The insights from the demon sword were also urgently needed. Soon, Lin Mo arrived at the lair of Uncle Vengeful Ghost, which was located in the Blue Tomb. The entrance to the tomb was dark and deep, and a small ghost peeked out from the doorway. Lin Mo looked up at the tomb to the northwest, certain that Uncle Vengeful Ghost was inside. The small ghost that had been watching him stepped forward and asked, "What do you want with my boss?" Without hesitation, Lin Mo grabbed the ghost by the collar and demanded the location of his uncle. The ghost struggled briefly, then relented. "He's in the Blue Tomb up ahead." Lin Mo swiftly tossed the underling of the grudge ghost aside, throwing him forcefully into the tomb's door without hesitation. With a sharp command, he instructed, "Go, bring him out here." The underling crashed into the tomb with a painful thud, sliding across the ground. Inside the Blue Tomb demon, the grudge ghost, who ruled the place, was chewing on a human arm. Nearby, Lao the soul-eating demon, was devouring a corpse. Both demons were preoccupied with their meal when the underling rushed in with urgent news. "Trouble! Someone's causing a scene." The grudge ghost looked up, puzzled. "Someone's causing trouble, but not a ghost?" The underling quickly explained that it was a living person. The grudge ghost then ordered Lao to deal with the intruder immediately and bring them back to be torn apart for food. Lao, eager at the prospect, stood up. It had been a while since he had tasted a living human. He had grown tired of gnawing on dried meat that stuck between his teeth. However, Lao was aware that Lin Mo was the newlywed husband of the red-dressed female ghost from Guji, having married her just the day before. The grudge ghost showed no concern at this news. After all, who would dare show up on his territory and act so brazenly? He assumed the woman had some influence, but didn't think highly of her. So he ordered Lao to kill Lin Mo. If this human had the audacity to cause trouble, the grudge ghost would remind him who truly held power in the tomb. Lao accepted the order and vanished in an instant. As he emerged from the tomb, he saw Lin Mo standing there already. With his hands on his hips and a playful stance, Lin Mo looked unimpressed. "Is that it? Just one small lackey," he said, his tone full of disappointment. Lao glared at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and growled, "You talk too big." He swiftly swung his tail with immense power, creating a whirlwind that tore through the air with devastating force. The tail cut through the atmosphere and unexpectedly struck Lin Mo in the abdomen, hurling him several dozen meters away. Although the blow made him cough up blood, it wasn't a fatal wound that would force the demon sword to materialize. Lin Mo, still standing firm, raised his single finger in a gesture of defiance, continuing to taunt the true heart demon. "Is this all you've got?" The true heart demon's fury erupted. His eyes turned a deep shade of red, and with a roar of rage, he charged forward, launching another attack. "You insolent brat, you never learn. Hand over your heart." He lunged at Lin Mo, who, distracted by his own defiance, failed to react in time. The demon's attack landed with brutal force, sending Lin Mo crashing into a nearby tree. The impact was so violent that Lin Mo continued to cough up blood, and the demon's arm drove deep into his body. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Gao Tai Ti, Sun Miao, and Sun Mai Lei stood quietly hidden in the shadows. They watched in stunned silence, both shocked and frightened. They couldn't understand why Lin Mo had dared to provoke the true heart demon. Clearly, he had two powerful demons at his disposal, yet he refused to summon them. Gao Tai Ti, deeply unsettled, couldn't shake the thought that Lin Mo must be mad. He had never imagined his father would send him to investigate a lunatic. The wound had now become life-threatening. Lin Mo's heart raced as intense energy surged through him. It was the moment of insight he had longed for, the crucial guidance from the demon sword. In an instant, Lin Mo's demeanor seemed to shift entirely. He grasped the true heart demon's arm still embedded in his chest with newfound strength. He never anticipated that Lin Mo would still manage to resist. In that moment, the familiar Lin Mo was gone, replaced by the sole fragment of the great general of the kingdom of Demon Sealing. The demon sword surged with a bloodthirsty intent, and with a commanding shout, it cried, "Kill." Lin Mo's hand, now nothing more than bone, gripped the sword. Yet despite his physical form, his grip still radiated immense power. With a few swift, precise strikes, he swiftly disposed of the evil spirit. The Sun siblings watched in shock, unable to believe that Lin Mo could defeat the evil spirit with a single blow. It then dawned on them that he had been hiding his true strength all along, just as he had during the Demon Realm Marketplace and the Demon Realm trial. A sense of dread washed over Sun Mai Lai as she recalled her brother's past encounter with Lin Mo, fearing that one day he might seek revenge. Sun Miao, also anxious, trying to calm his sister's nerves. It wasn't long before Gao Tai Ti voiced her suspicions about Lin Mo's involvement in the recent destruction of the Safety Bureau. He's too powerful. If he has that kind of strength, it wouldn't be surprising if he were the one who wiped out the Safety Bureau. Gao Tai Ti, ever observant, noticed that Lin Mo's strength seemed to be rapidly fading. At that moment, Lin Mo's bony arms had returned to their normal state. He realized that the demon sword's demonic form was also quickly disappearing. Having exhausted much of his power, he felt drained. However, one thing was clear to him. If he didn't seize this opportunity now, he would have to wait for another. Lin Mo clenched his fist and gritted his teeth with unyielding resolve. This time, he would make sure to keep the demon sword. He shut his eyes, focusing on trying to feel the surge of energy within him. Without hesitation, he tightly clenched his left hand, blocking it firmly with his right, which triggered a powerful current of energy to rush through Lin Mo's body. His eyes snapped open in surprise. He had finally grasped the essence of the demon sword. Moments later, Lin Mo had successfully summoned the demon sword. A wave of joy flooded over him as he realized he had unlocked its core power. His hand wrapped around the hilt as if he were holding a priceless treasure. Lin Mo swung the sword downward to test its might, the blade slicing through the air before he paused to quietly savor the satisfaction that settled in his chest. Though the feeling was brief, he knew that by understanding its essence, he could continue to improve, just like the other contracted demons. There was even a chance he could eventually reach the rank of Demon King. Suddenly, an announcement from the system echoed in his mind, detailing the demon sword's current status. It was an intermediate malevolent spirit, with 1,000 demon energy points, 100% loyalty, and 2 locked skills. To unlock them, 200 points were needed. Lin Mo's understanding of the demon sword seemed deep and intuitive. As he reflected on its nature, he realized the soul fragment is merely a lingering obsession, without a true consciousness, which explains the 100% loyalty. With exactly the right amount of points available, he made the decision to unlock the 2 skills. Without second thoughts, he pressed the confirmation button. The system immediately congratulated Lin Mo for acquiring the skill Soul Pursuit Sword. At level 1, swinging the demon sword would cause the sharp blade to deal physical damage to enemies, regardless of their magic resistance. While the skill didn't consume any soul energy, its freezing effect would last for up to 120 seconds. The second skill, Exorcising Sword, was also unlocked. At level 1, swinging the demon sword would release an aura combined with immense force, delivering magical damage that could bypass any armor. The conditions for use were identical to the first skill. Lin Mo carefully examined the description of the item and was thrilled to discover that it was a physical, magical object with no consumption required. Just then, Miss Chu Tong Gai appeared, a smug smile on her face as she approached him. "I told you that forming a contract with the demon sword was the right choice, didn't I?" she said. "Looks like the devil's extremes are always involved," Lin Mo replied. "The demon sword can't possibly be as powerful as I am. I'm ready to spar with it for 300 rounds, she declared confidently. Seeing the rising tension, Lin Mo decided to step in and mediate. But before he could, a surge of dark energy hit him, and a figure emerged, a demon leaning on a cane, slowly advancing toward them. It was none other than the leader of the Blue Tomb Demon Alliance, the Demon Lord Quan Gai. He knew that Lin Mo had killed the true spirit demon, and his voice was filled with fury as he growled, "A blood debt must be repaid in blood." Meanwhile, in another part of the territory, a beautiful demoness dressed in red sat calmly before a mirror applying her makeup. Without warning, one of her servants rushed in, bowing respectfully, and said urgently, "Milady, you've angered Demon Lord Quan Gai." The demoness's expression darkened, and she snapped. "Why has he come to the SI Bai region? Didn't I warn him about our past grudge?" The servant tried to soothe her, explaining, "I believe he came seeking revenge for you. He knows about your past conflict with him, and even killed the true spirit demon." Upon hearing this, a look of satisfaction crossed the red-dressed demon's face. "Asteris became all this way for me? How thoughtful of him, Asteris." She quickly composed herself and gave her orders. "Gather all my forces. We will attack the Blue Tomb Demon Alliance to rescue my husband. I'll return soon." The servant rushed out and blew a whistle, signaling the troops to prepare. The horn sounded, signaling the assembly of the 8 demons. In an instant, hundreds, perhaps thousands of demons appeared, each standing respectfully, awaiting orders. The red-clad demoness addressed her followers. "Today, we will confront the vengeful ghost." Upon hearing her words, the demons immediately responded in unison with a powerful shout, "Understood." Meanwhile, Lin Mo found himself surrounded by the vengeful ghost and his demon minions. Off to the side, Gao Tai Tai remained hidden, quietly analyzing the situation. With so many demons here and the vengeful ghost leading them, this isn't just a battle, it's an army. We won't stand a chance. Sun Miao and Sun Mai Lai, both certain that Lin Mo wouldn't survive, felt a sense of relief. Deciding it was unnecessary to watch any longer, they chose to step away. The vengeful ghost radiated intense killing intent, his face twisting with fury. Lin Mo felt a surge of fear, realizing that, despite having mastered the demon sword, dying here would likely be final. The risk was too great. Quickly, he took a step back, waving his hands in a desperate attempt to de-escalate the situation. "It's a misunderstanding," he pleaded. The vengeful ghost's anger only deepened. "A misunderstanding? You killed my brother, and now you expect me to believe that? Do you take me for a fool?" He and his demon followers closed in on Lin Mo, determined not to let him escape. A group of long-tongued demons rushed forward, their intent clear. Lin Mo's heart raced. Is this really the end? Am I going to die here today? Just as one of the demons lunged at him, it was swiftly killed. Lin Mo's tension eased when he saw who had arrived. It was the Butcher Demon, come to his aid. With a brief glance, the Butcher Demon spoke. "Just call me your ex-husband, and that will be enough." Lin Mo stood there, slightly confused, unsure of why he was even present in this situation. The man before him pointed toward the red-clad female ghost and explained, "I'm here to save you, at your wife's request." The red-clad female ghost, fuming with anger, stormed up and yelled, "How dare you lay a hand on my husband? Kill them all!" Without hesitation, the vengeful ghost retorted, "Fool, you're the one who's going to die." In an instant, the two ghosts charged at each other, clashing fiercely. Each time one was thrown aside, the other quickly retaliated, spitting out a thick, viscous substance. Lin Mo watched the chaotic battle unfold before him, utterly amazed. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to see ghosts in combat. At that moment, the red-clad female ghost slithered up to his side, her voice soft with concern. "Are you all right?" Lin Mo could only offer a strained smile in reply. The red-clad female ghost seemed undeterred by his lack of response and continued speaking. "You're planning to secretly deal with the vengeful ghost to surprise me, aren't you? You should discuss something so dangerous with me first," she added, almost teasingly. "I don't want anything to happen to you, Lin Mo, no matter what doubts you may have. Meanwhile, the vengeful ghost was fiercely battling her minions, determined to make both the red-clad female ghost and Lin Mo pay for killing the real ghost. The red-clad female ghost stood protectively in front of Lin Mo and said, "Darling, sit back and relax. I'll take care of this." With that, she summoned her ghostly power, conjuring a wave of deadly spider lilies. Once gentle, the flowers shot forward with lightning speed, their sharp petals as deadly as hidden blades. Even if the vengeful ghost managed to dodge her attack, her minions would suffer severe damage from the relentless assault. The demons were swiftly torn apart by the red spider lily, dissolving into a slimy mess. Lin Mo was left in awe of the red-dressed ghost power. Her move not only had an impressive range, but it also inflicted significant damage, a truly remarkable area of effect attack. The cursed demon had initially dismissed the red-dressed ghost as a mere novice. With a sudden motion, he pulled out a voodoo doll and aimed it at her, chanting the 5 directions ghostly deities, the curse of the tangled straw, manifest now. With a swift, forceful motion, he drove a lone silver needle into the doll's chest. In that instant, the red-dressed ghost felt a sharp pain in the same spot, her face contorting in agony as she collapsed into Lin Mo's arms. He quickly understood. The curse was designed to link the doll with its target. Any harm done to the doll was mirrored as pain for the person it was connected to. "Are you okay?" Lin Mo asked, panic in his voice. She sat up, trying to reassure him. "It's just a small trick." Without hesitation, the red-dressed ghost soared into the air, her power radiating like that of a fiery queen. She raised her hands, beginning to form a seal to release her full strength. The cursed demon fought back with everything he had, but he couldn't stop her. Nevertheless, he made the bold choice to face her head-on. Both the red-dressed ghost and the cursed demon ascended into the air, locked in an intense battle. The clash was evenly matched, and Lin Mo could do nothing but watch from below. As the fight raged on, his excitement grew. With 2 such skilled fighters in the air, he knew he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He quickly summoned the high-ranking weeping demon, the devil's extreme malevolent spirit, and the newly unlocked demon sword. In a hurry, he ordered them to eliminate everything in sight. Without hesitation, he used the skill One Sword to soul extermination and effortlessly split a demon in half. Just as he finished, he noticed another demon preparing to unleash a fiery attack. A huge fireball shot toward him, and Lin Mo cursed inwardly. Thankfully, he acted fast, pulling the pure body demon into the path of the incoming blast, using it as a shield for both himself and his companion. The fireball slammed into the pure body demon with force. Furious, the demon cursed, "I might be tough, but I can't block magic damage." At that moment, a system notification popped up, showing that he had earned 40 Break the Room points. Lin Mo scratched his head, pretending to be confused. Meanwhile, the red-dressed female demon grew increasingly worried. Spotting an opportunity, the vengeful demon grabbed a concealed weapon made of silver and gold and threatened. "Now I'll take aim at that kid. What will you do then?" As the red-dressed female demon warned Lin Mo to be careful, the vengeful demon leaped down and hurled several hidden weapons at him. Caught off guard, Lin Mo panicked even more. The weapons flew straight toward him, but fortunately, the flower imbued with the red-dressed female demon's power intercepted the attack. Both Lin Mo and the red-dressed female demon breathed a sigh of relief. That was too close. Luckily, it was blocked just in time. The vengeful demon laughed, clearly pleased with himself. "Dodge this, you've fallen right into my trap." He then struck the red-dressed female demon in the stomach with a powerful palm. Lin Mo, standing below, clenched his fist and growled in fury. That crafty old hag. The high-ranking weeping demon unleashed her powers, causing the surroundings to darken, and the air grew thick with a deadly presence. The cursed demon, dazed and unsteady, stumbled, while the red-clad female ghost took a blow to her abdomen. Lin Mo swiftly rose into the air, unsheathing his sword, and cried, "Die." He immediately assumed a stance, preparing to unleash the one-sword soul cleave technique. Yet, the cursed demon remained unshaken, its confidence unwavering. "Do you think my armor is weak?" Lin Mo remained unfazed, swiftly readying another strike. "What does your armor matter to my mother?" The cursed demon sneered. "Your attack is pointless. It won't harm me." But before he could finish speaking, the sword pierced his body, something he had never anticipated. The system rewarded Lin Mo with 200 points. Without hesitation, Lin Mo finished him with a single strike, his gaze cold as he looked down at the demon's lifeless form. "Apologies, but this strike was magical damage. It has nothing to do with your armor." The red-clad female ghost, floating mid-air, announced, "The cursed demon is dead. If you wish to survive, follow me. But if you choose to die alongside the cursed one, I will happily bestow upon you a title of loyalty." The cursed demon's followers immediately raised their hands in surrender. "We bow and pay homage to the red-clad female ghost. From this moment on, you are our master." She silently laughed to herself. After more than 100 years of fighting the cursed demon, she had finally emerged victorious, all thanks to the help of her beloved husband. So, where is my beloved husband now? To her surprise, Lin Mo was happily standing on the ground, marveling at the demon pearl of an evil spirit class demon. I could sell this for at least 2 million. This time, we've really struck gold. The female ghost in red immediately swooped down and wrapped her arms around his neck. Honey, there's a celebration tonight to mark the defeat of the vengeful spirit. Let's go together, she said. Lin Mo, irritated, tried to push her away. I'm not going. I still have school tomorrow. The red-clad ghost didn't give up and continued to plead. You helped me get rid of the vengeful spirit. How can you not come to the celebration? Lin Mo refused her again. I wasn't helping you. I'm doing this for myself. The ghost appeared slightly bashful for a moment. It was clearly for me, but you're denying it. Finally, Lin Mo stopped arguing and turned to walk away quickly. I'm going back to school. If fate allows, we'll meet again. The red-clad female ghost waved her hand as she bid him farewell. That you must come one day. I'll wait for you, my dear husband, always as ambitious as ever. The forest fell into an eerie silence. Sun Biao was still in disbelief at what he had just witnessed. I didn't just imagine that, right? Lin Mo really just killed a vengeful ghost, didn't he? Gao Tai Ti was equally shocked. The power of that demon sword seemed almost on par with her own doll. Lin Mo had also made an agreement with the red-clad ghost about the desolate hunting grounds. If he were a righteous demon master, it wouldn't be a problem, but if he had fallen down a darker path, he could be a threat to humanity. Just then, Gao Tai Ti's phone rang and her father's voice came through. She hesitated, unsure whether to bring it up, but Lin Mo's situation was becoming increasingly serious. She only snapped out of her thoughts when Sun Meilei spoke up. Meanwhile, Gao Longchen was shouting in anger. According to the report, Lin Mo had struck a deal with the ghost in the desolate area and had formed a powerful spirit army. They had investigated his spirit contracts and found that he now had 4 of them, greatly increasing the danger he posed. Sun Dilai scratched his head in confusion. Why don't we just capture Lin Mo and interrogate him? Isn't that enough? Why go through all this hassle? Gao Longchen immediately started explaining. There's a chance that a powerful figure is backing him. Without solid proof that he's a remnant of the demon ceiling, we can't count on the military to help us. Sun Dilai, surprised by this information, grew worried. So, what should we do now? Are we just supposed to stick here and wait? Gao Longchen quickly proposed a solution. I plan to force the remnant winged demon behind Lin Mo to reveal itself. Every year, the Demon Realm test is aimed at first-year students and has a low risk. This year will increase the difficulty to put him in danger. Whoever is behind him will definitely show up to help. Sun Dilai, impressed, praised the plan. That's a brilliant strategy, using someone else's weapon to fight. But where should we hold the test? Gao Longchen's expression became serious as he pointed to a location on the map of Shanglan City. Meanwhile, the 8 demon kings were boasting proudly. Everyone says their demons are talented, but compared to that kid, they're still lacking. One of them nearly put the wrong end of a cigarette in his mouth, startling himself. He quickly tossed it away. In the quiet of the night, Lin Mo continued to absorb the demon pearl. After some time, a change occurred and a purple demonic aura emerged. Lin Mo suddenly snapped to attention, feeling a surge of power as he advanced to the 2nd rank of Demon Master. As he observed the demon pearl, he couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Thanks to this, I've broken through to the 2nd rank. In the future, I'll be able to control the demon contract more effectively. I won't lose control like before, and my control will be more precise. The best part is, I can now level up the demon contract. Not long after, Lin Mo gradually drifted off to sleep. The last thought on his mind was the Chainsaw Demon and the Blood Eye Demon, which had the potential to evolve from malevolent spirits into evil spirits, gaining 3 new skills. Unfortunately, the big-chested demon was merely a weeping demon. After thinking about it for a while, he finally slipped into a peaceful slumber. The next morning during class, the news spread that this year's first-year student trial for the entire province would take place in Jianglan City. Everyone was shocked. Suddenly, a voice broke out, cursing loudly. Has the Safety Bureau lost its mind? All the demons there are at least evil spirit level, and even the elite demon exorcist teams might not make it back. 8 demon kings quickly spoke up to calm everyone. Everyone, please stay calm. This trial is not mandatory. You can choose to participate or opt out. Also, Bayang has only 5 spots available for the Demon Master team. Each team can have between 1 and 5 members. If anyone wants to sign up, just let me know. Sitting below, Lin Mo glanced at Hai Xiao Pan and thought for a moment. Neither he nor a Shu had defensive demons. Xiao Ban's weak demon, however, could become fairly sturdy after activating its hardening skill, which could be useful for protection when needed. He smiled and turned to ask, Xiao Ban, what about you? Want to join us? Hai Xiao Pan, focused on his game, replied casually. I'm not going. It's a lot more fun to just stay in the game room. Lin Mo tried to convince him. Come on, didn't you activate your skill a few days ago? Your trash demon's defense has improved a lot, so what's there to be afraid of? Hai Xiao Pan just turned to smile and declined. He smiled slyly, his expression full of calculation. He knew that only by using his final tactic could he force the other person to leave. Without hesitation, Lin Mo slowly pulled out his phone and turned to tempt Hai Xiao Pan. If you've entered the demon realm, I'll give you all these documents. Hai Xiao Pan's interest was immediately piqued. Let me see the secret story of the 7 muscular men and the fragile girl too. Lin Mo quickly withdrew his hand, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Enter the demon realm first, then I'll give it to you. Tempted like a cat with a treat just out of reach, Hai Xiao Pan could no longer resist. Fine, I'll go. But you have to promise that as soon as I enter the demon realm, you'll send it to me. Lin Mo grinned and immediately agreed. A moment later, Hai Xiao Pan turned to Lin Mo with a mischievous grin. Mo bro, what if we bring another girl along? Lin Mo's face twisted with distaste. The girls at our school. You really like that kind? Hai Xiao Pan paused, considering it for a moment, then shrugged. Honestly, the girls at our school aren't anything special. At that, Lin Mo threw his arm around Hai Xiao Pan's shoulders and cut him off. Forget it, just the 3 of us will be fine. On the podium, the 8 Demon Kings spoke up, reminding them, there's one more thing. Any student taking part in the trial will be provided with death insurance by the school. Hai Xiao Pan's face instantly darkened. Death insurance? Can't you say something a little luckier? Lin Mo, unfazed, slowly peeled an apple. Once he was done, he handed it to and ran. I might not be around in the next few days. The Demon Realm trial is about to begin. She quickly took a bite. While chewing, and Rand couldn't help but wonder, the Demon Realm? Where is that? Is it dangerous? Lin Mo grinned and replied, it's like a haunted house, not too big and definitely not dangerous. Think of it like a game. Her concern only deepened. Not dangerous? Then why are there so many valuable things there? On the outside, Lin Mo gave a strange smile, but inside, he couldn't help but mock her. Asterisk all that effort to lie, and Xiao and Rand's only thinking about money asterisk. Lin Mo took another bite of his apple and casually added, by the way, when we get to the Demon Realm, I'll find a way to deal with some delay and force them to give me the antidote. After taking a large bite, he lowered his hand and extended the apple toward Ran, offering it to her. She looked at the apple with a mix of distaste. It's covered in your saliva. I'm not eating it. Lin Mo was rejected, but simply continued eating without a second thought. And Ran, growing irritated, asked, I just ate. It's still covered in your saliva. Are you really going to eat it like that? He finished the apple with a satisfied smile and shrugged. It's fine. I don't mind your germs. At that moment, Ran, feeling a bit defeated, reminded him, but there's poison in my saliva. The moment the words left her mouth, Lin Mo froze mid-chew. He quickly spat out everything he had just eaten. Damn, why didn't you say something earlier? He snapped, his face full of surprise, and Ran couldn't hold back her laughter. Who told you to eat so quickly? Embarrassed, Lin Mo was about to snap, but just then, Gao Tai Tai passed by and witnessed the entire scene. She glanced at Ran and muttered to herself, is she my half-sister? After a while, Lin Mo returned to his room. Hai Xiao Pan immediately walked over with a curious expression. You still have 2 days until the Demon Realm trial. What are you reading now? A fashion magazine or something? Lin Mo quickly closed the book and lightly tapped his head. You've got such a one-track mind. This is a detailed map of the Demon Realm, Shanglan. It took me days to find this. Every alley and street is marked clearly. Hai Xiao Pan rubbed his head confused. But what's the point of memorizing that? The Safety Bureau will give us maps once we enter, won't they? Lin Mo gave him an exasperated look. You fool. The Bureau's map will at most show demon locations. Mine also shows where the bank is. At the word bank, Hai Xiao Pan's eyes lit up, and even a shoe nearby looked surprised. Lin Mo smirked, clearly pleased with himself. Demons don't care about money, so there's a very high chance the money's still untouched in the bank. Excited, Hai Xiao Pan suddenly turned and walked off. I'm going to buy 3 pairs of black socks. Lin Mo stared after him, puzzled. What for? Hai Xiao Pan answered without missing a beat, to cover my face. Isn't that how you rob a bank? Lin Mo and a shoe could only sigh, too tired to argue with that kind of logic. Finally, the day of the trial arrived. Hundreds had gathered in the area. Somewhere in the crowd, Hai Xiao Pan appeared next to Lin Mo and whispered, I didn't expect Bayang Academy to send 3 teams. One of them even has 3 people from Su Fang. Lin Mo frowned slightly and said, just ignore them. Let's stick to our plan. Standing at the podium, Sunday Lai announced in a clear voice, a Demon Realm trial for you students is about to begin. The trial will last 5 days. The Safety Bureau will assess you based on the number and strength of the demons you slay. The top 30 scorers will receive rewards, with higher scores leading to greater rewards. I must also stress one point. This trial is different from the Level 3 Demon Realm exam, and you will not be provided with teleportation talismans. The two young men below murmured anxiously to each other, worried about the danger of the trial. Lin Mo stood off to the side, listening to their complaints, and silently thought that maybe the Safety Bureau had chosen not to provide the talismans because they only worked in areas with special magic circles. Jianglan City was simply too large to set up such a formation. In the end, they'd have to rely on their own strength. Sunday Lai, clearly irritated, warned it's still not too late to back out now. One of the young men, visibly shaking, raised his hand to withdraw, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. His companion immediately grabbed him by the collar and snapped, "You coward! Want to quit without even trying? Don't you know that if you withdraw, the whole team has to leave with you?" He pushed him away quickly and fired back. "Without a teleportation talisman, do you want to die in the demon realm? Isn't your life more important?" One by one, others also buckled under the pressure of the trial and asked to withdraw. Teams quietly left, slipping away without a word. Satilai, upon witnessing this, felt a sense of satisfaction. Good. Those who remain are true heroes. Head to the supply depot and then gather at the entrance. His eyes briefly lingered on Lin Mo, a quiet joy in his expression. The plan is unfolding perfectly. Even the last of the wind demons are sticking to it. The gate to the demon realm is gradually opening, slowly cracking apart, and those bold enough to stay behind are preparing to step through. One by one, they continued into the realm. At the entrance, they found scattered bones on the ground. Lin Mo's group remained vigilant as they stepped forward. The demon realm appeared desolate and unnervingly quiet. A dark, oppressive atmosphere hung in the air, and soon, the group scattered, each taking their own path. Hai Xiao Pan, clearly confused, spoke up, "Are we heading straight to the bank?" Lin Mo, examining a map, replied, "Take it easy. The demons in the city will be much more numerous than out here. Rushing in would only get us killed faster." He pointed to a spot on the map with a furrowed brow. "We're on the eastern edge of the city. There's a village ahead. Let's head there first." Ashu then added, "I'm good with whatever. Xiao Pan, what do you think?" Hai Xiao Pan shrugged. "You're asking me? I just hope we can find somewhere safe to rest for a while." Grumbling, he pointed at the sky, prompting the other two to look up. Instantly, the sky darkened, as though a storm was about to hit. They knew they had to move quickly. The three of them urgently searched for shelter, eventually entering a nearby building. Hai Xiao Pan urged them impatiently, "Hurry up! Someone's ahead of us!" Ahead of them, several other brutes had already arrived. Lin Mo observed quietly, a calculating look in his eyes. "It's fine. In fact, it's good that they can scout the path for us." They quickly made their way into the building, their figures gradually fading from view. Lin Mo stayed alert. There was no sign of any movement. "Well, if there's no activity here, that means there probably aren't any ghosts in this village. We can relax for now and stay here. This place seems fine. Let's rest here tonight." He said this as he slowly walked inside. Ashu and Hai Xiao Pan followed. Hai Xiao Pan appeared a little uneasy and pointed ahead. "But it looks so old. Do you think the roof might collapse if it rains tonight? We could pick a bigger house like the others. Why did you choose one of those?" Ashu approached and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "This one is the best." They all stepped inside together. Lin Mo smiled, satisfied. "Ashu really knows what I need." Xiao Ban was still confused. "Then why is it the best?" Ashu grabbed a cloth and began wiping down the furniture as he explained. "This room is at the village entrance. If a ghost tide comes, we'll be the first to escape and won't get trapped inside the village." Xiao Ban's face lit up with understanding. He seemed to grasp the logic behind it now. Seeing his reaction, Ashu shook his head, speechless. Lin Mo nibbled on some dry food before offering it to the others to help replenish their energy. "Have some candy too. I'll go check the village and see if there are any dangerous ghosts nearby." The two of them took the food and started eating. Ai Xiao Pan couldn't help but complain. "The Safety Bureau is so stingy. With this amount of dry food, it'll barely last 4 days. For a big eater like me, it might only last 3. You have to admit, it's a small portion, but if you ration it, it's enough to get by." Suddenly, someone unexpectedly entered and struck up a conversation. "Hi there, I'm Hu Kun, a student from Lin Feng Academy." With a cheerful smile, he made an offer. "We managed to sneak in some meat, so we thought we'd share a bit with you to help curb the hunger." Ashu and Lin Mo exchanged cautious glances, silently skeptical of this unexpected kindness. This seems too convenient. There's probably more to it. However, Hai Xiao Pan, tempted by the offer, stepped forward to greet him. "Hey there, we're from Bayang Academy." Ku Kun's grin widened as he handed over the food. "Here you go. Let's be friends, shall we? Just as he was about to hand it over, Lin Mo stepped in and gently stopped him. He casually draped an arm over Xiao Ban's shoulder, offering a polite smile as he asked, "Mind if I ask how exactly did you manage to sneak meat in here?" Shu also frowned, stepping forward slowly. "If I remember correctly, did they confiscate all our phones and food when we entered the demon realm?" Hu Kun patted his chest proudly and smiled, revealing his secret. "I sewed a hidden pocket into my jacket and snuck it in that way." Lin Mo appeared somewhat skeptical and addressed Hu Kun with a serious tone. "Why are you telling us all this, and why give us such a generous gift?" Hu Kun shrugged casually and replied, "I gave you the meat because I need something in return. If any monsters or ghosts appear tonight, people at the village entrance like you will notice them first, so I'd appreciate it if you could give us a warning to help keep us on alert. Since our two teams are working together, think of it as a small gesture of goodwill from our side." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled and accepted the piece of meat. "All right, I agree. If any monsters show up, I'll definitely let you know." Hu Kun smiled in return, waved goodbye, and left. "All right, we'll have to rely on each other to survive here. I'm heading back now." As Lin Mo placed the two pieces of meat on the table, Hai Xiao Pan approached. "Mr. Mo, how about we split this meat? I'm starving. I'm practically drooling." Lin Mo ignored him and turned to a Shu. "Hey, do you think there's something wrong with this meat?" A Shu took a knife and drove it straight into the meat. Xiao Pan, curious, watched closely. "What are you two doing? Is there poison in the meat or something?" Lin Mo raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "They gave us this meat out of nowhere, so it's definitely suspicious." A Shu lifted the knife and examined the meat carefully before speaking up. "There's no poison, but something still feels off. It smells too good." The blood-eyed demon suddenly appeared beside them, his voice low and cautious as he whispered to Lin Mo, "That meat, it's from a mind-controlled demon." Lin Mo froze, stunned by the revelation. "What? From the forest of demon flesh?" he asked quickly. At that moment, Ai Xiao Pan, unbothered and still curious, stared at the meat with wide eyes. "What's the forest of demon flesh?" A Shu answered without hesitation. "It's not a real forest. It's a term for a class of demons that specialize in mental manipulation. If you consume their flesh, they can briefly control your mind." He glanced at Lin Mo and added, "I wasn't paying attention earlier, but thankfully Lin Mo's blood eyes sensed something. If not, we could have walked straight into a trap." Realizing the danger, Hai Xiao Pan tossed the meat away in alarm, his voice trembling. "But why? Why would they target us? We didn't even provoke them." Lin Mo's expression darkened, his clenched fists trembling with fury. Noticing Lin Mo's rage, a Shu offered a grim theory. "If they can use us as puppets or decoys, it'll make their operations safer. They wouldn't risk themselves if they could use others." A cold energy pulsed from Lin Mo as he said in a voice like ice, "Then we ended here, either them or us." He turned to the group, voice sharp and commanding. "They're likely still nearby. Pretend to eat and yell loud enough to bait them out." Instantly, the three of them began to shout and act, raising their voices with dramatic flair, clearly aiming to draw in whoever was watching from the shadows. Not far away, Hu Kun observed the scene, a malicious grin on his face. Typical Bayang, too easy to fool. One simple setup, and they've already taken the bait. Now we just need 3 more tools for the next phase. Late into the night, the sound of loud snoring filled the air. The 3 members of Lin Mo's group slept peacefully, but suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes snapped open as if sensing something. At the same moment, both Lin Mo and a Shu sprang into action, fully alert. Lin Mo spoke cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who's performing the opera at this hour?" Above them, 2 shadowy figures were staging a chilling performance. The eerie opera sent shivers down their spines. One of the figures, a demon diva, spoke coldly, introducing the scene. "The King of Hell has decreed death at the 3rd watch. Next up is the demon martial disciple. Who dares to keep me here until the 5th watch?" A Shu froze, recognizing the performance. He realized it was the demonic play that occurred during a ghost festival in the middle of the 7th lunar month, a ritual meant to trap the souls of the living. Meanwhile, outside, Hu Kun was suggesting a plan. "Captain, I think we should let those 3 idiots go ahead and serve as sacrifices for us." The captain agreed, proposing that they allow the group to confront the demons for now. At that moment, the captain sprang into action, summoning the forest of demon flesh. The monstrous forest surged forward as she issued more commands, activating her deadly abilities. Inside, Lin Mo had woken Hai Xiao Pan. Feigning excitement, he quickly said, "They've started. Let's go. We'll pretend to be under their control and then teach them a lesson," he added. A Shu paused and turned back to Hai Xiao Pan, offering a cautious reminder. "Be careful. The opera those female ghosts are performing could be a mind control technique. Try not to listen." Xiao Pan hesitated before responding. It sounds easy when you say it, but I'm not sure I can stop myself from hearing it. Lin Mo turned back with a confident smile. Don't worry, I have a plan. All three of them arrived at the front of the auditorium. Lin Mo casually remarked, the singing is incredible, and that actor is really handsome. At the edge of the wall, Hu Kan's team stood, observing from the shadows. One of his teammates sneered and said, fools, they're applauding like everything is fine, even though death is just around the corner. He scoffed further. Then again, they're Bayang's people, so it's no surprise they're useless. The team captain joined in with a wicked grin. The plan's working. Whether they're alive or dead, they'll all be played with by our forest of demon flesh. But suddenly, Hu Kan's expression shifted. His eyes widened as he realized something. But those opera ghosts don't seem as powerful as the rumors suggested. The three of them are still normal. It looks like their souls haven't been taken yet. The captain, with her usual arrogance, responded, I had a feeling. If those ghosts aren't that strong, then let's surpass them. We can kill the two ghosts and take the ghost bowl. That will give us more points. Without hesitation, she led her team forward, charging ahead confidently. Hu Kan's team quickly closed the gap with the ghosts. Demon Diva stood at the front, singing a line of opera. 3 souls, 7 spirits, come forth. She sang, her voice channeling power with every word. In that moment, Hu Kan's team was hit by an overwhelming pressure. The captain of Hu Kan immediately understood what was happening and yelled, We're done for. We've been trapped. In unison, they all collapsed to the ground. Even Diva smiled, clearly pleased by the sight. One of Hu Kan's teammates suddenly lifted his head, sensing the danger. The demon martial disciple stood tall, his blade raised high, ready to strike. He didn't react in time, and the blade cleaved through one of his arms. His scream of pain filled the air, followed by Lin Mo's joyful cheer. Nice, keep it up. Hit him harder. The team leader gritted his teeth, frustration evident in his voice. Why aren't those 3 being pulled onto the stage? The hidden truth came to light. Lin Mo's group had cleverly plugged their ears to avoid the forest of demon flesh's influence. Hu Kan's team leader cursed in fury. They're not affected by the forest control. This was a trick. At that moment, the system's reward notification rang out. Congratulations, a host has earned 40 break the room points. Realizing the situation was spiraling, she abandoned any further argument and quickly turned to command her team. Stop standing there. Summon the contract demons and get off the stage now. In the next instant, a swarm of demons appeared, encircling the demon martial disciple. They leaped and lunged at him, eager to land the first blow. Below, Lin Mo, clearly dissatisfied with the spectacle, added fuel to the fire. Picking on the weak in numbers? How pathetic. If you're so tough, why not fight one-on-one? The entire Hu Kan team shouted in unison. Shut up, you idiot. Just as Lin Mo had hoped, his efforts earned him 80 more break-the-room points. But he wasn't done yet. He taunted them further. So, what's that actress demon doing? Hurry up and help him. The demon diva seemed to snap back to attention. In the next moment, she opened her mouth wide, releasing a sound that amplified the frequency. Meanwhile, the demon martial disciple was struggling, overwhelmed, and surrounded by the demons. After receiving her signal, the demon martial disciple immediately tapped into his full strength. With a powerful swing of his blade, he sent all the demons flying. Lin Mo, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement, and he cheered loudly. So, the demon actors possess both control and support abilities. Their support skills are incredible. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. I still have 2 pack slots available. Maybe I should capture these 2 demons. After all, I don't have any demons that provide healing support yet. In the arena, the demon martial disciple delivered a fierce strike with his sword. The forest of demon flesh attempted to attack from behind. The demon martial disciple quickly spun around, dodging with impressive agility. The result was an unexpected collision between the 2 demons. Seizing the opportunity, the demon martial disciple swiftly struck down the demon that had become isolated in a corner. One by one, he cleaved through the pack demons, and Hu Kan's group also suffered injuries, their screams of pain echoing across the arena. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, standing outside, was thrilled by the sight, cheering for the demon martial disciple. That's an amazing strike. What incredible martial arts. The situation, however, was becoming increasingly grim. The man in the black military uniform clenched his teeth and gave a sharp command. If we can't defeat the one with the black face, then focus on attacking the red one. If we take her down, we'll break free from this control. Without hesitation, the person beside him nodded and responded. Understood. He quickly issued a clear command to the hungry ghost demon, directing it to attack the demon actress. On the other side, things were no better, as the white-wrapped mummy relentlessly pressed its attack against the demon martial disciple without pause. With a swift motion, he seized control of the spear and with a decisive strike, cleaved the demon's body in 2. Black blood spilled endlessly across the ground. The demon martial disciple didn't pause for a moment. His eyes blazed with fury as he charged forward, his voice booming with menace. "Where do you think you're going?" The blade sank deep into the demon's skull, piercing it clean through. The creature froze, its tongue hanging limply, eyes wide in shock. With a fluid twist, the disciple spun his weapon. The lifeless bodies lay scattered, surrounded by pools of blood, the very earth seeming to embrace death. His gaze shifted, locking onto the leader of the Black Horns. The diviness could barely move, crawling on the ground, her arms flailing in fear. Death was closing in. Trembling, she stammered out a desperate plea. "Please, the headless demon, save me." The severed remains of her comrades struggled to rise, their limbs gone, only managing a few weak sobs. Under the oppressive gaze of the demon martial disciple, the demoness dropped to her knees, her head bowed low as she begged Lin Mo for mercy. "Please, I know I was wrong. Save me. I'll do whatever you want." With a mocking smirk, Lin Mo tilted his ear, pretending not to hear her, then casually asked, "Huh? What was that?" I didn't quite catch it. Without another word, the demon martial disciple's sword sliced through her neck and her head fell to the ground, trailing blood as her wide, horrified eyes stared in shock. Lin Mo grinned, satisfied with the outcome. He clapped his hands in approval, his eyes narrowed with pleasure, and praised his companion's efficiency. Demon Diva nodded in agreement, adding, "Well done." Finally, Lin Mo raised his hand, a confident smile spreading across his face as he prepared to perform a spell. "Now, it's my turn to put on a little show, don't you think?" The Demon Diva shot a quick glance at you, her expression a mix of surprise and silent evaluation as she took in the situation. "This is bad," she muttered under her breath. Nearby, the demon martial disciple was struggling, summoning every ounce of his strength to hold back the sharp, saw-like blade. His teeth clenched, his face twisted in pain, and his body shook with the effort. Seeing this, the demon Deva quickly moved behind him, gathering energy and directing it toward him. As she did, I felt a pang of hunger within me. She began to sing, her voice rising with each note, her movements graceful as she danced in time with the melody. The soldiers, their faces resembling oxen and horses, responded to the Deva's psalm. Waves of energy surged toward the demon martial disciple, each wave more powerful than the last. He absorbed it eagerly, feeling the strength flow into him. He, too, cried out, the sound release of his fatigue, a rallying cry to fuel his spirit. Even the extreme demon paused, visibly taken aback by the demon martial disciple's incredible strength and unyielding endurance. With a final, desperate push, the demon martial disciple summoned all of his might and forced the enemy back. His voice echoed loud and fierce as he fought to overcome his weariness and strengthen his resolve. Thanks to his sheer determination and unbreakable will, the extreme demon was driven back. The demon martial disciple gritted his teeth and used every last bit of his strength to hold his ground. To defeat the enemy, strike at the king first, he thought as the battle raged on. But just as he gained the upper hand, the extreme demon retaliated with a savage counterattack. The demon martial disciple lost his footing, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Fortunately, he quickly planted his foot, regaining balance and composure. Undeterred, the demon martial disciple pushed forward, attacking with breathtaking speed, refusing to give in to the pressure. Look at this. Lin Mo stood behind, observing everything that had just unfolded. He couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. His own abilities were undeniably impressive. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and joined the fray. One sword. Lin Mo struck quickly, aiming directly at the staff in the hands of the demon martial disciple. He called out with authority, spirit sealing. In a single swift motion, Lin Mo knocked the demon martial disciple to the ground, leaving him unable to rise. The demon martial disciple clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with fury and hatred as he glared at Lin Mo. But Lin Mo wasn't finished. He readied another strike. "Let me show you more of my strength." With that, he swung his sword at the demon martial disciple's face, shouting, "One sword to eliminate evil." As the blade came down, the demon martial disciple coughed up blood, and a cloud of dust billowed up around him from the force of Lin Mo's strike. His face was immediately soaked in blood, and fresh blood poured from his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. Watching this, Demon Diva's face filled with worry. Sweat appeared on her brow as panic set in. "Brother," she cried out in desperation. She rushed toward him, but the three members of Lin Mo's group remained coldly watching from a distance. Just as Demon Diva was about to reach her fallen comrade, the high-ranking weeping demon began playing her instrument. Each note that escaped from its strings wrapped around Demon Diva, trapping her in place and halting her progress. Demon Diva was suddenly yanked back and thrust into the strong chest of Lin Mo. Without missing a beat, he grabbed her wrist and spoke in a crude tone, "You're so beautiful, little sister." At the same time, a notification from the system echoed. "Congratulations, host, you've earned 40 points for breaking the room." Seeing Lin Mo hold on to Demon Diva without any intention of letting go, and hearing his lewd words, Demon Martial Disciple's fury reached its peak. Let go of my sister, he shouted. Before he could act on his anger, however, he was swiftly overwhelmed and subjected to more punishing blows from Extreme Demon. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood calmly, mentally formulating his next move. With a confident smile, he thought, now let's figure out how to break their defense, and that contract will be ours. Once his plan had been settled in his mind, Lin Mo turned his attention back to teasing Demon Diva. Little sister, is that guy your brother, or are you two more than just family? Her face flushed with embarrassment at his provocative question and his unmistakable lack of shame. She stammered in response. W, what does it have to do with you? Without missing a beat, Lin Mo seized her chin, forcing her to look up at him. His hands, no longer satisfied with just holding her wrist, slid around her slender waist, pulling her even closer. With his smooth, flattering tone, he continued, why wouldn't it have something to do with me? You're so beautiful, yet you're following him? It's such a waste. Come with me instead. I promise I'll make you happy every day. Demon Diva, now boiling with rage, screamed, I'll drag you to your death with me. The Demon Diva raised her sharp claws toward him, but Lin Mo remained calm, offering a casual warning. If you touch me, your brother will die. With that, he moved a chainsaw dangerously close to the Demon Martial disciple's face, forcing him to grit his teeth in silence. As the Demon Diva noticed the movement near her brother, she froze, her eyes anxiously flicking to him. Yet, within moments, her hands started reaching for Lin Mo's neck again. She sobbed helplessly, consumed by the pain of being unable to protect her brother or avenge him. You bastard, she muttered through her tears. Despite the insult, Lin Mo remained unfazed, grinning mischievously as he replied, dishonorable, I'm clearly showing you love. As he thought about how to escalate the situation, he quietly assessed, the break room level is only at 10%. I need to make them feel more disgusted. Without missing a beat, he added, such beautiful hands, and you have to spend every day in the rain with him. The Demon Diva wiped away her tears and frustration, and Lin Mo couldn't resist teasing her further. Really makes one feel heartbroken. Then, with exaggerated gentleness, he wiped the tears from her face. The system displayed measuring the break room level. The Demon Martial Disciples was at 30%, still 69% away from direct contraction. At that moment, the Demon Martial Disciple lost all control, shouting in fury, you bastard, let go of my little sister. Along with those words, Lin Mo quickly accumulated more points. Congratulations, a host has earned 400 break the room points. The notifications continued to arrive in rapid succession. It was noted that the break the room level of Demon Diva had reached 69%, with only 30% remaining to finalize the contract. Lin Mo was taken aback by this. Despite his playful teasing of Demon Diva, break the room level of Demon Martial Disciple was rising even faster. In that case, it seemed wiser to focus on Demon Martial Disciple's break the room progress first. With this thought in mind, he acted quickly. Lin Mo stepped closer to Demon Diva, gently tilting her slightly as he wrapped his arm around her waist. Smirking, he teased, do you still have your first kiss? Then, slowly he leaned in, his face mere inches from hers. He whispered, may I have it? Watching this, Demon Martial Disciple was filled with rage. Desperation in his voice, he shouted, no. It was precisely this reaction that allowed Lin Mo to accelerate the process. The break the room level of Demon Martial Disciple was now at 99%, and Lin Mo had the option to forcibly sign the contract. As his lips neared Demon Diva's, Lin Mo paused and grinned, feeling victorious. Let's sign the contract. At that moment, the system appeared before Demon Martial Disciple. Demon Martial Disciple, do you agree to become Mr. Lin Mo's demon contract? Do you agree to serve him for life? Do you want to become his servant? The Demon Martial Disciple immediately shouted in protest. No, I won't agree. However, no matter how the Demon Martial Disciple responded, it made no difference. It was merely a formality, a question that didn't seek an answer. Whether he agreed or not was irrelevant. The contract was being finalized, 10%, 20%, and finally, it was successfully signed. With that, the Demon Martial Disciple was completely subdued. He was drawn in and became Lin Mo's servant. Seeing that the Demon Martial Disciple had been fully controlled and was now his, Lin Mo couldn't contain his joy. He laughed loudly. Wonderful. No longer paying attention to the Demon Martial Disciple, the Demon Diva shouted furiously at Lin Mo, where is my brother? What have you done with him? Lin Mo then gave a slight grin and tugged at her shirt, saying, he doesn't need you anymore. I've taken care of him. Why don't you come with me instead? I'm the one who truly understands you. Before he could finish his sentence, the Demon Diva interrupted with a harsh cry. Scoundrel. Her anger only pushed him closer to sealing the contract. The progress bar now read 80%, just 90% away from completion. Seeing that the contract was almost done, Lin Mo became even more eager, ignoring the Demon Diva, who was trembling with embarrassment and distress. Do you know what kind of hunting I like? It's you. Yes, it's you. He had leaned in even closer and murmured vile words. "But I prefer the scent on your cheek." The demon diva screamed, "Stop! Please, just stop!" Trembling in fear, she covered her head, pleading, "Please don't say any more." And with that final crack in her defenses, the contract was signed. The readings indicated that the break-the-room threshold for Demon Diva had reached 90%, making it possible to forcibly execute the contract. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo quickly responded to the contract offer. At that moment, mechanical sounds echoed from the system. "Demon Diva, forget your brother. Becoming Lin Mo's contract demon will be the greatest honor of your life. He will bring you endless happiness and treat you as his most valued demon. Do you accept?" Without hesitation, Demon Diva screamed, "I refuse." Despite her firm objection, the system continued to enforce the contract. "No, you do agree. What you're saying is nothing but self-deception." As the contract was finalized, Demon Diva cried out in pain. "What are you going to do?" "No, don't," she pleaded. The only sound that followed was the system's cold voice. 10%, 20%, contract complete, and then Demon Diva vanished, pulled into Lin Mo's body along with her brother. Staring at the demon marks on his arms, Lin Mo felt a surge of triumph. His goal of collecting hundreds of millions of demons had just taken another significant step forward. Quickly, he summoned both Demon Diva and Demon Martial Disciple, including the Chainsaw Demon and the Large-Chested Demon. Before he could finish his command, Demon Martial Disciple yelled, "Let me out! Give me my sister back!" At that moment, the system's voice announced Demon Martial Disciple's loyalty has dropped by 5%, leaving only 2%. Seeing that the situation was starting to get tense, Lin Mo quickly spoke to calm them down. "Relax, relax. First of all, I'm not interested in your little sister at all. Besides, she's already become my contracted demon. That way, you two can always be together, and you won't have to worry about anyone else taking her away." Thanks to his reassuring words, the Demon Martial Disciple and the Demon Diva both appeared immediately. The Demon Diva looked at him with a soft, loving gaze. "Brother." The Demon Martial Disciple also spoke in a gentle, affectionate tone. "Little sister." In that moment, a notification from the system popped up. **** Demon Martial Disciple's loyalty increased by 5%, now at 7%***, as the two shared a warm embrace. "Little sister, we must always stay together." The mechanical voice of the system chimed in. **** Demon Diva's loyalty increased by 10%, now at 12%***. But then, as if remembering something, the Demon Martial Disciple scolded Lin Mo angrily. "But you're still forced to kiss on my little sister." Lin Mo remained calm and replied, "What are you talking about? If you don't believe me, just ask her." At that, the Demon Diva, still leaning against the Demon Martial Disciple, spoke up to confirm, "That's true. Now that I think about it, he only did that to form our contract." Satisfied with her response, the Demon Martial Disciple quickly relaxed. "Oh, I see. You should have said that earlier. Remember that. ***, Demon Martial Disciple's loyalty increased by 20%, now at 27%***. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. "Wow, that was quite a jump, huh?" So the most important thing for a Demon Martial Disciple is still the little sister, huh? He mused. That means as long as you keep the Demon Diva safe, you can keep the Demon Martial Disciple in line. With that thought, he turned to the two demons who were locked in a warm embrace. "This place is dark and desolate, and not a soul in sight. Are you two here just to put on a show for the empty air? Such a waste," he continued. "Come with me. I'll take you to a livelier area where more people can hear the beautiful voice of this Demon Diva." The Demon Diva, hearing this, agreed with a nod. "You got a point," she said. The Demon Martial Disciple beside her immediately added, "Wherever the little sister goes, I'll follow. I'll listen to her all the way." At that moment, the system's voice rang out. ***, Demon Diva's loyalty has increased by 18%. Remaining HP is 30%. Demon Martial Disciple's loyalty has increased by 3%. Remaining HP is 30%***. Lin Mo smiled broadly and said, "Mission accomplished." Meanwhile, in a quiet, abandoned house, Xiao Ban was joyfully holding a bag of supplies, having secured enough rations for 4 people. It should be enough to get by. A Shu chimed in, "We've also dealt with the last 2 weak demons in the village." Hearing this, Lin Mo stifled a yawn and replied, "The Demon City's military and the elite Demon Command squad couldn't even clear them out. What do you expect from us, a bunch of students? Anyway, once we get into the city, we'll go guerrilla style. Any demon we can kill, we will. For now, let's rest." With that, he grabbed his bag, ready to leave. Seeing Lin Mo preparing to head outside, a Shu asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to sleep?" He answered, "Who knows? There might be a tough battle tomorrow. I'm off to level up the demon contract." Hearing Lin Mo's words filled in with admiration. Not only was Lin Mo stronger, but he also trained with incredible dedication. His expression grew serious and resolved. I need to push myself harder in my own cultivation. That night, in an old abandoned house, the wind rustled the leaves outside. In the courtyard, Lin Mo sat in a chair, completely focused on reading an ancient text. After a moment, he summoned a high-level weeping spirit, preparing for a new ritual. He called forth a female spirit with a striking appearance. From his pouch, he retrieved 3 green gems and placed them on a white piece of paper. Then he picked one up and raised all 3 into the air. Absorb, he commanded. Immediately, the spirit absorbed the energy from all 3 gems. A system notification flashed. Spirit leveled up, malevolent soul, primary level. As the energy settled, the spirit's form became more defined and powerful. Lin Mo stared in mild amazement. Wow, the transformation is visible. Does this happen every time you level up? The spirit lowered her gaze, a light blush on her face. Lin Mo cleared his throat to refocus. All right, back to the mission. He tapped the second skill option on the system screen. A new message appeared. Second skill acquired for spirit, new ability, reverberating echo. Reverberating echo level 1. A soul-affecting resonance spreads through the air, weakening the spiritual power of demon masters within its range. If the target is a wild demon, uncontracted, it can drain their demonic energy. Spiritual energy cost, 20. Skill cooldown, 120 seconds. Seeing the impressive stats, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile at her. Reducing spiritual aura? That's an excellent support skill, he thought. As long as spiritual energy and demonic power are suppressed, it could neutralize the enemy's abilities. Without hesitation, he stored the advanced weeping demon away, an intimidating demon with a strong thirst for vengeance. Lin Mo then moved on to upgrading another demon's skill. Next, he reached into his pouch and emptied all the green gemstones onto the ground. With a sly smile, he whispered to his partner, "Blood-Eye Demon, I got a treat for you." Almost immediately, the blood-eye within him absorbed all the green gemstones. Once the absorption process finished, Lin Mo's eyes widened in amazement as if he had unlocked a new ability. His right eye now had the power to see through any object. He could even make out a Shu, who was meditating inside, and not only that, he could see the blood vessels running through his body. It was a truly remarkable sight. Lin Mo couldn't contain his excitement. "I can see the meridians and acupoints of my enemies. This is unbelievable," he exclaimed. Blood-Eye also emerged from his body, grinning. "I can feel my strength growing. This is amazing. I rated 5 stars. Hearing that, Lin Mo chuckled and replied, "The real surprise is still coming." He then pressed the button to select the third skill on the system screen. At once, the familiar mechanical voice of the system echoed. "Congratulations! Unlock successful. Consumed 1,000 points, Blood Curse level 1. It is possible to mark an enemy within a 50-meter radius using the Blood Curse mark. After the target continuously loses health for 10 seconds, the mark will explode. The explosion causes true damage, bypassing armor, magic resistance, and soul consumption. Moreover, the skill has no cooldown limit, though it cannot be used repeatedly on the same target." Upon seeing this, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed brightly like headlights cutting through the dark. With the Blood Curse skill, even if a demon time were to appear, he would no longer have to be afraid. Suddenly, the screen flickered and another message appeared. The loyalty of the demon Blood-Eye has increased by 15%. The Blood-Eye also sends its thanks. "Kid, I don't usually thank anyone, but today is an exception." Immediately after, another notification popped up. The loyalty of the demon Blood-Eye has reached 99%. Loyalty will no longer decrease, and it has become a permanent contract demon. Lin Mo paused for a moment, deep in thought. No more betrayals forever? Well, eventually, all demons would end up as permanent contracts, one way or another. At the break of dawn, just before the sun had fully risen, Lin Mo, Xiaoban, and his Shu set out on their journey. As they traveled, a group of people suddenly rushed past them in a panic, shouting loudly, "Run! A wave of demon eaters is coming up behind us. Damn these safety squads for sending us into a trial zone filled with malevolent spirit-level demons." Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly stopped a man with a bandaged head. "How many demon eaters are there in the wave?" he asked. The man replied breathlessly, "About 100 of them. You'd be better off finding somewhere to hide until the trial ends." However, unlike the others who were gripped by panic, a Shu and Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. Over 100 demon pearls, huh? The two of them quickly sped towards their destination. "Hurry up! Hurry up! If we're late, someone else might take it." They ignored Xiao Ban, who was still standing behind, waving and calling out, "Wait for me." The person with the bandage on his head looked on in confusion at their rushed movements. What's wrong with these crazy people? Why are they in such a hurry? Are they hoping for a miracle or something? With lightning speed, Lin Mo and his group arrived in front of the next wave of demons. Lin Mo, excited and mentally preparing for the battle, continued running. "We're here," he shouted, and a Shu, right beside him, wasn't lagging behind. he immediately began summoning the shadow demon. A dark shadow formed beneath a shoe's feet, and the shadow demon slowly began to materialize, drawing closer to the flesh-eating demons. At the perfect moment, the shadow demon charged forward, swinging its sharp scythe. The scythe cut through the air with incredible force, effortlessly slaying the flesh-eating demons with a single strike. One by one, their heads were severed cleanly. Some of the demons were sliced in half, a straight line running across their chests. A shoe and the shadow demon grew increasingly relentless, their attacks fiercer with each blow, as though exhaustion was an unknown concept to them. Watching this from the sidelines, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This shadow demon is incredibly strong. He didn't want to fall behind, so he joined the battle. Lin Mo began summoning the demon martial disciple and the extreme demon, thinking, I can't let them outshine me. As more fighters appeared on the scene, a flesh-eating demon seemed to grow more aggressive, charging wildly toward him. But before they could do any damage, Lin Mo sent them flying with a single punch, their blood spilling out as they were knocked back. The demon martial disciple and the extreme demon joined the battle, each trying to push back the demons that surrounded them. The three of them were trapped in the middle, unable to escape. No matter how hard they fought or what techniques they used, the flesh-eating demons kept coming. It seemed like their numbers were growing rather than shrinking. Observing the scene, Lin Mo paused for a moment, lost in thought. My demon-slaying speed is much slower than a shoe's, he realized. This isn't good. At that moment, the flesh-eating demons charged again, ready to tear into Lin Mo and his team. Without hesitation, Lin Mo activated the power of his right eye, the blood eye. In an instant, strange, ominous symbols appeared on the demons' bodies, stunning them for a brief moment as they tried to understand what was happening. A confident smile spread across Lin Mo's face as he began counting silently. 1, 2. After 10 seconds, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the bodies of the demons exploded, their remains scattering through the air. With a loud explosion, the demon taming group was completely taken down, their bodies lying scattered on the ground. Lin Mo and his team swiftly finished off the few remaining demons, ensuring there were no survivors. As they wiped out the last of the demons, the other team stood silently at a distance, watching in stunned silence. Their eyes were wide, filled with disbelief as they exchanged glances, unable to hide their astonishment. What just happened? Which side are the demons on here? One whispered. Those two. They're both freshmen, right? Which master do they serve? What have they been training on to get this strong? Another wondered. Looking at Lin Mo's group, their eerie smiles and blood-red eyes glowing in the night, the others couldn't help but feel a chill. Why do they seem more excited to face demons than people? One of the team members looked at Xiao Ban with a puzzled expression. Aren't you part of the team? Why aren't you doing anything? Xiao Ban turned his head, his gaze icy and full of disdain. These small fry are nothing my two juniors can't handle. As for me, Wang Kai, I only deal with the big fish. The rest of the team exchanged glances, some nodding in admiration, while others clasped their hands together and spoke with respect. So you're the strongest in the team. My apologies, my apologies. Lin Mo, who was in the process of zipping up his bag, turned around and called out to Xiao Ban. Xiao Ban, stop standing there like an idiot. Come over here and take the demon pearl. Xiao Ban quickly shifted his attitude, replying obediently, yes, I'm coming right now. The others couldn't help but feel a bit stunned by how swiftly Xiao Ban had changed his demeanor. It was as though a giant question mark had appeared over their heads. As night fell, the once quiet surroundings grew even darker, casting a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. The towering Zaijin building loomed against the sky, radiating an air of arrogance. Inside a room, a man sat back casually, his legs crossed, sipping tea. Two beautiful maids stood on either side, offering him wine, while at the bottom of the stairs, a skeleton knelt and spoke. This man was the demon prodigy, leader of the demon realms Shanglan, now cursed and fallen. Have you found out anything? Are the ones who entered the demon realm part of the army or the provincial nation's safety bureau? Any demon masters among them? Anyone above rank 7, he asked. The skeleton replied, I captured 2 of them and questioned them. They said they were first-year students here for training, and none of them even have a 5th-rank demon master soul. They're just kids who haven't even finished their baby formula. The demon prodigy let out a quiet "oh." We thought they had finally gathered an army strong enough to defeat us. If that's the case, why not send a few of them to capture all those kids and bring them here for a nice meal? The frozen demon frowned and answered with respect, Capture all of them, sir? Do you think this might anger Province Nation and lead them to send an army to retaliate against us? The black-red demon grinned, showing off its golden-capped fangs, and said eagerly, If Province Nation could do that, they would have already. All they can do is trap us in a magic formation. A tall, muscular smoke demon, cigarette dangling from its mouth, slowly nodded in agreement. The black-red demon continued exactly. The smoke demon exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, its rough voice cutting through the air. Boss, leave the first and second rank demon masters to me. Demon Prodigy smirked, his sharp face twisting into a sinister grin. All right, get it done fast. Don't let any of them escape. The smoke demon quickly responded, don't worry, boss. Not a single one will get away. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's group was walking through a city littered with corpses. Lin Mo, leading the way, warned cautiously, the demon level in this city has clearly risen overall. Shu looked up, taking a few deep breaths, and nodded in agreement. You're right. I can smell the presence of two very strong demons. Xiao Ban turned her head to look at Shu and said, hey, our two bosses also collected 100 demon pearls from those quartz-eating demons. Maybe we should head back now. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. You're right. The demon pearl is incredibly tempting, but I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. He then pointed ahead. The bank is just up ahead. If we don't hit it now, we're going to regret it. Once we take it, we can pull out. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, followed by a thick cloud of smoke that quickly surrounded them. Lin Mo and his group froze, alert and anxious. In the eerie red light, three demons with long, sharp horns emerged. As the smoke cleared, three massive malevolent spirits appeared, their piercing gazes fixed on Lin Mo and his team. Shu, seeing the threat, quickly called out to Lin Mo for guidance. Those look like high-level malevolent spirits. Should we fight? Lin Mo wasted no time. Just as one of the malevolent spirits raised its axe, he yanked Xiao Ban by the collar and pulled him away. Fight? Not a chance. Get to the bank now. Shu spoke up again, but they're just malevolent spirits. The two of us can definitely take them down. Lin Mo considered this, then nodded. You're right, but if we engage, we'll attract even more demons, and then we'll be trapped with no way out. Xiao Ban, who had fallen behind, was struggling to keep up. Clutching his bat, he screamed and pushed his legs to run faster. Mr. Mo, help me. They're almost on us. Lin Mo paused and quickly turned back. His eyes glowed blood red as he activated his blood realm illusion, buying Xiao Ban more time to escape. The group of high-ranking malevolent spirits were caught off guard. Instantly, they felt their heads spin, their vision blur, and their mouths involuntarily release faint groans. Seeing this, Lin Mo shouted urgently, run, quickly. Take this chance to shake them off. Suddenly, Xiao Ban's voice rang out. His face had turned ashen, devoid of any color, which startled Lin Mo. Mr. Mo, look! The demon taming group has surrounded us without a sound. Xiao Ban exclaimed, his words making Lin Mo pause in shock. Where did all these demons come from? No wonder even the elite demon command squad and their army were wiped out. Shu frowned as he observed the demon taming group in front of them. He turned to Lin Mo and spoke with a serious tone, explaining their next move. I'll create some confusion for them, Shu said. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee, placed his hand on the ground, and shouted loudly. At once, a massive black shadow surged from his palm, the shadow demon of the abyss. The shadow spread outward, expanding to encompass the three of them. It formed a dark, oval shape that gradually grew, spilling into the alleys and corners around them. The approaching demon-taming group was forced to stop, unable to advance any further. With a way clear, Shu led the charge, and the group sprinted through the scattered ranks of the demon-taming forces. Run! Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he glanced at his teammate. What kind of ability is this? Lin Mo asked, watching the shadow race past the demon-taming group. Anyone outside the shadow's range won't be able to see us. Those within will have their speed slowed by 70%, but it only lasts 60 seconds, so we need to move fast. As they sprinted, Lin Mo couldn't help but admire. Slowing down such a wide area, you're truly impressive. Xiao Ban struggled to keep up with the others, his breaths shallow and labored. Stop talking, I'm about to collapse. Haven't we arrived yet? He gasped. As they continued along the road, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly landed on a towering skyscraper beside the main street. He immediately called out, this is it. Without wasting any time, the three of them hurried through the large glass doors of the building. The dark shadow of their movements seemed to follow them with each step, gradually fading away until it completely disappeared into the night. Xiao Ban collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, while Shu took a moment to steady his breath. For now, no demons are chasing us, but both of you, as demon masters, really need to work on your stamina, he remarked. Once he had caught his breath, Lin Mo's eyes shone with a golden light, his excitement clear on his face. The bank vault? He said eagerly. However, from a shadowed corner behind a large wall, Liu Si appeared, causing both Lin Mo and Shu to exchange surprised and slightly startled glances. Liu Si pointed at them, his face contorted with displeasure. He frowned and snapped. Lin Mo, what are you doing here? Lin Mo winced, recognizing the voice. Liu Si, he muttered under his breath. Liu Si eyed them both with a sharp, questioning gaze. With all the demon tides outside, how did two low-ranked students like you make it in here? Do you have a flying demon contract or something? Lin Mo silently cursed to himself. Of course it's him. Can't escape trouble. Don't tell me this guy's already stolen my girl. Quick to react, Xiao Ban jumped in. We don't have any flying demons, but we. Lin Mo raised his hand to stop him from speaking further. Forget about that nonsense, he said. I bet you haven't even touched the money here, have you? A group of demon masters at the second level stepped forward. One of them sneered and interrupted. Whether I've touched it or not, that's none of your business. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in mock disappointment. So, it turns out your first level demon master is relying on the three of you at the second level? Don't tell me this success is all thanks to your shameless flattery and lack of self-respect. Liu Si immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Who says I'm relying on anyone? I have strength and talent, unlike the trash like you. At that moment, the mechanical system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host. You've earned 40 break the room points. But Lin Mo didn't respond to the notification. Instead, he calmly revealed his arm, covered in a series of colorful seals. Liu Si's eyes nearly popped out in shock. 6 demons. Liu Si stared stunned. Impossible. You must have just tattooed those symbols on yourself. There's no way you've made a pact with 6 demons. Lin Mo replied coolly. How many demons I have is none of your concern. Today, the bank's fortune belongs to us. Not even a saint could stop us. One of the second-level demon masters stepped forward, blocking Lin Mo's path. His brows furrowed as he spoke in a menacing tone. You brat, don't get cocky. His eyes locked on Lin Mo, and he continued, even if you have 6 demons, the 3 of us each have 3. Together, we'll crush you. Lin Mo gave him a quick glance and chuckled. Why are you excluding Liu Si? Isn't he part of your group? The system's voice resonated. Congratulations, host. You've earned 40 points for breaking the room. Liu Si, seething with anger, retorted, Stop boasting. Either way, you won't be able to defeat us. Lin Mo smirked, rolling up his sleeve, and addressed his teammates with confidence. Is that so? Let's see what you can do. Shu, Xiao Ban, get ready. Suddenly, a demon appeared, resembling a massive eyeball with sharp fangs. It spoke in a low voice, warning them, don't attack. The demon shifted its gaze toward the bank's large glass doors, seemingly spotting something dangerous approaching from afar. I see many demon tamers in their eyes, all with fierce expressions, leading the charge. There are also smoke demons, over a dozen high-level evil spirits, and 1 advanced evil spirit, heading straight for the bank, moving quickly. Run quickly, it urged, panic evident in its tone. An advanced evil spirit is already a huge threat, but now there are more than a dozen high-level evil spirits as well. We need to move fast. Lin Mo's attitude shifted immediately. With a wide grin, he draped his arm around Shu and Xiao Ban, saying, I was just kidding with you guys. All the money in the bank is yours now. Don't leave, okay? Liu Si thought he'd have found an easy target. Smiling smugly, he said, Thodi, now, you see how powerful people from Su Feng can be, right? Pulling his teammates toward the door, he gave a forced grin, adding, yes, whatever happens. Don't leave the bank, all right? Xiao Ban stared at Lin Mo, clearly puzzled. Mr. Mo, why are you suddenly heading outside? But Lin Mo's response came with a sense of urgency, his face filled with anxiety. There's no time to explain. Hive Xiao Ban, quickly summon your trash demon. Without hesitation, Xiao Ban obeyed. Raising his hand, he quickly called forth the trash demon, just as Lin Mo had instructed. As the demon appeared, Lin Mo swiftly crawled into it, casting a glance at Xiao Ban and Shu, urging them to move faster. Hurry! Those evil spirits are slowly making their way to the bank. We need to hide inside the trash demon and blend in as street decorations. Xiao Ban froze, his words stumbling as he looked at the demon. High-level evil spirits, he whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. Lin Mo's forehead was dotted with sweat, but he exhaled a sigh of relief, glad they had managed to hide before the spirits arrived. Just then, Liu Si's voice broke the tense silence, loud and frustrated. That damn Lin Mo. There are demons here, and he didn't even tell me. The second-ranked demon master's voice cut through the chaos. Stop shouting. Just fight and try to survive. Whoever can escape, do it. The smoky demon slowly removed a cigarette from his mouth, exhaling a thin, curling wisp of smoke. His voice, deep and grating, echoed with a menacing tone. You little brats, huh? If you can last for an entire stick of incense, I'll let you go. One of the second-ranked demon masters went pale, quickly checking his own arm. He muttered a chant under his breath. Summon the contract demon and fight them to the death. Inside the bank, the sounds of battle erupted in chaos. A loud explosion was followed by the sharp sound of something breaking. Xiao Ban, looking concerned, turned to Lin Mo and asked, Mr. Mo, can you tell what's happening? Who's winning right now? Lin Mo carefully analyzed the situation before responding. The three from Xu Feng are actually pretty capable, but they're no match for the demons. Still, they might be able to weaken them a bit. Xiao Ban furrowed his brow, glanced at Lin Mo, and after considering the situation, asked, "Does that mean we're not taking the money anymore?" As Shu and Lin Mo replied in unison, "Why wouldn't we?" Lin Mo spoke first. "If the demons are seriously hurt, we'll strike when the time is right. That way, we'll get both the money and the demon pearls." As Shu added, "If the demons are only lightly injured, we'll wait for them to leave, then take the money. We'll advance when necessary and retreat when needed." The two of them exchanged a knowing glance, high-fived, and cheered. Exactly. Xiao Ban couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. "Wow, you two are something else. Compared to you guys, I feel like an idiot." Lin Mo shot him a playful glance, his voice light and teasing as if trying to get a rise out of him. It was the kind of friendly banter between them. Peeking out from behind the demon trash can, Lin Mo assessed the ongoing battle. A faint smile touched his lips as he commented softly, "Those two Xu Feng guys aren't bad. Their coordination between attack and defense is impressive." After a prolonged fight, the group from Xu Feng and Liu Si were breathing heavily. Surrounded by demons, despair started to set in. One of them, clutching his wounded arm and struggling to catch his breath, glanced at the smoke demon and said, "You've lost. It's been over a stick of incense. Let us go." The smoke demon flashed a twisted grin, his teeth bared, and the smoke swirling around his face made the smile even more menacing. He sneered. "Did a dog chew on your brain?" He raised several crucifixes, binding them together. "None of you are leaving this place today. You forced me to use my final move, and by the time you're dead, you won't have a single regret left." Their screams filled the air as their battered bodies trembled. Bruises and swelling marked their faces, and their desperate cries for help echoed hopelessly. "Help?" Outside, Lin Mo watched in horror, a cold shiver running down his spine. His back turned icy, and his heart clenched with a mix of fear and anger. Within moments, he killed all four of them. Lin Mo's eyes widened in shock, his brows knitting together as his voice quivered with disbelief. "They're all dead, and it hasn't even been half a minute." A Shu, standing beside him, explained in a low voice, "That's the smoke demon's ultimate technique, the eyeball judgment. The thick smoke drains the spirits of both the living and the dead, forcing them to relive their past wrongs. Each time a misdeed resurfaces, they are interrogated, and the smoke demon tortures them until they die." He paused, then added, "Look at that thug. He's the most injured. That means he had the most sins when he was alive." Lin Mo nodded, impressed, an expert in theory, but his expression grew serious as he added, "Although Xu Feng's group drained a significant portion of the smoke demon's power, and even managed to take down 5 or 6 blood-sucking ghosts. However, the demon smoke's ultimate move was far too powerful, and there seemed to be no way to counter it. Perhaps it was better to just let it go. It wasn't worth risking their lives over a small sum of money." As Shu, with unwavering confidence, grasped the weapon at his back and spoke with a tone of certainty, his expression radiating trust, "I believe we could take them." He unsheathed his sword, its sharp edge gleaming, mirroring his fierce determination. Though the demon smoke's ultimate move was formidable, it had one critical weakness. It took up to an hour to recharge. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo clapped his hands together with a loud snap and grinned. "No ultimate move? This just got easier. We can take him down while he's vulnerable." Leaping out of the trash can, Lin Mo called over his shoulder, "We need to be quick. If more demons show up, we're in trouble." Shu nodded in agreement as he followed, understood. Xiao Ban, still inside the trash can, poked his head out and, pointing to himself with a confused expression, quietly asked, "What about me?" Lin Mo shot him a smug look and replied, "You stay here. We'll need your trash can later to stash the money." Hearing movement behind him, the demon smoke slowly turned his head to see who dared approach his domain. From the large door, Lin Mo and a Shu, armed and resolute, advanced toward the demon taming group. The demon smoke regarded them with contempt. A mocking smile spread across his face as he watched them approach, clearly amused at the sight of someone walking toward their doom. The demon smoke clicked his tongue in approval, more meat to be slaughtered. He looked at Lin Mo and a Shu before issuing a low command to his demons. "Attack! Deal with them!" A flash of movement followed, and in an instant, the demons were scattered. Lin Mo shouted and immediately saw several summoned demons readying themselves for battle. "Where are the demons?" The demon martial disciple rushed forward, swinging his sword at the blood-sucking demons. Watch this. Lin Mo charged towards the blood-sucking demons, unleashing the one-sword soul pursuit technique to scatter them. However, it didn't seem to be affected at all. Are they really this tough? Lin Mo wondered to himself. The blood-sucking demons continued to rush at him, scratching him fiercely like rabid animals. Shu saw what was happening and immediately shouted, "Lin Mo, be careful." The blood-sucking demon's attacks carried the scent of blood. If they wound you and you start bleeding, their strength and frenzy will increase significantly. It will be a nightmare. The high-level Weeping Demon quickly tapped into the power of Brahmic chant, aiming to take Lin Mo's life. He shouted, in that case, we don't need to hold back our spirit power anymore. Several gears suddenly began spinning rapidly, the Devil's Extreme wielding an electric saw, along with finger technique. In an instant, they clear away the surrounding blood-sucking demons. The Smoke Demon, witnessing the scene, froze. These two were even stronger than the four they had faced earlier. Lin Mo and a Shu were still fighting side by side, surrounded by the blood-sucking demons floating in the air. The Smoke Demon suddenly gave orders to the others. All blood-sucking demons use the Tornado Bite attack. Follow my command. The mid-level evil spirit blood-sucking demons began spinning rapidly, forming a vortex. The massive whirlpool rose into the air, followed by even more tornadoes, all directed at Lin Mo and a Shu. Both Lin Mo and a Shu, startled, thought at the same time, damn it, there's no way to dodge. Suddenly, they saw Hai Xiao Pan, holding a trash can, rushing toward them. He threw the trash can at them and shouted, Trash Can Demon, enhance. The Trash Can Demon charged forward, positioning itself between Lin Mo and a Shu as they faced the swirling chaos. Hai Xiao Pan and the others rushed to the spot where the demon had fallen, arriving just as it hit the ground. They were already there when the blood-sucking demons, frantically creating a vortex, collided with the Trash Can Demon. However, they couldn't break through its defenses. Inside the demon, Lin Mo grinned and called out to Hai Xiao Pan in excitement. Great job, Xiao Ban. You deserve a thumbs up. Now who's going to say you're just freeloading from now on? Lin Mo then asked, his tone curious. But do you really think your Weeping Demon-level trash can handle the attack from these blood-sucking demons? Xiao Ban flashed him a confident smile and replied, of course. Don't worry. The first 5 seconds of hardening are immune to damage. That's how it's designed. However, a Shu, with a serious expression, raised a concern. What happens after those 5 seconds? Suddenly, one of the blood-sucking demons broke through the trash can's defenses, reaching up toward them. The sight caught them off guard. That's what happens when Xiao Ban yells. A Shu shouted, quickly drawing his sword and striking down the demon. He then turned to Xiao Ban, urgently adding, pull it back quickly or your trash can demon won't last much longer. Xiao Ban immediately recalled the demon, and as it vanished, the three of them found themselves surrounded by a swarm of blood-sucking demons. They were panting and clearly exhausted. Lin Mo looked at Xiao Ban and reassured him. Blocking that strike for us was already more than enough. Now you should get to safety. Leave the rest to me and a Shu. Hai Xiao Pan quickly ran off to find cover, while Lin Mo and a Shu pressed forward, cutting through the horde of demons. Their swords flashed in unison as they fought with precision, working together to eliminate the threats. Not long after, the bloodthirsty demons dispersed, leaving behind only the Smoke Demon and the two of them. The demon glared at Lin Mo and a Shu, clearly agitated. How are these two so strong? He thought bitterly. I underestimated them. Even with so many summoned demons, all were defeated. Smoke began to rise from his nostrils. It seems I'll have to deal with them myself. His eyes glowed red and smoke poured out in thick waves. Within moments, the area around them was shrouded in heavy fog, scattered with eerie shapes and faint outlines. Lin Mo and a Shu covered their mouths as they coughed, staying on full alert. The Smoke Demon flickered in and out of view within the mist. I admit you're not weak, the demon said with a sneer. But it's unfortunate for you to face me. In this smoke, no one can see me. I am untouchable. Suddenly, he appeared behind Lin Mo, striking out with his staff. Let's end this now. But Lin Mo reacted instantly, turning to face him. The demon was caught off guard. Without hesitation, Lin Mo swung his sword, the blade flashing through the smoke. The demon scoffed. You think you can see me? A pained scream echoed through the mist. This can't be. You shouldn't be able to see me. He shouted in disbelief. A system notification appeared. Room cleared, 80 points awarded. Lin Mo's eyes were glowing red. He gave a faint, confident smile. Oh, I can see you perfectly. The Smoke Demon froze, terrified as he noticed the glow in Lin Mo's eyes. No, the Blood-Eye Demon. How many demons are under your control? He cried. The Blood-Eye was his worst fear. His concealment abilities were useless against it. As Lin Mo raised his sword again, the demon vanished into the smoke, retreating. If I can't defeat you now. At this moment, both a Shu and Lin Mo remained highly alert, keeping watch on both the front and back. Without warning, the Smoke Demon leaped from the fog and lunged toward a Shu's back. I'll take him out, the demon snarled, brandishing his smoking pipe, aiming for a strike to a Shu's head. But in a swift move, a Shu dodged. Surprised by the miss, the demon faltered for a moment. In the blink of an eye, a Shu drew his sword, slicing through the demon's neck. The Smoke Demon let out a blood-curdling scream as blood poured from the wound, gushing steadily. It clutched its neck, writhing in pain and fury. The demon, eyes burning with anger, turned toward a Shu and demanded, "How is it that you can see me as well?" A Shu replied calmly, "Even in the smoke you cast a shadow, and where there is a shadow, I can sense your presence." The demon's fury intensified at these words. "Are you really just freshmen? How is it that every single one of you seems to find a way to counter me? What terrible luck I must have." Shaking with rage, the smoke demon pointed at them. "Nonetheless, I am a high-level evil spirit, and you are mere weak demon masters." With that, it transformed into smoke once more, swirling beneath its feet as it felt the overwhelming difference in power. How could it possibly lose? The smoke beneath it rose, lifting it into the air, where it looked down upon them with a smug expression. "Although you may be able to resist me now, when my ultimate attack is ready, you will still perish." Lin Mo sneered. "So, you're just going to stay up there, waiting for your ultimate move to charge?" The smoke demon puffed out another cloud of smoke from his pipe. "Exactly. You can't strike from a distance, and you can barely dodge. There's no way you'll ever touch me." He spoke loudly. "I will follow you until the great move is restored, and then I will deal with you. That means your life expectancy is now less than 50 minutes. Lin Mo smiled, placing one hand over his demon blood eye. "Is that so? Then how about this move? Can you avoid it?" Lin Mo's eyes widened, and a strange mist filled the air. His hand formed a unique seal. "What is this? Have you activated the third skill of your demon blood eye? Only the most talented experts can reach demon taming 5th stage to perform this," the other man stammered. Before he could finish, Lin Mo's hand exploded with power, causing the man to scream in pain. One of his arms was severed, and the system notification appeared once again. "Congratulations, a host has received 150 penalty points." The man quickly fled. A Shu looked at him, then turned to Lin Mo. "Should we chase him?" Lin Mo calmly replied, "Let him go. After all, he's a high-level evil spirit. Even if he's injured, we can't capture him right away." Lin Mo continued, "Let's clear out the bank first. We can talk later." At the bank, the devilish figure was using a saw to cut through the vault. When the steel door finally collapsed, the room was filled with piles of money. Their eyes lit up. Hai Xiaopan and a Shu exclaimed in unison, "Money! I've never seen so much in my life. With this, I could shave my head for 8 generations." Lin Mo and a Shu immediately began collecting the money, summoning the trash demon to help store it. "Take everything. Leave nothing behind for them." Xiao Ban touched the money, and the trash demon appeared, oddly accepting it all. Lin Mo grinned, saying coming here was definitely the right choice. At the Zaijin building, a heavy, stifling atmosphere filled the room as the smoke demon stumbled inside, clearly panicked. "Boss," he gasped, collapsing to his knees. I was defeated by humans." The black-red demon let out a derisive snort. "Seriously? You, a spirit-level entity, got taken down by a few first-year students who barely know what they're doing?" Fuming, the smoke demon shot back, "It was them. Those two had powers that directly countered mine." The demon prodigy, the faction's leader, took a slow sip of wine, his brow slightly furrowed. "Beaten by just 2 no-name opponents, I almost thought he meant 200. This is ridiculous." Noticing his comrade's poor performance, the black-red demon rolled the dice in his hand and stepped forward with quiet confidence. "Boss, how about I handle this instead?" Reclining in his chair, demon prodigy nodded thoughtfully as the 2 women beside him exchanged amused glances. "Fine, but remember, don't harm the ones who defeated the smoke demon. Anyone who touches my people will learn how I settle scores." The black-red demon bowed. "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, Lin Mo, a Shu, and Xiao Ban were gripped with tension. "What's our next move?" Lin Mo asked, peering down at the building below. Just beneath them was a bank. He waved it off. "Forget it. Did you notice the smoke demon behaves differently? It's too organized. We're better off retreating to the outskirts. It'll be safer there." But it seemed the situation had other plans. All 3, Lin Mo, a Shu, and Xiao Ban, stood frozen, eyes fixed on the window. There was no longer a clear way out. Outside the Zaijin building, a large crowd of demons had gathered, led by the 8 demons of the Night March. The sight left the 3 of them frozen in place. A Shu frowned in frustration. "Damn it, my Dark Abyss skill only lasts 60 seconds. If it lasted 2 minutes, we'd have enough time to break through." Lin Mo shifted his gaze to Xiao Ban and asked, "Xiao Ban, can you move with your Ghost Strike?" Xiao Ban quickly responded, "When I activate my hardening skill, it also activates the movement attribute, but..." He scratched his head awkwardly. "The speed is a bit slow. I can only move half a meter per minute." Lin Mo's face drained of color. "Half a meter per minute? Are you a snail?" Xiao Ban, however, just stood there and chuckled sheepishly. But this was their last option. Lin Mo sighed and placed a hand on Xiao Ban's shoulder, realizing they had no choice. "For now, we'll hide in the trash bin and get out of here. I'm worried the smoke demon might bring reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Ban nodded eagerly. I'll summon it right away. Boom! The giant trash bin, Mr. Beast's bin, appeared. Lin Mo jumped in first. Let's hide from these demons for now. Once we're in a place with fewer of them, we'll make our move. A while later, the trash bin slid across the ground. As Ban had mentioned, it could only travel a minimum of 150 meters at a time. Along the way, they came across two demons. One was gnawing on a leg, chewing while complaining. Who's the fat one? One demon asked. All fat, no meat. The other demon glanced over in annoyance. Stop being picky. My skull doesn't even have a single piece of meat on it. By chance, the trash bin, awaiting its moment for revenge, collided with two demons. One of them, holding a skull, kicked it playfully. Where did this trash bin come from? He asked, confused. Which demon are you? Ban, hiding inside the bin, stammered. Realizing the situation was escalating, Lin Mo quickly advised Ban, tell them you're a demon from the outskirts, visiting family in the city. Ban nodded, then added, I'm a demon from a village on the outskirts, here to visit my brother. The demon laughed, amused. So, you're just a country bumpkin visiting the city? At that moment, another demon gnawing on a leg nearby suddenly stopped, tossing the limb aside in disgust. Damn it, too fatty, can't eat anymore. The demon holding the skull, more aware of the situation, quickly scolded, Hey, and you be a little more civilized. He opened the trash bin lid. Can't you dispose of your trash properly like I do? But as the lid opened halfway, a faint, pleasant scent filled the air. Even the demon with the skull paused, caught off guard by the fragrance. Smells like a living human, he murmured. The red-eyed demon, claws raised, now alert to the scent of a living being, panicked. Hey, brother, don't hit me. The demon immediately demanded, Why do you smell like a living person? The trash bin scratched itself nervously and replied, I just ate two guys, so there's still a bit of their smell left. But the demon already saw through the lie. You think I'm an idiot? Just as he was about to shout, a hand shot out and grabbed his throat. The demon, terrified and drenched in sweat, was swiftly dragged into the trash bin before he could scream for help. The lustful demon acted with lightning speed. Inside the box, Lin Mo put all his strength into sealing the demon's mouth while a Shu raised his sword and delivered a powerful strike. The noise from the box finally caught the attention of the lustful demon, who turned around in confusion. As the demon looked back, the fatal blow struck and it began to fade away. Lin Mo commented, This demon died for nothing. It was just a piece of trash and now it's lost its life. Outside, the lustful demon moved toward the trash bin, as though he could hear the faint cry of a wandering soul. Hey, country bumpkin, where's the wandering soul? Ban awkwardly stepped aside. The lustful demon glanced at him before turning away. This guy just can't sit still. The scene shifted, and a cup was raised. The numbers on the dice slowly appeared. The red-black demon grinned widely. Your roll's smaller than mine. The others trembled in fear. No, I'll fight you to the death. The red-black demon waved his hand, and a beam of light shot toward them. Play the game, take the risk. If you lose, your life stays behind. In an instant, a man's head was severed, and his body collapsed. The woman screamed in horror. The red-black demon turned his malicious gaze to the young man wearing a hat. Now it's your turn. After seeing what just happened, who would be foolish enough to bet? The young man waved his hand quickly. I won't bet. I won't play your game. But refusal wasn't so simple. The red-black demon smirked. Not betting means you accept defeat. Die here and now. A headless corpse fell to the ground, leaving only the young woman. She cried, her voice pleading. Please, please spare me. The red-black demon sneered. Play around with me. Who knows, you might win. If you do, I'll let you go. A few minutes later, she lifted the cup, revealing that all the dice inside had landed on sixes. Draw, you haven't won against me. The girl let out a delighted scream, but it was short-lived. I'm alive, I'm really alive. It turned out the red-black demon was more cunning than she had thought. Gambling was never fair, and he laughed in a chilling way. Who said I didn't win? It's still 18 points. But since I'm the dealer, I win, of course. 3 lifeless bodies were piled on top of each other, and the red-black demon casually turned and walked away. This is fun, but now it's time to get serious. As he walked past, his thoughts turned to the ones who had bullied the smoke demon. Where were they now? The alley was eerily quiet, with a few pairs of eyes watching them closely. We're dead. That demon is looking for us. A Shu's face drained of color. Red-black demon, a high-level demon. We have almost no chance of surviving. If he wants to kill us directly, we won't even have time to fight back. Lidmo stared at a Shu in disbelief. Does he have any weaknesses? A Shu answered, his voice tense. If you gamble with him, there might be a slim chance. The red-black demon's power lies in his dice of death. He rolls the dice to determine the outcome. If he wins, his attack power multiplies by 10. If he loses, he can't attack. Lin Mo's eyes widened as he understood. So if I win the gamble, does that mean I'm safe? A Shu shook his head, and at the same time, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. It's not that simple. The red-black demon's second skill was the dice trick, which allowed him to control most of the outcome when rolling. In other words, the chances of him beating you were 90%. In the blink of an eye, the trash can lid flew open, and the red devil flashed a wicked grin. Found you. So, you're hiding here, huh? Realizing they'd been spotted, all three of them slowly crawled out. Lin Mo even let out a light, amused chuckle. Hey, Red Devil, what do you want from us? The Red Devil paused, momentarily puzzled. Any normal person who saw a demon would be terrified by now. But this kid, he's just grinning like a fool. But never mind that. He reached behind him and revealed a set of dice. I want to make a bet with you. The rules were simple. Each person had 3 dice, and whoever rolled higher would win. Lin Mo, hands in his pockets, stepped forward. So, what are the stakes? He asked. Excited, the Red Devil explained eagerly. It's easy. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you die. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. That's not fair. If I win, you should die. That's more like fair. The Red Devil's irritation flared up, and he shot back. You don't get to bargain with me. Keep talking back, and you'll die right now. Lin Mo smirked, his expression sly. Then, can I add a condition to the bet? He let out a mischievous laugh and pointed behind him. I'll add the lives of those 2 back there. If I win, you let all 3 of us go. If I lose, our lives are yours, and you can send them to hell to keep me company. The Red Devil clapped his hands, clearly delighted. You're playing a dangerous game. I like it. I agree. With a sharp sound, the game began. Both players shook their dice with steady hands, each hoping for the perfect roll. The Black Red Devil was the first to flip the cup, but I did it even earlier. It was the same game as always. He lifted the cup, his face twisting into a sneer. 18 points, the highest one. I'll take your lives. Thank you, he taunted. A Shu and Xiao Ban were clearly frightened, while Lin Mo, clearly annoyed, spoke up. Hold on, I haven't even finished shaking yet. How can you be sure I'm not the one winning? The Black Red Devil sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Stop wasting your time. Even if you roll 18 points, I'm still the dealer. No matter what, I still win. Lin Mo shot him a disapproving glance, his hands still shaking the cup. Do you even know the rules of this game? As long as I haven't revealed the dice, as long as I haven't seen the points, I haven't lost. System notification. Congratulations, a host has earned 80 break the room points. Furious, the Black Red Devil shouted. Then keep shaking, but no matter what, you won't escape death. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo was still shaking the cup, whistling nonchalantly. The Black Red Devil, his temper fraying, pointed at him. Are you going to open it or not? If you don't, I'll stab you. System notification. Congratulations, a host has earned 100 break the room points. Lin Mo replied, his voice calm. Is it all right if I open it now? The numbers slowly began to reveal themselves, and Xiao Ban, watching closely, read aloud. 1 6, 2 6s, 3 6s, and 1 1. That makes 19 points. The Black Red Devil's fury exploded as he grabbed Lin Mo by the shirt. Where did that extra one come from? Huh, you're cheating. Lin Mo answered coolly. I just shook 1 die and split it into 2 halves. Are you satisfied now? The system congratulated the host for earning 500 points after successfully breaking the room. The Black Red Demon, in disbelief, clutched his head and sank to the ground. No, I won't accept this, he muttered. Lin Mo grinned slyly. I've already won this round. Seizing the opportunity while the Black Red Demon was distracted, Lin Mo signaled to his companions. Let's go quickly. Curious, a Shu asked as they moved. How did you manage that? Lin Mo explained casually. Just have the Blood-Eyed Demon keep watch, shake the dice until a 6 shows up, and then slice the dice in half with 1 strike of the demon's sword. Xiao Ban, impressed, smiled. Mr. Mo, you're the best. A Shu, equally impressed, gave him a thumbs up. That's amazing. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly as they walked further. Xiao Ban then asked, Mr. Mo, where are we going next? Is the trash bin going to fight with us? Lin Mo responded, Hold on, let me check the map. Just then, distant voices could be heard. Bro, hurry up and catch up with me. If you do, I'll give you something. Lin Mo, intrigued, asked, What's going on? He adjusted his view, and everyone froze in shock. 2 massive bull demons were charging toward them. Hey, hurry up and come here. Come here, little bull. Boom. One of the bulls rammed into them. The impact was so strong that the trash bin rolled uncontrollably, spinning instead of skidding on the ground. Lin Mo shouted in panic. What the hell is going on? Xiao Ban, equally stunned, responded. It looks like it got knocked over and started rolling. Inside the trash bin, the 3 of them were piled on top of each other, each trying to hold back their nausea. Ling Mo yelled desperately. Open the lid. Let me out. Dizzy, Xiao Ban struggled to open it. It seems like the demon trash bin's panicking. It can't control the lid anymore. As for a shoe, let's just say he was temporarily out of commission. The trash bin clattered to the ground, and the bull demon awkwardly muttered, I didn't do it on purpose. The scene shifted to the underground parking lot, where the doll demon clutched its own neck, laughing loudly. The two demons, terrified, pleaded, please don't. But their cries were futile. Their necks twisted violently, eyes rolled back, mouths foaming before they collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The doll demon fumbled as it adjusted its joints and turned its head. Gao Tai Tai reached out to return the gesture. The doll demon and the others joyfully ran ahead. Your doll demon is incredible. Just one move and it destroyed those two evil spirit demons. Truly, as the bureau chief's daughter, you're amazing. Gao Tai Tai grimaced. Let's not waste time on useless talk. The demons in the central area are far too strong. We need to team up with the others and get out of here fast. If we don't, we'll all be dead. The black-haired man raised his hand. All right, let's move out together. The group responded in unison, we'll follow you, Gao. A sound caught their attention and Gao Tai Tai tensed. There are still evil spirits nearby. She quickly issued a warning just as the trash bin demon crashed into a pillar. Lin Mo, a shoe, and Xiao Ben were also saved by this. Mr. Mo asked, are we still alive? Gao Tai Tai was surprised. It's them. The two others beside her were discussing the situation. That guy still had time to rob the bank. So ruthless. How are they unharmed, even after going so deep into the central area? Third brother furrowed his brow. Huh? Isn't that the guy who fought with Sun Miao in the market? The man with black hair nodded. Yeah, that's him. Last time, he even sprayed me with pepper spray when he ambushed me. Lin Mo, distracted by the noise, glanced up. He pointed. That's the group of idiots from earlier. The entire group flushed with anger and resistance. You're the idiot. Third brother was about to charge forward, speaking in a rough tone. I'll teach you some manners for your parents, but Gao Tai Tai quickly stopped him. All right, now is not the time for internal conflict. Lin Mo sneered, fully aware of what was happening, just worried about a verbal sparring match. Lin Mo accidentally tilted his head. That's when he noticed the pile of demon pearls from the demons Gao Tai Tai's group had just killed. Annoyed, he urged his teammates to collect them quickly. Come on, brothers, grab them fast. We're about to strike it rich. Third brother's group was startled. Damn it, we killed them. Why are they taking the spoils? What a bunch of bastards. System. Congratulations, a host has earned 50 break the room points. Gao Tai Tai, also irritated, stepped in to advise. Lin Mo, now it is not the time to be greedy for demon pearls. This is a matter of life and death. Lin Mo responded coldly. Greedy for demon pearls? What kind of demon would be greedy for them? Where are its demon pearls? Gao Tai Tai, feeling uneasy, stammered. You, who want to join forces with other students and escape the city of Shanglan. I request that you join us. Lin Mo continued to fiddle with the demon pearls. Join you. I'm afraid you'll just stab me in the back. Who knows what you'll do behind my back? Gao Tai Tai's face turned ashen. You don't believe me? You think I would betray you? What have I done to deserve such accusations? Lin Mo glared at her coldly. If you don't even understand what betrayal is, then the underhanded things you've done are far worse than anything I can ever do. Her words failed her, leaving her silent. Son of my lion, another girl hurried over to comfort Gao Tai Tai. Tai Tai, don't pay him any attention. He's just a scoundrel. Even if Bai Yang's useless crew somehow survives, they won't be of any use to society. Let them die, let them all go. We just need to escape, not waste our time helping these worthless people. Ling Mo shot back. Oh, so now I'm the worthless one? He turned away, lazily squinting his eyes. In that case, do me a favor. Stay far away from someone like me. You wouldn't want to be dragged down with trash like me. Gao Tai Tai turned on her heels, walking off, though her eyes never left Lin Mo. Trashed. Take care of yourself. With a smirk, Lin Mo stuck out his middle finger and thumb in a mocking gesture. Moments later, outside the parking garage, Gao Tai Tai and her group were engulfed by a strange, thick smoke. She quickly covered her nose, and the others froze in fear. From the sky above, thousands of demons descended, with an evil-level demon leading the charge. Gao Tai Tai screamed, "Everyone run!" She leaped forward, followed closely by her third brother, but their escape was quickly thwarted as the path ahead was blocked. You arrogant children, after killing our demons, you think you can just run away. Cold dead demons, evil-level demons. Third brother stood frozen in shock, surrounded by malevolent spirits. They're dead, he muttered. Son of my Li's voice cracked with panic. Gao Tai Tai, what do we do now? Gao Tai Tai furrowed her brow, her expression tense. There's no choice. We have to concentrate all our firepower and charge forward. Miss Zhao is summoning the doll spirits, but we have enough people. If we stand together, we might still find a way out. The third brother and the others nodded, calling forth their spirits and fighting back with all their might. Charge! The arrogant demon shouted, tossing fireworks into the air as it rambled on. The group was knocked back, but another demon charged in. I'm here too. The smoke thickened, blurring their vision. A shadowy figure moved stealthily through the mist. The blonde-haired guy, alert, called out, trying to sneak attack me? Corrosion demon come out. But as the corrosion demon approached, third brother shook his head, waving his hands in a pleading motion. Don't attack, it's me. The blonde-haired guy let out a relieved sigh. Oh, it's you? You nearly scared me to death. Just then, third brother noticed another figure identical to him falling nearby. Panic struck the blonde-haired guy. Wait a minute, why are there two identical golden-haired guys? If only he had recognized it sooner. The demon skin had already removed his mask and was using his hands to rip out his heart. Being tricked meant certain death. As third brother fell, Lin Mo and the others appeared. They were all pale, and Lin Mo whispered, the dead are all gone. Now it's our turn. The black-haired guy shouted, be careful. The demon skin can disguise itself as one of us. Doubt crept into the group. Are you a demon? No, that's a question I should be asking you. By sheer chance, he gained the upper hand over the evil warrior. As he noticed two figures arguing, he seized the opportunity, launching a powerful bomb that exploded and took both of them out in an instant. A Shu glanced over, sensing that Gao Tai Tai's brute was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Ban turned to Lin Mo and asked, Mr. Mo, which way should we run? Lin Mo looked in the opposite direction. This way, he replied confidently. There's only a frozen ghost over there. We have a chance to escape. The frozen ghost, drowsy and yawning loudly, drew attention with the noise it made. She was thrilled, not expecting anyone to charge straight into certain death. Lin Mo's brute dashed forward, moving quickly. A Shu provided cover, leaping into the air and summoning the dark shadow abyss. The frozen ghost inhaled deeply. Then let's clear this up all at once, she muttered. The frozen tomb seal took effect. In a swift motion, Lin Mo leaped, only to have a massive ice block freeze a Shu and Xiao Ban's feet to the ground. Xiao Ban struggled to lift her foot while a Shu panicked. We're done for, a Shu muttered. Lin Mo barely managed to land safely, narrowly avoiding being frozen himself. He quickly activated his skill, his eyes turning a deep red. Ghost Blood Eye, he muttered, his voice firm. Backlash. It can reverse the enemy's control effects. The frozen ghost's own move turned against her, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it, she cursed. With her movements frozen, Lin Mo charged forward, sword raised. Soul-sealing slash, he shouted. The strike was meant to banish evil, but the sword shattered immediately upon hitting the tough ice. Lin Mo marveled. This is truly the power of a demon-level entity, armored and with immense magic resistance. The frozen undead scoffed, acknowledging the blood-eye demon's counterattack skills. You're strong, but it's nearly impossible for you to break through my ice armor. When your skill fades, that will be your end. If you're ready, come at me. Lin Mo calmly responded, using the blood curse. How about this skill? A mark appeared, and the frozen undead's expression shifted to one of alarm. What? She gasped. The ice around her recoiled, sending her flying across the roof to crash violently into the wall. She winced in pain, clutching her chest. So powerful. Lin Mo remained composed, using this moment to rescue Xiao Ban and a Shu. He summoned the demon martial disciple and Devil's Extreme, who quickly arrived to assist. One wielded a spear, while the other used a saw to cut through the icy floor. As Shu and Xiao Ban managed to escape the danger of the Shu exhaling in relief. I was too careless. I didn't expect the frozen undead to be that quick. Xiao Ban shivered. It's so cold, so cold. Lin Mo urged them, all right, let's move. We need to run at full speed. Both of them, along with Dong Cheng, responded in unison, got it. Just as they were about to flee, someone grabbed their leg. The girl who had been dragged earlier by two brutal demon soldiers appeared, her face pale with fear as she cried, please help me. Lin Mo sneered, sorry, I'm no hero. I'm not the one to save you. She screamed in agony, please, don't let them take me. But it was no use. She was mercilessly pulled away. The system chimed in, congratulations, host. You have earned 200 points. Gao Tai Ti quickly assessed the situation on Lin Mo's side, broke through the encirclement, and urged, run quickly. However, not everyone was able to escape. She grabbed Sun Mailei's hand, ignoring his resistance. Let's go. He hesitated, but then nodded. Yeah. Lin Mo, a Shu, and Xiao Ban were running as fast as they could. Suddenly, Lin Mo noticed something odd. Hey, Xiao Ban is running faster than both me and a Shu. Something's not right. He frowned in confusion. There was a clear aura of demonic energy around Xiaoban, yet even the blood eye couldn't pierce it. We need to check this out. To be sure, Lin Mo stopped. Hey, Xiaoban, I just remembered something. Before we entered the demon realm, my phone reset, so I couldn't send you those videos I mentioned earlier. But Xiaoban didn't seem to care and kept running ahead. What videos? Escaping is more important right now. Whoosh! A green sword strike sliced through the air, forcing Xiaoban to halt. It was a shoes attack. What's with the demon skin? How did you figure it out? Even a high-ranked demonic blood eye shouldn't be able to see through my art of drawing the skin. Lin Mo replied, "You're right. The blood eye can't fully see through it. But with Xiaoban's personality, if he knew the videos were completely gone, he'd definitely be furious. He wouldn't be so calm like you." The demonic figure cursed angrily. Damn it. What kind of video is so important that it's worth more than life itself? System. Congratulations, host, you have earned 50 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo asked urgently, "Where did you take Hai Xiaoban?" Behind him, a Shu raised his sword in warning. "Step aside, or I'll strike." Demon Skin chuckled, folding his arms. "You really think the two of you can take me down?" In a blink, Demon Skin vanished and reappeared behind a Shu using a high-speed escape technique. He struck swiftly. "A Shu, look out!" Lin Mo shouted. A Shu reacted instantly, activating his shadow substitution. A shadowy figure emerged and intercepted the attack, catching Demon Skin by the arm. "What is this?" Demon Skin said, surprise flickering in his eyes. A Shu's expression turned cold. His scythe gleamed as the shadow raised it. Demon Skin tried to evade, but the strike grazed him. He staggered back, clutching his arm. "Chef stronger than expected," Demon Skin muttered. "If I stay, I might actually lose." With that, he activated his technique again and vanished into the shadows. A Shu stood firm, catching his breath, sweat on his brow. "Where is Hai Xiaoban?" Lin Mo pressed. "We'll find him." A Shu replied, voice steady. "Alive or not, we'll know soon." The two of them hurried onward. Along the way, they encountered Gao Tai and her group. She grabbed Lin Mo's arm, trying to stop him. "Lin Mo, don't go back. There are at least 3 high-level spirits there and too many hostile entities to count. Hai Xiaoban might already." Her voice faltered. Lin Mo gently pulled his arm free. "I have to be said simply," and continued forward without hesitation. A tall man nearby watched quietly and sighed. "Such loyalty. I truly respect that. If he makes it through, I'd be honored to call him a friend." Gao Tai tested the expression on his face. "Let's leave this place first and contact the safety bureau as soon as we can. We might still have a chance to save him." Amidst the ruins and debris, a Shu and Lin Mo combed through the piles of both demon and human bodies, searching for Xiaoban. If he were still alive, he would surely call out. "Xiaoban is hiding under a demon's body," Lin Mo shouted. "I can see him, but we need to be cautious. It could be a trick set by the demon." Xiaoban, his voice full of confusion, responded, "What are you two doing? Hurry up and get me out of here." To test him, Lin Mo used an old method to gauge his reaction. Suddenly it hit him. Before they entered the demon realm, his phone had fallen into the water. He could only format the videos he had promised Xiaoban, but fulfilling that promise now seemed impossible. As Lin Mo feared, Xiaoban cried out in despair when he heard the videos were lost. "What? What happened to the videos?" "They're all gone," he cried out. With urgency, Lin Mo replied, "Yes, it's him. We need to save him." A dangerous energy surged from behind them. A group of demons and ruthless soldiers had gathered, standing in formation. "Kid, you're bold enough to come back here. Do you really think so little of us, the brutal demons of Shanglan City?" One of them sneered. The demon at the front, frozen with rage, bared his teeth. "This time, I'll make sure none of you leave here alive. You won't escape from Demon Realm Shanglan." The red-black demon clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. "For a seasoned gambler like me to lose to a kid barely out of diapers. How could I ever show my face again? I'll kill him." The smoke demon reluctantly agreed. "You're right," he muttered. "This blood-eyed demon is too strong for me. I have to kill it." Lin Mo wasn't ready to back down. He raised his middle finger and sneered at them. "Not convinced, huh? Since you can't defeat me, you're trying to shut me up by killing me. How pathetic. And you, since you can't even handle me, you call for backup. You're exactly the type I despise." The black-red demon was furious. "What? You think I can't beat you? Fine, let's settle this. Let's see who comes out on top." System. Congratulations, host. You've earned 40 points for breaking the room. The smoke demon gritted his teeth. "Now I can use my final move. 1-on-1, you're finished." System. Congratulations, host. You've earned 40 points for breaking the room. Bang. Bang. Both the black-red demon and the smoke demon were struck on the head. The demon prodigy appeared, flicking his fan. Pathetic. You two are supposed to be powerful demons. He tilted his head, glaring at them. You're getting your butts kicked by a kid and you haven't won a single brute fight. Now I have to step in. All of Shanglan's resources are wiped out because of you and you've lost all your dignity. Lin Mo's face turned pale. He was on the verge of becoming the Demon King. Looking at his troops, anxiety crept in. He had only managed to defeat the smoke demon and the black-red demon through sheer luck. Could he really escape this situation? In his fight against the frozen demon and demon skin, he had barely managed to escape. Then Lin Mo looked at the demon prodigy before him. But the demon prodigy, he might not even get a chance to fight back. The pressure was unbearable, and it was clear that the difference in strength between the two sides was enormous. Demon prodigy grinned, "Today I'll show you what true power really looks like." Lin Mo's heart raced in panic. Could it be that I'm going to die here? Demon prodigy mocked, "But one with the wooden toy sword. Show me what you've got." His smile widened. "Go ahead, hit me in the face." Lin Mo froze, holding the toy sword. It took a moment for his mind to process the situation, and then, with growing anger, he activated the half-demon king's evil curse. He knew he couldn't defeat him in direct combat, but he couldn't let the demon underestimate him. Placing his hand over his eye, he triggered the blood seal. "Watch this," he said as the seal manifested clearly in front of Demon Prodigy. With a casual flick of his fan, the seal's power faded instantly. He saw it. Demon Prodigy flicked his fan again, and the seal was swept away by a sudden gust of wind. There was a loud explosion, followed by a deafening crash. Lin Mo stood there, trembling in shock. As Shu spoke up, "This is Demon Prodigy's ability. He neutralized all external negative effects." The henchmen around them jumped up in excitement. Wow, incredible, amazing. A heavy decaying stench filled the air as the few surviving Gao Tai Tai members fled in terror. The dense miasma made it clear to them that Lin Mo had come up against the half-demon king. It seemed that the three of them were done for. Sun Mai Li gave a bitter smile. "That guy's finally finished." The muscular man struggled to catch his breath. "We're lucky we ran, or we would have been done for the moment we saw the Demon King." On Lin Mo's side, the demons were still cheering for their leader. "Your amazing boss." Lin Mo observed the demon prodigy closely, realizing that he seemed to take pleasure in being praised. Perhaps if they could keep him content, they might have a chance of escaping unharmed. Deciding to act on this thought, he felt a spark of hope. It seemed that fortune favored the bold. With renewed confidence, Lin Mo clapped his hands and said, "That was incredible. That fan move you did earlier, just like Princess Tai Shan's legendary 3 compass fan. One strike that stuns the gods, 2 that shake the heavens. It was perfect." The demon prodigy smiled, clearly pleased with the compliment. "You got a sharp eye, kid." Lin Mo nudged Xiao Ban and whispered, "Praise him the right way, Xiao Ban. Let's do this together." Though Xiao Ban was confused, he joined in. Together, they took turns complimenting him. Yes, exactly. That fan move was astonishing. It felt like a level 8 storm, honestly. Lin Mo gave a nervous laugh and added, "So, great sir, could you possibly spare us just this once?" The demon prodigy chuckled loudly, but his expression quickly turned cold. Of course not. With a flick of his fan, sharp blades shot toward them. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You think a few sweet words will get you off the hook? No amount of flattery is more satisfying than fresh meat." Lin Mo tried to push himself up with his hands, but the pain was overwhelming, and he collapsed back to the ground. "Lin Mo is in pain. Oh, Lord Demon Prodigy, please have mercy on us." Grimacing in agony, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, clutching his wounds. Xiao Ban, panicked, cried, "Lin Mo is even crying now." He quickly clasped his hands together and pleaded, "Please, sir, show us mercy." Xiao Ban then turned to a Shu. "A Shu, you should kneel too." But a Shu stood firm, his voice unwavering. "I won't. Even if I die, I will not bow to a demon." The demon prodigy let out a sinister laugh. "Don't worry, after I'm finished, I'll make sure your bones stay intact." He swiftly waved his fan, and the red saw blade shot toward them. This time, as Shu has to take the blow, he gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain. The situation is dire, 3 against a whole army. The demon prodigy closed in on a Shu. "Don't worry, even in death, I won't let you face it alone." He opened his fan, revealing its jagged edges, and grinned wickedly. "Die." Lin Mo screamed in alarm. Suddenly, a crow swooped toward a Shu. The bird cawed loudly, its eyes glaring, and it carried a letter clutched tightly in its claws. "Stop! Stop!" The demon prodigy hesitated, momentarily stunned. He recognized the crow as the messenger of the King of Hell. With shaky hands, he carefully took the letter and slowly opened it. His body trembled as he read the words. What was happening? The demon prodigy was frozen in disbelief. "Your name is Lin Mo," he asked, his voice faltering. Lin Mo, bloodied and barely able to speak, nodded. Yes, what's going on? The demon prodigy held up the letter, his expression tense. What connection do you have with the King of Hell that he would send me a letter telling me not to kill you? Lin Mo, confused, shook his head. The King of Hell? I don't know him. All I know is if I go down there, I'll probably meet the dead King of Hell. The demon prodigy's face grew serious. Perhaps you've met him without even knowing his name. He waved his fan and a clear image appeared. Do you recognize this? Lin Mo, still bewildered, shook his head. No, I've never seen anyone like that in my life. Demon prodigy is difficult to understand. That's odd. He's never saved anyone before. Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise as Xiao Ben helped him to his feet. It didn't matter whether they knew each other well. After all, it was the King of Hell who had stepped in to help him. So, can we leave now? Demon prodigy looked irritated. Get lost. Hurry up and go. Lin Mo flashed a cheeky grin. All right, goodbye then. We won't be seeing you again. The demons made way for Lin Mo and his companions to leave. Demon prodigy turned to his subordinates. If King of Hell wants to protect them, then order all the demons in the central area not to attack them. The black-red demon acknowledged the command. Understood. The dark-red demon let out a sigh of relief. Good thing we didn't kill him, or I don't know what King of Hell would have done to us. Lin Mo, along with Hai Xiao Ban and a Shu, continued running down a road surrounded by demons. The demons didn't attack. They just stood by and watched. Lin Mo looked around surprised and remarked, They really aren't attacking us. It's crazy. Just a moment ago, I was almost dead, and now a letter has solved everything. Then, with a serious expression, Lin Mo turned to a Shu and asked, A Shu, do you know who the King of Hell is? A Shu answered with equal seriousness, explaining that the King of Hell was one of the 10 great demons and a wanted criminal. He remembered how the king had led his demon army to attack cities and continued. He once led his army to massacre 11 cities in Baigo. Then, a concerned look crossed his face as he added, But how did you come to know him? Hearing his friend's doubt, Lin Mo was just as confused as he was about the situation unfolding before them. I swear, I don't know who he really is, Lin Mo said, his voice tinged with frustration. I still won't understand why he saved me. He was deep in thought, struggling to make sense of why the King of Hell would have intervened on his behalf. Lin Mo couldn't understand why they hadn't even gotten to the bottom of what happened when the grave of the demon sword was opened, and now another King of Hell had appeared. What could these people possibly have to do with him? Hai Xiao, who had been silent until now, suddenly jumped forward and wrapped his arms around his two friends, laughing. Who cares who the King of Hell is? The demons can't touch us anymore. Let's just head to the next bank and fill up the trash bins with some more immoral energy. In the next moment, the scene shifted to Lin Mo's parents. His mother and Xuan was washing clothes while speaking to his father, Lin Feng. Didn't you already send a direct letter to the demon prodigy? They'd never dare harm Mo Ni, so why did the King of Hell have to write it, she asked. Lin Feng smiled softly and responded, I can't get involved directly. If Mo Ni finds out even a little, it'll give me away. His expression grew serious, and after taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled the smoke slowly. We can't let him discover the truth just yet. The responsibility of restoring over 100,000 people would be too much for him to bear. At that moment, a young girl could be heard calling from outside the gate carrying water. Ah, that's Lin King Lu, Lin Mo's younger sister. She's very frail and sick, Lin Feng explained. She was asking, has Dad returned from Sinai yet? Seeing his daughter carrying such a heavy load, especially given King Lu's frail health, Lin Feng was taken aback. My dear daughter, you're not well. How can you be carrying such a heavy bucket of water? He quickly rushed over to take the bucket from her and bring it inside. King Lu, however, reassured him, saying, Dad, I'm weak, but I'm only pushing myself a little. It's within my ability. Still concerned, Lin Feng raised his voice slightly. You carried that all the way from the back of the mountain, and you think that's within your limits. If you're not feeling well, you don't have to do this. Hearing the worry in her father's voice, King Lu began to cry. Through her tears, she whispered, I understand, Dad. I won't do it anymore. Is that what you want? Seeing her tears, Lin Feng's heart softened. He lowered his voice and said, all right. You do need some exercise, but take it slow. You're helping us enough at home. Your mother always said exercise is good for you, really good. King Lu, wiping her eyes, looked up and asked, Is that true, Dad? And Xuang nodded. Of course it is. Her tears stopped, and with a brighter expression, she asked, How's my brother doing at university? Can I call him? Lin Feng smiled gently at her and replied, Not just yet. He's still in the demon realm. You can talk to him when he gets back. The mention of the demon realm made King Lu anxious. The demon realm, is it dangerous? Lin Feng avoided her gaze and answered, Don't worry. Your brother is strong. He'll be fine. Watching his daughter smile so joyfully, a sense of worry washed over him. He couldn't help but wonder if she would be strong enough to make it through to the age of 5 or 6, especially considering her health. In the demon realm, at the temporary command center, the atmosphere was still and tense late into the night. A duty officer in the central station spoke up, "Deputy Director, the demons here are unbelievably powerful. Even if we send in the army, it may not be enough to defeat them." Sugilai snapped back, "This situation is far too dangerous for the new students. I suggest we halt the trial immediately and focus on rescuing them." He stood tall, his hands clasped behind his back, while Gao Tai stood silently behind him. Turning to the officers in the central station, Di Li continued, "As for the trial itself, it's normal for a few casualties. Those students who died have given their lives to protect the rest of the population." Tai raised her voice in protest, "But if all the students die, it will become a major educational scandal. Don't you worry about the consequences from above." He gritted his teeth and glared at her, his expression sharp as a bullet. "The goal of this trial is to flush out the rogue wind demon hiding behind Lin Mo. Such a significant achievement will more than make up for any small educational oversight. Those who aim for greatness don't concern themselves with trivial matters like that." Hearing this, Tai Ti's face drained of color, horrified by the coldness in his words. She shot back angrily, "I can't believe you value human lives so little." The Lai merely gave a smirk, casting a brief glance at her. Tai, this was also your father's idea." Tai Ti shouted urgently to Di Lai, "But Lin Mo is about to die. A demon merchant has attacked him. What's the point of what you're doing?" Di Lai froze, then yelled, "What?" His eyes narrowed as he glared at her. "Why are you only telling me something this important now? This means the people behind Lin Mo will definitely act. We have to save him from that demon merchant." Tai hesitated before asking again, "But are you still going to help the other students?" Before she could finish her sentence, Di Lai snapped, "Where are they? The Red Wind demon is about to show up." At his command, everyone quickly began to assemble, following Dong King's lead. "Chief, we're ready," someone reported. Once everyone had gathered, Di Lai moved forward and said, "Let's go." The others responded in unison, "Yes." They left, leaving Tai standing there, stunned by his sudden shift in attitude. She thought to herself, "Wait, they were only here to gather information. They probably don't care about the students' lives." But as she thought about Lin Mo's words, her expression grew serious. Could it be true? Is the safety department really that despicable, like Lin Mo said? The scene shifted to Fuxi Bank, where Lin Mo Haixiao Ban and his Shu stood, staring at the spots where the security guards had been taken out. A Shu sighed. "Looks like robbers came in, probably took everything during the demon surge 2 years ago." Mao, visibly enraged, shouted, "Those bastards." Haixiao Ban, ever calm, said, "At least we still have one bank. It's not a total loss." Seeing this, the three of them also left the bank. Lin Mo spoke up, "Let's go, let's check out somewhere else." Suddenly, a man was thrown toward them. He collapsed on the ground, barely alive, and weakly uttered, "Director, please save me." Lin Mo was taken aback by the sight and thought, why is a middle-aged man involved in the new student training? Upon hearing the man's words, Lin Mo wondered, "Director, could he be from the Safety Bureau? We should hide for now." Haixiao Ban asked, "Why can't I see that uncle's contract demon?" Miss Shutong Gai nudged him on the shoulder and said, "Look up there." Lin Mo shouted when he saw Di Lai and the Safety Bureau agents. They were using invisible demons, likely planning to enter the demon realm for the demon's invisibility range. His group looked to him asking, "Director, what should we do now? The stealth plan has failed." Miss Shutong Gai responded, "Idea, do they really think the demons in Shanglan's demon realm are all weak?" Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Mo's anger flared. He thought, sneaking into the demon realm? This is probably all because of me. At that moment, Di Lai and 2 others were being dragged up by the White Demon Soul, high-ranking malevolent spirit. Those watching below cried out, "Director, please don't leave us behind." Di Lai, looking down at them, replied, "Sorry, my White Demon Soul can only split into 3. I can't save everyone." As the people below were torn apart by the demons, they still cried out to Di Lai, "Why are you abandoning us?" Meanwhile, Di Lai was being dragged away to another location. Lin Mo saw everything and, filled with rage, shouted, "Son Di Lai, you finally arrived, but your 2 companions are just standing there, confused and doing nothing." Without wasting another moment, Lin Mo dashed off, leaving his 2 friends behind, bewildered. Haixiao Ban, still trying to make sense of the situation, asked, "Mr. Mu, what are you planning to do?" With a tense expression, Lin Mo ran while casting a quick glance behind him and said, "I'm going to confront Son Di Lai and demand the antidote to save and Ran." Upon hearing this, a Shu immediately followed him. Lin Mo called back, "A Shu, I'll lead Shadow Demon and you to help stop the 2 from the Safety Bureau later." A Shu nodded firmly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help." Xiaoban, trailing behind due to his slightly rounder physique, struggled to catch up and called out, "Wait for me." Meanwhile, far off in the distance, Delai and the two men who had escaped with him were talking. Delai looked around and said, "It's this street. Looks like we're too late." One of them then asked, "Has Lin Mo really died?" Another man added, "If the expert behind Lin Mo had fought with the king of ghosts men, this street would have been completely destroyed." With a solemn look, Delai turned to the two subordinates he had rescued and said, "It seems Lin Mo is dead. We shouldn't stick around here. Let's retrace our steps and leave Shanglan." Meanwhile, the black-red ghost and smoke ghost were slowly approaching Delai and his group. The black-red ghost spoke coldly, "Come and go as you please." The smoke ghost laughed darkly and added, "Ha ha, you really don't think much of us ghosts from Shanglan, do you?" The group led by Delai trembled with fear as they saw two demons approaching. Panic spread among them. Two high-level demons, they thought. How are we supposed to handle this? The three triple-ranked demon tamers had only prepared to face one evil spirit, but two demons. They couldn't possibly manage that. Delai quickly summoned his white demon soul, and the white souls charged at the two demons with blood-sucking strikes. When the demons saw that the group was trying to flee, the smoke demon shouted, "You think you can escape? Not even your dreams." Before it could finish its words, an explosion rang out in the sky. Even as they ran, Delay was forced to stop and glance upward. What he saw above made him shout, "What's happening?" My white demon soul. His eyes widened in shock as he noticed something moving at incredible speed towards him. The shadow in the distance grew closer and closer. It was a move called Dark Shadow Abyss. To his horror, it was Lin Mo rushing toward him with a sword in hand. He yelled, "Sun Delai, you're not escaping." As Shu, using a skill to assist him, was with Lin Mo Delai stunned, scream at the top of his lungs, Lin Mo is still alive. Fueled by rage, Lin Mo channeled all his power into his sword and charged forward. Delai, in a panic, summoned a demon martial disciple and Devil's Extreme to meet the oncoming threat. But he stood frozen, overwhelmed with fear, unable to move. With desperation in his voice, he cried, "Summon, invisible demon, drowning demon." The drowning demon blocked the attacks of the demon martial disciple, while the invisible demon shielded the strikes from Devil's Extreme. The two subordinates behind them saw what was happening and immediately shouted, "Help the chief. Quickly summon." Before they could finish speaking, a Shu pressed a knife to one of their throats and warned, "Don't move or you'll die right here." A shadow that enveloped the two men, causing them to scream in panic. A Shu had used Dark Shadow Abyss to bind them like mummies from Nation A. They cried out, "Let us go." Meanwhile, the black-red demon and the smoke demon stood off to the side, observing the scene. The smoke demon, clearly confused, murmured, "Who am I? Where am I? Why are they fighting each other?" The black-red demon responded, "That's right. Isn't this the safety bureau meant to protect students?" The two demons continued to watch, commenting on the unfolding battle. Every move Lin Mo made seemed calculated to kill. At this rate, it was clear he intended to end the deputy director's life. It almost seemed like he was taking lessons from the King of Hell himself. At that moment, Lin Mo kicked Delai square in the stomach, causing him to spit out blood. The demons couldn't help but offer reluctant praise. Although they were furious about being outsmarted by the young man, they still had to admit, "I've seen demon ninjas before, but this is the first time I've seen someone like him." Delai staggered back, clutching his stomach as he coughed violently. Asterisk cove asterisk as he watched Lin Mo walk toward him with a sword in hand, his face turned pale. He thought to himself, "Does he really need to kill me?" In a panic, Sun Delai shouted orders to the two demons he had summoned. "Invisible demon, drowned demon, what are you doing? Get over here and save me." The two demons, startled, quickly turned back and responded, "Yes." Lin Mo leaped into the air, preparing to strike with his sword. He looked at Delai and said, "Invisible demon, you're too late." Delai stood frozen, helpless, and unable to move as Lin Mo charged toward him, his fate all but sealed. Lin Mo surged forward, channeling all his energy into his sword. It lit up with radiant energy and crackled with lightning as he unleashed the technique known as One Sword to eliminate evil. His eyes burned red with intensity, his hair standing on end from the surge of power. A sweeping arc of force flew toward Delai. Upon impact, Lin Mo's clothes tore from the burst of energy, while Delai stood frozen, unable to defend himself, crying out in shock. In a flash, Lin Mo was standing over him. His sword pointed straight at the spot where Delai had fallen. "It's over," Lin Mo said firmly. He stepped down hard on Delai's abdomen, causing him to choke and gasp. With a cold, resolute gaze, Lin Mo demanded, "Where's the antidote? Hand it over now." Delai smirked through the pain, eyes filled with mockery. "Trying to save that girl, are you? You won't do anything to me. If you want the antidote, beg for it." Lin Mo said nothing. Without a word, he moved the blade swiftly, grazing past Delai's ear in a clean but controlled motion. Delai cried out and grabbed the side of his face in pain. Ling Mo looked down, his voice sharp and steady. Who says I won't? Despite the injury, Delai still wore a sneer. If I die, the antidote dies with me, you won't get it. She won't survive without it. You need me. His cold laugh echoed, further provoking Lin Mo. Clenching his fists, Lin Mo warned in a low, furious tone. If you don't hand it over, the consequences will be far worse. His face, though full of fear, still held an air of arrogance as he spoke, laughing lightly. I bet it'll be a long time before you dare kill me. Ha ha, he replied, his tone thoughtful in response to Delai's words. You're truly despicable. I can't gamble and Rand's life on this. Before he could finish, hearing that Lin Mo was considering giving up, the man eagerly spoke. Then you should release me right away. While you're at it, help me out of the demon realm. After that, go turn yourself into the safety bureau. In that instant, the sorrow that had been on Lin Mo's face disappeared, replaced by something far darker. He smiled coldly and said, but I'm even more despicable. Turning to the side, Lin Mo called out, Smoke Demon, come here. At the sound of his name, the figure pointed to himself and simply said, you called. Lin Mo lifted Delai's head and shoved him toward the Smoke Demon. As he did, not only the Smoke Demon, but also the Black-Red Demon began moving closer to Lin Mo. Pushing Delai forward, Lin Mo asked, can your major skill, false accusation, extract a human soul? Use it on this bastard to force him to spit out the antidote. The Smoke Demon, confused, replied, well, why should I help you? Have you forgotten how you treated me at the bank? Lin Mo immediately apologized, saying, that was my mistake. I'm sorry, but I need your help now. Consider it a debt I owe you. The Smoke Demon responded with a chuckle. Your debt isn't worth much. Maybe just a few coins. Seeing that he still refused to comply, Lin Mo took a step closer and whispered, did you forget? I'm very close to the King of Hell. The debt I owe you is actually a debt the King of Hell owes you to. Considering this, the Smoke Demon responded, well, that's quite clever. He then moved in front of Delai and added, all right, I'll accept. Should I make him lie on the ground and groan? The Smoke Demon looked at Delai with confusion and asked, if I use the accusation points, he'll die, right? Upon hearing this, Delai quickly objected. When Lin Mo heard that Delai might die, his eyes brightened, and he cheerfully replied, if that happens, even better. You should use it now. His words baffled both the Smoke Demon and the Black-Red Demon, making them think, asterisk, this guy is really heartless asterisk. Though Delai was terrified, his face streaked with tears and snot, he still managed to threaten Lin Mo with a defiant tone. Lin Mo, you scum. Have you really teamed up with demons? You bastard. I'll make sure you regret this. Just then, a notification appeared next to Lin Mo, congratulating him for receiving 500 Break the Room points. He sneered at Delai and mocked him. Weren't you just acting tough? Weren't you so strong before? Why are you shaking now? The Smoke Demon, try and restore some order, said to Lin Mo. Step aside, or you'll get hurt too. Meanwhile, Delai, still kneeling on the ground, stretched out his hand, pleading, help me please, don't do this. The Smoke Demon grabbed Delai's hair, causing him to scream in pain. Ah! The demon let out a puff of smoke from his nose and mouth. It wasn't just any smoke, but a technique known as the Mark of Judgment. The innocent suffer, the grudge avenged. After inhaling it, the smoke was expelled from the mouth and nose of the Smoke Demon, causing Delai to foam at the mouth and collapse. He let out a final scream just before his head slammed against the ground. As his body lay motionless, Yili's soul suddenly detached from it. In an instant, his soul was bound by chains that wrapped around a cross. The Smoke Demon gazed at Yili's soul, pinned to the cross, and spoke. Lin Mo, you may begin questioning him now. Lin Mo stepped forward, his voice cold and demanding. What crimes have you committed? What wrongs have you done? Terror-stricken, Delai began to confess, revealing even the most shameful of his actions. When I was 4 in the dead of winter, I urinated on a stray cat, causing to freeze to death, Delai recalled, his voice trembling as he remembered the cruelty he had shown to the poor animal. Upon hearing this first admission, the Smoke Demon lashed Yili's soul with a whip, striking him hard as it muttered, animal cruelty deserving of punishment. Delai shuddered in pain, but continued his confession. When I was 17 to become the best, I forced the hellish jailer to kill 7 other contestants so that I alone could pass the deadly hell evaluation. He remembered how he had cowardly avoided blame, ultimately leading to the deaths of others. Lin Mo's face hardened as he processed the words, his voice steady as he declared, killing 7 people, deserving of punishment. At Lin Mo's command, the Smoke Demon struck Delai once more, the whip lashing against his soul. Hai Xiaoban and A Shu stood outside, both horrified by the man's cruelty. Trembling, Xiao Ban said, "This old man is terrifying. At just 17, he's already taken so many lives." A Shu replied, "He truly deserves to die." Lin Mo was furious at Di Li's confession. He kicked and punched the body lying before him, muttering, "Someone like him could become the deputy director of a provincial safety bureau. That just shows how corrupt that bureau must be." But Di Li wasn't done. He kept confessing. At the ages of 20, 23, 25, 26, and 36. Although the crimes after 17 are still unclear just from what's been said so far, I can already imagine how horrific they must be. Each new confession prompted another blow from Lin Mo. Losing all patience, Lin Mo stepped forward and shouted at the soul hanging from Di Li's crucifix, "How long will it take to list all of your crimes?" With that, he grabbed the soul by the neck with his right hand and demanded, "What's the antidote?" Now battered and broken, Di Li finally gave in. The antidote is, take the demon pearl of the white demon soul as a catalyst. Add 12 grams of honeysuckle, 8 grams of devil's vine, and 1 flower of white ghostbane. Boil it over a high flame for 3 hours after ingestion to detoxify. Satisfied with the answer, Lin Mo released Di Li's neck and turned to leave. Just before walking away, he looked back and ordered the smoke demon take care of him. Upon hearing Lin Mo's instructions, Smoke Demon smiled and replied, "All right." He charged forward, landing a punch that shattered Di Li's soul into fragments, then spoke to him. "Does someone with so many crimes deserve to live? With his soul destroyed, Di Li's body is nothing but an empty shell. It will twitch a little in the dirt, then stillness will set in, marking the end of his life." Lin Mo slowly walked toward White Demon Soul, sword in hand, calling out, "White Demon Soul." As it turned, he drove his sword into it, cursing it. Upon being struck, White Demon Soul transformed into a glowing pearl. Lin Mo held the pearl in his hand, saying, "I've got the demon pearl." Raising it high, his eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. He gazed at the pearl in awe, then murmured, "At last, I've saved and ran." With the task complete, Lin Mo began to leave, but not before pausing, smiling, and turning back to Smoke Demon. "Thank you so much, Smoke Demon." Smoke Demon returned the smile and replied politely, "Just a small favor." He then pointed to Di Li's 2 subordinates and asked, "What should we do with these 2? Lin Mo, unconcerned, casually answered, "Leave them to you." Smoke Demon and Black Red Demon eagerly took the 2 subordinates and Di Li's body away. Smoke Demon called back to Lin Mo, "Nice work. I can't wait any longer. We'll be off now, and hopefully, fate will bring us together again." Meanwhile, Xiao Ban, confused, asked, "Why does the safety unit keep targeting you? And what exactly is a remnant wind demon?" Lin Mo, just as puzzled, responded, "I wish I knew. For now, all we can do is head back and figure it out little by little." A Shu sat quietly, lost in thought, before voicing his doubts to the 2 who were listening intently. The remnant wind demon refers to the survivors of the kingdom of demon sealing he began. He paused for a moment, then continued, recalling his father. "When my father was young, he often went to the kingdom of demon sealing to shave his head. The people there are simple and straightforward." However, A Shu's mind quickly shifted to a more troubling memory, the time when people had been forced into hard labor at a construction site. He shared his thoughts aloud. "From what I know, the province nation has dragged them into the most dangerous areas to work as laborers. The safety bureau and the military are still rounding up refugees. So how could any of this be related to you?" Lin Mo, hearing A Shu's account, hesitated. Could it be that his family had also been refugees from the kingdom of demon sealing? But if that were the case, why would the safety bureau react so strongly to a refugee? Too exhausted to think further, he let out a frustrated sigh. "Forget it. I can't think about this anymore." Placing a hand on A Shu's shoulder, Lin Mo asked, "A Shu, today I saw you take action against people from the safety bureau without hesitation. Do you hate them that much?" A Shu answered, his tone heavy. "It's not about hate. But after hearing about everything Sun Vi Lai has done, I feel like killing him is the right thing to do." His voice grew colder as he added, "Some people deserve to die more than demons." Lin Mo gave A Shu's shoulder a reassuring pat. "You're right. Absolutely right." Meanwhile, a subordinate was reporting to Gaolong Chen, "Director, only 1 team for the male search squad has returned. There's still no sign of Deputy Director Sun." Gaolong Chen waved his hand in frustration, signaling for the subordinate to leave. "That's it," he muttered. "Understood." Sitting in the chair, seething with anger, the deep dragon reflected on the trial. Initially, he had planned to use it as an opportunity to investigate the remnant wind demon linked to Lin Mo. However, he had failed. Sun Vi Lai was dead, and many students had been injured or killed. This would undoubtedly raise questions from the higher-ups. As he recalled Lin Mo's smug expression, his anger intensified, and he muttered bitterly, "This is an utter disaster on every level." Meanwhile, Lin Mo, a Shu, and Hai Xiao Ban stepped out of the gate, surrounded by injured students lying on the ground. The group from Feng University seemed rather pleased, as none of their members had been harmed. A bald man grinned and smugly addressed the group. Heh, you guys are pathetic. One of your teams got wiped out completely, and another lost members. How embarrassing. He proudly declared to anyone who would listen. Our team is the only one with no casualties. Not only that, we came back victorious. It's no surprise, really. How could second-rate universities like yours possibly compare to Feng? Lin Mo, standing behind, had grown tired of the bald man's boastfulness. He shot back sarcastically. Impressive, huh? Tell me, how did you manage to survive in the Central Zone? The bald man, still confident, responded. Who would be foolish enough to venture into the Central Zone and risk death? We stuck to the outskirts, took down a few lone demons, and came back unscathed every time. The bald man basked in his own self-satisfaction as his two underlings chimed in with praise. One said, Captain, you're so clever. The other added, we're also ahead in demon pearls. Then the bald man turned to Lin Mo with a sneer and taunted. You bunch of useless students from your pathetic academy, I bet you haven't even collected a single demon pearl, have you? The minister stepped forward and made an announcement for the loudspeaker. Please bring forward the demon pearls you have collected so our inspectors can assess and score them. After the inspection, the demon pearls will be returned to you. Rest assured, any fraudulent activity will be caught by our inspectors. With that, the minister stepped back and said, the evaluation begins now. Two individuals, both covered in wounds, stepped forward and stood by the inspection area. Trembling, they each handed over a single gem, saying softly, this is ours. The examiner barely glanced at the gem, not needing to touch it before declaring, this demon pearl is over 5 days old. It cannot possibly be from the Shanglan fraud zone. Disqualified. Next, two more individuals, also injured, stepped forward and presented their gem. The examiner inspected it briefly, then said, this is a soul bond demon pearl. Invalid. Then the bald man stepped up, pushing the previous contestants aside. Without even waiting for them to move, he called out, move aside. He grinned maliciously and shouted, watch closely. The bald man emptied a large number of gems from his backpack onto the examiner's table. The two examiners picked them up to examine them and announced, 13 weeping demon pearls, 4 malevolent spirit demon pearls, and 1 evil spirit demon pearl. The crowd below began murmuring excitedly. One person said, it looks like Feng will take first place again this year. Teacher and men sighed with regret. It's a shame Gao Tai Tai's group dropped out halfway. Otherwise, that girl would have definitely taken first place. The bald man thought to himself with satisfaction, asterisk, this time, I'm definitely the champion asterisk. Just then, a hand was raised, signaling. Teacher, it seems Lin Mo is raising his hand to speak. The plate on your side looks a bit small. The comment made everyone turn their heads in surprise. The minister, keeping his composure, asked, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that this plate isn't big enough to hold your demon pearl? Lin Mo replied calmly, exactly. Hey, Hai Xiao Ban, summon the trash can demon, the minister ordered. Hai Xiao Ban immediately responded, saying, right away. The trash can demon appeared at once. Moments later, the trash can demon appeared and began pouring out an overwhelming number of gems, leaving everyone stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. The notifications kept popping up. Congratulations, a host has received 100 points. Break the room. The crowd below was a mix of shock and disbelief. Oh my God. Others could hardly believe their eyes and asked, is this for real? The notifications didn't stop. Congratulations, a host has received 100 points. Break the room. The judges stared in amazement, murmuring, is this really happening? This many? Lin Mo simply smiled and said, if you add a few more plates, it should be fine, teacher. Teacher and men watching from below thought to herself, I thought Lin Mo would struggle, but I never expected him to grow so quickly, becoming so incredibly powerful. If it weren't for the safety orb, he would have been my most talented student by far. The minister then announced, I hereby declare the champion of this trial to be Bayang Academy's team, led by Lin Mo. He gestured to Lin Mo, a Shu, and Hai Xiao Ban, adding, they'd also broken the record, setting the highest score ever in the Demon Realm trial. After receiving the reward, it was already morning. The three of them, Lin Mo, a Shu, and Hai Xiao Ban, set off to visit and ran. Eager to see her, Lin Mo handed the driver a small sum of money and said, asterisk, asterisk, driver, I'm in a hurry. Could you please speed up, asterisk, asterisk? The driver, seeing the money, smiled and responded, asterisk, asterisk, no problem, asterisk, asterisk. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and the car zoomed forward. Turning to the passengers, he added, asterisk, asterisk, hold on tight, everyone, asterisk, asterisk. A short while later, they arrived at Bayang Academy. Lin Mo quickly got out of the car and told the others, Asterisk, asterisk, I'm going to find and ran. You two head back to the dorm first, asterisk, asterisk. A Shu and Hive Xiao band, still feeling the effects of the fast ride, were left behind, dizzy and a little queasy. Lin Mo hurried to the infirmary to see and ran. He opened the door and called out cheerfully, Asterisk, asterisk, and ran, I'm back, asterisk, asterisk. When he saw that the room was empty, he rushed outside and a voice spoke up. Asterisk, asterisk, she's not here. She said she got tired of lying down all the time, so she went to the library, asterisk, asterisk. It was Mu Yuan King, she added. Asterisk, asterisk, I told her to wait until she was feeling better, but she wouldn't listen, asterisk, asterisk. Seeing a familiar face, Lin Mo smiled and asked a favor. Asterisk, asterisk, senior, this is the antidote and the demon pearl from the white demon soul. Could you please prepare it for me, asterisk, asterisk? Yuan Qing gladly agreed. Asterisk, asterisk, of course, I'd be happy to help. How can I refuse a request from a junior asterisk, asterisk? With that, Lin Mo turned to head to the library to find and ran, but not before pausing to say, asterisk, asterisk, thank you for your help. I'll go look for Enran now, asterisk, asterisk. Seeing the affection Lin Mo had for Enran, Yuan King couldn't help but think how kind he was to her. She wondered when she would meet someone who would treat her with the same care and attention. In the library, Enran sat reading a book when Lin Mo opened the door, waved at her, and called out in a cheerful tone. Relieved to see him back safely, Enran greeted him warmly, but with a playful edge. Ah, you made it back in one piece, huh? Lin Mo, looking concerned, immediately asked, Why aren't you in bed? Let me take you back there. Enran waved him off and said, It's fine. Come here, I want to show you something. He sat beside her, and she began explaining her findings. After going through over 100 books, I've uncovered something important about the kingdom of demon sealing. She pointed to a page and added, the crown princess consort of that kingdom must have taken Emperor Taizong, who's only 3 years old at the time, along with her newborn daughter, and then self-immolated years ago. Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he listened, while Enran continued, if Emperor Taizong had survived, he would be 18 this year, and his sister would be 15 now. Lin Mo was taken aback. Are you saying I'm Emperor Taizong, and my sister is the princess? He asked. He paused for a moment, then added, it could be just a coincidence. After all, there are plenty of siblings in the world, but what about her? Why is she making all these connections? And what's this about the safety agency targeting you? What's really going on? And the Remnant Wind Demon too. And Ran rolled up his sleeve and explained further. The fact that you can open the grave of the demon sword is definitely not a coincidence. I don't quite understand, Lin Mo repeated, his confusion clear. And Ran responded calmly, the crown princess consort already took her child and self-immolated. If they were truly dead, how could I possibly become Emperor Taizong? She turned a page in the book, then pointed to a specific passage. Look at this part, she said, drawing Lin Mo's attention. In a side hall at the Eastern Palace, the demon-sealing crown prince was reduced to ashes in a great fire, leaving behind 3 charred bodies. Lin Mo, still puzzled, replied, but that's true, wasn't it? Both children were burned alive, weren't they? Staying firm in her theory, and Ran explained, I thought so too, until I came across this secret history of the kingdom of demon sealing. She reached for another book, flipped it open to a page, and pointed to the text. Look here, she continued, before the kingdom of demon sealing was destroyed, a woman, who was the kingdom's supreme herald, had an affair with a palace guard and secretly gave birth to a son. When the kingdom fell, the child was only 3 years old. Turning to another page, she added, and here it says that the last ruler of demon sealing, though over 70 years old, had a favored consort who was about to give birth almost at the same time as the crown princess consort. And Rand's voice grew more confident as she looked at Lin Mo. The most important part, though, is this. When the province nation army attacked the demon sealing palace and they examined the records of those killed or captured, neither of the 2 children was listed. Now Lin Mo began to see the pieces fall into place. So, you're saying the crown prince was switched? And Rand nodded slightly, and Lin Mo, patting her head with a chuckle, said, What are you talking about? It sounds so absurd. You should be writing novels instead. It's a real shame you're not contributing to the literary world. Who comes up with such creative ideas? She replied, somewhat annoyed, Trust me, my instincts and reasoning have always been accurate. He smiled and responded, But I have parents. She looked at Lin Mo with a serious expression. At the same time, she took his hand and said, Your father's name is Lin Jiang. The character Kang can also be written as Shan Feng. She traced characters on his palm with her finger, speaking as she went. The younger brother of the crown prince of demon sealing. He left home at the age of 50, adopting the Buddhist name Shan Feng. He became the national teacher of the kingdom of demon sealing. As if a realization had struck him, he exclaimed, "Now everything makes sense." The scene shifted, showing the past moment when the Crown Princess Consort gave instructions to Lin Feng. Feng, look after these two children. They are the last descendants of the kingdom of demon sealing. He accepted the task, but asked, "Your Highness, won't you come with us? I am already an 8th rank demon master, capable of protecting everyone." With tears welling up, the Crown Princess Consort replied, "I cannot. Only if someone from the Safety Bureau of Province Nation witnesses my self-immolation with their own eyes will you all be safe. I cannot go with you." The little child clung to his mother's hand and said, "Don't cry, mother, don't cry." Hearing her child's voice only made her cry harder. She wiped her tears and said with a trembling voice, "Wooer, be strong and take care of your sister." With that, Lin Feng left with the child, silently promising himself that Shan Feng would never fail her and would see the children through to adulthood. As he recalled a news report he had read some time ago, Lin Mo remarked, "No wonder." The same day we mentioned Zhuang Han being imprisoned at the Safety Bureau, the Safety Bureau was wiped out. "That must have been your doing, father." Noticing his continued hesitation, and Ran added, "It might seem like mere coincidence, but when there are too many coincidences, isn't that the truth?" At her words, Lin Mo figured he might need to press the old man for clear answers to break the circular conversation. He turned to Ran and asked, "You must be tired after going through so many documents, right?" She flashed him a bright smile and responded, "As long as you're driven by the truth, you won't feel tired." Lin Mo, amused, gave Ran a gentle pat on the head. "I see you have quite the nose for gossip. Go back to your room, take your medicine, and get some rest. It's all settled now." Suddenly, she winced in pain and hugged her head. "I help ease your physical pain, and you don't even thank me," she pouted. Lin Mo smiled softly, realizing he hadn't thanked her, but wanting to tease a little. "Of course I should thank you. How about I repay you with my body?" And Ray raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "Repaying with your body again? Why do I feel like I'm getting the short end of the deal here?" Lin Mo blushed, caught off guard by her blunt response. They both turned to leave, but as they walked, they bumped into Sun Mai Lai. She turned toward them and asked, "Lin Mo, did you meet Deputy Director Sun Vi Lai in the Demon Realm?" Without missing a beat, Lin Mo answered flatly, "Sun Vi Lai, who's that?" "I don't know him." And Ran whispered to him, "Did you really not meet him?" Lin Mo gave a quiet reply, "I did meet him." She then asked, "So, where is he?" Lin Mo's response was short and to the point, "I've dealt with him." The response filled Ran with such joy that she immediately rushed over to Lin Mo and hugged him, exclaiming, "Ah, well done." She playfully pinched his cheek, then wrapped her arm around his waist. He groaned, urging her, "Ah, don't squeeze my waist like that. If you hurt it, there will be nothing left to use." His words left her embarrassed, and she quickly asked, "Use what?" Lin Mo smiled faintly and reassured her, "Nothing, nothing." Miley stood some distance away, observing the closeness between the two of them. She seemed lost in thought. Every time she saw Ran, the dull demon stirred for no apparent reason. What was really going on? The two of them had moved to the infirmary. Lin Mo sat beside her, blowing on the medicine before handing her the bowl, saying, "It might be a bit thick. Try to bear with it." The Lin Mo family treated her like a child, and she huffed, replying, "What's the big deal with this?" Although Liu Yuan King was witnessing an obvious dog food moment, and Ran gulped the entire bowl of medicine down in one go. During this, Lin Mo turned to Yuan King and said, "Thank you so much, Senior." Yuan King politely responded, "We're all just brothers and sisters here. No need for formalities. The principal has already accepted you as his disciple, so now you're my younger brother." Yuan King rose and prepared to leave, adding, "By the way, Master wants to meet you tonight to discuss something. Remember to go, younger brother." Lin Mo simply nodded and answered, "Yes." Once the door closed, and Ran adopted a more serious expression and said to him, "It's very likely that Dai Feng is the commander of Tianjun, the one who attacked the kingdom of demon sealing and killed members of your tribe, the 8 demon kings." She then warned him, "Tonight, you must be extra cautious." And Ran's words left Lin Mo speechless. He thought to himself, if I truly am Emperor Taizong of the demon sealing kingdom, then why would Dai Feng still want to take me as his disciple and protect me? Is there a deeper reason behind all of this? After leaving the infirmary, Lin Mo picked up his phone. Before he could speak, his father's voice came pouring through the speaker. "Son, you made it back from the demon realm, right? You're still in one piece. How did it go? Your mom and I have been worried sick." Lin Mo finally got a word in. "Come on, Dad. If I were gone, would I be calling you right now? And as for how it went, nothing much. Just broke the provincial record." Hearing that, Lin Feng and Xuang burst into laughter, while his younger sister, Lin King Lu, looked at him with admiration. "He's really proud of you." "Ha ha, well done. Just like his old man." Then Lin Mo added casually, Of course, I'm the only student from the Lin family, right? Shan Feng. His parents froze for a second, clearly taken aback. It seemed like Lin Mo might have started to figure something out. After a brief pause, they quickly composed themselves. Lin Feng cleared his throat. Shan Feng? Oh, no. We live up in the mountains, so there's always a breeze around here. His mother, and Xuan, quickly followed up. King Lu wants to talk to you. You two should catch up. Noticing that his dad was trying to change the subject, Lin Mo could tell they were hiding something, but he decided to save the tough questions for later. Mom and Dad said King Lu really admired you, she added, especially after you broke the province's demon realm trial record. Lin Mo smiled at his sister and said, Xiao Lu, it's not that I'm too strong, it's just that the people in my field are too weak. King Lu rolled her eyes and responded, you're still bragging, huh? If I were as strong as you, that would be something. Lin Mo replied reassuringly, as long as you stay healthy, I'll take you to Jiang City for school. With your smarts, I'll make sure you outshine all the top students. King Lu chuckled and said, you're just teasing me again. Lin Mo smiled and added, with a sister as beautiful as you, any guy who wants to win your heart will have to pay me a 10,000 yuan processing fee. At that moment, their parents stepped outside to have a private conversation, and Xuang turned to Lin Feng and said, it's likely that Mo Na has already discovered the truth about his origins. Do we still need to keep it from him? Lin Feng replied firmly, we have to keep it a secret. Our alliance of religions isn't strong enough yet. It's not the right time for him to know. He paused, then said more seriously, if he goes after revenge now, it will ruin everything we've planned. What he needs to focus on is becoming stronger and growing up. Just then, a demon crow flew across the sky. Lin Feng took the letter, his expression growing serious as he read it. It was an urgent message from the King of Hell, and Xuang looked at him, anxious, and asked, what does the letter say? Lin Feng replied, the King of Hell says that Bayang and the Dominion are about to reach a ceasefire agreement. He also mentions that it seems the military of Province Nation will soon return to defend. The demon realms of Shanglan, Bianchang, and Nanshan are facing a catastrophe. Everything at home is in your hands now. I have to go back inside. After speaking, he left, and Xuang turned to Lin Feng and said, head out early and don't be late coming back. Still in high spirits, Lin Mo continued chatting with Lin King Lu. Xiao Lu, you should get some rest too. I still have a few things to take care of. After ending the call, Lin Mo made his way to the Bayang Academy training grounds to meet someone. With a smile, he greeted the man. Master, you asked to see me? The man turned around. Zhu Feng. I heard you ranked first in the trial, he said. How does it feel? Do you feel any stronger? Lin Mo chuckled, scratching his head. How could I not? Noticing Lin Mo's proud expression, Zhu Feng's tone grew stern. Humph, do you really think defeating a few members from the security department proves anything? Lin Mo sensed the shift in tone and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. As Da Feng realized, I know who he really is. Why is he suddenly acting like this? Still, he replied calmly, I'm doing all right. Zhu Feng snapped back, all right. I don't see anything particularly impressive. Without warning, he gestured, and two massive spirit beasts appeared before Lin Mo, the Demon Ape and the Demon Judge. Lin Mo froze. Is he really trying to silence me? Zhu Feng continued, the security team members are mostly backup fighters. Defeating someone like Sun V Lai doesn't mean much. His voice softened, though it carried a deeper meaning. If you truly want to grow stronger, you'll need to face foes far beyond your current level. At that moment, Lin Mo was still trembling with fear, but he began to understand Zhu Feng's intentions. It seemed that Dai Feng didn't actually want to kill him. Zhu Feng instructed him, use all your strength and attack me. Lin Mo nervously replied, fighting against the master is like walking straight into death, isn't it? Shuddering, he added, the demons bound by your contract are all at the level of evil spirits, and you're a demon master at the 6th rank. Recognizing the concern, Zhu Feng raised his hand and said, in that case, I'll reduce the power of my demon contracts. Immediately, his demons shrank in size. Once he had done this, Zhu Feng turned to Lin Mo and said, now they're only at the malevolent spirit level, no stronger than your demons. I've also suppressed my spiritual aura, lowering myself to a demon master at the 2nd rank. You can't say I'm bullying you now, can you? Lin Mo offered a slight smile and replied, Master, you now have only 2 malevolent spirit-level demons. Doesn't that mean it's actually you who's bullying me? Zhu Feng fixed him with a serious look and said, then try it and see. At those words, Lin Mo took a step back and summoned his demons. The weeping demon, a female, appeared behind him and began chanting the soul-drawing chant. Zhu Feng and his 2 demons simply moved back, avoiding Lin Mo's attack. This caused Lin Mo to panic, prompting him to shout. He carefully adjusted his stance and narrowly avoided the deadly Brahmic chant. Still, he pressed on, ordering his demons to continue the pursuit. As he followed, he thought to himself, as long as Dai Feng falls within the range of Bronic chant, he will be under my control. It had been an unknown amount of time, but Lin Mo kept pursuing while Zhu Feng continued to evade. Neither had managed to land a hit on the other with any of their techniques. Frustrated by the lack of progress, Lin Mo muttered, "This is getting interesting." Determined to change the course, he pressed his wrist, which began to glow. "Come out," he commanded. Demon Martial Disciple. Demon Diva. Demon Diva. Demon Martial Disciple. Once summoned, the Demon Martial Disciple immediately took up a battle stance, ready to face the enemies before him. Lin Mo urgently ordered all four of you attack, slash them, cut them down. Zhu Feng's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "Humph, is this really how you fight?" He observed the Demon Martial Disciple's attack and the Demon Maid's swift block. The extreme demon charged in with a brutal chainsaw-like swing aimed directly at Zhu Feng, but the Demon Maid intercepted it, sending him crashing back with a single strike. From his position behind the group, Lin Mo noticed an opening, a perfect chance to strike. Thinking quickly, he barked, "Demon Martial Disciple, use your skill." At the command, the Demon Martial Disciple's eyes flashed brightly as he unleashed a series of 3 swift slashes, each strike cutting through the air with precision. Seeing this, the Devil's Extreme rushed forward, chainsaw raised. The Demon Judge, sensing the impending danger, immediately jumped aside to avoid the attack. But with the target shifting, neither the Demon Martial Disciple nor the Devil's Extreme had time to react. They collided with a brutal crash, pain surging through their bodies. From behind, Lin Mo watched the chaos unfold, a smirk crossing his face. "I haven't even used my skills yet, and this is all you can manage," he remarked. His expression turned serious as he frowned. His voice low and commanding, he said, "This is just the beginning." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Demon Maid lunged at Lin Mo, forcing him to instinctively step back. Panic surged through him. He wasn't prepared mentally for the sudden attack. He cried out in alarm and summoned a sword from his palm, the sound of metal ringing sharply in the air. "Sword!" Lin Mo swung the blade, releasing a wave of energy around him, but the Demon Maid was already quick to react, dodging the attack with ease. Seizing the opportunity, Demon Judge swiftly moved to stand behind the Demon Maid in a defensive stance, fully aware of their plan. In that moment of panic, Lin Mo thought to himself, "Asterisk, so that's it. The Demon Maid was just a distraction, and Demon Judge is the real threat, asterisk." Demon Judge wasted no time, throwing his knife directly at Lin Mo. There was no room to dodge. Lin Mo's heart raced as he realized, "Asterisk, this is bad. I can't avoid this one, asterisk." Quickly, he activated the power of his eyes, invoking the Illusionary Realm technique. In an instant, both demons skillfully avoided the attack. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, "Asterisk, I didn't expect them to close their eyes the moment I used the Illusionary Realm technique, asterisk." Before he could fully process this, a knife suddenly drove into his chest, sending a searing pain through his body. He let out a scream of agony. The force of the blow sent him stumbling backward, and he struggled to regain his footing, his teeth clenched against the pain. Looking at his master, Lin Mo thought, "Asterisk Dai Feng is clearly holding back. I didn't even break a rib, asterisk." Zhu Feng stepped forward, scolding him. "At your current level, even a low-ranking soldier would defeat you without breaking a sweat." Breathing heavily, Lin Mo, still in confusion, asked, "I can't even be a low-ranking soldier." His mind raced as he thought, asterisk, "If Province Nation learns that I'm Emperor Taezong of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing, it won't just be a safe zone anymore. It will be an entire army, asterisk." This realization struck him hard. He knew what he had to do, train harder. With a renewed sense of resolve, Lin Mo continued to fight while reflecting, asterisk, "If I'm not strong enough to stand against an army, then I have nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, asterisk." He swung his sword in a swift arc, shouting, "One sword to eliminate evil," as he aimed at the Demon Judge. However, the judge nimbly dodged the blow. Without hesitation, he lifted his brush high and began to wave it, tracing swift, deliberate strokes in the air. The brush struck the hilt of Lin Mo's sword, making him cry out in pain. Meanwhile, the judge remained unaware that the Demon Martial Disciple and Devil's Extreme were already charging toward him from behind. The two demons landed with a heavy thud and immediately struck at the judge, forcing him to retreat. In that instant, the remaining demons closed in around Lin Mo, positioning themselves to protect him. Lin Mo issued a sharp command. "All together, let's go!" His soldiers, filled with fury, roared as they surged forward. Some shouted, others growled, all crying out in unison, "Kill!" A minute later, they were all exhausted, collapsed on the ground. Lin Mo let out a deep sigh. "Ha! This is tougher than I thought. I can control 4 demons at once, but the attack method is too simple. I've been constantly adjusting their positions. Should I have 2 demons use their skills to charge forward to attack, or should I send all 4 in a battle at once?" He thought for a moment, then shook his head, dismissing the idea. This kind of approach might work against low-level demons or wild beasts, but against someone as experienced as Dai Feng, who can control demons as skillfully as he does, there's no way I could win. Zhu Feng stepped forward, his tone serious. So, you finally see the problem? He began to analyze the situation, speaking with authority. Your pact limit is high, and your talent is commendable, but do you really think upgrading the level of your demon pact is enough? Zhu Feng grabbed Lin Mo by the collar, his gaze intense as he continued. Coordination is key. It's not just about how the demons work together, but also how you, the demon master, coordinate with them. He growled, position, timing, and the flexible use of skills are the most important. You have none of those. Lin Mo quickly moved his hands with precision, gripping the Fan Bao Kim firmly. He charged toward the demon judge and the demon maid, shouting loudly, "Watch this." The demon judge reacted swiftly, kicking Lin Mo hard in the abdomen. The force of the blow made him cry out in pain. 10 minutes into the training, the demon maid, who had been focused on Devil's Extreme, suddenly turned her attention to Lin Mo. Her eyes glinted ominously. Without hesitation, she swung her scythe through the air toward him, forcing him to dodge desperately. By the time half an hour had passed, Lin Mo was covered in injuries, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. After an hour of relentless training, he spoke through clenched teeth, determination in his voice. Continue. On the sidelines, Ran and Mu Yuan King sat watching the match with casual interest. Mu Yuan King rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement and amusement. Watching the younger brother's first beast training is really quite entertaining, she remarked. Ran, however, furrowed her brow, her large eyes filled with concern. She muttered under her breath, "This beast training is even worse than the monkeys and lions in a circus. If he keeps falling like that, Lin Mo is going to collapse." Mu Yuan King gave a small, forced smile as she recalled their own past experiences. Well, it's still better than what happened to us when we were younger. Back then, we were tossed around like balls, knocked about and sent flying like flags. And Rand's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? It was that bad? The demon judge remained focused, handling each individual task with precision before muttering quietly to himself, "There's coordination, but not enough. Step out." Suddenly, Lin Mo's expression shifted, becoming serious. He swung the Fan Bao Kim directly toward the demon judge. "What about this, then?" Demon judge swiftly extended his leg and delivered a powerful kick at Lin Mo. The force of the blow sent Lin Mo flying backward, its face turning pale. In an instant, Lin Mo's expression darkened, and a subtle, smug smile appeared on his lips. At that moment, the demon martial disciple and demon diva quickly surrounded demon judge from either side. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a coordinated attack. Demon diva began singing, unleashing the full force of her demonic play, intending to control the situation. Demon martial disciple followed up immediately, sending a blade hurtling toward demon judge. "Don't move." Demon judge's face darkened, but there was no trace of panic in his demeanor. Instead, he offered a slight, approving smile. "Well done. It seems you've made some progress." With incredible speed, demon judge turned toward demon diva, his voice firm and commanding. "Too bad. You're still not experienced enough." Lin Mo, sweating heavily, winced in pain. Gritting his teeth, he muttered inwardly, "Damn it, still not enough." Mu Yuan King, observing the scene intently, wore a hopeful expression and spoke with approval. "Your younger brother learns quickly. He's very sharp. It took me half a month to learn, and only then did I begin to coordinate a little better with the demonic contract." And Ran, clearly agitated, looked on with concern, her voice filled with worry. "Sharp? What do you mean sharp? He's badly injured." Suddenly, Principal Zhu Feng's attention was drawn to something unusual. Glancing behind, he observed a group of wild demons led by a female demon in a red dress, charging toward them with alarming speed. "How dare you harm my beloved husband like this? Who is responsible for this? Deal with him right now." Mu Yuan King's expression shifted to one of urgency, and he shouted anxiously, "Damn it, a group of wild demons is attacking." And Ran, remaining calm, quickly responded, "Look closely. They're not after Lin Mo. They seem to be targeting the principal." Mu Yuan King relaxed his face and exhaled deeply, his tension easing. He then said, "Hitting the master? Well, that's fine. The master will handle it. As long as my younger brother is not harmed, everything will be all right." The female ghost in red charged directly at Principal Zhu Feng, her eyes filled with fury. "That old bastard dared to lay a finger on my beloved. He deserves to die." The demon beside her also yelled fiercely, "Don't worry, brother, I'm here to rescue you." Zhu Feng, however, remained calm. He smoothly dodged the attack and asked with casual curiosity, "What's going on? Do we have some kind of grudge?" Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression turned serious. He rushed forward to stop the red-clad female ghost. Hey, 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 stop! He's my master. In his haste, Lin Mo pulled too hard, causing the female ghost's garments to slip down. The ghost immediately changed her demeanor, blushing and shyly turning toward Lin Mo. He stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Darling, she said sweetly, there are so many ghosts around, and you still want to ask me about this. On the other side, Ran glared, her anger building as she clenched her fist and cursed. Seeing Lin Mo tugging at the female ghost only made her more furious. The more she fumed, the more the system of notifications appeared. Congratulations, a host has received 60 break the room points. Lin Mo, surprised and confused, muttered, where did these break the room points come from? The red-clad female ghost winked at him, her face turning a deep shade of red. She spoke in a playful tone. Once I've taught that old man a lesson, I'll have some fun with my darling. Lin Mo's face turned pale, and he quickly shouted, no need for that. Tell them to stop immediately. The female ghost pouted in confusion, but then agreed. All right, I'll do whatever you say. After finishing her sentence, the female ghost in red suddenly opened her mouth wide and issued a sharp command. Stop everything. At this, the wild ghosts froze, confusion spreading across their faces. Principal Zhu Feng's expression darkened. His anger clear as veins popped on his forehead. He growled, Lin Mo, what's going on here? You'd better explain yourself right now. The female ghost in red, hearing this, immediately turned hostile, her voice rising in defense. Old man, don't take that tone with my beloved husband. Lin Mo quickly stepped in, grabbing the female ghost in red and trying to calm the situation. It's a misunderstanding. These are just some friends I made at the abandoned slaughterhouse. They thought you were bullying me, so they came to help. The female ghost in red's demeanor shifted instantly. She softened, moving closer, and Lin Mo's voice dropped to a gentle tone. It's been so long since I've seen you. Lin Mo looked uncomfortable, trying to pull away as panic crept into his expression. He stammered, I still have things to do. Please go. Without another word, the female ghost in red and the wild ghosts turned to leave. As they did, she called out with a lingering tone, If my beloved husband has important matters, I won't bother you. But if you need help in the graveyard, we'll be there for you. Principal Zhu Feng, his face stern, appeared from behind them and barked, Why are you still standing there? Get back to training. Soon after, Principal Zhu Feng's face grew even more serious. He summoned a shielded ghost, his voice cold and authoritative. This time, there are 3 of them. Lin Mo's brows furrowed in response. He quickly dodged the first strike from the shielded ghost. Crouching low, he cursed loudly in frustration. Damn it, this is even harder than before. The shielded ghost didn't hesitate, delivering a powerful punch that sent Lin Mo flying several miles. Bruised and battered, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and fought to stay conscious. This old man is using his position to settle personal scores. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of Lin Mo's heavy breathing broke the silence. It was past midnight, the training having finished at 12 o'clock. Zhu Feng, the principal, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and with a calm voice, offered his approval. Your performance today was impressive. Keep it up tomorrow. And Ran rushed over, gently wiping the dirt from Lin Mo's face, her voice filled with concern. You're covered in dirt. Let me clean that off your face. Lin Mo, pushing through his exhaustion, smiled proudly and asked, So how was it? Was I amazing today? Mu Yuan King, with a playful smile, narrowed her eyes and eagerly added, I have to say, you're the smartest person I've ever met, aside from the master. Lin Mo smiled modestly at her compliment and responded, Big brother must be pretty strong too, right? Mu Yuan King's eyes sparkled as she replied excitedly. Of course, he's now a wanted criminal in 6 countries. No, wait, 7. Lin Mo stared at her in disbelief, speechless. 7 countries, he finally managed to stammer. So, what about the other brothers and sisters? He motioned for Mu Yuan King to stop, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise, his mouth hanging open. Wait. I think I understand now. No one here is really a proper person. Mu Yuan King gave him a mischievous smile, her eyes narrowing as she responded gently. Though they oppose the master, they are still kind to us. Lin Mo, wearing an expression of helplessness, let out a forced laugh and replied, Ha ha, well, I don't think they're as kind as you're making them out to be. Mu Yuan King patted Lin Mo on the shoulder with a warm smile, her voice gentle but firm. That's why, apart from the master, it's just the 2 of us. We must be obedient and try our best to be good disciples. Lin Mo paused, unsure of how to respond before quickly agreeing. It must be so. Suddenly, Ram puffed out her cheeks, clearly displeased, asked, Hey, shouldn't you explain a little about that female ghost? What's going on with her? Lin Mo scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he stammered, You mean the female ghost? He felt uneasy and couldn't bring himself to meet Ran's eyes. Speaking in a low voice, he mumbled, "That night, for some reason, I passed out at the old house in the abandoned graveyard. When I woke up, the female ghost was right next to me. After that, she kept following me around. I swear I'm not lying. Honestly, I don't remember much of what happened after I passed out." And Rand's expression turned serious, her sharp gaze locking onto him as she asked again, "Is that all?" Lingmo put on a sincere face, holding up 4 fingers and replying firmly, "That's all." New Yuan King grinned mischievously and quickly jumped in, eager to ask, "Oh, so what happened when you woke up?" It seemed like Lin Mo had been struck to the core, momentarily losing his ability to speak. Inside, he feared, if I say it, I'm really done for, and Rand, arms crossed, stared at him with an expectant look, determined to get an answer. "Come on, tell me." Lin Mo quickly regained his composure and began rambling a flurry of words. "Well, when I woke up, it's not really something I should or shouldn't say, but she didn't say anything. There was nothing at all. We definitely didn't say anything. That's just how it was. This kind of thing, well, it depends on the person. We could have done something, maybe thought of a way. I didn't realize it at first, but once I did, I had already realized it. I guess that's just how it is. I'm telling you to this. This thing. Seemed to be true, huh?" After listening to Lin Mo ramble for a while, both Ran and Mu Yuan King felt dizzy and disoriented, their heads spinning as if caught in a whirlwind. Seizing the chance, Lin Mo quickly took his leave. "To sum it up, that's all there is to it. And Ran, get some rest. Senior, sleep well," he said with a smile. At that moment, Ran was still a little dazed. She turned to Mu Yuan King and asked, "Wait, are you telling me this is about 7 big guys and 1 frail girl?" Mu Yuan King smiled helplessly and shrugged. "We got caught up in his rambling. We were forced to listen to all that nonsense." Realizing what had just happened, Ran immediately got frustrated and shouted, "Lin Mo, come back and tell me again." Lin Mo gave a mischievous smile and turned to run off, his voice ringing out as he left, and Ran is still recovering, so make sure you take care of your stomach tomorrow. Don't skip breakfast. If you don't eat something in the morning, it's not really breakfast. With a sigh, Mu Yuan King looked on with resignation and muttered, "My younger brother really is something. He's going places, no doubt." And Ran pouted and disagreed. The only thing he's got is being a fool. Meanwhile, in Lin Mo's dormitory, everyone had quietly fallen asleep. Lin Mo gently opened his bedroom door and was met by Hai Xiao Ban, who popped his head out, practically vibrating with excitement. "Finally, you're back," Hai Xiao Ban exclaimed. Mr. Mu gave Hai Xiao Ban a knowing grin, while Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Why aren't you asleep yet? What are you doing up at this hour?" Hai Xiao Ban's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he grinned from ear to ear. "Mr. Mu, about that video you promised me. The teacher series still has 13 episodes left, and what about the secret story of the 7 big guys and the frail girl?" Lin Mo stood frozen, his mind blank for a moment, unable to respond. Without further thought, he quickly sent the message. Hai Xiao Ban's face lit up with excitement, his smile widening as he eagerly waited. "Hey girls, I'm here. All done." Lin Mo didn't waste any time. He turned on his heel and walked away. "I'm going to take a shower. You can enjoy yourselves," he said casually. On Hai Xiao Ban's phone, a collection of study materials from different teachers popped up. For a moment, Hai Xiao Ban stiffened, his expression darkening with clear disappointment. "What is this?" he barked in frustration. At that instant, a notification flashed on the screen. "Congratulations. You've earned 500 break the rune points asterisk." Inside Lin Mo, his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. A loud, mocking laugh echoed in his mind. Nothing wrong here. It really is a collection of teachers after all asterisk. Hai Xiao Ban's face tightened, his mood sinking further as he stared at the screen. "Don't tell me this is about the 7 boys I called and that 1 weak girl." Suddenly, the phone began playing an animated movie soundtrack, and the 7 brothers from the gourd appeared on screen. In a fit of rage, Hai Xiao Ban hurled the phone to the ground, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, Lin Mo." The sister responded immediately with another notification. "Congratulations. You've earned 500 break the rune points asterisk." A Shu, who had been asleep, was jolted awake by the noise. "What's going on? Is a ghost attacking?" he muttered, still half dazed. Hai Xiao Ban, not ready to give up, knelt on the ground in frustration, muttering bitterly, "That damn Lin Mo, you tricked me, you evil spirit. Let my grandpa go." A Shu, witnessing the scene, rolled his eyes and sighed. "It's just a video. Do you really need to flip out like this?" Inside Lin Mo, hearing everything unfold, he couldn't help but grin. The plan worked perfectly. On the rooftop of Bayang Academy's dormitory, Lin Mo calmly continued upgrading Devil's Extreme step by step. Lin Mo's expression grew serious as he concentrated all his energy into transferring power to Devil's Extreme. As soon as he felt the surge of energy flooding through him, Devil's Extreme let out a deep, satisfied growl. A male student from the lower floor suddenly appeared, glaring up at Lin Mo and muttering in frustration, "What's going on here in the middle of the afternoon?" Lin Mo quickly apologized. "Sorry, I couldn't control it earlier." When the student saw the menacing form of Devil's Extreme, his face went pale, and without another word, he quickly vanished, not daring to speak further. It's fine, you can carry on." "Nothing's wrong," the student muttered as he disappeared. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. He gently patted Devil's Extreme on the back and said, "Let's keep going. Time to activate the skill." "Your father." Lin Mo focused all his energy into amplifying Devil's Extreme's power, successfully unlocking the Electric Chainsaw Demon's third skill. Devil's Extreme stood still, feeling the transformation take hold. The Electric Chainsaw Demon's loyalty increased by 9%, reaching 99%. This loyalty would remain unbreakable, solidifying its position as a permanent contract demon. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. At last, he had figured out how to handle demons with both armor and magic resistance, no longer feeling helpless. Now he could compensate for the weaknesses in his attacks. Once everything was in place, Lin Mo swiftly gave the order, "Withdraw Electric Chainsaw Demon. Return." With a serious expression, Lin Mo summoned a sword. The demon sword appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly, focusing all of his energy on upgrading it. The demon sword upgraded, advancing to the intermediate rank of Malevolent Spirit. It leveled up again, reaching the advanced rank of Malevolent Spirit. Lin Mo's eyes fixed on his arm, now swollen with thick veins. A grin spread across his face. The higher the demon sword's rank, the more powerful his arm would become. He couldn't help but wonder how much longer it would take for his two arms to turn into nothing but bones. After a brief pause, excitement flashed across Lin Mo's face. His lips curled into a smile as he continued to channel his energy into the Fan Bao sword. With that, he successfully activated the third skill upgrade of the demon sword and unlocked the ability, the Sword of One's Path. Lin Mo focused on the system interface, his expression brightening. This skill was perfect for ambushes and stealth attacks. The Sword of One's Path, level 1. When the wielder leaves behind a shadow demon at the start, their body and the sword will move together, gaining double the speed and reducing incoming damage by 95% for the duration. Once the skill ends, the body returns to the position of the demon shadow. The distance between the shadow demon and the body cannot exceed 50 meters. It costs 300 spiritual aura and has a cooldown of 600 seconds. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, gripping the Fan Bao sword. The amount of spiritual aura required was a bit high, and the cooldown was long. He could only use it once per battle. It seemed this skill would be a powerful trump card. With that thought, Lin Mo turned and walked away, a dark look on his face. He quietly realized that his remaining demon pearls were too few. He'd need more resources to level up again. The scene shifted to the training ground, where Principal Zhu Feng stood waiting for Lin Mo, arms crossed. Zhu Feng furrowed his brows, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Mo as he delivered a grim warning. "Disciple, you're likely walking into your own grave." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo froze. His face went pale, his mouth hanging open in shock, unable to speak. Slowly, he lit a cigarette. Zhu Feng, the principal, spoke calmly. "Latest reports from the north say a ceasefire has been agreed upon. Soon, the military will take control of the Security Bureau." With a serious tone, Zhu Feng continued, "Their investigation will be thorough. Your identity will soon be fully exposed." Lin Mo's expression darkened immediately. His eyes lowered, thinking that Gao Longchen would report his involvement to the higher-ups, putting him in even greater danger. When Lin Mo finished his cigarette, Zhu Feng gently stubbed it out. Looking at Lin Mo with a deep, almost affectionate gaze, Zhu Feng quietly advised, "Whether or not you have enemies in the military, you must at least have the means to protect yourself." Lin Mo's demeanor shifted instantly. His eyes burned with determination. His voice was firm as he said, "Master, let's begin training. Release all 4 demons without holding back. Let them fight at the level of evil spirits." Seeing Lin Mo's resolve, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhu Feng's lips. His eyes softened with a touch of amusement as he replied, "4 is good." Without hesitation, the 4 demons materialized before Zhu Feng, their excitement palpable as they proclaimed, "Training begins." Lin Mo assumed his stance, his face tense and his lips pressed firmly together, but his eyes gleamed with a fierce determination to test his strength. At Zhu Feng's command, both sides rushed into battle. "Go!" The red demon, gripping a pen, swiftly unleashed a powerful electric trick, blocking both opponents and sending a shower of sparks into the air. Beside him, the skeleton demon charged forward with a scythe. while the Guken demon quickly snapped the strings of his instrument, releasing waves of purple energy that surged toward their enemies. Meanwhile, Demon Diva and Demon Martial Disciple tried to rush in to help but were stopped by the Shield Demon, who sent Demon Diva flying across the battlefield. The scene was chaos as the combatants clashed fiercely, each blow more intense than the last. In the corner, Zhu Feng stood calmly, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed the unfolding battle. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, his mind working. Advancing and retreating with precision, switching between offense and defense. It's becoming more natural. Not bad. But compared to the coordination of a full army, it still lacks something. At the same time, Lin Mo, armed with 2 swords, found himself surrounded by both the Red Demon and the Shield Demon, his mind racing. Then, suddenly something clicked. He charged toward the Shield Demon, shouting, "There's no escape. Let's attack." Zhu Feng, watching closely, gave the order without hesitation. Fire the chaos arrows. His eyes narrowed as he judged Lin Mo's move. He miscalculated, stepping right into the range of the demonic soul arrows. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. An arrow of immense power sped toward him, yet he made no attempt to avoid it. As the arrow closed in, he summoned his clone, a figure cloaked in a green aura, who materialized in front of him. Without hesitation, he dashed in a different direction, leaving the clone to intercept the arrow. With a swift leap, he swung his sword, cleaving the arrow clean in 2. As he landed, Zhu Feng stood motionless, staring at the scene in disbelief. The sight of such power left him stunned. The boy has unlocked all 3 abilities of the Demon Sword in less than a month. His natural talent for activating these skills may even surpass that of his older brother, he murmured in astonishment. Lin Mo, ever watchful of his teacher, calculated his next move, eager to seize the opportunity and secure the first victory. There was still time. He had to act quickly to neutralize the enemy's general. Without warning, one of his eyes turned a bright crimson. He called out sharply, "Blood curse!" Like a gust of wind, Lin Mo surged toward his master. But Zhu Feng was not caught off guard. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, summoning the Blood Knight Demon. The demon appeared, its form wrapped in a band across its chest, surrounded by swirling dark energy. Blood Knight Demon, blink. Zhu Feng commanded. The demon instantly took a defensive stance, shielding its master. Lin Mo closed in, slashing horizontally with his sword, but Zhu Feng had already given orders. With a sly smile, he spoke. "Careful, leader. You've made a misstep." Lin Mo grinned, thinking to himself, true, the 8 demon kings are formidable opponents, but forcing Da Feng to summon another demon is already a small victory in itself. In an instant, a demon shield materialized, thrusting itself forward to strike Lin Mo from a distance. One man, one guard yanked past, intoned. Lin Mo shouted, his voice sharp and commanding, "Change position. One sword, one fall is retaliating. The shield won't land a hit like this." Just as the words left his mouth, he felt something was wrong. His eyes darted around, and there they were. 3 arrows headed straight for him. In a flash, Heman Saw Electric swung its chainsaw-like weapon, intercepting all 3 arrows and shattering them midair with precision. Lin Mo staggered back slightly, shouting. Demon Saw Electric maintained guard. His gaze swept the area, tension building as he reminded himself, the test isn't over. Stay sharp. Observing from the sidelines, Blood Knight Demon spoke thoughtfully. He intentionally showed a weak point earlier. That bait allowed Demon Shield to reveal their next move. With one sword, one fall, he turned the situation around. Chief, he outplayed you. Who would have expected that in one night, he could activate 3 Demon Sword techniques and control the flow of battle so well? After a few more exchanges, Blood Knight Demon added, in terms of power under contract restrictions, he's not behind you. In skill activation, he matches your top disciple. And in combat awareness and adaptability, he rivals even your 8th. As Lin Mo continued to maneuver skillfully, Blood Knight Demon remarked, and with the crafty moon technique, his finesse is close to that of your 2nd disciple. With a subtle smile, he gave Zhu Feng a friendly pat on the shoulder. Chief, you may have found yourself another exceptional student. Zhu Feng responded with a light chuckle. Let's not exaggerate just yet. Then, turning to watch Lin Mo more intently, he added, he's promising, but still inexperienced. He has a lot more to learn. Blood Knight Demon nodded, sensing the weight behind the words, and chose to remain silent. Blood Knight Demon charged forward with great speed, forcing Lin Mo to react quickly in alarm. Guess I'll join in the fun, he said with a grin. Demon Shield and Knight Demon closed in on Lin Mo, making it impossible for him to avoid their strikes. Observing this, Knight Demon raised an eyebrow and called out, Hey kid, how about we turn up the heat a little? I can get in on this too. Lin Mo shot him a hard look and replied, his voice steady. This is nothing. Come on, bring it on. As soon as the words left his mouth, Blood Knight Demon launched himself at Lin Mo, sending him flying. Knight Demon laughed loudly. Big words, huh? Blood Knight Demon kept his eyes fixed on Lin Mo, a blood-red aura surrounding him. From this aura, a vortex formed, swirling with sharp blades pointing upwards, all aimed directly at Lin Mo, who was still midair. Without any support beneath him, Lin Mo gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as the blades tore through his flesh. Asterisk, this is powerful asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, but it's just surface wounds. Daifeng still holding back. If he weren't, I'd be dealing with much worse than this asterisk. As he plummeted towards the ground, Demon of Tears appeared in a flash, rushing to catch him and cradling him gently in her arms. She helped him to his feet, concern evident in her eyes, while Lin Mo felt his strength fading. He reminded himself that his control wasn't perfect yet, and that he needed to close the gap as soon as possible. He clenched his fists and called out with determination. Keep training until nightfall. By the time the moon had risen, Lin Mo lay exhausted on the ground, breathing heavily. Two Fangs sat beside him, calmly smoking a cigarette. He watched as the demon was subdued with a look of quiet satisfaction. It had been a productive day. Lin Mo turned to him with a tired smile and asked, Master, do you think I'm ready to take on the second soldier now? Zhu Fang turned his head, a smirk spreading across his face as he said, You've made it. 3 years, and that second soldier or whatever, it's nothing to you. The other man shifted uncomfortably, his gaze filled with concern. He offered a gentle reminder. Master, you're getting older. You should cut back on smoking. Zhu Feng's face softened with a hint of worry as he muttered, Ha! Getting old. That's the only thought I have left. He sat down next to him, his expression turning serious. For a long time, he had been under the guidance of Daifeng, who treated him like a disciple. But had an asterisk been the one leading troops into the kingdom of Demon Sealing to kill and loot? With a lingering doubt, he asked, I heard you were once one of the 8 demon kings, Duan and Kan. Back then, you were the commander of Tianjun. Zhu Feng froze, a look of fear flashing across his face. He stammered, Ah! For a moment, he was lost in thought, the memories pulling him deep into the past. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted him back to the present as he bit his tongue. He let out a small cry, and the cigarette slipped from his hand. He quickly stubbed it out, then began to speak slowly. That battle. I was still a deputy commander back then. After it ended, I was promoted to commander. Lin Mo, still unsure, pressed him further. Conflicts between nations have always existed, but did you really take part in the massacre and plundering? Zhu Feng was quiet for a long time, the weight of the question clearly weighing on him. Finally, he answered, Yes, the commander of the Allied forces at the time, my brother. He was also your master's senior. Lin Mo, visibly moved, suddenly leaped to his feet. It was him. Zhu Feng gave him a calm look. Don't get too worked up. The two of you will meet eventually, but not just yet. You need to strengthen yourself quickly, or when that moment comes, you won't survive. He clenched his teeth, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and barely contained anger. His brows knitted together, and, with great effort, he forced out a few words through his gritted teeth. I know. Zhu Feng shut his eyes, stifling a deep sigh. His voice grew heavier as he began to speak, each word tinged with regret. Honestly, after the battle, I couldn't help but regret my involvement. I wish I had never joined this war. Old memories rushed back to him. The kingdom of Demon Sealing had always been a beacon of peace. But the province nation, driven by a desire to conquer, spread a dangerous and deceitful lie. They claimed that the kingdom of Demon Sealing was on the verge of breaking the barrier in the southwest, which would allow hordes of demons from beyond the continent to invade the nations. His tone darkened as he continued. When that rumor spread, it was met with outrage from many nations and people. In response, Nation A rallied its army and formed alliances with others to launch an attack on the kingdom of Demon Sealing. At the time, I too believed the rumor and joined the campaign. He gritted his teeth again, his emotions welling up. But once the war ended, the truth became clear. The kingdom of Demon Sealing hadn't opened the barrier at all. In fact, they had strengthened their defenses. It was unimaginable that such a powerful nation would deceive the world so thoroughly. Lin Mo, after hearing this, could only respond with quiet fury. So the province nation used that lie as a cover to invade the kingdom of Demon Sealing, slaughtering its people and destroying your homeland. Zhu Feng's fist tightened, his eyes darkening further. The province nation fooled everyone. They didn't just massacre countless civilians during the war, but even after it ended, Nation 8 showed no mercy to the tens of thousands who remained. His voice grew even more filled with fury. The province nation had ordered the remaining people from the kingdom of Demon Sealing to be relocated to the outskirts of the cities, condemning them to the most degrading living conditions. If a demon tide were to attack, they would be the first to face it, serving as shields for the people of Nation H. Lin Mo's anger could no longer be contained. Upon hearing the principal's words, he slammed his fist into the ground with all of his strength, causing a thunderous crash. His eyes glowed with a red hue as the earth cracked beneath him, and his roar echoed in the silence. This is a deep blood feud that cannot be resolved with anything less than vengeance, he shouted. Zhu Feng took a slow, deep breath. His composure was unshaken. He then spoke to Lin Mo in a calm tone. This is something you would have discovered eventually. Since you wish to know now, I will tell you. Lin Mo's eyes never left him. You didn't want to be part of their evil schemes. You hated being in the military, so you founded Bayang Academy. Taking me in as a disciple was your way of atoning for your past. Zhu Feng turned his head slightly, as if avoiding the matter, though it might have simply appeared that way. A faint, resigned look crossed his aged face as he sighed deeply. If you seek revenge for me, I won't hold it against you. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on the principal, his voice serious and unwavering. No, this isn't entirely your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Province Nation. He stood up from the lecture platform, leaping lightly to the ground, his resolve clear. I want Province Nation to pay for their bloodshed in blood. Lin Mo took a step forward, cracking his knuckles as he straightened up, standing firm and resolute. Master, shall we continue our training tomorrow? Deep within his heart, Zhu Feng began to feel a warm sensation spread through him. He was truly a good person. He muttered quietly to himself, it seems the people of Demon Ceiling have been saved. The following day, new tanks began rolling into the city one after another. The entire military of the Province Nation had returned to defend the area. Troops were stationed in various provinces, and the Jiang Province Security Bureau was fully taken over by the army. As a result, the demon taming and demon prodigy groups had to relocate. The army had started clearing the demon realms within the province and was actively removing areas overrun by wild demons. Zhu Feng slammed his hand down on the blackboard, which was covered with the bold words, Demon Beast Cleanup Mission. The mission to eliminate the demons was assigned to various schools. Students who participated would even earn substantial rewards. However, despite his enthusiastic tone, the room remained silent. Some students were slouched over their desks, barely awake. Suddenly, one student raised their hand. Teacher. Zhu Feng's eyes immediately brightened. Do you want to take on the mission? He asked eagerly. But the student responded with a look of disdain and spoke up loudly. I'm not hungry. If you're done teaching, don't waste any more time. Still, Zhu Feng continued to urge the class. If you kill demons, you'll get media attention, be featured on TV, even on the radio. Come on, everyone sign up. Ling Mo glanced over at a Shu, his eyes silently asking a question. Shall we do it? A Shu, ever the perfect teammate, understood immediately. Of course, why not? With a demon pearl, who wouldn't want to try for it? Lin Mo raised his hand high from the back of the classroom, calling out, Teacher, we want to take on a mission. Zhu Feng, seemingly relieved, immediately responded, All right, after a tough competition, Lin Mo and a Shu have been assigned this mission. The bell signaling the end of class rang slowly, its sound echoing across the large school grounds, signaling the close of the day. Lin Mo picked up the piece of paper outlining their mission, the Weeping Demon Haunted House, which had 2 medium-level spirits, managed by Bayang Academy, the Evil Spirit Swimming Pool, which contained 3 medium-level spirits, overseen by Lin Feng Academy, and the Basement of Evil Spirits, which housed 6 low-level spirits and 4 high-level ones, managed by Xu Feng Academy. He voiced his confusion. Principal, why is the mission we're assigned so simple? Why do other schools have more spirits to deal with? Xu Feng gave a knowing smile and replied, We're a vocational school. We can't compare to those prestigious institutions. This mission was one I had to fight for. With that, he turned to walk toward the door, his steps calm and relaxed, a note of satisfaction in his voice. It seemed that, for him, something was better than nothing. Suddenly, Zhu Feng paused, turned back to look at Lin Mo and a Shu, and chuckled softly. His eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam, as though hinting that sometimes rules were meant to be bent. Lin Mo quickly grasped the implication in Zhu Feng's words. Master, are you suggesting we should take their missions while pretending not to notice? He asked, his voice cautious. I didn't say that, Zhu Feng replied, his grin widening just slightly. Lin Mo glanced at a Shu who stood beside him and raised his hand for a high five. Whether it's part of the mission or not, let's just go ahead and rob them, he said. A Shu nodded in agreement. True, worst case, we don't get paid. But at least we kill the demon and get the demon pearl. Who needs the payment anyway? Inside the vast library surrounded by towering shelves filled with books, Lin Mo walked down the main corridor with an air of calm, as if there were no immediate concerns. Without warning, he stopped in front of a massive bookshelf. He peered through the gaps between the shelves and seemed to spot exactly what he was searching for. Slowly, he spoke as he saw Ran sitting on the floor reading to a small child, her back leaning against the bookshelf. She was indeed there. And Ran looked up and spoke in a steady voice. Reading here is free, but once it's time to leave, I won't be able to read anymore. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. Leave? But the bounty on you from the Safety Bureau is still active. It's dangerous to go outside. and Rand rested her chin on her hand, her eyes bright as she met his gaze. But I'm not a student of Bayang. How could I stay hidden here forever? She stretched lazily, then shot him a sideways glance before speaking softly. Don't worry, I've been on the run from the Safety Bureau for years. I know exactly how they work. She paused, then inched closer to Lin Mo, speaking as if sharing a secret. Right now, I have a huge lead. And Rand leaned in close to his ear, her breath warm against his skin. Wu Kun spoke up. In the next few days, the Safety Bureau is sending a batch of supplies to Xinhai City. I plan to steal it. Lin Mo stood frozen for a moment, his tail flicking in surprise at her words. He can respond, unsure of how to react. And Rand's resolve was clear as she declared, the Safety Bureau owes me this. Lin Mo studied her for a moment, quietly considering what she had said, stealing directly from the Safety Bureau. Did the law still matter then? And Rand was truly something else. She turned towards him, sticking out her tongue. Once I get rich, I'll share some with you. Lin Mo sighed, on the verge of suggesting they take a ghost hunting mission from another school instead, but it didn't seem like that was in the cards. He glanced at Rand and asked, Is it just the three of you going? She shook her head, a resigned look on her face. Wu Kun's useless, and the ghost the driver encountered isn't dangerous. At this, Lin Mo quickly suggested, Should I come along, or will it just be you? Before he could finish, Rand pressed her finger gently to his lips, silencing him. She murmured. She turned away slightly, hiding a trace of sadness. What if, while we're stealing, you get caught and the Safety Bureau uses that as an excuse to take you away? I can't drag you into this. And Rand then picked up a book and held it up, revealing the title to Lin Mo. Besides, I don't have, if you feel differently. You should take a look at this. Lin Mo was completely taken aback. A formation. A formation was something created by a demon master, crafted from their own spiritual energy. These formations varied in size and purpose, each serving its own specific function. The advanced formation has the power to seal the demon realm, creating a barrier that prevents countless demons from crossing over. However, it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to master. At most, they can only suppress demons, which is why so few choose to study it. Lin Mo stared at her, clearly surprised, his voice rising in disbelief. Something so complex and difficult to grasp, and you managed to learn it in such a short time. And Rand's face lit up with a proud smile, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. She glanced at him briefly before responding, Others might struggle with it, but I'm not so sure about that. As she turned away, a wave of sadness washed over her, and her heart ached when she thought about her difficult situation. It's just a book worth a few thousand, but I can't afford it. Just as Rand set the book down on the shelf, Lin Mo reached out and took it. You haven't finished reading this, right? Let me borrow it for you. Her expression brightened instantly. Really? Thank you. Lin Mo shrugged casually. It's no big deal. I'm still waiting for you to go rob that safety block and bring me back something good. And Rand nodded earnestly. For sure. I'll definitely do that. Lin Mo and a shoe stood in the open space, rain falling in heavy sheets around them. Lin Mo glanced at a shoe and spoke quietly. The rain's coming down hard now. Looks like we won't make it to the mission spot tonight. He sighed internally. It would be great if High Sail Pan were here. We could just hide in the demon trash can, and nothing would go wrong. At that moment, Xiao Ban's voice echoed in his memory, filled with firm resistance. No, I'm not going. I haven't forgotten how you tricked me. I'm not falling for it again. A Shu raised his hand to shield his head from the rain and turned to Lin Mo. Didn't you invite Chi, Mu, Yu, and King too? Where is she? Lin Mo forced a smile. The principal gave her a small task, and she said she'll join us later. Suddenly, a towering building emerged ahead, cutting through the pouring rain. Lin Mo pointed to it. It looks like there's a house up ahead. Eshu studied it quietly for a moment. It resembles the gathering hall I came across when I was still wandering the martial world with my father before I shaved my head. Lin Mo, curious, asked, What's the gathering hall for? Eshu lowered his voice, the rain intensifying around them, his tone dark. It's a cemetery, a place for the dead. Lin Mo, however, seemed unfazed. She didn't mind. As long as the rain stopped, everything would be fine. If any monsters or spirits showed up, she could just pretend they were there to deliver the demon pearl. The two of them walked side by side, approaching the large gate of the gathering hall. The rain showed no sign of stopping. In fact, it seemed to grow heavier. The relentless drumming of the raindrops on the roof tiles added to the eerie silence of the night. Eshu glanced at the heavy door of the gathering hall, thought for a moment, then spoke with resolve. Lin Mo quickly agreed. The rain is too much. We should take shelter inside. They both reached out together and pushed open the large wooden door. The sound of the door creaking open sent a chill down their spines. Inside, they found themselves in a vast moor, with lifeless bodies arranged along both walls. At the far end, a small altar stood, red candles flickering and casting an eerie glow. deepening the ghostly atmosphere of the room. Suddenly, an elderly woman with a deeply wrinkled face appeared behind Lin Mo and his companion, startling both of them as she spoke. "You're disturbing my guests," she said. Lin Mo gave an awkward smile, glanced at her, and softly asked, "Which guests?" "We're only staying for one night, grandmother. We'll leave at first light," they explained. But the old woman simply replied, "The ones lying inside are my guests." She waved the cane in her hand, her brow furrowing as she looked at Lin Mo. "The gathering hall is for the dead, not the living. Leave now." Lin Mo nodded quickly, grabbing a shoe's hand and heading toward the door. He turned his head to call back to the old woman. Yes, we're leaving right now." Just then, the old woman's gaze fell on the weapon on a shoe's back. Her eyes narrowed, and she called after them. "Wait a moment, you're the successor of the head shaver, aren't you?" As Shu turned and met her gaze, nodding slightly with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Yes, I am. Why do you ask?" The old woman, her face worn with age, broke into a pleased smile. She immediately made her offer. "If you agree to shave the head of my guest, I'll allow you to stay the night." At the mention of this, Shu's face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "You want me to shave the head of the dead?" Lin Mo chuckled lightly. "Well, it's better than staying out in the rain." After a long pause, filled with hesitation, Shu reluctantly nodded toward the old woman. "All right then." He gripped his sword tighter and then asked, "If they're already dead, why do they still need their head shaved?" She didn't explain, only urged, "Stop talking. Just shave it off quickly." Shu frowned, took the lock of hair from Zai Tai, and brought the sword of the Pure Alliance close to her scalp, carefully shaving it away piece by piece. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain, who would have found themselves in this situation? The sword's edge grazed Zai Ti's scalp, accidentally slicing off a large patch. Shu's heart skipped a beat. Sweat began to form on his forehead as the hair fell away, slick with oil. With no other option, he glanced over at his teammate behind him and softly called for help. "Hey, Lin Mo, can you help?" But Lin Mo, completely absorbed in something on his phone, did respond. Shu couldn't bring himself to ask again and reluctantly turned back to the task. Not sure what else to do, he simply decided to handle it on his own. It seemed Lin Mo had just sent a picture of the two of them at the inn to someone. "Senior, this is our first time staying at this inn." The reply came quickly. "Those guys, I'm having a late-night meal." Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. "Congratulations, a host has earned 100 million points for breaking the room." Lin Mo's eyes brightened, and he murmured to himself, "Didn't expect this surprise reward." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shu pointed to another figure and turned to ask the old woman, "You're shaving this one's head too, right? You won't need me to do it, will you?" The old woman raised her hand to block his way and snapped, "Yes, shave it. When I said shave their heads, I meant you need to remove all the hair from the top of their heads, every last strand." Shu sighed, then replied, "All right, fine." The old woman coldly reminded him, "Be careful, don't leave a single hair behind." The elderly woman's back curved as she slowly made her way toward the door. Lin Mo gently suggested, "She's gone now, Shu. Don't be too straightforward. Just take a few and that'll be enough." Shu paused for a moment, then responded, "Let's take a few more. Think of it as rent." At that instant, the 3 coffins in front of them trembled, producing a loud noise that startled Lin Mo. "What's happening?" Lin Mo asked, eyes widening in alarm. Shu, guessing, replied, "I'm not sure, but it seems like the bodies I just shaved are moving." Suddenly, the lids of the coffins flew open, and 3 skeletons stood upright, their bones clattering sharply against the coffin wood. The 2 young men froze, horrified, as the very corpses they had shaved heads for suddenly rose. Shu was further shaken when 2 more corpses came to life, causing him to cry out. Lin Mo turned to look, and just then, Blood Eye leaped onto his shoulder, saying, "These are likely zombies raised by demon quartz raising." Lin Mo, still confused, asked, "What is the purpose of demon quartz raising?" Blood Eye began to explain, "Demon quartz raising involves infusing a corpse with a demonic aura. On the head of each corpse, 49 strands of quartzed hair grow. When these strands either run out naturally or are shaved off by someone with yang energy, the corpse becomes controlled by a demon." Lin Mo, intrigued by the explanation, thought to himself, "If I could form a pact with demon quartz raising, I have an army of zombies at my command. It would be perfect for protecting myself." With that thought in mind, he spoke decisively, "All right, let's form a pact with another one." Curious, he turned to Blood Eye and asked, "Blood Eye, do you think that old woman was practicing demon quartz raising?" Blood Eye shook its head in response. The old woman wasn't fully human. Perhaps she had been driven into action by the demon quartz raising. This demon, it seemed, was exceptionally cautious. Lin Mo, his gaze sharp and commanding, instructed, "Dad, use the Blood Eye to investigate. Leave no corner unchecked." He scanned the surroundings, but nothing appeared unusual, aside from the heavy demon aura saturating the area. His attention shifted to the backyard, where he saw the old woman and a demon flying together. "In the backyard," he shouted. "Tell a shoe to move toward the demon's position." Without hesitation, Lin Mo kicked open the gate and charged outside. The old woman shouted angrily, "Who told you to go to the backyard? Do you still want to stay here or not?" Lin Mo ignored her. "Demon hiding behind, come out now," he commanded. His expression darkened as he released his power. A powerful spiritual force surged around him. "Still not showing yourself? Summon," he declared. Immediately, the demon's elite warriors and demon martial disciple materialized, attacking the nearby skeletons Lin Mo had summoned. One of them threatened, "If you don't show yourself, I'll destroy all your corpses." The old woman's voice was filled with concern. "If you destroy the corpses, it will only cause more problems for you." At that moment, the system notified, "Congratulations, host, you have received 100 points for breaking the room." Lin Mo scoffed, "I want it to show itself." A wave of energy erupted as countless seals and a surge of blood filled the yard. Beneath the ground, pale, lifeless hands broke through the earth. Soon, a series of corpses began to rise, letting out eerie, shrill screams. The elderly woman cried out in distress, "This is bad. The corpse-raising demon is truly enraged." At that moment, the blood eye on her shoulder spoke urgently. The corpse-raising demon specializes in manipulating animated corpses. Once revived, they're sealed in coffins and can be summoned again whenever needed. In front of them, a wave of undead figures began moving aggressively toward Lin Mo. He calmly analyzed the situation. These creatures are roughly as strong as low-level weeping spirits. Even in numbers, they're manageable. Blood Eye quickly warned, "Be cautious. Their blood carries a type of toxic energy, corpse poison." Lin Mo was startled. Corpse poison. Blood Eye gestured toward the dark liquid seeping into the ground. "They're not especially strong, but their claws, teeth, and wounds carry that poison. Physical contact must be avoided." The groaning and growling of the reanimated forms grew louder as they surrounded them. Lin Mo's expression darkened. "There are too many of these corpses. If this keeps up, we might not make it out in one piece." He kicked away one of the advancing figures and shouted, "Is there any way to find the real body of the corpse-raising demon and end this now?" A shoe quickly scaled a nearby roof. "I'll take a look from above. That demon is cunning. It might be hiding far from here." From his elevated position, a shoe scanned the surroundings. Below, the sounds of conflict, zombies growling and Lin Mo shouting, filled the air, its face tensed in concern. On the ground, Lin Mo found himself increasingly cornered. Clenching his jaw, he muttered, "If we can't find it, we'll have to force it out." He turned toward the elderly woman, his tone intense. "Where is the corpse-raising demon hiding?" Shaking with fear, she answered tearfully, "I don't know. He took my grandson and threatened me. He made me store the coffins at the entire sect." Meanwhile, Lin Mo listened carefully to her explanation. She went on, "Every time the corpse is reanimated, he leaves immediately after. I don't know where he goes." In a fit of rage, he threw her to the ground and cursed. "Damn it." The zombies lunged at him all at once. He muttered to himself, "Now that I think about it, something seems strange about this." Shielded by the demon martial disciple, Lin Mo considered the situation carefully. Destroying corpses that had already been successfully reanimated wouldn't affect the demon corpse-raising process, but eliminating those that were nearly reanimated could have the opposite effect, disrupting the defense altogether. Without hesitation, he turned and glared at the old woman, his mind racing. Could this be the key to dealing with demon corpse-raising? In a low, threatening voice, he demanded, "Where else has he left these corpses that haven't turned into zombies yet?" She looked distressed, her voice pleading. "My grandson is still in his hands. If I tell you he'll die, please have mercy and spare me." Lin Mo remained firm and replied, "Tell me quickly. We might still be able to save your grandson." The blade of his sword pressed close to her neck, making her tear up, her body trembling. "I'll tell you," she whispered. She slowly backed away and muttered the location. "There are still a few hundred corpses down in the cellar." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mo darted past the zombies in an instant, thinking, "There are too many zombies blocking my way." From a distance, a shoe called out, "Lin Mo, let me clear the way for you." With that, he summoned his power. Calling forth the shadow demon, a dark figure materialized, sweeping the zombies aside. Lin Mo turned to express his gratitude. "Thanks a lot, my brother. I'll wrap this up as quickly as I can." A shoe quickly cautioned, "Be careful." Lin Mo stepped into the room, which was thick with the smell of decay, the floor littered with corpses. He recoiled slightly at the foul stench. Blood Eye said, "This incomplete body, it shouldn't be poisonous, right?" Blood Eye replied, "No, it's safe. You can proceed with the cuts." Without hesitation, Lin Mo's face hardened as he prepared for the task ahead. "Good, let's see if you show up this time." With determination, Lin Mo hacked through each body in front of him, the system notifications chiming in the background. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, you're cracking the room open. This bastard is stubborn, not showing himself. After a fierce round of slashing, fighting, and clearing the area, Lin Mo stood with his sword in hand, one knee on the ground, wiping his forehead as he spoke. 2 more floors to go. On the second underground floor, Lin Mo charged ahead, slicing through several zombies and sending them flying. The system's message appeared. Congratulations, a host has earned 400 Break the Room points. It was noted that the Break the Room level of Demon Quartz raising had reached 69%, still 30% sure of securing a direct contract. On the third underground floor, after seeing the system's update, Lin Mo remained unsatisfied. Not enough, push harder. Congratulations, a host has earned 200 Break the Room points. Lin Mo laughed maniacally as he continued to cut through the chaos. A system reported that the Break the Room level of Demon Quartz raising had reached 80%, now only 19% away from a direct contract. Meanwhile, in a distant cave, the sorcerer sat, frustration evident on his face. Why has the demon aura from the corpses vanished completely? He clenched his fist, his fingers curling tightly and his face twisted in anger. He shouted, "Who did this? Who's ruined my quartz cultivation?" Her grandson, the innkeeper's nephew, stood trembling behind the sorcerer. His face was drained of color and his hands were clenched tightly in front of his chest. With a swift motion, the sorcerer turned and grabbed the boy by the throat. "That old woman," he hissed, "damn her. So this is how you choose to betray me." The boy, struggling to breathe, pleaded in a weak voice, "Please, don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The sorcerer's lips curled into a wicked smile. "If you're going to blame someone," he sneered, "blame your grandmother for not keeping her mouth shut." He tightened his grip on the boy's neck, but just as he was about to finish what he had started, a sudden sound interrupted him. Ding! The Demon Corpse Keeper. Congratulations, you triggered the lucky question-answer event. If you answer correctly, you will have the chance to become Lin Mo's demon contract. Please listen to the question. Furious, the sorcerer spun around and yelled, "Go to hell." "Congratulations, you've answered the question correctly," came the voice, calm and unfazed. "The question is, Dad is not home, so what's for dinner tonight?" The answer is, follow your mother's advice and sign a 10%, 20% demon contract. With that, the sorcerer's form exploded into a cloud of smoke. The boy was instantly released, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. What the hell was that? The boy gasped, still reeling from the sudden turn of events. The sorcerer's fading form looked just as confused, his face filled with disbelief. His figure had become transparent, and one could see right through him to the rocks behind. He was being pulled toward the sky, twisting and distorting, as he was sucked into the raised arm of Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the strange mark on his arm and smiled in satisfaction. Contract signed successfully. A dark, demon-like eye, glowing with an eerie blue light, shot toward a shoe, but just as quickly as it came, it stopped, hovering in midair. At that moment, a shoe wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, letting out a relieved sigh. It seemed that Lin Mo had succeeded. Meanwhile, Lin Mo looked at his arm, now covered in marks, and smiled. "Another one added, huh? Next time, try to make it more even." He extended his arm forward, preparing to summon the wizard. The wizard emerged from his arm, bringing with him the demon quartz raising. As soon as the wizard appeared, he swung his hand and cursed. "You damn fool, what gives you the right to destroy so many of my corpses? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into gathering them? What's all this fuss about?" Lin Mo opened his system panel and clicked on the quartz storage section. Information about the demon necromancer appeared. Primary level, malevolent spirit, demon aura value 570, eating 430 more upgrade. Loyalty 1%, skills not yet activated, zombie quartz storage, 1,112. Note, the Western Quartz Razor commands thousands of zombies and is always at the top. The wizard clutched his oversized bag tightly, his eyes bloodshot and his voice harsh. Lin Mo could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. "If you hadn't destroyed mine, I'd have had even more." In the room, rows of vicious zombies lay still, arranged neatly in 2 lines. Lin Mo raised his hand, motioning for the wizard to look. "Don't be mad. I only destroyed 2 layers. Didn't I leave one for you?" The wizard grumbled. "What good does that do? A single zombie hair takes at least half a year to fall off. I'll still have to wait another 20 years. Lin Mo turned to the sorcerer and smiled. "I have a way to handle this. My razor can quickly cut off the demon hair, saving you a lot of time." The sorcerer brightened. "Really?" Lin Mo raised his hand to his mouth and called out, "A shoe! Can I borrow the razor for a moment?" Of course. A shoe, dressed in yellow, hurried down the stairs. He raised both hands, holding the sword, and handed it to Lin Mo. "Is this the razor?" Lin Mo asked, not taking the weapon. "You use the good razor. Help me shave the demon hair off the corpses' heads. I'm not skilled with shaving heads. Lin Mo smiled and added, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just shave off the scalp. That will make things easier. A Shu quickly went over to the corpses and, after a few swift slashes, removed their scalps. When a system notification appeared with new information, the sorcerer couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Well, it's not bad. The loyalty of the demon court's raising increased by 9%, bringing the total to 10%. Still, the sorcerer wasn't entirely satisfied. He turned away with a pout. But the source of corpses is rare. You've destroyed so many of mine. This can't be forgiven. Finding corpses isn't a problem, Lin Mo replied. There are over 10,000 abandoned tombs around Bayang Academy. The corpses here are so numerous they can't even be counted. The sorcerer shuddered at the thought. He recalled a time when they were hunting demons and a group had chased him so fiercely that he had fled in panic. The corpses in those forgotten graves are not something you can just take. The spirits that are terrifying. The last time I stole even one corpse, I was chased for half a mile. Lin Mo gave the mage's shoulder a reassuring pat with one hand and flashed a thumbs up with the other, winking as he spoke. Don't worry, the wild season is now under the control of the red-clad female ghost. We're on very good terms, so handing over a few corpses won't be a problem. The mage, hearing this, brightened up. Really? That's fantastic. The loyalty of demon court's raising just increased by 5%, bringing it to 15%. At that moment, a Shu turned around and reported everything's ready. You can collect them now. All right. The mage quickly reached for the large bag he always carried and began drawing the corpses into it. As he did so, the bag expanded noticeably, and he placed it down heavily on the ground. With the task complete, a notification board appeared displaying the relevant details. Lin Mo tapped on the skill upgrade section and successfully upgraded the first skill of Demon Court's Raising. The new skill unlocked was *** Control Corpse, level 1 ***. This allowed Demon Court's Raising to summon and control corpses within a 500-meter radius, consuming 1 spiritual aura per corpse. The cooldown was instant. The system screen switched to another notification, confirming the successful upgrade of the second skill of Demon Court's Raising. The new skill obtained was *** Corpse Self-Destruction ***. At level 1, Corpse Self-Destruction could force any corpse to explode, dealing area of effect damage to enemies who would also be infected with corpse toxins, losing health over time. The skill consumes spiritual aura, and its cooldown was also immediate. Lin Mo studied the system board for a moment, then rested his chin on his hand, smiling to himself as he thought, controlling a corpse only costs 1 spiritual aura. With his spiritual aura currently at the 2nd level of Demon Master, Lin Mo was able to control about 1,000 zombies at once. Once he had completed his task, Lin Mo and a Shu stepped outside, where they were approached by a figure running toward them. It was the innkeeper, her voice shaking with concern as she asked, "My lord, is my grandson safe?" Lin Mo pointed inside and smiled, reassuring her, "Your grandson is on the peak of the mountain across from here, still alive and well." The old woman's eyes filled with tears of relief. "Is that true?" she asked, her voice cracking. "Yes," Lin Mo nodded. "Thank you, young hero, thank you so much." The night was quiet, with only a sliver of moonlight in the sky and stillness in the air, broken only by their voices. Everything had come to a close, and at last, Lin Mo could finally get some rest. "Go and rest now. We still have to visit the pool tomorrow to finish the mission for the Safety Bureau," he said to a Shu. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the Safety Bureau's mission site to eliminate the evil spirits at Shui Feng Pool. He and a Shu stood by the pool, leaning against the railing, enjoying the breeze when they overheard a conversation from behind. "Did you hear? Another person died at Shui Feng Pool. That's the 12th this month." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo thought to himself, "Isn't this the place where we're supposed to carry out our mission ***?" A middle-aged woman responded, "Of course I know. I heard the victims died horribly, their faces black as if poisoned. They say even the police and Safety Bureau agents who went to investigate some of the deaths, well, some of them died too. This has to be the work of a demon. A demon." Suddenly, Lin Mo appeared out of nowhere, giving one of the men a friendly pat on the shoulder and chuckling. "Is it really as terrifying as you say? I was actually planning to go there for a swim." The man turned around, his face drained of color, his eyes wide with fear. He hurriedly pleaded, "Don't go. Please don't go. Even if you want to swim in the river, don't go to that place. My aunt works as a lifeguard there, and she saw with her own eyes 3 men who drowned under the water." Lin Mo paused for a moment, then asked, "Drowned? Do you think it was because of a ghost?" The man's face turned even more pale, and he clasped his hands around his neck, shaking uncontrollably. He imagined a woman with red eyes and long hair wrapping herself around him, and he thought to himself, could it be that they were strangled by a woman's hair? Hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and mused. Strangled by hair? Could it have been a hair ghost? The man shook his head, sneering in disbelief. He clearly thought Lin Mo lacked knowledge. There's no such thing as a hair ghost. I'm a second-tier demon master, and I know a lot about ghosts. He raised 2 fingers to his chin, his eyes sparkling with self-importance. From what I can tell, this is the work of a female ghost, one with a deep grudge. Lin Mo immediately shot back, making the man feel like a heavy blow had just struck his head. What kind of reasoning is that? Just because someone was strangled by long hair, you jump to the conclusion that it's a female ghost? Men in ancient times wore long braids too. It could just as easily be a male ghost from the past. The person quickly pulled a book from his jacket pocket. Don't even think about doubting me, he said. I already seen the news about the 12 deaths at the swimming pool. He opened the book and held it up in front of Lin Mo. After scanning the names, he noticed that all the victims were men, even the police officers who had investigated the case. Only the male officers had died. Have you ever heard of a ghost that only kills men? It must be a female spirit with a deep grudge, he suggested. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeve, exposing his arm, which caused the other person to gasp in shock. Only kills men? That's strange. Doesn't that make this situation very dangerous? I. The person stammered. 7 demons contracted. You're really something, huh? Lin Mo glanced at his arm, his expression calm but slightly irritated. It's nothing, he said flatly. Just a single-digit number. Congratulations. Host, you've earned 50 points for breaking the room. Demon Master, second tier, gazed at him with admiration, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Since the arrival of the Demon Master, only a few had managed to contract a 2-digit number of demons. This was undoubtedly a skilled individual. He smiled broadly and raised his hand in greeting. I'm La Cheng from Xing Academy. You're my one and only boss. Lin Mo lifted his hand and shook his. Lin Mo from Bayang Academy. At the mention of the name, La Cheng suddenly jumped in surprise. You're the one who broke the record for the demon trial. Lin Mo crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and wore a look of quiet pride. After a moment, the boat reached the shore. We're here. Let's go, he said. Both Lin Mo and A Shu stepped off the boat, turned around, and waved their farewells to La Cheng. I've got some things to take care of. We'll talk again soon. Your task is at the crematorium. If the boss doesn't need anything, swing by there for a bit. It'll be a good chance for you to teach us a few things. A Shu then turned to Lin Mo, asking, the crematorium seems to be haunted by a high-level evil spirit. Do you think we should take on this mission? Of course we will. Let's take care of the situation by the pool first. Lin Mo replied, dismissing the concern with a flick of his hand. His tone was laced with frustration. La Cheng just mentioned that the ghost by the pool targets only men. This could be tricky, A Shu said, his face growing more serious. True. Last time, we were lucky to defeat a smoke ghost. But with an evil spirit-level ghost and no information on it, we can't be sure we'll win. We need a plan, Lin Mo replied. Less than a minute later, Lin Mo clenched his fist and smiled. I've got it. The sky was clear and the trees along the corridor almost completely blocked the sunlight. At the pool, a group of girls stood whispering to each other. Do you really think this will work? Just trust me, it'll work for sure. The owner of the Shui Feng pool approached and the 2 girls shouted in unison, What are you 2 doing here? This place is temporarily closed. Leave now. One of the girls tossed her disheveled blonde hair aside. The 2 girls, in fact, were A Shu and Lin Mo, disguised in dresses. We're from Lin Feng Academy, here to deal with the ghost by the pool. Upon hearing this, the boss's demeanor softened. He smiled in a more conciliatory way, clasped his hands together, and said, Finally, you 2 are here. I own this pool. Due to the recent murders, I haven't paid much attention to it, but please help me with this ghost. I would be incredibly grateful. Lin Mo placed her hands on her hips, whirled a strand of her hair, and pouted. Gratitude doesn't do much, does it? How about something a bit more practical? The boss grinned broadly, raising both hands in a 10 gesture. That's easy. If you handle the ghost, I'll give each of you 100,000. Lin Mo gave A Shu a playful wink. All right, let's get to work. Not wasting any time, Lin Mo grabbed the boss's hand, ready to pull him along. All right, let's start. By the way, boss, lead the way. The boss became visibly anxious and quickly refused. No. There's a ghost in there that targets men. I'm too scared to go in. You 2 go ahead. I'll go get the money for you. Lin Mo stared at him for a moment, sensing something was off. He was probably just scared. Without hesitation, the 2 of them walked side by side toward the pool. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. If they delayed, people from Lin Feng Academy would show up. It was better to enter now. The pool area was completely dark. A girl in a swimsuit stood holding a phone in front of her. Hey everyone, I've arrived at the Blue Star Pool. Not only did she show no fear, but she also smiled and winked at the camera. Drop a heart in the live stream so I can take you all to the crime scene. There were numerous comments flooding in below. The host is really brave. Isn't this the place where more than 12 murders have occurred? Truly the most dangerous spot in the outer world. What a terrifying thrill. There's still blood on the ground. I'm starting to feel scared. Maybe we should leave. Live host, Ding and Sin, please don't do anything reckless. Let me go steal a battery. Lin Mo stepped forward, the tip of his shoe glowing faintly. He and A Shu entered, both looking confused and asking, "Huh? There's someone inside." The female streamer quickly turned around, catching sight of the two in the frame. "Someone's here. How come these two girls have bigger hips than I do? They must be men pretending to be women. If not, I wouldn't be streaming this. I get it now. I've heard ghosts only kill men, so these two must be dressed as women to fool it. These two guys are really bold." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, lifting Lin Mo's skirt and revealing Mr. Mo shorts underneath. Lin Mo flushed, quickly covering his skirt with his hand. Below, the live stream comments started to pour in. "I saw that. I need to go wash my eyes." A guy lifting his skirt. "My eyes are about to explode." "Oh my god, that's disgusting." At the same time, a notification from Lin Mo's system popped up. Surprised, he murmured, "Strange, where did these break the room points come from?" Ignoring the system, he turned to the girl and asked, "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl eagerly introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Diane Sin, live streaming a horror show." Hearing that, both Lin Mo and A Shu turned bright red, just like tomatoes on a live stream. Does this mean that thousands of people are watching us cross-dress? Oh no, this is so embarrassing, damn it. Elsewhere, a loud scream rang out. Weren't Lin Mo and A Shu supposed to be hunting demons? Why are they live streaming and cross-dressed like this? Hai Xiao Pan raised his phone and laughed out loud. "Principal, you need to see this." Principal Zhu Feng glanced at the phone screen, his face darkening. He slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, "There's only one demon in the north, and now they have to cross-dress and ruin the reputation of my demon king." He gritted his teeth and, with a pained expression, ordered Mu Yu and King, "Stay out, King. Forget about the paperwork for now. Go help those two embarrassing fools." "Yes, master." With a soft smile, she leaped out of the window. As she turned back to Hai Xiao Pan, she added, "By the way, Xiao Ban, be sure to send me the live stream link, okay?" He cheerfully gave her a thumbs up. "Got it, senior." Yu and King hopped onto a golden-haired vampire and flew off. Meanwhile, in the swimming pool, red mist began to swirl. Lin Mo and A Shu immediately became alert. It's here. Lin Mo's eyes widened as he scanned their surroundings carefully. It seemed the demon wasn't fooled by their cross-dressing. Be careful, its demon aura is powerful, but it's just a low-level evil spirit. His gaze shifted to the side, his eyes widening in horror. Suddenly, several long-haired, red-eyed demons charged toward them. Lin Mo yelled, "Watch out!" The demon opened its mouth wide as though intended to swallow both individuals whole. 3 long-haired demons crawled into view on Diane Sin's phone. With a cheerful smile, she held it up, capturing photos and recording the scene. 3 demons. "Looks like they're not really attacking me," she said casually. Diane Sin then turned the phone towards Lin Mo and A Shu. "Do you think these two, dressed as girls, can win? Let's cast our votes," she suggested. She stepped behind the door, continuing to film the two standing face-to-face with the long-haired demons. Below, the comments flooded in. "Oh, those two are probably only Demon Master level 2 at best. They'll be wiped out for sure." I agree with the person above. This place can only be accessed at noon. You'll have to leave by morning or night. Who knows? I think these two might be okay. At least they can run. The voting ended. Once the poll concluded, the results flashed on the screen. Can the cross-dressing guys win? Impossible? 98%. Maybe 2%. Dian Sin's sweet voice rang out just as the 3 demons charged toward Lin Mo and A Shu. Let's see how these cross-dressing guys do. Here they come. One of the demons lunged forward, its mouth opening wide to reveal sharp teeth and fiery red eyes. Red energy surged toward Lin Mo. A Shu raised his sword, a green aura surrounding him. With one swift motion, he cut through the energy waves, causing an explosion. Both Lin Mo and A Shu were thrown back. One of Lin Mo's eyes glowed red as he anxiously asked, "Why do I feel like they're much stronger than I expected?" Miss Shutong Gai appeared, her voice calm as she explained, "These are grudging demons. They're born from lingering resentment and hatred. In places filled with such emotions, their strength grows significantly when they encounter someone or something connected to their grudges." Hearing this, Lin Mo rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. The swimming pool appeared to be connected to the root of their fixation. Human emotions could easily become entangled, but what exactly drove someone to such intense obsession? A Shu stood ahead, sword in hand, bracing himself against the howling wind. "Let's deal with them first," he called. "Got it." Lin Mo summoned all the spirit creatures he had collected and sent them charging toward the three obsession-bound demons. The demons let out furious, piercing cries, their mouths opened in rage. Humans, always humans. Together, Lin Mo and a Shu raised a protective barrier to shield themselves from the biting wind. The cold had grown unbearable. It was time to end this. Lin Mo activated the blood curse, but nothing happened. He froze, confused. The three demons twisted and writhed, but remained unaffected. Suddenly, they turned to face the pair, their eyes glowing crimson, twisted smiles forming on their faces. Even as Shu Tong frowned and muttered, "The blood curse isn't working." These demons seem to have an ability that significantly reduces damage when they're bound by obsession, whether the attack comes from humans or spirit entities. Lin Mo covered his mouth in shock. What is this? They've grown stronger, and now they resist damage too. Maybe really should have waited for Mu Yuan King. Then Lin Mo's gaze shifted. Only two demons remained. One had already been neutralized. But before he could react further, droplets of blood fell from above. One of the demons had silently appeared above him, clutching his hair with one hand. Red tendrils wrapped tightly around Lin Mo's body. Damn it, I can't move. The tendrils from two other demons also coiled around him and a Shu, leaving them completely immobilized. This was a binding skill born of obsession, capable of restraining both male humans and male demons. Turning his head, Lin Mo called out to Shu Tong, do you have any way to break free? I needed to counter it the moment it hit, but now it's too late. A sudden thought struck Lin Mo. While male demons were powerless here, he still had two female spirit allies available. He shouted, "Spirit Somstress, Phantom Soul, help me with this hair." The demon clutching his hair heard this and snarled in rage. "No interference. This is between me and him." With that, she leaped upward, flinging strands of her hair toward Lin Mo, aiming to finish him off. The hair strands shot toward him with deadly speed, but Lin Mo didn't move. He turned his head slowly, eyes gleaming with a faint red light. Then, from deep within his gaze, he activated the Blood Realm technique, Phantom World. The demon immediately froze, trapped in illusion. Now, Lin Mo called out to the two female spirits, "Cut the hair quickly." They moved to help, but the hair was so thick and strong that cutting one strand at a time took too long. "This won't do. We're too slow." Lin Mo gritted his teeth. "The illusion won't hold forever. If we don't act fast, we won't get another chance." He shouted it, his eyes still flicking toward the demon crawling toward him. "Forget about me. Deal with the core of those three demons first." Upon hearing this, the two female demons immediately followed his command and began their assault. The demon diva started to chant, while the other demon, large and curvy, pulled out her instrument and strummed it once. Brahmic chant of death, lingering sound disturbs the chill. The stubborn demon writhed in response, its body twisting in reaction. Meanwhile, Dian Sin remained composed, live streaming with a cheerful tone. "Wow, I didn't realize that older brother had this in him. He just summoned 5 full demons at once. And these demons are pretty rare too. His talent is truly remarkable." Through the camera, Lin Mo's 2 female demons clashed with the 3 stubborn demons. Below, the comment section exploded with cabbage emojis. It was a shame, though, because if they were fighting ordinary evil spirits, it would have been a good battle. But then we're up against obsession demons, notorious for hunting men. Talk about bad luck. The demon's eyes gradually opened, its confusion apparent as it scanned its surroundings. Upon waking, it gave a sly smile. Seeing this, Lin Mo was startled. The spell's over, the obsession demon is about to strike back. She quickly sprang to her feet and raised her hand, commanding her hair to attack. The strands whipped out, slamming into the 2 female demons, sending them flying with cries of pain. Then the hair turned toward Lin Mo. All men must die. He didn't turn to face it. Instead, he simply glanced over his shoulder, his expression darkening. Just how much hatred did this demon carry? Now there was only one choice left. The enormous bag the sorcerer always carried slowly opened, and a new technique was about to be unleashed. The corpses crawled out of the bag, emerging in a swarm and instantly charged toward the 3 vengeful spirits. Seeing the oncoming wave, one of the spirits swung its leg, striking a corpse and then kicking its face as it fell. "Die!" It roared in fury, kicking dozens of corpses aside. "Die, all of you." Suddenly, a corpse from behind lunged forward, grabbing the spirit by the neck. The unexpected attack froze the spirit in shock. Seizing the moment, dozens more corpses leaped at it. The 3 vengeful spirits were quickly buried beneath the massive bodies. Lin Mo smiled with satisfaction. The corpse-tied strategy. It worked. He closed his eyes and let out a relieved breath. While the vengeful spirits had sealing techniques, even they couldn't control such a massive number of Tang's corpses. It seemed that the pact with the corpse-raising spirit had been the right choice. In moments like these, the Tang's corpses were the perfect shield. Beneath the pile of bodies, the vengeful spirit shuddered in disgust. Its fury surged as it unleashed its power. "Stop! This isn't over," it shouted. Seeing the struggle, Lin Mo called urgently to the sorcerer. "Summon more." The vengeful spirit was already using a lot of its demon energy to deal with the surrounding corpses. Its hair had begun to loosen, a sign of its weakening. If it could break free, it might still have a chance to win. The sorcerer gritted his teeth, shaking with fear and regret, unwilling to sacrifice any more. Noticing this, Lin Mo gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. Once we get out of here, I'll give you another 1,000 corpses." With tears in his eyes, the sorcerer reluctantly agreed, holding firm to his word. Dan Sin, trembling with fear, still clutched the phone tightly. So many Tang's corpses. It's terrifying. The others watched anxiously and asked, "Do you think this man, dressed in women's clothes, can actually win?" As the vengeful demon screamed on the screen, more and more comments began to flood in. "The poor girl must be terrified. She should throw herself into my arms for safety. But this Tang's corpse is only a little-level weeping demon. The vengeful demon will destroy them. It's just a matter of time." The man in women's clothing was clearly stalling, but in the end, death was inevitable. "Why do you always focus on people dying? Talk about bad luck." "I'm just being honest. I'm betting 1,000. This time, the stakes are high. I'm betting the upper floors will definitely collapse." Suddenly, a female voice rang out, causing Diane Sin to jump in surprise. "Who's picking on my little brother? Who is that?" The voice was mesmerizing. Her long, graceful legs stepped forward. Diane Sin froze when he saw her walking in with black shoes. It was Mu Yuan King. She flicked her hair coldly, walking in with an air of elegance which made the comment section erupt even further. With that kind of beauty and a figure like that, she's taller and slimmer than most models. She called him her younger brother. "Can anyone tell me what school they go to? I'm transferring there after this year. I'll make sure my dad pulls some strings." When she entered, Lin Mo and a Shu quickly turned around, their faces lighting up with excitement, as if they had just struck gold. "Sister, save us!" Yuan Qing walked slowly toward them, waving her hand as she neared. Come here, come here." She grinned, raised her arm, and summoned all the demons she had collected. Huge monsters crawled out, ready for battle. They charged forward, slamming into the other demons, causing the ground to crack and shake. Seeing the intensity of the monsters' attacks, Lin Mo quickly called out, "Sister Tang's corpse is one of us. Be careful not to hurt it." Yuan King walked over, smiling as she spoke. "You formed a pact with a demon corpse keeper now. Your talent is almost on par with the masters. I'm really impressed. How come I don't have as many pact limits as you do?" When she saw one of her monsters struggling with several strands of the Ghost of Obsession's hair, Lin Mo immediately warned, "Sister, be careful. The control from the Ghost of Obsession is incredibly strong." With a hand on her hip, Yuan King flicked her fingers and spun around. In an instant, her monster's eyes glowed bright red. It tensed, and the hair wrapping around it snapped and fell to the ground. The strands of hair that were still flying toward it were also cut off by the monster's roar. Surprised, Lin Mo asked, "Why can I not break free from the Ghost of Obsession's control?" "But you can." Yuan King pointed upward with a light smile. "The headless ghost has no head, and its skin is covered in scales, making it immune to all illusion magic. Plus, when it activates its ultimate move, it becomes immune to control and boosts its blood-sucking abilities by 20%. Hearing this, Lin Mo was even more amazed, murmuring to herself, "Immune to illusion magic, immune to control. Sister's strength is beyond anything I imagined." Several strands of hair wrapped tightly around her monster's wrist as the three Ghosts of Obsession attacked at once. Lin Mo leaned forward slightly and urged, "Sister, quickly break the control from me, then I'll fight alongside you." Yuan King shook her head. The Headless Ghost is a support-type creature. It can only break control on itself and its allies, not on others. She smiled faintly and waved her hand to summon the blood-sucking demon, but it hardly mattered. As long as she could kill him, the control would automatically be lifted. The blood-sucking demon charged forward, spinning in circles and transforming into a whirlwind that raced toward the three obsidian demons. Another creature leaped into the air, holding a massive hammer that could crush mountains, and swung it downward. The demon's hair was sliced by the force of the whirlwind. It howled in alarm, pulling back its hair to avoid the attack. A blue flame flickered in Sister Yuan King's hand. She smiled and spoke, "It's not over yet." She cast the Hell Warden's cage skill. A huge cage materialized above the three obsidian demons, and they realized, too late, they had walked straight into the trap. One of the demons, its red eyes now glowing green, grinned wickedly. Just before the cage fully descended, one of the obsidian demons sprinted forward. Its eyes gleamed with bloodlust as it attempted to break free. It raised a hand, starting the soul-binding ritual to trap the demon. A green connection wrapped around the demon's waist, dragging it back into the cage. It screamed, "Damn it, damn it." The other demons shouted curses. "You're a woman, yet you side with men. How foolish." Once the three obsidian demons were trapped, Lin Mo was able to move again. Impressive. How the combination of the headless demons and the blood-sucking demons' attacks had forced the obsidian demons into the Hell Warden's cage. It was like a perfectly woven net, a flawless blend of skills. Sister Yuan King's technique was exactly like the ones described in the books. He walked up to the cage, sword in hand. "All right, it's time to send you off." The obsidian demons quickly sealed their demon aura, no longer struggling. Instead, they cried out, "We won't accept this. We won't. We were clearly killed by men. Why are we the ones being punished?" Lin Mo paused, silent at the words. His sword tip remained pressed against their throats as one of the demons spoke. "Wait," it said, gripping the iron bars of the cage with both hands. Tears welled in its eyes as it pleaded, "Before you kill us, I have one request." Lin Mo responded with a question. "I'm human, and you're a demon. Why would I help you? Can I expect a secret in return?" Another demon pulled its hand back and muttered. She asked him for help. "Men can't be trusted." "That's true," the first demon added bitterly. "We're all going to die anyway." It gripped the bars tightly, crying out, "As long as I get my revenge, I'll do anything you ask." Lin Mo stared at her, momentarily shocked, unsure how to respond. Slowly, his resolve softened, and he asked, "Tell me, what do you need me to do?" The demon, consumed by grief, struggled to speak through her sobs. You're the one who killed us." Her voice echoed with pain, and she revealed herself as the owner of the pool. 3 months ago, the owner had tormented the cleaning staff, especially targeting the single women who came to swim. He would grab their throats, ignoring their desperate struggles as their legs kicked helplessly in the air. Eventually, their movements would slow, then stop altogether. In the end, the girl was stomped to death, and it was falsely reported that she had drowned. She died unjustly, her spirit filled with rage and sorrow. At this, the two vengeful demons embraced, tears streaming down their faces as they took turns speaking. That girl was me. I was the second victim. One demon, standing closest to the iron bars, whispered, "I'm a reporter." It clung to the bars with both hands and continued. It wasn't easy to uncover the truth. He handed the evidence over to the safety bureau, but the investigator they sent was the boss's younger brother. At that moment, his grip weakened, his body trembling from overwhelming emotions. He muttered under his breath, "Finally, I'm free from this nightmare." The image of the safety bureau investigator and the sanitation workers, both blinded to death, along with the cold, obsessive tone that seemed to come from a vengeful spirit, echoed in his mind. "We've killed every man who ever humiliated us." Suddenly, the face of the vengeful spirit darkened, one eye glowing a fiery red. It continued with a chilling tone. "Except for that bald man. He's lucky. He wasn't of that day." The bodies of the wrongdoers fell to the ground, and the spirit went on to recount their evil deeds. The scene filled him with a cold wave of guilt, and he couldn't bring himself to step back into the pool. In a hurry, the old man fled. Two of the vengeful spirits stood there, lost in their own thoughts, unaware of what was unfolding behind them. After hearing all of this, Lin Mo gently touched his chin, a frown pulling at his face as he muttered softly, "I see now. You want me to bring the old boss here so you can get your revenge." As soon as he spoke, the vengeful spirit gripping the iron bars shouted, its voice firm, "Exactly. Why should we suffer like this while that boss lives comfortably outside? We can't accept it." Meanwhile, a Shu and Mu Yuan King, standing off to one side, voiced their anger, speaking out loudly. "The safety bureau is useless. That boss is worse than an animal." Almost immediately, several comments appeared on the live stream screen. "The safety bureau treats human lives like nothing. I can't believe I ever trusted them. Having not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. 3 young women in the prime of their lives and beauty were murdered in such a brutal way. It fills me with rage, so much that it seems to seep into every part of my body, leaving me in physical pain. I can understand many kinds of suffering, but the pain in the kidneys is a clear sign of injury to that area. That's not something to take lightly. No matter what, I have to report this to the boss." "Report it to the boss? Aren't you worried the safety department might come after you two?" At this, Lin Mo paused, then said a condition. "This isn't difficult, but first, you need to let me in on your secret to see if it's worth it." The response came in a cold, serious tone, her face darkening. "All right, here's my secret. At 10 p.m., 3 days from now, the Demon Realm forces from Nanshan will launch a full-scale attack from all directions, aiming to destroy the military defenses of Province Nation and Breakthrough." These words left Lin Mo and the others even more tense, their bodies frozen in place. Then the vengeful ghost's voice spoke again. "Ghost number 3 from Demon Realm Nanshan will lead 10,000 demons through the northern slope of Ling Ling City. Her face was now drenched in cold sweat, and she continued slowly. There are at least 20,000 local civilians, along with 5,000 surviving citizens from Demon Ceiling, won't be able to escape in time. They will all perish. The death of the surviving citizens of Demon Ceiling may not matter to Province Nation, but they certainly won't stand by and watch the local civilians meet such a tragic end. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood in deep thought. The headmaster spoke up. Province Nation is using the surviving citizens of Demon Ceiling as human shields on the outskirts of the city. So, when the demons pass through, won't those be the first to die? The demon, consumed by obsession, clutched the guardrail with intense frustration. His face twisted with anger as he shouted, "If you report this to the Safety Bureau, you'll definitely earn great merit. How about this secret? Is it enough for you to help me?" Lin Mo, wearing a look of absolute satisfaction, seemed pleased with the news she had delivered. She had already agreed to lure the boss here. Gripping my sword, my hand trembling and my veins standing out, I braced myself for action. This time I had to act. My mind wandered to the countless lives lost, and I whispered to myself that this wasn't for the Province Nation, it was for the people of the wind. I picked up the basketball, the color of an egg, after 2 years of waiting in idle time. I spoke as I held it. Because Lin Mo and I had defeated the demon of obsession, they would honor their promise. They gave a quick performance, tossing the item in their hands aside with enthusiasm. Turning their backs to the audience, they began to chant, "The sister slays demons simply because she is too beautiful. Others may put on a show, but she doesn't waste words when killing demons. She just dances to the music only because she is too beautiful. No demon stands a chance. In 1 second, she can transform them into the demon lord of the underworld, who must then fall into despair. Their dreams of invading the human city are shattered, and it's all because the sister is too beautiful." The author then added a note, "I bet you're still reading," followed by a grin that was anything but human. 2 short dresses, one a maid outfit, the other a high school uniform, were tossed carelessly to the ground. Someone slowly slipped on a blue t-shirt, fitting it over their slender frame. Lin Mo then threw on a large coat and declared, "Sister, you and A Shu should go bring the boss here." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan King's face darkened with anger. She furrowed her brow and responded sternly, "Even if I don't take action, I still want to kill him." But A Shu didn't seem ready to stand yet. His posture remained firm, rooted to the ground as if he was waiting for something. "Lin Mo, do you want to kill him with your own hands?" A short, serious reply came from Lin Mo. Every grievance has its cause. He continued to stare at the 3 vengeful spirits who were seething with anger in their cages. After a pause, he added, "Of course the boss will leave them to take care of it." Lin Mo glanced at A Shu and continued, "This way, neither of us will be seen as the perpetrators. The Safety Bureau won't be able to touch us." Once he finished speaking, excitement flickered on his face. He clenched his fist and smiled. "Not a bad idea, huh?" Turning to Mu Yuan King, he spoke earnestly. "But of course, the 2 of us alone won't be enough. We'll still need the sister's help." Without hesitation, she gave a thumbs up, her face glowing with satisfaction, as if it were no challenge at all. In another setting, the boss of the Shui Feng swimming pool, lounging with his legs crossed and smoking a cigarette, suddenly heard a mocking voice. These 3 ghosts are really a handful. It was A Shu and Lin Mo, who had emerged together, laughing and chatting casually. "Is that so? Didn't we already cut them down with our blades and send them to the afterlife? Today's harvest isn't bad at all." The scene quickly caught the attention of the Shui Feng swimming pool boss. He threw his cigarette to the ground and stood up, his face lighting up with delight as he exclaimed, "You 2 take care of the ghosts." Without missing a beat, Lin Mo held up 3 beads in his hand. Of course, these 3 demon pearls, still fresh, were just harvested. The boss of Shui Feng swimming pool was overjoyed and praised them. "Excellent work." Without hesitation, Lin Mo quickly extended his hand and addressed the man, "Boss, where's the money we agreed upon?" The man deliberately turned his head, his eyes half closed, feigning ignorance. "Why the hurry? What if the ghost isn't dead yet? Wouldn't that make things easier for you?" At those words, Lin Mo's face immediately darkened. His complexion drained of color, leaving him as pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, the boss of Shui Feng pool, who was walking ahead, seemed to remember something. He turned around, his face dripping with sweat and his body trembling, asking nervously, "Why don't you 2 go in first and check for me?" But both A Shu and Lin Mo exchanged disdainful looks and spoke with biting sarcasm, leaving the man at a loss for words. A grown man, yet so lacking in courage, speaking so softly, almost like a woman. Then came another sharp remark, "Don't insult women. He's even more frightened than a mouse." The boss's face darkened even further, and he fell into silence. Long thoughts ran through his mind, and he muttered to himself, "Just wait." After a brief pause, A Shu and Lin Mo moved forward, leaving the man standing alone, nervously glancing around. The area ahead was pitch black and eerily silent, with only the 3 of them present. At that moment, the boss of Shui Fengpool finally relaxed, a smug grin spreading across his face as he sneered, finally took care of the evil spirit. Immediately, Lin Mo reminded him, 100,000 each, don't forget to pay us. The man scowled, his teeth grinding in frustration. Young people today are so greedy. You want both of you to take the money? Do you think I won't report you to the Safety Bureau and expose your school? At those words, Lin Mo's expression darkened. His smile stiffened as he muttered under his breath, fine, if you don't pay us, we won't kill the ghost. A sleek smile curled on his lips as he thought to himself, as expected, he's nothing but trash. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pool manager, Shui Feng, turned around in confusion and asked, what? The ghost isn't dead anymore? In a hurry, he stood between the two of them and demanded, you lied to me. The ghost isn't dead. As Shu and Lin Muddle, unruffled, took a few steps back and calmly replied, didn't you lie to us? Shui Feng's voice trembled in panic as he stammered, you. Lin Mo's expression darkened, a cold, threatening air surrounding him as he quietly commanded, enough. At that moment, 3 vengeful spirits appeared from the air. Shui Feng, still unaware of what was happening, trembled and asked, what are you two backing away for? Without warning, a voice filled with rage and resentment came from behind him. He spun around in fear and shouted, you've made us suffer for so long. Now you will pay with your life. The 3 spirits closed in around him, their long hair twisting and swirling in the air. The hair began to move toward him, brushing his face, and Shui Feng's panic grew. Tears filled his eyes as he cried out, help me, please. But the hair tightened around his head, forcing his mouth shut so he couldn't speak. In an instant, his body was curled toward the swimming pool, his limbs bound so tightly that he couldn't move. His mind raced in confusion as he thought, it's over. Suddenly, another ghost appeared behind him. Looking at him with disdain, he spoke mockingly, your end has come. Shui Feng's face went pale, all color drained from it. He screamed in desperation, help me please. But Lin Mo, standing calmly at the edge of the pool, sighed and responded, I haven't received the payment yet. Sorry, I can't help. Hearing this, Shui Feng gathered all his strength and frantically twisted in his bonds, shouting, I have money. This golden watch is worth 70 to 80,000. If you save me, it's yours. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mo swiftly seized the most valuable item from his opponent and tossed it toward himself. The system immediately sent a notification congratulating the host on earning 100 excitement points. While wiping the watch clean, he adopted a sly expression and added, are you really that dumb? If you're dead, this watch won't be mine anymore? Upon hearing this, the owner of Shui Feng's swimming pool, still fixated on the water, coughed a few times before muttering angrily, bastard, you're working with ghosts. That's a serious crime and the Safety Bureau will punish you. Another notification flashed across the screen. Congratulations to the host for receiving 300 excitement points. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and A Shu acted as if they had no involvement. Lin Mo casually remarked, the one who gave you the orders didn't collude with ghosts, right? No, it was him who jumped into the pool and got attacked by the ghost. The owner of Shui Feng's swimming pool, drinking loudly from his water bottle, tried to argue, but the moment I enter, you deliberately released the ghost to kill me. Now that's a serious crime too. Lin Mo turned to look at Mu Yuan King and asked, did you deliberately release them? Mu Yuan King lowered her head in regret, responding, earlier my spiritual energy was drained, and that's why those 3 ghostly obsessions managed to escape. It wasn't intentional. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo gritted his teeth in frustration, his body trembling with anger. He glared at Shui Feng, the owner of the swimming pool, and growled, did you hear that? The ghostly obsessions escaped on their own. It wasn't intentional. Don't you dare slander me, or I'll report you for defamation. But the other man, still furious, shouted back, bastard, you're working with ghosts. At that moment, another system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 excitement points. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mo immediately struck a heroic pose, turning to face his teammates with a serious expression. He demanded, who said we harmed him? A Shu, sister, we need to hurry and save him. Without wasting another moment, he dashed forward, pretending to be resolute, shouting loudly, damn ghosts, I'll fight you to the death. But as they drew closer, all 3 of them let out exaggerated, weak cries, causing the ghost of obsession, which had been holding the victim in place, to freeze in confusion. They were suddenly struck by an unseen force, sending them flying backward with a few pained yelps, all for show. Afterward, Lin Mo struggled to get back up, crawling painfully to his feet. He said the ghost of obsession became much stronger when it saw him. We couldn't fight back. A sorrowful voice echoed, and Mu Yuan King's brute began a performance in full swing. Ed Shu lay motionless on the ground, while some members wiped away fake tears, others raised their hands as though offering prayers. I can't go on. This ghost is too powerful. A Shu, you died so tragically. Meanwhile, viewers on the live stream were flooding the chat with hearts and glowing comments. I'm dying of laughter. Oscar is missing out on a prestigious award for these guys. Too funny, brothers. The safety protocol says demon masters who see death and don't save others will be punished. But this guy tried to save him and failed. No problem at all. Some even took screenshots. The bald boss wasn't killed by the ghost. He probably died of anger. Well done. Elsewhere, countless strands of long hair twisted around the neck of the swimming pool's owner, Shui Feng. The hair tightened, forcing him to gasp out a few words. No, I don't want to die. Just as he tried to plead further, sharp, swift cuts appeared, tearing him into pieces that floated on the surface of the pool, all while the three ghosts of obsession watched coldly. After some time, the obsession faded, the spectral figures vanished, and the three girls transformed into human form, soaring upward into the sky. They waved their hands, tears brimming in their eyes. One of them spoke, expressing her gratitude to everyone, before changing into three small blue orbs before Lin Mo and his group. Without hesitation, they flew into his open palm. The astonishing sight caught the attention of the streamer, who, still holding her phone, exclaimed in excitement, "This is incredible. Punishing those horrible people. They're the true bearers of justice." At that moment, a student from Lin Feng Academy appeared, angrily pointing ahead and shouting, "Who are you? How dare you steal our mission?" Lin Mo, standing across from him, was immediately drawn into the confrontation. He glanced over quickly before calmly raising his hand, sneering as he asked, "Stealing the mission? How can this be considered stealing when we're all students? We're all demon masters. You kill demons, I kill demons. Aren't we all serving the people?" Upon hearing this, two other students from Lin Feng Academy could no longer hold back their irritation. They whispered to each other with displeased expressions, "Stealing our mission and still talking back. The demon pearls from the three evil spirits are worth quite a lot." The leader of the Lin Feng Academy students fell silent for a moment and spoke again, his tone turning firm. "Be reasonable and hand over the demon pearls. If not, you won't be leaving this pool alive." Without hesitation, Lin Mo stood his ground, his expression hardening as he gritted his teeth and raised his glowing tattooed hand. "What's the matter? Do you want to fight?" The opposing group showed no fear. Instead, they sneered back, their leader mocking, "5 skilled demons. Impressive. But what a coincidence. We have 10 people. 8 of us are lower-level demon masters, and 3 are third-level demon masters. You won't be leaving here alive." New Yuan King, the demon master, stood before the two team members, his voice suddenly turning serious. "Are you certain you want to fight us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng, one of the students, felt a wave of anxiety. He broke into a cold sweat. A 5th-level demon master could easily defeat 5 or 6 of them, but he couldn't retreat now. With determination, he raised his voice and responded, "Who exactly are you?" After a brief pause, New Yuan King narrowed his eyes and, with a calm but deliberate tone, introduced himself. "A useless person, Sun Biao of Xu Feng." He then coughed lightly and added, "Sun Lai Lai of Xu Feng." This revelation caught the students from Lin Feng Academy off guard. So they were from the Sun family of Xu Feng. That explained their arrogance. Sun Miao, as they had heard, was ranked among the top 20 in Xu Feng. "You may have the Sun family backing you, but I have my own support. You tried to steal this mission today, and I, Ku Feng, will make sure you pay for it." Lin Mo could only respond with politeness. "Sun Miao, feel free to deal with us whenever you like." With that, he instructed the rest of the students to leave, leaving only a Shu and himself behind to process what had just happened. Ku Feng is from the Ku family of Pure Wind Pavilion. Pure Wind Pavilion, the Than Lao. At that, New Yuan King approached, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder with a grin. Pure Wind Pavilion is the second largest assassin organization in Jiang Province, ranked just below Cold Wind Pavilion, your 8 brothers group. Then, as if a realization struck him, he pointed to himself and continued with a smirk. "Simple, isn't it? If Pure Wind Pavilion dares to cause trouble for me, I'll just mention your 8th brother's name. Let's see if they still dare to lay a finger on me." The sky outside was a clear blue with fluffy white clouds scattered across it, while the golden sunlight bathed everything in a warm glow. The conversation between New Yuan King and Lin Mo showed no signs of ending, leaving the situation uncertain. You don't believe the junior brother is in trouble, and you think he wouldn't care. After a moment, all 3 of them were seated on the back of the bloodsucker demon, preparing for takeoff. She gave a gentle warning. "Hold on tight." Leaving behind the streamer who was calling after them, she raised her phone in frustration and asked, "Where are you all going?" Then, glancing at the screen, her face fell, and she pouted in disappointment. "As soon as they left, more than half of the people in my room disappeared." At that moment, a foot clad in green sandals firmly pressed down on the pedal of Ming's bike, her voice filled with resolve. "All right." The streamer, with her hair loose and wearing revealing clothes, painted the bike while speaking. "I absolutely must track down these 3, or my room will be raided again. Meanwhile, the trio, including Lin Mo, is racing through Lingling City, completing mission after mission. They had already finished 3 tasks and were on their way to another, specifically the Game Point and Seeing Point missions. In an underground bunker beneath Century City, 2 demons stood facing a wall, their hands moving rapidly and with great focus. After a brief pause, they suddenly turned their heads back. One of them had its mouth wide open, blood pouring out, while the other stuck out its long, vile tongue as if trying to frighten someone. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo and A Shu drew their sharp swords. Each delivered a precise strike, severing the demons' heads. Blood sprayed in all directions as they calmly turned and walked away. Having just acquired 2 demon pearls from the court-seating demons, they were about to leave when a group of people blocked their path. One of them, furious, shouted, "Who are you? Are you trying to steal our demon mission and get yourselves killed?" A chaotic scene followed, with some people running and others in pursuit. "Ku Feng, I took a few demon pearls from you. Consider that a sign of respect," one of them called out. "If you're brave enough, don't run. Ku Feng, don't let me cross paths with you again." Meanwhile, the system logged the events and congratulated the host for earning 100 points of excitement. At Yuling Park, Lin Mo swiftly retrieved 2 demon pearls from the drowned ghosts, his excitement barely contained. "I won't change my name if I leave, and I won't change my surname if I stay," he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Hu Feng from Lin Feng Academy, along with 2 companions in the distance, were visibly enraged, clutching their heads in frustration. "That was clearly our mission," they exclaimed, clearly upset. Even at Bai Ho Mall, Haya Shu was fiercely slashing at a demon's neck with his sword, blood spraying in all directions. Without hesitation, Lin Mo introduced him, saying, "That's my Ku Feng in action. If you're unhappy, come to Lin Feng Academy and take it up with me." Those around him could only stare in disbelief. On the trending section of the search bar, a post was circulating with numerous comments reading, "That kid Ku Feng. If you have the guts, don't close your eyes tonight. You've finally stolen the mission in Huling City. Brothers, go teach him a lesson from me. What kind of trash are you training, Chief? Give me back the demon pearls. What do you think of Ku Feng's dishonorable actions?" These words made Ku Feng sneeze repeatedly, muttering to himself, "It must be Sun Miao framing me." The scene at the crematorium unfolded slowly, revealing a quiet, lonely night. Lin Mo led the way, walking deliberately, his eyes darting from side to side as he scanned the area. As a few drops of cold sweat trickled down his cheek, he asked, "The mission's over, so why is it so quiet here?" Suddenly, a high-pitched scream echoed from deep within the dark room. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning serious. Without missing a beat, he urged, "Let's go. The mission at the crematorium may not be finished yet." Inside the room, the 2 girls stood frozen, their faces pale as they stared at the man surrounded by a radiant golden flame. All 3 cried out in alarm. A strange voice echoed around them, chilling and surreal. "You were lying on the ground, struggling to move, reaching out inch by inch, calling for help, pleading for me to save you." Overwhelmed by fear, the girls could only cry out before falling silent. Dropping to the floor in shock, they remained still, unable to process what they were witnessing. Nearby, 2 more voices called out, filled with urgency, one trembling with anger, the other trying to stay composed while facing a dark, menacing figure. "I'm ready to risk everything to stop you," one said with determination, studying Zhao Jian's strength. It was clear this was no ordinary spirit. "If you keep pushing forward like this, it might cost you your life." Just then, Lin Mo entered from outside and asked, "What happened here?" Startled, one of the girls turned and asked, "Who are you?" But he didn't respond directly. Instead, Lin Mo said calmly, "We're here to help. Tell me everything quickly." A shy girl with braided hair lowered her eyes and softly raised her hand. "There's something. A burned spirit at the crematorium," she said quietly. "We tried to open the furnace to check it, but suddenly we're pulled in." Before I could finish speaking, the drawer moved on its own. No one was near it. Lin Mo frowned, his thoughts racing. A burned spirit? But cremation is supposed to release the soul peacefully. Why would one remain here like this? And Shu, who had been standing nearby, suddenly responded to the question in a serious tone. "If the crematorium burns someone alive, then there could be a ghost that died in the fire." Lin Mo, hearing this, immediately struggled to comprehend the cruelty of the idea. How heartless could someone be? Then he remembered La Cheng's words and his cheerful demeanor. "I was at the crematorium on a mission. If you're free, you can come over and give us some pointers." This prompted Lin Mo to ask again, "By the way, do you know someone named La Cheng?" One of the 2 people who had asked for help quickly pointed to a furnace and replied, "He's in that furnace." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's tone became more serious as he continued to inquire, "He's dead too." Just as the question left his lips, a hand suddenly appeared, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that echoed through the dark, eerie night. The figure of a young man, engulfed in flames, stumbled out, shouting in panic, "It's so hot, so hot." After a few moments, the drawer slowly closed. La Cheng, still waving his sleeves, called out loudly, "If I hadn't been prepared, I would have been burnt to a crisp by now." One of the two people who had asked for help then responded to La Cheng, "You're fine, that's great." Lin Mo quickly gave a thumbs up, praising, "You got some skills, not getting burned to death." This made the other person look surprised, calling out, "Mr. Mu." An awkward silence followed as Mr. Mu waved his hand dismissively at La Cheng. La Cheng then took a few steps forward. "We meet again." Mr. Mu replied, "Stay away, your whole body is nothing but bones. It's unpleasant to look at." "That's right," La Cheng agreed. Without warning, one of Lin Mo's eyes turned a striking red. His expression grew serious as he commanded, "Blood Eye, activate." In an instant, a continuous red glow surrounded him, allowing him to see through everything in his path, undeterred by any obstruction. Through the glow, Lin Mo could clearly make out the scene before him. The charred corpse demon sat cross-legged arrogantly in the center, while the greedy demon huddled nervously in the corner. His brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke, his voice firm. "There's not just the charred corpse demon in there. The greedy demon is also present." At this, La Cheng quickly confirmed, "That's right. The greedy demon turns into money and treasures. If you look at it for more than 2 seconds, you'll be drawn in. It happened to be earlier." Then came a shock from the two girls in La Cheng's group. Zhao Jian was already dead. "If we don't kill these demons, he won't rest in peace," they explained. La Cheng's face paled as he stammered in panic. "What?" He then turned to Lin Mo, desperation in his voice as he pleaded, "Mr. Mu, please help us. If you avenge us, I'll give you everything I have, including the demon pearl. All of it." Lin Mo glanced briefly at Mu Yuan King before addressing her, calling her sister. "The demons are here," he said, but before he could finish, she interrupted, yawning and walking away in the opposite direction. "Don't go to your evil spirits," she muttered. "We've done enough. I'm getting a little tired. I'll take a nap first," she added nonchalantly. The girl with braids looked worried and hurried to stop her. "No, these demons are very dangerous. They're only 5th level demon masters. Can a 2nd level demon master really defeat them?" La Cheng, still trying to calm them, stepped forward and waved his hand. "No, trust Mr. Mu." Lin Mo said little, merely turning his head slightly. His eyes brightened as he looked behind him, whispering, "Look closely." As he continued to strike the drawer with force, he gave a firm and confident command, "Come out." In an instant, before Lin Mo, a dazzling array of gold, silver, and jewels appeared, shimmering and sparkling with such intensity that it was almost overwhelming. It was as if he had been entranced by their allure. His eyes glazed over and his tone became distant, as a small amount of saliva formed at the corner of his mouth. "So much wealth," he thought. "This fortune is truly irresistible. If only it were real." Meanwhile, the greedy ghost materialized, eagerly watching and counting down the seconds. She wrapped herself around Lin Mo, her face lit with glee and a mischievous grin as she began to count down. She was on the verge of succeeding. She quickly cupped his face, slowly saying, "Wife," but before she could finish, her eyes went wide with shock and sweat poured down her face. She looked at Lin Mo, whose grin had turned sinister. His mouth was open, revealing sharp fangs as though he was in the throes of painful retaliation. The greedy ghost was forcefully shoved away, and in her panic, she screamed, "What's happening?" Then it was A Shu's turn. With a sharp sword in hand, she struck a fatal blow, severing a greedy ghost head. Blood spurted in a stream. As her head rolled to the ground, La Cheng's group cheered loudly, "We've killed a demon official. Revenge has never been sweeter." Meanwhile, the fire-wrapped ghost, not understanding her own limits, charged forward in fury and spat fire at Lin Mo, cursing, "Damn you. I'll risk everything to bring you down." Having said that, he immediately unleashed a powerful stream of fire from the furnace. Luckily, both A Shu and Lin Mo reacted quickly, dodging to the sides just in time. With a serious expression, Lin Mo drew his sword, his body surrounded by green flames. He charged forward, shouting, "I'll make sure you don't harm anyone here." Lin Mo swung his sword downward, executing the soul-sealing slash. In an instant, several brilliant golden beams shot through the air, catching the burning ghost off guard. Its eyes widened in shock, its mouth hung open, before it vanished into the thick white smoke that enveloped the area in front of Lin Mo. After a moment, as the smoke began to clear, the figure of the burning ghost reappeared, standing tall with an air of arrogance. Without hesitation, it used its signature technique of fire that burned the corpse, launching a devastating attack. The flames twisted together, creating an incredibly powerful strike. The burning ghost kept opening its wide mouth, its jagged sharp teeth visible as it unleashed fiery assaults. It appeared to be using every ounce of its strength to hurl scorching flames toward Lin Mo. He swiftly dodged the hot blast of air, stepping aside and calling out sharply, "A Shu, act now." The burning ghost stood frozen and surprised, its mouth still open, unable to move. Before it could recover, a shadowy figure in black rose from the ground, lifting a scythe and preparing to strike. A Shu is on the ground, he shouted loudly, "Summon Demon Shadow." In that instant, the burning ghost head was cleanly severed from its body. Blood sprayed into the air, splattering everywhere, while its wide eyes and gaping mouth remained frozen in shock, unable to close. Where did the name Burnt Demon and its evil spirit title come from? Slowly, it crept towards the motionless body, its voice calling out for the old man in distress. Then it stood up, summoning a raging fire that enveloped its body. With a furious shout, it bellowed, "How dare you!" Its mouth stretched wide, revealing a set of white teeth, its bloodshot eyes screaming, "I want you all to pay with your lives. Die. Die for me." At that moment, Lin Mo quickly grabbed a Shu's shirt and pulled him along, urgently saying, "This is bad. The Burnt Demon's power is nearly fully charged. Run." Luckily, when he and La Cheng's group jumped from the high floor of the crematorium, flames shot out of the windows just in time, sparing them from harm. After a brief pause, they all stared at the scene in front of them. A Shu and one of the two girls suddenly spoke up, asking for help, as if realizing how close they had come to disaster. "The demon's gone. If we'd have been even a second slower, we'd have been reduced to ashes like Zhao Jian. Thank goodness Lin Mo warned us." Before she could finish, Lin Mo turned to tease her. Noticing her hair had curled, free perm, she gave a nervous laugh and responded, "What time is it, and you're still joking?" Meanwhile, the other girl looked uneasy, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The teacher had once mentioned that a burnt demon is a long-range sorcerer, and to deal with it, one must either use a demon pact with a longer attack range or break through its skill range and get close to strike. She wondered if they should consider a long-range attack. After speaking, Lin Mo quickly touched two fingers to his other hand, summoning with a swift motion. Ghost Archer. Without hesitation, the summoned spirit obeyed, pulling back its bow and releasing an arrow aimed at the burning quartz-level evil spirit, which was hanging motionless on the high windowsill. However, the shot missed its target, allowing the spirit to swiftly leap and dodge with surprising agility. Seeing this, one of the two girls called out, "Help me." Her voice firm and urgent, she added, "Summon the swamp demon, imprison it." No sooner had the words left her lips than a damp green figure appeared, opening its mouth wide to spew a thick, slimy liquid toward the burning quartz-level evil spirit. This time the attack landed, and the evil spirit was immediately held in place, unable to put up any resistance. As the enemy remained suspended in midair, their body began to plummet to the ground, immobilized. Lin Mo seized the moment, pointing decisively at the Ghost Archer. "Shoot!" In an instant, 3 arrows shot through the air like streaks of lightning, moving so fast they were nearly invisible. Yet the burning corpse-level evil spirit reacted just in time, activating its fire shield to block the incoming arrows. Behind the safety of its shield, the spirit scowled, sneering as it bared its teeth. Pathetic. The fire shield absorbs 90% of physical damage. You only managed to take out my subordinate with a sneak attack earlier, but in a fair fight, you stand no chance against me. Standing his ground, Lin Mo's gaze remained steady, his left eye glowing red. Calmly, he spoke, continuing to assess the situation. If physical damage is reduced, then we'll use true damage instead. Upon hearing this, the burning demon-level Death Knight was momentarily stunned, his mouth hanging open as he muttered a blood curse. "You're a level 2 demon master. You've activated the 3rd skill of the red-eyed demon." The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Mo raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a smile, replying with enthusiasm, "Just a regular move." A moment later, when the time was right, Lin Mo's group triggered the device, causing a thick cloud of white smoke to burst into the air, enveloping everything in a haze. The burning demon-level Death Knight, having lost his evil spirit, collapsed motionless to the ground, his eyes wide, his mouth open, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, La Cheng and the girl with glasses grinned with joy, their faces lighting up with excitement as they cheered. "Well done! Great job!" However, they did notice the dark figure rapidly approaching from behind. It was the ghost of the blue flame, speeding toward them with wide eyes, shouting, "Who is this kid daring to stir trouble in my territory?" His voice was so loud that it sent everyone into a panic. They all turned to see the demon charging toward them, but a Shu showed no fear. He gripped his sword tightly and declared, "Lin Mo, leave this one to me." Without warning, someone sitting on the ground launched a massive fireball, shouting, "No." Thanks to Lin Mo's earlier warning, a Shu swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the unexpected attack. A Shu, watch out. The blazing golden flame shot toward the ghost of the blue flame. Before he could react, the fiery blast struck him. His eyes bulged in terror, his mouth open in shock as he was quickly consumed by the flames. Within seconds, his body was reduced to charred remains lying motionless on the ground with smoke rising from the ashes. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Upon witnessing this, the two girls exchanged puzzled looks and hesitated before voicing their questions, taking turns to speak. Did they work together plotting evil? Why didn't the burning ghost kill its own people before its death? Lin Mo, unable to hold back Min's curiosity, replied, "The fireball earlier was aimed at the greedy ghost. The response from the other side was slow and reluctant. That's right. I'm about to die, and I don't want that ungrateful brat to live either." Even then, Lin Mo was still confused and pressed for an explanation. "Aren't you all from the same family? What's really going on? Please tell me more." The burning ghost sighed deeply and continued. "Those two greedy ghosts were my son and daughter-in-law. When they were alive, they took every penny I had saved up with my wife. I can still remember the family photo, the one with the four of us shattered into pieces. Just thinking about how my wife and I died so unjustly. He told me they pushed us into the crematorium to burn us alive, just to steal the last room we had left." The burning ghost paused before speaking again, his voice growing heavier. "The anger and resentment my wife and I felt, it's hard to let go. The energy in the crematorium was so thick, it transformed us into burning ghosts. That same night, we killed our ungrateful son and his wife. Lying there on the ground, his voice weak, he continued, we never imagined that the greed of those two could be so overwhelming. They absorbed the ghostly energy from the crematorium and became greedy ghosts themselves. Fortunately, the greedy ghost couldn't defend itself. We overpowered them, forced them to lure others for us." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo subtly lowered the tip of his sword to the ground, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. Truly a family, where the father is righteous and the son is dutiful. He frowned slightly and clarified his thoughts. "I understand what you've been through, but if you take lives without reason, that's simply wrong." The long-haired girl standing beside him spoke up as well. "No matter how noble a person was in life, once they become a ghost, they develop a thirst for blood. It's in their nature. To deal with them, you either bind their restless souls with a contract or you destroy them." But Lin Mo quickly responded, "And here I stand, holding a demon pearl and smiling deviously. I don't think as deeply as you do. I killed them simply because of the demon pearl, understand." Without missing a beat, La Cheng raised both hands, displaying a collection of demon pearls in various colors. He nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. You killed those evil ghosts to avenge my brothers. All the demon pearls are yours." Lin Mo grinned, cupping the pile of demon pearls in his hands. "Well then, I won't hold back." At that moment, Mu Yuan King appeared seemingly out of nowhere, stretching and yawning. "Younger brother, are you making such a big deal over a mere evil spirit?" He quickly turned to her, his face lighting up with a smile as he asked, "Sister, you're still awake." Mu Yuan King, distracted as she fumbled through her pocket, responded with mild annoyance, "Go find a hotel. I want to sleep." Lin Mo, hearing this, immediately asked, "Can we head to the northern outskirts of Ling Ling City first?" As he began to ponder a few matters, he continued, "If the information about the ghost's obsession at that pool is correct, when the demon tide arrives, over 5,000 people from the demon sealing water tribe will die. I need to evacuate the people from there." After speaking, he remained still in front of Mu Yuan King, his fist clenching tightly. In the stillness of the night, she had no choice but to agree. "All right, I'll follow you." As they walked along the northern outskirts of Ling Ling, the sight of numerous small, run-down houses gradually came into view. Lin Mo glanced around at the surroundings, his eyes filled with a mix of observation and disappointment. Is this where the people of Demon Sealing live? He wondered aloud. A bit further along, he spotted Lai Yu, covered in dirt, running around with carefree joy. She accidentally bumped her head into Lin Mo's leg, letting out a small cry in surprise. Her reaction was almost automatic, and it made him feel a twinge of concern. He quickly warned her, "Be careful." Lai Yu, undeterred, looked up and asked in a childish voice, "Who are you people?" Pointing to himself, Lin Mo replied, "We're travelers." While Lai Shu remained quiet, Lai Yu narrowed her eyes, her brow furrowing. She clenched her fist and shouted, "You're lying." Lin Mo was taken aback. In this place, where locals and fierce soldiers were the only ones who seemed to matter, it was a surprise that Lai Yu had spoken up at all. He smiled softly, clearly impressed. "You're quite clever." His gaze then shifted to her bare, dirty feet. "But why aren't you wearing shoes?" he asked, a note of concern in his voice. Lai Yu shot him an angry look, her eyes sharp and filled with defiance. "It's because your people from Zhao destroyed our homeland," she answered. "The people of Demon Sealing are forced into slavery here. We don't have shoes or sandals like you." Her words struck Lin Mo deeply. His expression darkened with sorrow, and he lowered his gaze, his beard brushing his chest as he thought. After a moment, he gently reached out and touched Lai Yu's face in an attempt to comfort her. Maybe that will change one day, he said softly. There will come a time when everyone will be able to wear shoes and clothes just like me. The little girl immediately responded, really? Suddenly, a voice rang out, loud and clear, Sister, don't trust him. It was Lai Feng, dressed in nothing but a sleeveless top, standing protectively in front of her sister. With a fierce tone, she shouted, The people of Zhao are deceivers. What are you planning by coming here? Before anyone could reply, Lin Mo raised his hand and gave a cheerful thumbs up toward the sky, clapping lightly as he shielded the little girl. Very noble of you, he said. But I still have a question. Where are your parents? I don't see them around. Lai Feng, still seething with anger, gritted her teeth and snapped. You already know the answer. They've been taken to the city walls. The boy spoke up, adding, forced to work without pay, building for your Zhao people. Meanwhile, on the far side, a soldier cracked a whip across the backs of the workers from the kingdom of Demon Ceiling, who were toiling under harsh conditions. Others stood guard, watching over groups of people who were burdened with heavy loads of stones and dirt. At that moment, one of the workers was struck cruelly by the whip. He was cursed at and urged to hurry despite his pain. Elsewhere, an elderly man, frail and shaking, continued to strain every muscle to pull a large stone up a slope, but he could barely stand from exhaustion. Suddenly, the rope snapped, and the man lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. The massive stone rolled down and nearly crushed him. In the midst of the chaos, someone shouted, Watch out! The stone is going to fall. At that moment, Lin Mo knelt before the heavy chest. The necromancer, demon diva, demon martial disciple, and devil's extreme quickly soared into the air, their movements swift and determined. Without delay, all 5 of his subordinates moved swiftly to steady the massive stone wrapped in ropes, drawing astonished looks from those standing below. After a brief moment, the stone was lowered safely, avoiding any casualties. At this point, Lin Mo and Gao and me stood among his demon subordinates, one hand casually in his pocket. He looked toward the old man and asked nonchalantly, Old man, are you all right? The old man, seeing him, stammered and shouted, You are. He muttered, pointing at Lin Mo in disbelief. His brow furrowed slightly as he continued, Prince Yi Di. The words sparked a wave of excitement among the people of the kingdom of Demon Ceiling. They quickly turned, shouting in joy, It's really the prince. The prince is alive. The prince has come to save us, the people of Demon Ceiling. However, a soldier witnessing the commotion aimed his gun at them and barked angrily. What's all this shouting about? Didn't Prince Yi Di already die? These filthy peasants must be trying to rebel. Shoot them. But before he could act, the commanding officer arriving from behind stopped him. Hold on, the officer said, his voice steady. I've heard there's a brilliant student in Sinhai City who resembles Prince Yi Di. This might be him. Don't be too quick to act. This student is backed by Duan Kan Kun. If a riot does break out, his eyes narrowed, his tone turning cold as a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Well, that would give us the perfect excuse to open fire. Meanwhile, several people dropped to their knees on the dry, rocky ground. They bowed deeply to Lin Mo, who stood atop the large stone, and loudly declared, We pay our respects to Prince Yi Di. The overwhelming tension made him freeze. I instinctively pointed at his face, stunned by the resemblance. Yi Di, he looks exactly like me. The unease of being watched, like a distant threat looming, still lingered. At that moment, Lin Mo's expression turned serious. He said calmly, If I let the people of the Demon Ceiling Kingdom remain kneeling like this, the Safety Bureau might step in and think I'm the cause of unrest. Without hesitation, he jumped down before thousands of people kneeling before him. Looking conflicted and hesitant, Lin Mo pointed to himself and spoke clearly, I'm not your crown prince. You've mistaken me for someone else. Your real crown prince passed away in his 30s. I'm only 18. The crowd slowly began to cry softly, their expressions filled with sorrow. Yes, you're right. The crown prince passed away more than a decade ago. We were mistaken. He's gone. And now, there's no one who can save us. Hearing this, Lin Mo gently knelt in front of them and reassured them. The demon tide will pass through here at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. There's still time. We need to begin evacuation immediately. An elderly man, still uncertain, looked at him and asked, Evacuate to where? If the demon tide truly arrives, will they allow us to leave? Lin Mo's face turned solemn. His voice lowered. To them, we're just a buffer, mere protection for the people of Zhou. The old man visibly moved, took Lin Mo's hands, and said gently, Thank you, child. You truly resemble our late crown prince. Your heart is just as sincere. Furrowing his brow, he urged, You should leave quickly. Don't stay here because of us. But Lin Mo refused to go. He stood firm and protested, No, I won't let everyone here wait to die. Suddenly, a soldier approached, cracking his whip and shouting, What's going on? Why aren't you working for him? Before anyone could react, Lin Mo grabbed the whip, blocking the old man. The people of the kingdom of Demon Ceiling cried out, Stop! The soldier seemed momentarily unsettled and demanded, "What you want? Are you trying to disrupt the work? Are you planning a rebellion?" With determination, Lin Mo stood tall, turned, and walked away, replying, "No, I have something far more important to announce." Standing boldly in front of the crowd, Lin Mo wasted no time. With all of his might, he called out, "The day after tomorrow, a demon tide will pass through here. All citizens of the kingdom of Demon Sealing must evacuate to the northern outskirts, or everyone will perish." From behind an ambush, the captain's voice rang out, "You're claiming there's a demon tide? Ridiculous. Our army has received no such warning. Where did you hear this from?" His brow furrowed as he slammed his hand down in frustration. If this delays construction, who's going to take responsibility for that? All the major demon realms are under military control. There will be no demon tide. If you keep making these threats, I might charge you with delaying construction, and you'll be executed for it. At his command, the soldiers raised their weapons, surrounding Lin Mo with menacing intent. The sudden upheaval caused rocks and debris to tumble from above, making it almost impossible to stay on their feet. Confused, they looked at each other, asking what's happening. To their surprise, a Shu stood at the top of the fortress and shouted out a warning. "Lin Mo, the demon tide is arriving earlier than expected." Soon, a wave of demons surged forward, one after another, under the dull gray sky. It was a sight none had anticipated. The captain's eyes widened in shock as the realization hit him. It's true, this is a demon tide of this magnitude, and the walls won't hold them. In a panic, he turned and sprinted. "Everyone, fall back quickly. Head for Ling Ling City." Meanwhile, Lin Mo was working to get the civilians to safety. "Laborers, stop what you're doing. The demon tide is here. Run for your lives." The captain pushed his way forward, cracking his whip through the air to clear a path. He charged ahead, shouting angrily, "Commoners, move out of the way. You're only good as cannon fodder." Frozen in shock, the laborers didn't move. They couldn't process what was happening until Lin Mo's voice cut through the chaos. "Stop standing there. Get back to the shelters and bring the children." With urgency in his voice, Lin Mo turned to a Shu. "A Shu, what's the situation?" "The defensive will only hold for about 3 minutes." Lin Mo called on the demons under his command to prepare for battle. If they could just hold the line for a little longer, they might have a chance to save a few lives. The demon tide, with their sharp claws, began scaling the walls, their glowing red eyes full of fury. The demon martial disciple and Daiji rushed forward, obeying Lin Mo's orders. No demon would be left alive. As one wave of demons was pushed back, another took its place, relentlessly climbing up, sending their attackers to their doom in an unending wave. It was like trying to fight off an infestation of cockroaches. Impossible to stop. A bloated zombie demon let out a thunderous roar. It charged forward, slamming into the citadel's walls, while the other demons stood waiting, poised for the attack. A Shu stiffened at the sheer force of the oncoming assault. Lin Mo spoke urgently. "This structure is on the verge of collapsing. We have to fall back." A deafening explosion rang out, and a large section of the city wall was shattered. The soldiers, panic-stricken, could do nothing but watch as the demon tide descended upon them, relentless and savage, like a pack of hungry predators caught in a trap. With eyes wide in terror, it charged forward in waves, while the terrified crowd trampled one another in their desperate bid to escape, their screams filling the air. "The wall's down! Run!" Lin Mo shouted as he turned toward the rear. "Grandpa, we have to hurry. The demon tide is right behind us." The elderly man, his voice trembling, responded, "Our legs can't keep up. We're too old to run. You go ahead. We've lived our lives. If we can help the younger ones of Demon Sealing Country escape, that's enough for us." Lin Mo clenched his fists, his heart heavy with resolve. He swore silently not to let the people of Demon Sealing fall here. Without hesitation, he said, "A Shu, you take the elderly and lead them out first. I'll catch up." A Shu hesitated, his voice filled with reluctance. "Don't say things like that. If we're leaving, we leave together." Lin Mo's tone turned firm. "Trust me. Go on ahead." A Shu paused for a moment, torn, but then, with a determined glance, he advanced toward the demon tide, sword drawn. "Don't waste time. Go now." He took one last look at Lin Mo, nodded reluctantly, and made his decision. "All right, I'll lead them out first, but I'll come back to help you." Lin Mo raised his hand, summoning his necromancer spell. From the ground, the undead guardians emerged, their hollow eyes glowing with an eerie green light. They opened their mouths, and from within, hundreds of small demons poured out, their eyes flashing through the air as they sped toward their targets with deadly precision. They slowly grew in size and then surged forward, charging at the fierce demon tide. The smaller demons formed a barrier to shield against the oncoming attack, yet the numbers on both sides were far too overwhelming. One of the enormous creatures from the demon tide swung a massive hammer, and with a single devastating blow, it sent the smaller demons flying. The necromancer's apprentice spoke, his voice sharp and threatening. "Don't try to stop me. From a distance, a loud cry rang out, pulling his attention. Kill Lin Mo. With a swift leap into the air, he thrust his sword forward. A sharp, soul-sealing slash tore through the undead demon's upper body without hesitation. At the northern edge of the city wall in Ling Ling, an urgent shout echoed. Quickly close the gates and activate the defensive formation. A female student, her hairpin gleaming in her hair, frowned in protest. We can't close the gates. There's a group approaching from afar. The man beside her was adamant in his disagreement. Those people are just the lowly commoners from Demon Ceiling. Let them perish. They aren't worth the risk. Hearing this, the girl couldn't hold back and sharply retorted, They are people too. Without another word, the man pulled the group of students toward the gate, continuing his lecture as they walked. Hurry up. Even if we save those commoners now, they'll all die eventually. As Shu and the others stood still, waiting for a long time, but the gates never opened. Feeling uneasy, a Shu called out, Open the gates. The man remained firm. I can't open them. If the demon tide breaks through, it would be a catastrophe. The group behind him whispered among themselves, uncertain. If we don't let them in, won't those from Demon Ceiling just die? It's clearly possible, and there are still children down there. A Shu argued, suggesting that opening just one door would be sufficient. Inside the city, there were formations and around 100 or 200 soldiers, which should be enough to hold off the demon tide. The response came cold and dismissive. No, that's not possible. His expression darkened, and with a hint of provocation, he added, Or perhaps you think Lin Mo can defeat the demon tide. Maybe you believe there's some powerful figure behind him who will step in. When that happens, the army will be called in to capture them, and not one will escape. As Shu, unable to contain his anger at the shameless remark, turned away from the group, muttering curses under his breath. Lin Mo, meanwhile, was fully focused, cutting down one demon tide after another, his resolve fueled by A Shu's encouraging words. Lin Mo, you have to push through. On Lin Mo's side, his army faced constant challenges, overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. The chainsaw demon was tightly bound by a mud demon and couldn't break free. Meanwhile, Brahmic Champ played his instrument with precision, unleashing his most powerful moves. He sent out threads to entangle the mud demon, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the chainsaw demon struck, slicing a mud demon in two. At that very moment, the demon diva was caught by another demon tide. She was lifted off the ground by her collar and executed a powerful strike. The demon she struck clutched its chest, gasping for breath. Her brother, watching in horror, called out in panic, Junior sister. Before she could defend herself, a swarm of ghost demons emerged from behind, rushing toward her like a pack of ravenous beasts. They descended on her, biting and clawing, causing her to scream in agony. The scene gave the demon tide a clear advantage. She sneered, casting a glance over her shoulder. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged forward, delivering a forceful kick and shouting, Go to hell! Before she could regain her balance, Demon Diva's shattered soul appeared, her sword slicing through the air with a single strike. In an instant, the demon was sent on a journey to oblivion, never to return. Lin Mo's sword, the soul-sealing slashed, had pushed the demon tide back a few paces. The demon is grateful. Thank you, the creature said humbly. Wait until all the demon-sealing forces have entered the city, then we'll retreat, Lin Mo instructed. The team responded in unison, understood. On top of the sturdy city wall, a girl raised her phone to capture the moment. Look, everyone, it's the guy who disguised himself as a girl at the pool. He's risking his life to hold back the demon tide and save the people in Demon Ceiling. He's not even thinking about retreating. The view count soared to 200,000, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. My follower count has passed 1 million. I've made so much from this. Comments began flooding in. Go for it. Blocking so many demons alone, he's the real demon here. Why hasn't the Safety Bureau opened the gates? Kid, this guy dares to face the demon tide alone. What are they afraid of? They say it's a demon, but the Safety Bureau is running faster than I am. Exactly. Demons should go to schools and the military. I hope this kid holds on and proves the Safety Bureau wrong. Don't kid yourself. With the demon tide this thick, they won't last even 10 minutes. From a distance, Lin Mo's gaze remained sharp and focused. She observed quietly. What had once been a petty troublemaker was now risking everything to protect these people. A Shu, gripping a sword, dashed through the chaos of fallen bodies, making her way swiftly toward Lin Mo. He hurriedly reported to Lin Mo, the deep dragon isn't opening the city gates. What should we do now? Lin Mo looked at him, almost in disbelief, and asked again, what? Using a sword as a support? He sighed deeply, then made a gesture, his voice tinged with resignation. There's no way forward now. We can only hold out and die here. Lin Mo immediately gave a sharp command. Tang's courts responded without delay, surrounding the demon-sealing forces in a protective circle, while the air was filled with the wails and screams of demons. In that moment, Lin Mo gritted his teeth in fury and muttered, As for the debt you owe, I'll make you pay it back 100-fold the day after tomorrow. He stood on the city walls, satisfied with his own strategy. His life had been spared, and there were still those who continued to protect him. Yang exhaled heavily. Lin Mo surged forward, and wherever he went, the demon tide fell apart. The common people were shielded behind the demon ceiling barrier, their safety secured through his relentless efforts. "Look at that," an old man said, squinting. "The way this boy is fighting the demons to protect us. He looks just like the prince when he was still alive." "You're right," another agreed. "When I saw him, I really thought the prince had been brought back to life. A stranger, yet he was willing to fight so fiercely for the people of Demon Ceiling. How deeply moving." A little child tugged at his grandfather's sleeve, eyes wide, and said, "Grandpa, let's sing the national anthem of Demon Ceiling to cheer him on." "That's a great idea," the old man said, and they joined hands, beginning to sing the first verse. "Wake up, people of Demon Ceiling, from deep sleep as if dead from cruel savage oppression. Rise and build a new life." The song rang out, spreading far and wide, catching Lin Mo's attention. Its power stirred the hearts of everyone who heard it. The sound of singing reverberated endlessly. In this life, no matter how ruthless the enemy may be, they will eventually be defeated. Now let us prove to the world that the blood of the Demon Ceiling warriors still runs through our veins. Standing firmly, he gritted his teeth and thought, if the demonic pact of the Demon Ceiling clan isn't broken, it will pose a serious threat to the Zhao nation. The melody continued, causing the Demon Tide army to quickly regroup and charge forward with greater force. Shu quiet. He wiped the blood from his lips, his expression hardening with shock. This is bad. The main force of the Demon Tide has arrived. The demons snarled, their eyes bloodshot and filled with malice, launching an assault. The next wave of the Demon Tide brought with it over 1,000 evil spirits. Lin Mo suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and quickly pulled out his phone to call for backup. "Looks like I'll have to reach out to someone." He typed out a message. "Sis, hurry and come save me. I'm about to lose my life here. I'm having a late night snack right now, but after I finish, I'll head over. Hurry up and eat quickly. If you wait too long, you'll just be coming to collect my body." As he sent the last line, 3 Demon Tide creatures locked their gaze on him. Meanwhile, Yuan King, eating and watching the live stream of her younger brother's battle, commented, "Where else could you find such perfect combat training?" Ling Mo leaped into action as the desert demon unleashed a storm of sand. He quickly retreated, shouting, "Chainsaw Demon, get over here." The Chainsaw Demon, wielding a massive cleaver, rushed in a frenzy, its sword through the air, preparing to strike the desert demon. With overwhelming force, the cleaver sliced through the desert demon's skull, blood splattering everywhere. The demon screamed in agony as its body melted into a slimy puddle, leaving the nearby creatures horrified. From a distance, a monstrous figure hurled several firecrackers toward him. He spotted them just in time and swiftly dodged the flying devices aimed at the demon, making it flinch. The firecrackers went off in a loud explosion, and the demon was consumed by the blast, losing its life in an instant. Behind him, a shoe was thrown backward, groaning in pain. Lin Mo rushed to his side, catching him as he fell. "Lin Mo, and hold on. I'm sorry for dragging you into this," he whispered. The demon tide swelled in size, its terrifying gaze locking onto them, trapping them in place. Realization hit him like a wave. My spiritual energy is nearly gone. Could this really be the end for us? In a panic, the girl raised her hand, trying to call for help. "No, I can't just watch Lin Mo die," she said, but he quickly grabbed her wrist, stopping her. She recoiled, shocked by his sudden movement, and called out, "Father." He looked at her with a cold, fierce expression, baring his teeth. "What are you thinking?" Lin Mo may be trying to save the people of Demon Ceiling, which means he's one of their remnants. She clenched her fist, struggling to explain, but he's trying to save people too. His face darkened, and he glared at her with cold fury. "Those people belong to Demon Ceiling, not to Zhao. If you go to their aid, and these demons rise again to kill the people of our country tomorrow, you will be the traitor to Zhao." Shaking, she finally found her voice, but only managed a few hesitant words. At that moment, a young man's voice rang out clear and firm. "You hesitate to save lives? That's absurd." With those words, he unsheathed a knife and leaped down. "If you won't save them, I will." They immediately yelled, "Oh my God, this guy is insane. He'll die if he jumps down. Isn't he just a barber? How can he be so bold?" Laying gracefully in a combat stance, the demons focused on him. Without missing a beat, one of them swung its blade horizontally, cutting a path with lightning speed. The blade left a deep slash through the demons who were surrounding him before he quickly leaped away. His movements were flawless, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Lin Mo and a shoe, shielding them. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into driving his long sword deep into the ground. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the Heavenly Demon Slash. Countless slashes erupted around him, breaking through the demon's defenses. He stood tall and proud in the aftermath of his victory, prompting Lin Mo and A Shu to express their admiration. He turned to them and teased Xiao A Shu, "Your martial arts seem to have regressed." Lin Mo then asked, "A Shu, who is this?" "This is my third uncle," A Shu replied. "He's famous for his lightning-fast blade skills in the barbering world. He can shave a head in just 10 seconds. A 5th-level Demon Master barber, he's unbeatable. In his prime, he could finish in just 7 seconds." Lin Mo nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Alai." "It's nothing, just stepping in when I see injustice," Alai said modestly. Alai then charged at the demons, sword in hand. "The evil spirits are here. I'll handle the lesser demons. You two take care of the rest." Lin Mo, still impressed, muttered, "A Shu, your third uncle is incredible." "Of course," A Shu answered proudly. "His barbering skills are unmatched." Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected turn of events. A master barber with such skill, honor, and martial prowess. Such a person was truly rare in this world. With his sharp instincts and agile movements, Lin Mo swiftly turned and used his sword to block the incoming attack. However, the creature proved to be more cunning than he had anticipated. It quickly coiled around his sword, preventing him from either striking back or pulling it free. In this precarious position, it used its remaining tentacles to bind Lin Mo tightly. The spiritual energy of the silk fabric had already been drained, and even the basic power of the demon sword could no longer be wielded. Meanwhile, the hanging demons, using their tongues as weapons, launched their attack. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a strange sense of amusement. They seemed to mock him, as though daring him to escape. Their tongues tightened around his neck, restricting his breathing. His face began to turn purple. In that moment of desperation, arrows suddenly pierced through the air, severing the demon's tongues and causing them to fall to the ground, no longer able to harm him. At last, Lin Mo was freed and could breathe once more. Weak and pale, Lin Mo quickly removed the demon's tongue from his neck, coughing violently as he scanned the area for the one who had come to his aid. He soon saw that he was not alone. To his relief, everyone had rallied together, standing united in support of him. "Big brother, we're here to help you," came the voice of a familiar figure, who awkwardly scratched his head and offered a sheepish smile, hoping Lin Mo would understand. "I'm really sorry. My abilities are limited, and all I can do is provide long-range support." Lin Mo, however, was unconcerned by such modest words. He immediately turned to them, clasped his hands together in gratitude, and said with sincerity, "I truly appreciate your help. Thank you so much." La Cheng immediately turned and called out to everyone, "Demon Masters, listen up. As men, support me from a distance. Any credit for this victory, put it on my head, La Cheng." The others responded without hesitation, stepping in to assist. Those skilled in combat used their abilities, those armed with weapons raised them, and the summoners joined the fray. Soon, the tide of battle began to shift. The demon forces that had been gathering erupted in chaos and remains scattered in all directions. Below, Lin Mo was struggling to hold his ground. He used his sword to block Yu's attacks, desperate to keep it at bay. In that moment, several demons appeared around him, preparing to strike. Even with the help of Uncle 3 from A Shu and La Cheng's group, the overwhelming number of demons made it difficult to survive. Just then, new Yuan King arrived, cutting through the chaos to clear the demons surrounding Lin Mo. "Sorry, younger brother, I'm late," she said. Lin Mo's heart lifted at the sight of her, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally, sister. Now that we have 2 level 5 demon masters, this demon tide doesn't stand a chance." Her subordinates, quick to follow her lead, jumped into action, taking on the demons with precision. Yuan King assessed the battlefield, and seeing that her side was gaining control, turned to Lin Mo with a smile. "You and A Shu take a break. Relax for now. I'll handle the rest." Lin Mo's relief was palpable. Grinning, he nodded and turned to walk away, calling back, "Thanks, sister. We'll be back soon." He turned to glance at his companion and let out a deep sigh, sharing the moment with him. As they supported each other to keep walking, they said, "Luckily, this time we have you and your third uncle. Good friends, just seeing the injustice was enough to push us to act." While they walked, Lai Yu excitedly grabbed a handful of water bottles and cheered happily before rushing over to hand them to the 2 men. "Look, everyone, the brothers are back." She clutched the bottles tightly and ran, ignoring her older brother's calls to stop her. "I'm going to give them some water. Little sister." Lai Yu skipped over to Lin Mo and A Shu, offering all the bottles she had. "Thank you, brother. Without you, the people of Demon Ceiling would have no one left to protect them. Please take some water." Lin Mo sat down and patted Lai Yu's head in gratitude. Meanwhile, A Shu quickly downed the water. "Thank you, little one. What's your name?" Lai Yu smiled brightly and introduced herself and her brother to Lin Mo. "My name is Lingu Lai Yu. This is my brother, Lingu Lai Feng." A Shu, drinking beside them, overheard the conversation and raised an eyebrow in confusion. The Lingu clan from Nanluan Demon Sealing is famous for their skill in controlling water demons. I never imagined they'd end up in such a situation. Hearing this, Lai Feng frowned, clenched his fist, and spoke with determination. It doesn't matter. I will restore the town no matter what. Then, feeling a bit uncertain, he looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Thankfully, you're someone who knows how to stay positive and offer comfort. Kid, do you think I could become as strong as you?" "Of course. Even stronger than me," Lin Mo replied confidently. Faced with the child's anxious overthinking, Lin Mo knew, then was immediately filled with guilt. "Sorry for suspecting you were a spy from the province nation earlier." "It's all right," the child replied softly. At that moment, a deep, eerie sound echoed from the distance, grabbing both Lin Mo's and A Shu's attention. Turning toward the source, they saw a massive swarm of demons surging like a tidal wave, with even more approaching from behind. "This isn't good. More powerful demons are on the way." Lin Mo and A Shu immediately prepared for battle. Without hesitation, Lin Mo turned to the children and gave them clear instructions. "Stay inside the protective circle. Don't worry about the water. I'll drink it later. Just stay safe, both of you." The brothers quickly shut the door and hid themselves away. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and A Shu charged into the approaching wave of demons, cutting them down one by one. "Break time's over. Let's move." Before long, they had reached the heart of the blood-soaked chaos. They pushed forward with unwavering resolve. But as they drew closer, they noticed something odd at the center of the storm. A towering figure loomed within the vortex. As Lin Mo and A Shu halted, the storm surrounding the figure began to dissipate, gradually revealing the demon at its core. Both stood frozen in shock. Neither expected the creature at the storm's center to look the way it did. A demon with greenish-purple skin, as if its colors were mixed haphazardly. Its face was oddly shaped like a warped banner, and around its waist was a collar that resembled a rough, crude imitation of something once regal. Recognizing the demon, A Shu and Yuan King spoke in disbelief, almost in unison. The third-ranked figure of the demon realm, Nanshan, the one rumored to have traded away the Demon King's power. Everyone understood the significance of this demon's appearance. If the half-demon king were to lead a full-scale demon tide assault on Lingling City, even with defensive formations and specialized units in place, it might not be enough to hold them back. Action needed to be taken quickly. The military had to be notified for reinforcements, otherwise hundreds of thousands of civilians could face serious danger. That said, not everyone was fearful. Some, in fact, found the situation strangely intriguing. The half-demon king has shown himself. That means whoever was behind the remnant winged demon may soon make a move as well. Once the army's elite forces and contracted demon masters arrive, we'll have a chance to capture them all in one strike. Right after the speaker finished, the sound of countless footsteps echoed from the distance. As they grew closer, the rhythmic thudding became louder and clearer. Any demon in their path was swiftly struck down and sent flying, unable to put up any resistance. Seeing such a dominant force in motion, who wouldn't feel a surge of pride? The speaker smiled, clearly anticipating the coming confrontation. And then it appeared. Beside the fierce Li Ti demon, a large group of cloaked figures emerged, charging forward with clear intent to encircle it. The demon narrowed its gaze. Though the group wore similar clothing and moved in unison, it could sense powerful presences among them. Demon masters of 5th, 6th, even 7th rank. Furious, Elite D demon roared. It refused to let the human forces focus on wiping out its allies. With a defiant cry, it reared back and unleashed a powerful defensive technique, then charged forward with its signature move, 1,000 faces, 10,000 generals. The attack came so suddenly that the demon masters immediately took notice. Naturally, they wouldn't simply stand by and let the corpse be captured by the zombified creatures. Without hesitation, they summoned their demons to fight back, including the White Bone Demon, the Centipede Demon, and the Misfortune Demon. The summoned demons charged at the zombie without any coordination, using their strength to form a protective barrier and halt the advancing horde. The White Bone Demon unleashed its bone-shifting technique, sending a cloud of white bones swirling in the air. Meanwhile, the Centipede Demon grinned wickedly, then stretched its legs, using its 100-leg binding technique to ensnare the zombie. The legs of the Centipede Demon have turned into chains, trapping the zombie's hands, feet, and neck. This Centipede Demon said, ignoring the creature's frantic attempts to break free. Under the power of the Centipede Demon, the zombie looks like a helpless doll, as though it's been crushed and tossed around before being released. The Misfortune Demon, too, had its part to play. It leaped into the air, charging toward the zombie, seizing the moment to strike before the creature could recover. Final blow, the Misfortune Demon called out. As the Misfortune Demon invoked its ultimate technique, Destruction, it froze in a moment of fear, its pupils narrowing. Despite being a demon, it was sweating, clearly terrified. And then, with a deafening crash, the Chinese character for Destruction slammed into the zombie, pinning it to the ground, rendering it immobile and unable to escape. In an instant, the demon exploded into fragments. The scene was gruesome, too bloody for anyone to bear, so let's just say the aftermath left pools of blood to hint at the carnage. Lin Mo watched in stunned silence as the demon masters dispatched the high-level demon with ease, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even the demon king had been slain in just a few moves. Who were these people? Dan then carefully observed the direction the group was moving in, and his heart sank. This was bad. Their target was the common people of Feng. Without hesitation, Lin Mo jumped down and dashed towards the group dressed in black. He raised his voice to capture their attention, ordering them to halt. "What do you think you're doing?" Quickly circling around to block their path, Lin Mo positioned himself in front of them, forcing the group to stop. They had no choice but to stand still and stare at him. The leader of the group wasted no time. His expression was stern as he regarded Lin Mo, almost as though he saw him as an inconvenience. "Hand over the demon-sealing civilians to us," he demanded. Lin Mo stood his ground, unyielding. His face was even more serious than the leader's. No, the leader seemed to take this as mere stubbornness. "You can't handle these refugees. By tomorrow, they'll still be nothing but a burden. Give them to us. We'll ensure they can live as humans and regain their freedom." The more Lin Mo heard, the angrier he became. Raising his voice, he retorted, "Who just barges in and demands people like that? Why should I trust you?" At that moment, one of the figures in black stepped forward. Lin Mo blinked in surprise, not recognizing a person. The figure pulled down their hood, revealing your face. Lin Mo froze. The person frowned and immediately spoke. "Lin Mo, it's me." The recognition hit him like a wave. It was Chen An, and Rand's subordinate. He had been saved by the old woman from the safety bureau, hadn't he? But Lin Mo couldn't quite believe his eyes. Chen An hadn't even reached the second level of Demon Master before. Why did it seem like he was already at the fourth level now? Chen An appeared extremely hurried, leaving him no time to speak or explain anything to Lin Mo. "I don't have time to explain in detail. Just trust us. It's the right thing to do," he said quickly. Lin Mo stayed silent, carefully weighing the situation. He didn't sense any ill intentions in their willingness to negotiate with him. Furthermore, these people in black were likely connected to his father. If they truly intended to help the demon sealing group, he paused for a moment to consider the pros and cons. After all, if they were genuinely offering their assistance, that would be a blessing. He couldn't bear full responsibility for everyone's safety. "Please make sure they're well taken care of," he requested earnestly. Just then, the Deep Dragon group appeared above them, having clearly been observing the entire exchange. Their leader let out a loud, mocking laugh. As Lin Mo finished speaking, the Deep Dragon's menacing smile seemed even more terrifying than ghosts. "Longa is ruthless, and the serpents are nothing compared to us. You and demons won't escape this time." The leader of the black cloaked group, hearing this, looked confused and asked, "Have you all really thought this through? If you oppose the alliance of religions, they will hunt you down without mercy." The Deep Dragon, still full of arrogance, shouted back defiantly, while his subordinates began to scatter. "Alliance of religions, with so many of us here, who cares about a few of them? Charge!" As he noticed his subordinates fleeing, the Deep Dragon turned to scold them in fury. "Where do you think you're going? What are you so scared of?" One of his men shouted in response, "I'm with the Alliance of Religions now. I'm out of this." The Deep Dragon stood there, helpless and furious, watching them run. "You cowards! How dare you run off? Well, you better pay for breaking the contract. Don't think you're getting away without consequences. Pay the damn compensation if you want," one of them retorted, "but it's better than dying. Bastards." The Deep Dragon swiftly turned to face the remaining subordinates. "Listen closely. We can no longer rely on the mercenaries. At this moment, you are all that's left. Earn your merit by eliminating the remnant wind demon. This is in direct order." "Understood." Without hesitation, the soldiers leaped into the air and charged toward the demon-sealing citizens, who were also aligned with the Alliance of Religions. They cut through them ruthlessly and pressed on. Seeing the enemy approach, the Alliance of Religions immediately took up a defensive position. Meanwhile, Lin Mo found himself caught in the middle, surrounded on all sides by the summoning forces. A sly smile spread across his face as he observed the scene. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. It was his turn to hunt. Lin Mo raised his sword high and charged straight at the demons before him. "Alliance of Religions, advance. Soldiers of Province Nation, I'm here to help." He then drove his sword into one of the demons, blocking the path of a nearby soldier, making sure to do so efficiently and without hesitation. The demon, feeling the sting of humiliation, couldn't find the words to react. "This is my contracted demon. Apologies, I have poor eyesight, so I mistook it for an enemy. Congratulations. Host, you've earned 40 break the room points. The green-eyed demon is a traitor, correct?" Naturally, Lin Mo refused to admit it. He quickly began playing dumb, trying to cover his tracks. No, it's just that the fight was so chaotic. I couldn't tell who was who in the heat of battle. From above, the deep dragon pointed downward and bellowed. Lin Mo, you are a remnant of demon sealing. You betrayed your country. It's a terrible misunderstanding. Lin Mo quickly protested. I'm just reckless. I couldn't control the demon's soul properly, and that's what caused the confusion. Lin Mo immediately pointed at the electric chainsaw demon and the demon martial disciple. If you don't believe me, let me make up for what happened earlier. Electric chainsaw demon, demon martial disciple, hurry and reinforce the soldiers of Province Nation. At his command, both demons shouted and sprang into action, rushing towards the battlefield. However, the demon martial disciple accidentally blocked the way, causing the electric chainsaw demon to trip and lose its balance. In that moment, the electric chainsaw demon was holding its chainsaw high, and instead of supporting the soldiers, it inadvertently swung it at its own teammate. The enemy hasn't lost a single soldier, but all of ours are dead. Someone shouted in frustration. Furious, he pointed directly at Lin Mo, unaware that a demon had appeared behind him, ready to strike. In an instant, the red demon snapped its jaws shut, swallowing nearly half of the man's body. As he struggled in the demon's grip, Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Oops, just a little slip of the hand, he said, amused. By the time Lin Mo regained control of a few other demons, the situation hadn't improved. It was unclear whether any enemies had fallen, but his own side was completely wiped out. He realized too late that he had been using the wrong skill again. Meanwhile, the system kept announcing points for Lin Mo, while the others simmered in anger. Congratulations, host, you've earned 100 points for Break the Room. 15 minutes later, only a few members of the Alliance of Religions remained on the battlefield, along with the lifeless bodies of Deep Dragon soldiers. Lin Mo continued his performance, pretending to observe the situation with a dramatic flourish. Aha, you're dead now, he declared, then swung his fist toward them. Anyone who harms my Province Nation soldiers, I'll fight you to the death. The leader of the Alliance of Religions raised his hand, bracing himself for Lin Mo's powerful punch, even though he knew it wouldn't cause any harm. It was clear he didn't understand his own limits. In the end, when the two faced off, one pretended to throw an attack, while the other acted as though he had been struck. The punch was thrown, the blow taken, but it was all too much. The demons standing behind them were confused. Lin Mo had not landed a punch, yet suddenly collapsed as if it were completely natural. I'm finished, one of them muttered. As the demons remained bewildered and Ho Quin Home had no idea what was happening, Lin Mo, still on the ground, winked at them. At that moment, they understood. Each demon began to feign weakness, exhaustion, and paralysis, striking dramatic poses as if they were on the verge of death, pretending to be just as defeated as Lin Mo. From the ground, Lin Mo watched his subordinates' performance with satisfaction. Giving them a thumbs up, he praised their efforts. The plan worked. Now the Alliance of Religions can finally speak with the people of Demon Sealing. We're here to save you from the Province Nation. There's a demon tide protecting us, and this is the perfect time to retreat. If we stay any longer, it will be too late. Please trust us. If not, who else can you trust? Knowing that they would likely be met with disbelief, Lin Mo quickly pulled something from his pocket to help prove their sincerity. I'm sure this will convince you. To their surprise, when he revealed a black cloth, the other side recognized it immediately, the genuine seal. Many from the Kingdom of Demon Sealing recognized it on sight. As soon as they saw it, their eyes widened in astonishment. It was the official seal of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing. While the two sides conversed, Lin Mo continued to feign severe injury, lying motionless on the ground. Can the demon-nurturing corpse call back your zombies? Yes. Upon receiving the order, the demon-nurturing corpse swiftly recalled all of his zombies in an instant. Quick and efficient, the members of the Kingdom of Demon Sealing only agreed after seeing the seal. With little choice, remaining in the Province Nation meant certain death. They decided it was better to trust them. The benefactor had removed the protective seal on the zombies, signaling his intentions, so they chose to follow. Having convinced them, the commander of the Alliance of Religions immediately issued instructions to the others in the church. Clear the way. The Deep Dragon, observing the situation deteriorating, was furious, but could do little more than shout from a high vantage point. Those refugees are trying to escape here. As soon as Yuan King received Lin Mo's message, she quickly relayed it to a Shu, unaware of what was happening behind her. Sister, please help the people of Demon Sealing escape. A Shu urged Lin Mo. Unexpectedly, the demon lunged forward, slashing with its claws and catching Yuan King off guard. She was unable to dodge or defend herself in time. At that critical moment, a Lai rushed in, severing the demon's arm and shielding Yuan King. Be careful, he shouted. In a flash, a Lai supported Yuan King's waist to prevent her from falling. His movements were smooth and precise, knocking the demon 2 meters away and giving Yuan King the chance to steady herself. He then checked on her. Are you alright? The pregnant demon, a high-ranking figure from the demon realm Nan Shan, was sent hurtling through the air. Realizing the situation was rapidly deteriorating, he immediately ordered a retreat. Brothers, we've taken heavy losses. We can't keep pushing forward. As Eli watched the demons who had once been so eager to charge ahead, now retreating like frightened turtles, he couldn't resist mocking them. They're running now. Guess it wasn't such a big deal after all. Eli was so focused on watching the demons flee that he forgot he was still holding Yuan King's body. In fact, he was leaning in quite close to her. Feeling awkward, she spoke first. Thank you for saving me. Realizing how close he had been to her ever since the rescue, Eli waited for her to speak before suddenly becoming aware of the situation. He quickly stood up, his face flushing with embarrassment. It's nothing. Just a small thing. At that moment, a Shu, who was standing nearby, leaned in with a teasing whisper, making Eli even more uncomfortable. If I'm not mistaken, Uncle, aren't you still single? What are you talking about, kid? Are you worried about my love life? Not at all. Eli gave him a playful knock on the head, and for once, a Shu fell silent. You two have traveled far and wide. Haven't you met any girls you like? Well, there's no rush. No rush at all. Everyone's happy, except for the deep dragon. The deep dragon, infuriated, scratched at the ground in frustration. It trembled violently, struggling to stay upright, its rage boiling over. It couldn't even release its anger. Grinding its teeth, it realized the situation was only getting worse, with no more soldiers left to send into battle. With the demon tide retreating, the team was now free to advance. Fortunately, a few of my subordinates are still alive. The deep dragon immediately commanded his remaining men to surround and capture Lin Mo. Lin Mo was allied with the Alliance of Religions. Seize him now. Hearing this, Lin Mo, who had been feigning severe injury, was so outraged that he had to sit up despite his act. The deep dragon, on the other hand, cursed him from head to toe. Alliance of Religions? What nonsense is that? The meal my mother made earlier was interrupted by an attack from a man in a black cloak too. Of course, the deep dragon ignored Lin Mo's words and focused entirely on using him as a punching bag to release his anger. I don't care, just bring him back for questioning. Such an injustice, such an injustice. Even though Lin Mo had been captured, he still wore a defiant expression, shouting loudly at Yuan King. Sister, go get the master. Tell him I was taken by a demon, and don't forget to gather the demon pearls scattered on the ground. Shut up! Without hesitation, they immediately escorted Lin Mo to the vehicle, blocking Shu and Yuan King from getting any closer. While being taken away, Lin Mo remained composed and said, I haven't betrayed the province nation. The incident where I injured soldiers was simply an accident. As long as I stay silent, the Safety Bureau can't do anything to me. Naturally, the others couldn't hold back and began shouting in protest against the Deep Dragon's actions as they chased after them. What has Lin Mo done wrong? You can't just arrest him like this. Let him go. The more they spoke, the angrier they became, almost ready to rush in and attack the Deep Dragon on the spot. Students get arrested for saving people, while soldiers do nothing and get promoted. It's so unfair. Naturally, the Deep Dragon wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He actually drove closer to their position as if daring them to act, throwing out a taunt, "Come at me if you dare." Now the Deep Dragon was furious. His plan had fallen apart, and he turned around to curse at them, his frustration spilling out. Let me see who dares to interfere with the safety department's operation. Su Feng stepped forward and gently pulled La Cheng's hand, urging him, Brother Cheng, stay calm. Confronting them head-on won't end well for us. But if we just do nothing, what will happen then? The truth was, they had no choice but to watch as the safety department's vehicle transported Lin Mo to the execution site. There was no way this situation was going to end well. Everyone started brainstorming ways to help Lin Mo. They made calls to find the media, hoping to expose the situation and use public pressure to influence the safety department. It seemed the safety department wasn't sitting idle either. They were quickly spreading out in all directions, gathering materials for their plan and updating the status of the operation. The air was filled with noise as everyone rushed about, shouting to each other. The western front of Nanshan had also fallen. The demon tide had already reached Mingjiang. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. From the sound, it seemed that the Deep Dragon had brought Lin Mo to the location. Sure enough, several of the Deep Dragon's soldiers escorted Lin Mo into the room. Such a lively scene at the safety department. Am I in a banquet or something? As soon as everyone saw Lin Mo, they froze. Everything stopped, and they stared at him with intense, focused eyes. Congratulations, host, you've earned 10 points for breaking the room. The Deep Dragon no longer allowed Lin Mo to tease him and shoved him into another room, silencing him with a firm hand. You'll find out soon enough, kid. Lin Mo glanced at the interrogation room ahead of him, his smile unshaken. He wasn't the least bit concerned about what was about to happen. Oh, really, he said, his tone dripping with confidence. As soon as he was locked inside, the Safety Bureau staff began firing off questions, demanding basic details. name, gender, place of residence, and family members. His hands were cuffed, and he was forced to place both palms flat on the table. They couldn't pause, continuing their rapid-fire questioning without giving him a chance to respond. Tell us everything honestly. Lin Mo's gaze flicked to the handcuffs on his wrists, his expression tinged with boredom. Without hesitation, he answered Lam's question. Male, from Cancun province, Sashan village. When it came to asking about his family, Lin Mo's face darkened for a brief moment, but his smug smile never wavered. I have a father, a mother, and a younger sister, all from a long line of poor peasants. The moment those words left his lips, the deep dragon slammed his fist onto the table, rising to his feet. It was clear he didn't believe a word Lin Mo had said. His teeth ground together and his brow furrowed as he glared at Lin Mo, eyes narrowing with suspicion. A peasant trying to fool us, huh? What's the Safety Bureau's investigation say? The subordinate beside him, unfazed, recited the report in a calm voice. It aligns with our prior findings, sir. Father is Lin Jiang, born in 3067, from Sashan village in Canpan province. Mother is Xuan, born in 3063, from Meping village, also in Cancun. They were introduced by matchmaker Wang in 3081 and married shortly after. Their son, Lin Mo, was born the following year. The more his subordinates spoke, the more their nerves showed. They began to sweat heavily. The deep dragon, his face twisted with fury, fixed them with a burning stare. We've also looked into matchmaker Wan, they continued. She confirmed that she has known Lin Mo since he was a child. The deep dragon listened, his gaze unwavering as he absorbed the investigation report, confirming Lin Mo's identity. His anger flared even hotter. Despite how hard it was to accept, the evidence was clear. How could this be true? Damn it. Meanwhile, Lin Mo met the deep dragon's gaze with calm defiance, watching the man as he boxed himself into a corner. Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder how the old lady had managed to pull this off. The evidence seemed flawless, yet no matter how hard it was to believe, the deep dragon was convinced that Lin Mo had aided the opposing faction. Lin Mo, the deep dragon shouted, what is this nonsense about you colluding with the alliance of religions? Lin Mo gave a sharp pout and protested. What are you talking about? They beat me up too. Clearly I share the same enemies as the security department. We're all focused on taking down the alliance of religions. Of course, the deep dragon didn't believe a word of it. Enraged, he struggled to direct his fury, his eyes locked on Lin Mo, speechless in his anger. Still unconvinced, the deep dragon stormed toward Lin Mo, his fury boiling over. Slamming his hand on the table with a resounding thud, he stopped pretending to be calm. This time he didn't stay behind his desk to interrogate Lin Mo. He approached him directly, grabbed him by the collar, and snarled his threat. Leaning down, looking down at Lin Mo with cold eyes, the deep dragon growled, you intentionally hurt many soldiers, and you still play the fool. You're nothing but a leftover of demon sealing. Congratulations, host, you have earned 50 points for breaking the room. Lin Mo, ever the quick thinker, was far too clever to admit to anything. In truth, he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he stood tall and shot back at the man with defiance in his voice. Don't slander innocent people. Where's your evidence? The deep dragon's fury grew even more, and his unease deepened. Without hesitation, the deep dragon laid out his suspicions and the so-called proof he had. If you weren't working with demons, how do you explain teaming up with those wild spirits in the abandoned graveyard? And how did you manage to escape the clutches of the Demon King's subordinates in the demon realm, Shanglan? The most damning piece of evidence, however, is that you visited Huaxai Hospital to see En Yan, one of the 12 mediums in the kingdom of demon sealing. But to the deep dragon's surprise, Lin Mo didn't flinch or show any signs of fear. Instead, he fought to hold back a grin, already dismissing the deep dragon in his mind. He smirked, then lowered his gaze in mock indifference. I don't know if En Yan is a medium, but I do know she's your mistress. The deep dragon froze, shocked that Lin Mo knew this. If word of this got out, it would ruin him. Lin Mo, ever the provocateur, added with a teasing tone, I went to visit her to get under your skin, didn't I? Or are you going to accuse me of infidelity now? Each word he spoke seemed to fuel the deep dragon's anger even further. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lunged at Lin Mo, intent on landing a punch. Damn it! Just as the punch was about to land, a notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 points for breaking the room. Seeing the man about to strike, Lin Mo couldn't resist one final jab. Go on, are you planning to force a confession out of me now? Of course, that was a move the deep dragon couldn't risk. With cameras everywhere, any attempt to beat a confession out of a student would lead to disaster. So instead, he shoved Lin Mo back into his seat, trying to regain some semblance of control. But the deep dragon wasn't done with Lin Mo yet. Rolling up his sleeves, he flashed a wicked grin. Do you really think you can talk your way out of this? Keep dreaming. Without hesitation, the deep dragon pressed the tattoo on his arm, summoning the demon bound to him by contract. Summon Smoke Demon. In an instant, the Smoke Demon appeared, its smoky tendrils swirling around Lin Mo. It gave him a chilling smile, but once Lin Mo locked eyes with it, his own smile vanished. The Smoke Demon edged closer, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke. "Hey, darling," it purred, "let me show you a taste of my grudge. I only mentioned your little affair, but is that really a good enough reason to kill someone just to keep them quiet?" From behind, a few voices nervously spoke up. "Director Gao, what you're doing is against the rules. This grudge you're talking about could cost him his life." What he said, "We'll keep it from your wife." Enraged, the deep dragon spun around, his voice rising as he shouted at the two of them. "This isn't about that. Are you just going to stand by and watch Revenant Wind Demon tear Province Nation apart?" Just then, the door to the interrogation room was suddenly kicked open. Everyone jumped, turning toward the entrance. It was Zhu Feng, storming in with anger burning in his eyes. "How dare you capture the disciple of our Zhen Tian army's commander? Let him go now." The moment Lin Mo saw Zhu Feng, a surge of joy flooded through him, and his face lit up with a beaming smile, more radiant than if a financial savior had walked through the door. Behind them, Taming, the deputy commander of the military police, looked pale. He quickly spoke to Zhu Feng, his voice urgent. "Commander, barging into the safety bureau like this and demanding someone's release. This goes against the rules." As soon as Zhu Feng heard this, he snapped. "You wouldn't dare speak to me like that under your commander's rules, and yet you're trying to lecture me on rules?" Yes, sir." Taming had no response, so he turned to the deep dragon for help. "Director Gao, how's the interrogation progressing?" he asked. "Give me a bit more time," the deep dragon replied. Of course, Lin Mo won't let such a rare chance to escape slip away. A scream desperately. "Master, save me. They want to frame me with the mark of guilt." Hearing this, Zhu Feng's anger flared, his face reddening. He grabbed Tan Ming by the ear and scolded, "What's this? You're still going along with this imperial examination nonsense. I'll have to teach you all a lesson on behalf of your commander. A misunderstanding? It's just a misunderstanding. No one would dare use the mark of guilt to frame anyone." But of course, how could I ever believe the nonsense they're spouting? Without warning, Zhu Feng reached out and seized the Smoke Demon. His grip tightened around the demon's throat, causing its face to turn purple and making it unable to break free. "What's this?" Cough, cough. The deep dragon was taken aback by the scene. He quickly gave up on asking the Smoke Demon to assist with the interrogation, watching as the demon returned to its place. Zhu Feng coldly watched the Smoke Demon transform into smoke and return to the deep dragon. He had spared the demon's life, showing restraint. Turning sharply to the deep dragon, and Zhu Feng said, "So, you intended to frame my disciple without any evidence, and you plan to use the Smoke Demon as a weapon. I was only planning to scare you a little." The explanation offered by the deep dragon did little to sway Zhu Feng. In fact, it only served to deepen his anger. "Then let me show you a bit of fear as well," he said sharply. Taming, noticing that Zhu Feng was about to use his power, grew anxious. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to intervene. "Please, sir, don't be angry. Gao Long Chen, release him immediately." Left with no other option, the deep dragon reluctantly unlocked the handcuffs and freed Lin Mo. If he didn't comply, the entire security bureau would be in danger. As Lin Mo stepped out, he wasted no time in speaking to Zhu Feng. "Master, I didn't commit any crime. In fact, I risked my life to fight the demon tide and save the workers for the Province Nation." This only infuriated the deep dragon further. He glared at Lin Mo and snapped, "Lin Mo, don't get too arrogant. Congratulations, the host has earned 40 points for breaking the room." Before Zhu Feng could leave, the deep dragon had already begun scolding his disciple. His courage knew no bounds, yet in the end, he was mocked by the very person he had hoped to intimidate. Not satisfied, "I get it now. Your disciple saved lives, so the security bureau will issue a commendation and reward him with 2 demon pearls as prizes." Zhu Feng led Lin Mo out, and just before they fully exited, Lin Mo stuck out his tongue and made a playful face at the deep dragon. "That's acceptable. Let's go, disciple." The deep dragon, however, was far from pleased. "Is this really how it ends? What else can we do? If word of your false accusations gets out, our careers are finished." As Tan Ming left, he couldn't resist making a final remark. "From now on, if you want to arrest Lin Mo, you better have solid evidence. Otherwise, don't even think about laying a hand on him." Originally, there was nothing more to say. The deep dragon was already furious. Now, not only had Lin Mo humiliated him by exposing his affair, but he had also been reprimanded by his superiors. "Damn it, the disgrace I've suffered today will be repaid." The deep dragon's hatred for Lin Mo burned so intensely that his eyes turned red. In that moment, he thought of 2 people connected to Lin Mo. one of whom knew Lin Mo's true identity. It was possible that this person was the woman somewhere, perhaps at a tavern. After leaving the safety office, the two of them had gone out to enjoy some food and drinks. They raised their glasses and clinked them together. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude to Zhu Feng, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, master. Let me treat you." After their toast, Lin Mo downed his entire glass in one go. It was unclear whether it contained water or something stronger. The liquor remained in front of Zhu Feng. Seeing Lin Mo so carefree, Zhu Feng sighed and said, "Although I saved you today, the fact remains that you saved the demon sealing people. The army will keep hunting you. Once they strike, it'll be the end for you." Lin Mo appeared completely unfazed, as if he wasn't afraid in the slightest. "Even if they come after me, don't I still have you to protect me?" Zhu Feng calmly pointed out the harsh reality. "I can't protect you every time. Besides, I'll be leaving for the north tomorrow." "Why are you going to the north?" Lin Mo asked. Zhu Feng then explained the situation up north. "The four northern nations have united to eliminate the heretic sect your sister belongs to. This time, I'm afraid she'll lose her head. Even though she betrayed the sect, she's still my disciple. At the very least, I have to try to save her." Lin Mo's demeanor remained casual, even somewhat indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck unexpectedly. "Master is truly kind to his disciple," he muttered. "It hurts," he added with a wince. Zhu Feng furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze on Lin Mo. He leaned against his leg before speaking again, his tone sharp and focused. "Stop wasting time with words. There are 3 things you need to do now. First, continue growing stronger. No rest, understand?" Zhu Feng raised 2 fingers, emphasizing the second point as if asking Lin Mo directly. "Second, form a contract with a powerful demon. You still have a few contracts left, right?" "Ah, yes," Lin Mo replied. Hearing this, Lin Mo paused to consider and then asked for Zhu Feng's input. "Let's see what he wants me to make a contract with." "Master, which demon do you suggest I contract with?" Zhu Feng took a long drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke swirl around him before answering. "Demon prodigy." Zhu Feng then elaborated on his reasoning for wanting Lin Mo to form a contract with this particular demon. 2 days ago, the demon realm's Shanglan was destroyed and he was seriously wounded. Now he's hiding in a tomb near our school. Lin Mo hesitated, clearly confused. Contracting with demon prodigy, isn't he a half-demon king? Not anymore. Both of them thought back to the techniques of demon prodigy, clearly impressed. Demon prodigy is quite unique. His ultimate skill allows him to create 4 physical clones. Zhu Feng continued, his voice steady. "That's also why he's no longer half-demon king. His clones were all killed in battle, so his overall power has been significantly reduced." This time, Lin Mo grasped the situation and responded eagerly, like a student eager to answer a question. It also indicated that the demon prodigy had likely fallen below the level of an evil spirit, or possibly even further. Zhu Feng elaborated to make sure Lin Mo understood the importance of this. The demon prodigy is extremely valuable. If you can form a contract with it, your power will increase dramatically. Lin Mo had already been told about 2 things he needed to do, but the third remained unclear. He pressed for more details. "What's the third thing I need to do?" "You said it's a bit complicated." Zhu Feng, cigarette in hand, leaned closer to Lin Mo's ear and continued explaining. "Keep an eye on your Jew sister. Don't let her experiment with any forbidden spells after the master leaves." Lin Mo was taken aback by this. He stood frozen for several seconds, eyes wide in shock as he stared at Zhu Feng. "Forbidden? I didn't expect new Yuan King, who seems so harmless and not exactly the brightest, might actually be planning to betray the sect and leave." After their conversation, Zhu Feng handed Lin Mo a ring. "Take this. If you ever face something you can't handle, go to the demon abyss and find C, your sister." By then, Zhu Feng was already drunk. As he stumbled along, rubbing his stomach, he muttered, "Though she betrayed us and left, compared to others, she might still be considered obedient. If you beg her, she'll probably help you 3 out of 10 times. Lin Mo got up and followed Zhu Feng, scratching his head as he repeated, 3 out of 10 isn't too bad. As night fell and the moon rose high, the crescent moon shone brightly tonight, although, as usual, it failed to illuminate much beyond the scenery below. Lin Mo gently pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. He then whispered, "Is everyone asleep?" As he climbed into his bunk, his eyes fell on a red bag and a piece of paper carefully placed on it. "What's this?" It turned out that a Shu had gathered these items and set them aside for Lin Mo to pick up when he returned. The paper had a Shu's name written on it. Seeing that his roommate had gone to the trouble of collecting everything for him, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. A Shu was really thoughtful. He didn't miss a single demon pearl. Lin Mo settled onto his bed, deciding to rest his weary body on the pillow. After a long and exhausting day, he was finally ready to sleep. Outside, everything seemed calm, the quiet broken only by the soft glow of the moon, which bathed the surroundings in a serene light, allowing everyone to sleep peacefully. Sitting on his bed, Ling Mo looked around the room, now dimly lit, and realized he'd already taken a short nap. He reached for the bag filled with demon pearls. He quickly formed a hand seal, and his body was surrounded by a red aura. It wasn't real fire, but the energy from the demon pearls, which began to absorb into him, enhancing his abilities. As he did, a series of system notifications flooded his mind. Leveling up to Demon Martial Disciple, early stage evil spirit, successfully changing skill 3 of Demon Martial Disciple, gaining a passive skill Rage. Rage level 1. Each time you take damage from an opponent, your rage points will increase by 5. For every 10 rage points, your critical hit chance increases by 3%. The maximum rage points can reach 100, providing a 60% chance of a critical hit. No spiritual aura consumption, skill cooldown of 1 second. After defeating this demon, the next one will be promoted as well. Demon Diva has been elevated to the rank of primary evil spirit, successfully upgrading her third skill and unlocking a new ability, Trambong Du Dong, Melody of Rising and Falling. At level 1, Trambong Du Dong plays a soothing melody that restores 10% of the general's health while briefly boosting both combat and attack speed. The skill consumes 70 spiritual aura and has a cooldown time of 120 seconds. Ling Mo raised his hand, revealing his tattoo, which contained the essence of the demon who had formed a pact with him. He examined the results of his efforts and smiled. A powerful skill, he remarked. This time, the strength fueled by the demon martial disciple's rage was enough to rival that of the electric saw demon. With healing abilities and increased attack speed granted by the demon diva, the enhancement was truly at an epic level. However, Ling Mo had overlooked one demon who had played a significant role in this achievement. The quartz-rearing demon spoke up, its voice dripping with frustration. What about me? I helped you, and yet my remaining tank's quartz count is barely over 100. Those were quartzes I spent centuries raising. Before Lin Mo could respond, the electric saw demon standing beside him shot a warning. What's so special about a pile of decaying bodies? Keep acting tough and I'll turn you into mincemeat. The quartz-rearing demon, infuriated, was quick to retort. Having already lost many of its tank's corpses and now being denied proper compensation, it felt deeply insulted. The urge to fight surged within it. The electric saw demon, unbothered, cracked its knuckles, its fists tightening. I've already shown you respect. Now I'll show you just how I'll bring you down. The two demons immediately clashed, drawing cheers from the other onlookers. Meanwhile, the demon diva nestled closer to the demon martial disciple. Fight, fight. Go on, stop fighting. No, don't fight anymore, she muttered in a playful tone. Lin Mo, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Having so many powerful contract demons is great, but it's so incredibly noisy. The two demons were locked in a fierce battle, but when Lin Mo decided to step in, all it took was a simple move to separate them with his bare hands. However, he didn't immediately act. Instead, he stood between them and calmly outlined his plan. Wait for his shoe to return. I'll borrow his knife to head to the desolate tomb. After settling the pointless dispute, Lin Mo sighed and sank into a chair, taking a moment to relax. He began scrolling through his phone, briefly checking out the latest updates. He glanced at the two female demons he had contracted with, who were quietly studying as they usually did. They were good demon women, calm, gentle, and even helping him with his homework. While taking a break, Lin Mo's eyes landed on something that made him freeze. He stared at the screen in shock. The latest news flashed across his phone. Military supplies from the Transport Safety Department had been completely stolen. The value of the stolen demon pearls alone was estimated at over 15 million, with additional items related to demon formations unaccounted for. The culprits were still under investigation. As Lin Mo processed the news and Ran, resting his chin on his hand, fell into deep thought. And Ran really keeps his promises, but there are only 3 of them. How did they manage to pull this off? By then, the others had woken up and entered the room. They approached Lin Mo, speaking up as they did. Mr. Mo, you're finally awake. Is there no class this afternoon? Lin Mo smirked at the question. Proudly, he picked up the stack of homework the demon girls had copied for him and handed it over to them. Make sure to turn this in for me, he instructed. Xiao Ban watched the scene with a twinge of jealousy, almost on the verge of tears. I'm so stupid. Why doesn't my demon servant have any hands? That means I won't have to struggle with copying notes anymore. Congratulations, my friend, you've earned 40 points of excitement. Lin Mo noticed his friend's downcast expression, so he walked over, threw an arm around Xiao Ban, and tried to lighten the mood. Maybe you could train a trash bin demon to hold a pen and write. You're truly something else. With that, Lin Mo turned to a Shu and thanked him and his family. He even handed them 2 evil spirit demon pearls as a gesture of gratitude. A shoe, I really appreciate you and your uncle this time. No need to mention it, brother. It's nothing. Of course, no favor comes without a price, and no one is ever completely selfless. Lin Mo smiled slyly, then made his request to a shoe. There's just one more thing. He pointed to a shoe's weapon and immediately asked to borrow it. Let me borrow your head-shaving knife for a bit. Later that night, Lin Mo took a shoe's head-shaving knife and headed toward the back of the mountain, near the desolate tomb where the demon prodigy was hiding. The area was eerily quiet, with no clear signs or clues to guide his search, so he summoned the corpse-rearing demon for assistance. As soon as the corpse-rearing demon appeared near the desolate tomb, it laughed with glee. Oh my god, you weren't lying. There are corpses everywhere. While Lin Mo focused on his surroundings, the corpse-rearing demon happily gathered one corpse after another, as if it were collecting treasures. Before long, Lin Mo noticed a demon hiding behind a large mound of earth. Coincidentally, the demon hiding there also spotted him. In the brief moment when their eyes met, Lin Mo let out a sharp shout and sprinted toward the spot. But by the time he arrived, the demon had already fled. However, how could it escape Lin Mo's keen gaze, his sharp intellect, and his swift legs? Lin Mo was right behind it in no time, sending a shiver down the demon's spine. Without hesitation, Lin Mo seized the demon by the clothes, lifting it effortlessly, as if it were no heavier than a chicken, causing the demon to break into a cold sweat. Bring all your companions here and dig up every corpse in this part of the desolate tomb. Lin Mo commanded. Okay, and the demon replied, surprisingly compliant. Following Lin Mo's orders, the demon summoned several others from the area, each of them starting to dig up a grave. The corpse-rearing demon watched this unfolding scene with wide eyes. Its expression was a mix of shock and deep satisfaction. It had completely forgotten the earlier events of the morning and no longer held any grudge against Lin Mo. A person who could summon so many demons was clearly someone worthy of leading the desolate tomb. Truly impressive. Easy work, Lin Mo muttered as the demons unearthed the corpses and lined them up in a neat row. The corpse-rearing demon grinned as it poured demonic energy into the bodies. Lin Mo also summoned the demon martial disciple, who quickly joined in, helping the corpse-rearing demon and speeding up the process of controlling the corpses. In that moment, the demonic energy from the corpse-rearing demon spread like a vast net, enveloping all the bodies. It was now only a matter of time before the command was given. The corpse-rearing demon looked on at the scene with a grin, clearly pleased. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Excellent. The loyalty of the corpse-rearing demon has increased by 30%, now standing at 45%. Lin Mo, standing at the back, observed the entire scene. Resting his head on his hand, he couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking to himself, this guy is no different from a chainsaw demon. Just then, for reasons unknown, a beautiful female demon suddenly approached Lin Mo, her arms outstretched as though to embrace him. It turned out she was the woman in the red dress. Her appearance was so sudden that Lin Mo had no time to react. The female demon in red smiled and said, Husband, you came but didn't even speak to me. Before Lin Mo could respond, she ran her hand across his chin and gently turned his face to meet hers. She whispered softly, You can't leave tonight. You must stay with me. Naturally, Lin Mo declined. After all, aside from everything else, he still needed to sign a pact with the demon prodigy. He quickly protested, No, I have something urgent to take care of. But the female demon in red wasn't about to let him go. She pressed herself closer to him, pinning him against the tree. She teased, What could be more important than me? Lin Mo replied, I've heard the demon prodigy has arrived at Desolate Tomb. At this, the female demon in red immediately understood why Lin Mo was there. She blew a soft breath into his ear, teasing, Yes, he's causing trouble at Desolate Tomb. But what I'm about to tell you next might surprise you. She chuckled softly and added, I've personally defeated him. He's locked up in Guji now. Lin Mo's expression shifted instantly. He stopped resisting the female demon in red, and to her surprise, he even took her hand, causing her face to flush with a faint red hue. His face brightened with excitement as he immediately made his request, Then take me to see him. The female demon in red smiled and replied, As you wish, husband. The red-clad female demon obeyed Lin Mo's request and swiftly led him to the dungeon deep within Guji. The atmosphere was oppressive, shrouded in darkness with only faint light flickering and eerie sounds echoing through the air. Inside the cell, the demon prodigy continued to rage, his curses aimed at the red-clad demon, showing no sign of tiring. Stinking woman, when my army arrives, I'll burn this place to the ground, he shouted furiously. In the middle of his tirade, the demon prodigy noticed Lin Mo being brought in by the red-clad female demon. His expression shifted, and he greeted Lin Mo with a forced smile. Hey, demon prodigy, how's it going? Lin Mo asked casually. The demon prodigy's face instantly darkened at the sight of Lin Mo, his displeasure clear. But Lin Mo paid no attention, moving closer to him without hesitation. I heard the demon realm of Shanglan was destroyed by the Jiang province army. So, where are your demon subordinates now? Lin Mo asked. They're either dead or injured. Most of them were killed outright, but the Jiang province army isn't so impressive either. I've already taken out 4 of their 5th-ranked demon masters myself. The demon prodigy replied, bitterness in his voice as he recalled the battle. As he spoke, the demon prodigy suddenly froze, a look of realization crossing his face. His expression turned guarded, and suspicion seeped into his tone. You're not with the provincial army come to capture me, are you? He asked sharply. Lin Mo spoke calmly, his voice reassuring. Of course not. Last time you spared my life in Shanglan City, so this time I've come to save you. The demon prodigy sneered. You, a mere 2nd-ranked demon master, think you can save me? Are you some kind of gatekeeper in the demon world? Just as he finished speaking, a hand shot out and gripped his neck. The female ghost in red, furious at the demon prodigy for daring to insult Lin Mo, spoke with rage. Show some respect. If you ever belittle my husband again, I'll kill you. Her words struck terror into him. The husband standing next to Lin Mo intervened, saying, Hold on, I haven't finished speaking yet. The demon prodigy was stunned by Lin Mo's true identity. Who exactly was Lin Mo? The king of hell himself had written a letter to protect him, and he even had a beautiful female ghost as a wife. After a moment of thought, he sank into defeat and asked, So, what do you plan to do to save me? Lin Mo spread his arms and gave his shoulder a few reassuring pats. Cheer up. If you become my contracted demon, the army will have no reason to capture you. What do you think of this deal? The demon prodigy, still maintaining his arrogant attitude, quickly rejected the offer. Humph, I thought you might have some clever solution. But I am a demon lord. How could I become a contracted demon for a mere child? I would rather die than do that. Lin Mo shrugged and mocked him. Ha, what kind of demon lord are you? The demon realm is vast, yet you can't even protect it. Infuriated, the demon prodigy yelled, What did you say? Lin Mo, encouraged by the situation, pressed further. You're truly useless. Hearing this, the demon prodigy's face darkened with fury. What did you say? Are you calling me useless? The system immediately chimed in. Congratulations, the host has earned 40 points of anger. Shaking with rage, the demon prodigy slowly stood up. On what grounds do you call me useless? He shouted, The records I've read are at least 100,000 times more than yours. Lin Mo responded calmly, If you're more than just a bookworm, I challenge you to a riddle. Solve it, and I might consider you smart. The demon prodigy, confident in his knowledge, burst into laughter. Since I was 5, I've been composing couplets. You can begin whenever you're ready. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Here's the first line. A walk by Westlake, a poem on its banks, a melody in the air, all about the lake, and then off we go. Westlake once had an old tin. It fell in. Such a pity for that rusty thing. He felt a surge of gratitude and thought, This is the height of Old Man Sushi's couplets. I'll borrow it for now. At this point, demon prodigy froze, unable to find the right words. His body trembled with anger and shame. He shouted directly into Lin Mo's face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've read thousands, tens of thousands of books, yet I can't even come up with a single couplet. You give me the answer. The system's notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of agitation. The message continued. Detection shows that demon prodigy's agitation points have reached 30%, with 69% remaining before the contract is automatically signed. Lin Mo secretly rejoiced. It's working. With a hint of disdain, he replied, Let me tell you, the second part of the couplet goes like this. Dr. Qin suffers from nearsightedness, and in the world of nearsightedness, there are doctors. The Qin family is nearsighted. When you look for a doctor, you meet someone shallow-minded. In the shallow-minded world, all the doctors are truly short-sighted. What do you think? Is it good? Demon Prodigy immediately challenged him. All right, I'll give you a couplet. Let's see if you can match it. Lin Mo accepted confidently. Demon Prodigy began. At the highest level, the top and bottom are not necessarily about class oppression. In a harmonious society, one above and one below doesn't equate to class struggle. Together, we build a harmonious society. Lin Mo quickly responded. In the future, progress and growth are not barbaric invasions, but the rise of a new generation. It's not about savage intrusion, but about nurturing the future. The red-clad female ghost, clearly impressed, draped her arm around Lin Mo and said, Oh, husband, you were so cheeky. Demon Prodigy, now even more enraged, retorted, The second part of this couplet is a real offense to literature. The system chimed, announcing, Congratulations, host, you've earned 100 excitement points. Lin Mo replied dismissively, You're not in charge of me. Just tell me if it's a match or not. The systems panel appeared, revealing that the Demon Prodigy's excitement points had reached 70%, with 29% remaining until the contract would automatically be signed. Both sides stood their ground, continuing their verbal sparring, exploiting the squared solution effect just for the root approximation online across the central point of the direct diameter. Continue the riddle of pearls with the Rice Kingdom gathering the double atomic core of the sun's head shape. One side stayed calm, while the other was boiling with anger. The demon prodigy refused to back down, declaring, "Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, shrimp eat the water flowing over the rocks." Lin Mo responded effortlessly. "The hawk catches the chick makes a sound. Teeing the earth causes the earth, the water makes the mountain collapse." Seizing the moment, the demon prodigy argued, "Wrong, mine is about shrimp eating water. All three parts are about eating, while yours is about catching." He grinned widely, pleased with himself. "Finally, you've lost." Lin Mo's expression remained composed. "Simple. I've thought of another one. Master overpowers master's wife overpowers the bed overpowers the ground. How does the ground shake the mountain?" The demon prodigy stood speechless, so furious he nearly spat blood. The system chimed again. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 200 excitement points." Trembling with rage, the demon prodigy stammered, You're a monster in human form." At the same time, the system calculated, showing that the demon prodigy's excitement points had reached 99%, and the contract was now eligible to be forcibly signed. Lin Mo stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder, and firmly said, "Thank you for signing the contract." The demon prodigy yelled in fury, "Who wants to become your contracted demon, huh?" The system chimed once more. "Demon prodigy master, congratulations, you've won the lucky response activity. If you answer correctly, you will be fortunate enough to become Lin Mo's contracted demon. Do you wish to respond?" Quickly, he snapped back, "I give up. I choose to give up." It was completely unexpected when the system suddenly defaulted. A notification appeared. "Congratulations on answering the question correctly." The question had asked, "What should a 2-meter high cargo truck do when trying to pass through a tunnel that is only 1.9 meters high?" The correct answer in Chinese was "Release the gas, give up, and release the homophonic gas." Demon Prodigy couldn't believe his eyes. What? They're actually enforcing the contract here. They're signing the 10% 20% deal. A flash of red, filled with murderous intent, shot straight toward Lin Mo. The system chimed again. Demon Prodigy has successfully signed the contract. A surge of hostility appeared in his hand, forming into a black fan stamped with the demon seal. The female ghost beside him, dressed in red, continued to flatter him. "Husband, you really made him submit so easily. You're incredible." Lin Mo felt a sense of satisfaction. "It's nothing." He then turned and asked, "Demon Prodigy, are you convinced now?" The other didn't even look at him, snapping back angrily, "I admit you have some talent, but if you want me to work for you, you're still not worthy." Lin Mo opened the system to check the details. Demon Prodigy, beginner level evil spirit, 2,000 demon energy points, 1,000 years remaining, potential for advancement of more training. Loyalty, 8%, skills not yet activated. As he read the screen, Lin Mo concluded, "The demon realm Shanglan has been attacked and destroyed. If your subordinates are still alive, they've likely fled. If I manage to save them, what will you do?" Demon Prodigy's eyes widened. "Aren't you human? You're really going to save demons?" He paused, lost in thought. "I only escaped because my subordinates sacrificed themselves to help me." Then his memories flashed back. "My subordinates told me at Demon Realm Shanglan, 'Boss, run. We'll hold them off for you.'" Suddenly, both of them felt a tightening around their necks, a sharp pain seizing their throats, their faces twisting in agony. Demon Prodigy quickly spun around and fled, but a group of menacing demons shouted from behind, "Do you want to die?" A heavy thought weighed on his mind as he realized, "All my subordinates have been captured by the security forces. They intend to offer them to the noble hairs of the higher-ups who are under contract." With determination, Demon Prodigy raised his hand, making a solemn pledge. "If you can save them, I, Demon Prodigy, will give you my full loyalty." My loyalty has increased by 7%, bringing it to 15%. Without a second thought, Lin Mo immediately slapped his hand against Demon Prodigy's in agreement. He then confidently patted his chest and declared, "It's a deal." Lin Mo activated the system to restore and enhance Demon Prodigy's strength. The system simultaneously triggered all three of Demon Prodigy's abilities. Instantly, a surge of power flooded his body. The system announced, "Demon Prodigy's first skill has been successfully changed. New skill, learning level 1. Mobilize the chopping fan gained." This skill removes all negative effects from the user and grants them a stealth state, along with a 30% increase in movement speed. This skill also applies to your troops, removing their negative effects but not granting them stealth. Consumes 30 spiritual aura. Skill cooldown, 200 seconds. The system continued, "Demon Prodigy's second skill has been successfully changed. New skill, backstab gained. Level 1 allows for quick teleportation behind an enemy within 20 minutes, increasing backstab damage by 50%. Consumes 50 spiritual aura. Skill cooldown, 200 seconds. Lin Mo successfully upgraded the third skill of Demon Prodigy, unlocking the Demon Shadow level 1 skill. This new ability allowed the user to create 2 demon shadows that would strike at the enemy alongside the main body. The damage from the demon shadows could trigger a backstab effect. It consumed 60 spiritual aura and had a cooldown time of 300 seconds. Lin Mo felt a rush of excitement. He thought to himself, this assassin is incredibly strong. He wasn't lying to me about Demon Prodigy. With this new skill, Lin Mo realized he could surpass the demon pact and strike the demon master from behind. The female demon then spoke, her voice soft yet commanding. Husband, have you completed the main task? Lin Mo instinctively turned toward her, only to find a female demon gripping his hand tightly and pulling his arm toward her chest. Did Lan Nen do this to you? Lin Mo asked, his voice filled with concern and confusion. Wait, this is awkward. He quickly tried to pull his hand away. No, there's something more important. Lin Mo's expression grew serious. I've just received word that the military of Province Nation is planning to strike Desolate Tomb. They won't be able to hold out against it. We need to leave. The female demon's expression shifted to one of worry. It's best if we leave before they trap us here. Lin Mo nodded, then asked, where should we retreat to? The demon prodigy, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Head toward the demonic abyss fiend for sale. It's a place where demons and humans can coexist. The female demon, dressed in red, pouted, her eyes sparkling with playful affection. Husband, you'll kiss me, won't you? Lin Mo flashed a bright smile, reassuring her. Don't worry in the future, I'll definitely need your help. Her face lit up with joy. Okay, just let me know whenever you need me. That night, the red-dressed female demon led the demons from Desolate Tomb to scatter and head toward the demonic abyss fiend for sale. Upon arrival, Lin Mo was out of breath, the desolate surroundings weighing heavily on him. He couldn't shake the feeling that he might never return. Strange noises echoed from the building, adding to the unsettling silence. The corridor ahead was cloaked in darkness, its eerie atmosphere thick with a sense of foreboding. Lin Mo took cautious steps, his movements slow and deliberate as he made his way down the hallway. At midnight, a haunting, mournful cry pierced the stillness from the balcony. It was neither human nor spectral, an unsettling blend of both. Lin Mo turned and asked, "What's the blood-eyed ghost in that room?" After a brief pause, the answer came, "There's a forbidden seal behind the red-eyed ghost, completely blocking its sight." Lin Mo's brow furrowed as he mulled over the response. It seemed the only choice was to investigate for himself. Using his soul-seeking technique, he sent his soul to explore. His spirit floated toward the door, peering inside. What he saw shocked him, his eyes widening in a mix of fear and disbelief. Inside the room, a young man sat hunched, his gaunt face covered in talismans. To Lin Mo's surprise, the one quietly laughing and performing these dark rituals was Mu Yuan-King. On the floor, a man pleaded in a whisper, "Let me die. Please, let me die." Mu Yuan-King's voice rang out with excitement. "I won't let you die. I'll grant you eternal life." Outside the door, Lin Mo watched in stunned silence. Suddenly, Mu Yuan-King whipped around, her scream shattering the stillness. Realizing too late that his presence had been detected, Lin Mo quickly withdrew his soul and returned to his body, his heart racing. Fear lingered on his face as he thought to himself, "That was too close. I hope she didn't notice me." Unbeknownst to him in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes watched him intently, their gaze unwavering. Mu Yuan-King advanced with a chilling presence, her voice cold as she asked, "Disciple, did you see that?" Lin Mo recoiled in shock, collapsing to the ground. "Sister!" Mu Yuan-King's response was icy. "Then I shall grant you eternal life." Lin Mo, filled with panic, pleaded, "Sister, please don't." Without hesitation, Mu Yuan-King extended her long tongue, slowly drawing closer to Lin Mo. In an instant, her tongue wrapped tightly around his neck, causing him to cry out in agony. Lifting him off the ground with a look of dark excitement, she declared, "Another soul bound to eternal life." Lin Mo grasped the doorframe, his complexion draining as he felt his consciousness slipping away. The demon prodigy, sensing the imminent danger, jolted him awake, shouting, "Wake up, Lin Mo! This is eternal life." Realizing Lin Mo could not escape, the demon prodigy struck him sharply on the forehead with his cane, delivering a blow that brought him back to his senses. Dazed, Lin Mo let out a scream. Leaning heavily against the wall, Lin Mo panted as if he had just returned from the brink of death. He was terrified. "Damn it, when did I become a victim of eternal life?" The red-eyed demon asked, "Why aren't you reacting?" The blood-eyed demon sighed, "I'm in the same position as you, connected to your vision. I don't know when we were struck by eternal life either." Beside them, the demon prodigy sighed once more. This eternal life even interferes with the demon contracts. If I hadn't used my first skill to dispel it, we would have been lost. Lin Mo, feeling a sense of awkwardness, offered a guess. Maybe everything I've seen is an illusion, a warning from my sister not to meddle with her forbidden techniques. He quickly turned and fled, his thoughts racing. Sorry, master, I can't save your disciple. My strength isn't enough to fight this. On the other side, Mu Yuan King stood with a faint, enigmatic smile as she looked at the motionless figure on the ground. Her voice was soft as she murmured, "How curious." Beside the still form, a phone lay on the floor, its screen lit up with an alert. The son of Ku Feng, the proprietor of Azure Wind Pavilion's 13th floor, has gone missing. A reward of 5 million is offered for credible information regarding his whereabouts. Later that morning at Bayang Academy, someone called out, "Hey, have you seen the latest news online?" Taming approached Lin Mo and shared the update. Several high-profile individuals had mysteriously vanished, prompting the Safety Bureau and military to form a task force to investigate. Lin Mo's mind immediately flashed back to the previous night. Mu Yuan King's strange behavior lingered in his memory. Could she be involved? Suddenly, a light tap on his shoulder startled him. He turned to see Mu Yuan King smiling calmly. "What's got you so jumpy?" she asked. Lin Mo froze for a moment before forcing a smile and replying awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Someone tried to call you a few times and couldn't reach you. We were just wondering if you talked to them." He quickly glanced away and added, "Honestly, it's probably just some rumor going around online." Just then, his phone buzzed. The name and Ran flashed across the screen. Looking relieved, Lin Mo said, "You two go ahead and keep chatting." And Ran's calling, "I'll step out for a bit." As he picked up, and Ran's voice came through, "I found some details on the ghost activity in Jianglan that you asked about. Want me to go over it?" "Seriously, you already have something." Lin Mo responded with excitement. "Wait there. I'll treat you to something as thanks." At the restaurant, Lin Mo hurried over but still arrived late. "Sorry I'm late," he apologized. And Ran, sitting with Wu Kun, tapped her watch repeatedly, her frustration clear. "You said the meeting was at 6:40. You're already an hour late." Wu Kun saw an opportunity and added, "What the boss doesn't know is that there was a famous Lingri model on the way here." And Ran was visibly annoyed. "So, you're late because you were looking at a Lingri model?" Just then, a system notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind. "Congratulations, a host has received 40 excitement points." Feeling flustered, Lin Mo quickly explained, "Well, actually, I was thinking of opening a Lingri store, so I was just doing some market research." And Ran let out an exasperated sigh, reached into her bag, and placed the demon pearls on the table. "I can't believe I brought you so many demon pearls, and yet your mind is elsewhere, instead of focusing on cultivation." Lin Mo was taken aback. "These demon pearls, did you steal them from the Bureau's safety? You're something else." And Ran shrugged casually. "Of course, my Black Fiend gang has grown to 50 members now, and they gather all the intelligence you need." She then got straight to the point. "A week ago, the Bureau's safety held an auction for Demon Realm Shanglan." She paused, reflecting on the event. At that auction, the 13th floor of Azure Wind Pavilion bought 11 ghost-level evil spirits, including betting ghosts and freezing ghosts. And Ran leaned in and whispered, "I've heard that if you join them, you can get a rare ghost contract." Lin Mo immediately recognized the name. The Azure Wind Pavilion felt oddly familiar to him. And Ran, who was standing beside him, clarified, "It's the second largest assassin organization in the 13th level of Province Nation. Their main focus is carrying out assassinations." She handed Lin Mo several photos and pointed to one in particular. "This is Ku Lian, the leader of the organization. After his son, Ku Feng, went missing, he was assassinated as well." Lin Mo recognized the face right away. Ku Feng. The memories of that night came rushing back, along with what his sister had done. Those actions had to remain a secret. And Ran gave a wry smile. Now, Azure Wind Pavilion is like a headless snake, with only 2 factions left, fighting for control. She handed over 2 more photos, one showing Lu Julun, the second in command, and the other showing Chang Tiandi, the third in command. And Ran explained, to put it simply, these are 2 factions that haven't yet been dealt with. Lu Julun is even using his personal funds to purchase smoke demons, planning to present them as a birthday gift to his son, Lu Cheng. She slid 2 more photos across the table, but kept them covered. "We also managed to capture these." Lin Mo studied the 2 pictures, comparing them as he listened to and Ran. He was shocked to learn that Chang Tiandi and Lu Julun's wife were having an affair. What's going on here? Is this really true? And Ran mocked, "It seems likely those children are Cheng Tiandi's. Just look at how much they resemble him." Lin Mo slammed the photos down onto the table, deep in thought. Lu Julun must not know the truth yet. If he did, he wouldn't be wasting so much money on those smoke demons. He chuckled. Someone must have sent these photos to Lu Julun anonymously. Once he finds out, there's no way he'll still want to give those demons to his son. We then used the high price to reclaim the demon weapon, easily getting it back. Both people in front of us nodded in approval and praised the move. Brilliant, truly brilliant, well said and well done, Wu Kan immediately responded. I'm about to give Lu Julun a big surprise, Lin Mo remarked. That evening, Lin Mo and Ran stood on the rooftop of a building across from the Daehuang Hotel, keeping a close watch. When Wu Kan called, she updated him. Wu Kan said Lu Julun rushed to catch the adulterer as soon as he got the message, she reported. And Ran glanced at Lin Mo and added, I thought he would go to the wrong place even though the hotel room number was sent to him. Lin Mo, standing beside her, grinned with a mischievous chuckle. Just wait for the show. They both looked down at the street as Lu Julun arrived at the hotel entrance, muttering, I've arrived. As night settled over the city, Julun stood still at the hotel's main gate, observing. He quickly regained his composure, then leaped onto the high wall, springing up to the second floor and then the fifth. He stopped at the edge of a window ledge and peered inside, where a couple was locked in a passionate embrace. He watched intently, his gaze full of rage, when suddenly he noticed something. His brows furrowed as his expression darkened with fury. It was well known that Julun was the second in command of the 13th floor Azure Wind Pavilion, a B-class demon master. From their vantage point, Lin Mo and Ran continued to observe from afar. Why isn't he reacting? And Ran asked, confused. His wife is with another man. Shouldn't he be tearing Cheng Tian D apart right now? Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. He must be planning something. And Ran was taken aback. He's been watching for about 3 minutes now. Could it be that Julun has some strange fetish? Without warning, Julun suddenly leaped down to the ground and walked away in silence. He stepped aside and removed his mask. At that moment, Lin Mo hadn't finished speaking. Was he really just going to leave like this? Was he still a man? Only after seeing Julun's actions did he understand the purpose of his earlier words and why they needed to be confirmed. It wasn't right. Julun was concealing his identity behind a mask with 2 dark eye sockets. He had put on the assassination disguise mask. Moran finally spoke up. Are you planning to kill those 2 adulterers? I didn't expect Julun to have this kind of obsession, needing a mask to kill. Julun vanished into the night, his movements swift and silent. Moran felt just as restless. If he didn't take down those 2, who else would he target? Lin Mo, the Zhao family, and the ghost shadow followed closely, her words clear and determined. Let's go. We'll follow and see what happens. The ghost shadow carried the 2 men on her back, her gaze fixed on Julun. He remained focused on his target, observing the situation carefully. As expected from an assassination expert, his movements are incredibly fast, she remarked. So the ghostly figure and the 2 men continued their pursuit, staying just out of sight. Julun landed gracefully on the 2nd floor in a single leap, without breaking a sweat. They stopped and exchanged quiet words. Could it be that Tian, his wife, is here? Is he planning to replace her with someone else? I'll have Wu Kan look into who owns this mansion. Lin Mo frowned and pulled out his backup phone. Whoever it is, I'll record a video for now. It could come in handy for blackmail later. Julun raised his phone, ready to take a shot. At every moment, he kept a man in a suit under threat with his gun. One shot, no mercy. We aimed directly for the victim's throat, and blood splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Moran was collecting information, sending updates, and conducting his investigation. He soon discovered that this villa belonged to Jiang Ping, another deputy director at the Safety Bureau. The revelation made him pause. What does his betrayal have to do with the Safety Bureau? And Ran quickly explained the connection between Azure Wind Pavilion and the government has always been strong. Julun's assassination of Jiang Ping wasn't part of a mission, it was something personal. The assassin, feeling satisfied with his work, left the scene. Ling Mo murmured, it seems like he's not finished for the night. Let's follow him and see what he does next. One by one, the unfortunate victims fell under Julun's hand. A senior official from the Safety Bureau, on the 14th floor, the demon taming squad leader, Su Feng, and a university lecturer. When his task was done, Julun casually tossed his assassin's mask into a nearby trash bin. With his hands in his pockets, he walked into his villa as if nothing had happened. And Ran, still troubled by the mystery, spoke up. In one night, he killed 7 people, but he didn't touch T&D or his wife. I don't get it. Even if he was acting out of anger, there was no reason to take down so many high-ranking officials. It didn't help him at all. He quickly reconsidered his thoughts. Forget it, his killings have nothing to do with us. We just need to find him and buy back the smoke demon. The night was calm at the Lu Julun residence, and Ran didn't hesitate, pressing the doorbell without a second thought. The soft-voiced and striking figure of Zai Mai, Ju Lun's wife, echoed from inside. "Who are you looking for?" she asked, her tone polite but curious. Both of them forced friendly smiles. Lin Mo spoke first. "Good evening, we're here to see Mr. Liu." Without hesitation, Ju Lun's wife responded, her tone courteous. "Please come in." Her warmth felt genuine. It was clear why she couldn't stand loneliness. He glanced at her quietly, noticing that she was calm, her breath steady, and her expression neutral, as if no argument had just taken place. Could it be that Ju Lun was still pretending he didn't know? As Ju Lun descended the stairs leisurely, Zai Mai called out, "Husband, there are guests here to see you." The couple seemed very close. She kissed her husband on the cheek, her gesture tender and caring. "You must be exhausted from your work," she said softly. "After talking, make sure you get some rest." "Yes, I will," he replied. Zai Mai then turned and walked away, humming innocently, her steps light and carefree, completely unaware of the look on her husband's face. Annoyed by her earlier display, Ju Lun wiped the kiss from his cheek with a swift motion. Lin Mo, blushing slightly, gave a slow round of applause. This made Ju Lun uneasy, and without missing a beat, he spoke. "Mr. Liu, you truly are remarkable. Even after your wife's betrayal, you managed to act as if nothing has happened." His face tightened with anger. He snapped. "Who are you? What do you know?" Lin Mo wasn't shy about answering. "Your family issues are none of our concern. We're here to buy smoke ghosts from you." Lin Mo set his terms, and of course, the price wasn't the issue. "I'm truly sorry, but the smoke demon is a special gift for my son's 18th birthday. It's not something that can simply be bought with money." Ju Lun continued pressing, causing his face to grow pale and his mood to darken. "Your son? Are you sure he's your son?" Lin Mo frowned, his fist clenching, clearly threatening. "What do you mean by that?" "Congratulations, a host has earned 100 points for agitation." Lin Mo waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. "Your wife cheated on you. So, your son isn't really mine to mock. I just wanted to point that out so you can stop before it gets worse. If your son isn't biologically yours, then the smoke demon won't do him any good. It's better to sell it back to us." Ju Lun's face grew even darker, and he stressed each word with growing fury. "Even if I don't give the smoke demon to him, I won't sell it to you." Suppressing his rising anger, he raised his voice and commanded, "Get out of my house. Now, congratulations, a host has earned 50 points for agitation." Without warning, Ju Lun threw a punch at Lin Mo. Quick on his feet, Lin Mo dodged the blow effortlessly. Lin Mo seized his arm, attempting to calm him down. "Don't get too worked up. You've already killed 7 big fish. Don't you feel better yet?" "How do you know?" Ju Lun taunted. "Trying to intimidate you won't work. I killed those 7 people, and I already staged the crime scene. Once the Safety Bureau investigates, T&D is finished." Mo Ran spoke up, asking a question. "Did you kill them just to frame T&D? Why not just kill him directly?" "You don't need to worry about it. Let me just make one thing clear. Threatening me won't get you anywhere. Now get out, immediately." Having already grasped the situation, Lin Mo smirked. "Big talk won't help you now." He pulled out his phone and showed the evidence, which left Ju Lun speechless. "So what about this?" The screen displayed a photo of him holding a gun, threatening the upper floors, replaying the moment in striking detail. Ju Lun stepped forward, gripping Lin Mo's shoulder tightly. He changes his face faster than flipping a pancake. "If you already have the video, forget about the money. I'll give you the smoke demon for free. Wouldn't it have been better if Mr. Liu had been like this from the start?" Suddenly, his mood shifted, his face hardening as he demanded, "Besides the smoke demon, I want you to hand over the black and red demon, the frozen death demon, and the 11 other demons that Azure Wind Pavilion has bought." The man's expression grew serious. "Are you trying to blackmail me? Even if I give them to the Safety Bureau, it won't prove I'm the one behind this. It might help T&D avoid punishment, but that would only spoil my plans. It's not enough for me to risk handing these demons over to you." Lin Mo found himself at a disadvantage, pausing to think. The video would only help T&D escape punishment and disrupt Ju Lun's plans, but that wasn't quite enough. Quick to adapt, he adjusted the terms on the spot. "All right, here's the deal. We'll delete the video, and you give us the smoke demon." The man, after considering the offer, agreed. "Fine, but if you want the other demons Azure Wind Pavilion has bought, you'll need to do me a favor." The unexpected turn of events caught both him and Ran by surprise, and they asked in unison, "What favor?" Ju Lun narrowed his eyes, his voice steady. "Help me find the demon ward spell that controls the 13th floor of Kulingan at the Gathering Hall of the Demon Coursekeeper." Ling Mo nodded, reassuring him. "You can keep the smoke demon here to heal. If the demon pearl isn't enough, just come to me." "I truly appreciate it, Lin Mo." Demon Prodigy clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lin." A notification appeared. Demon Prodigy's loyalty has reached 50%. He appeared polite, but deep down, he was already making plans of his own. "It's nothing," Lin replied casually. In a few days, once I find the demon ward spell from Azure Wind Pavilion, I'll be able to bring the other demons back too. As long as I control Demon Prodigy, the others will follow my lead. It's a win all around. And Rand quietly asked for more details from behind. I didn't expect you to side with Julun, but do you know where to find the demon ward spell? Lin Mo rubbed his chin thoughtfully before offering a hint. Ku Lion's son is in Bayang. He might know something about it. How convenient, and Rand said, in that case, it shouldn't take much effort after all. Lin Mo focused, gathering his energy to recall Demon Prodigy, his voice becoming more insistent. Let's go to Bayang right now. Demon Prodigy, come back. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought of the terrifying scene he had witnessed earlier. The idea of sneaking into Yuan King's room, filled with coffins, was enough to make him feel sick with fear. To the dark corridor, the wind rustled through the curtains, carrying an eerie sound as it swept through the gloomy hall. And Rand trembled, clutching Lin Mo's arm tightly. Why does this place feel even more unsettling than the gathering hall? Lin Mo's eye glowed red with magic as he urged her on. While your sister is at school and not stuck in this cursed place, we need to act quickly. With a swift slash, the old lock fell apart. They swiftly opened the door and stepped into the room, which was bathed in an unsettling green light. Inside, the gruesome sight of lifeless zombie corpses lay sprawled in a glass cabinet. As they approached, they identified one of the zombies. It was Ku Feng. His thin, gaunt body was marked by veins bulging under the skin. They examined him closely and exchanged words. No breath, but the pulse is still faintly there. Lin Mo reached out to open the bag, but a voice stopped him. Wait. And Rand, always cautious, spoke up. What if he explodes when you open the coffin? It's better to be prepared. Lin Mo nodded, finding the suggestion sensible. He quickly summoned the cloth-bound ghost as a precaution. If this half-dead creature does explode, I'll use the cloth to restrain him. Good thinking. With that, he yanked Ku Feng from the glass cabinet. The moment the head emerged, Ku Feng's transformation was immediate. His veins bulged across his face, and his wild, hostile eyes locked onto them. The sight caught them off guard. The zombie let out a low growl, almost like a ferocious dog. Lin Mo gasped, "Oh my God," and quickly stepped back. The zombie suddenly sat up, green mucus oozing from its mouth as veins spread rapidly across his body. And Rand sensed the urgency of the situation. It looked as though Ku Feng might vomit something. Cloth-bound ghost now, she shouted. Ku Feng clawed at his own throat, his mouth swelling as he groaned. The cloth-bound ghost quickly wrapped around his body, restraining him. Quickly check before he vomits anything. If there's nothing, cover him back up, and Rand urged. Lin Mo yelled, his voice tense. I found it. She held a fragment of broken jade in her hand and asked again, why is the talisman only half? After securing the zombie in the coffin, he commanded, the ice spirit must seal the coffin. A series of characters appeared and ran along the sealed body of the zombie, instantly rendering it immobile. And Rand couldn't hide her shock as red letters materialized around the glass cabinet. What kind of spell was this? And those strange markings on the coffin, they have to be part of some forbidden magic belonging to her sister. The silence was broken by a sound from inside the cabinet, causing them all to jump and refocus their attention. Suddenly, a zombie lunged up from within, freezing them in terror, and Rand quickly hid behind Lin Mo, her eyes wide, sweat forming on her brow, her mouth moving in silent panic. This is Yuan King from within the eerie coffin. A menacing voice followed. Good morning, little disciple. She stepped out of the coffin with a soft movement. The red and blue veins in her skin slowly faded, and Yuan King continued in a calm voice. Next time, if you're going to take something, at least tell your sister first. Now fully human again, she flashed a bright smile and added, and there's no need to ruin my lock. Lin Mo, feeling guilty, thought silently, she must have seen everything. With her attitude, I don't think she's going to kill us. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, Sister, why did you sleep in the coffin? I was adjusting the spell earlier and wanted to lie inside to feel it for myself. Her answer was so unexpected that it sent a chill down their spines. Is that really something a person can do? Lin Mo handed her the jade shard, saying, Sister, you got the talisman and we still have a few things to sort out. Could we leave now? She held onto his arm, pleading softly. Please and Rand can hardly get here. Why not have a meal together? She quickly came up with a polite excuse. Sister Lin Mo and I are at a rush to exchange our tokens for goods. We can't stay for a meal today, but we'll definitely do it next time. Yuan Qing easily accepted. All right then, I'll invite you next time. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately took in Rand's hand and pulled her away without a second thought. They hurried off, leaving behind only a casual farewell. The two of them stopped on a quiet street, catching their breath. What kind of forbidden technique is your sister practicing? She looks terrifying. I don't know, but I'm just worried that if she gets angry, she'll throw us in a freezing coffin and use us as test subjects. Sweat trickling down her face, and Ran asked, still out of breath, "So, what now? Should we find Julun?" Linmo gently tucked a few damp strands of Ran's hair behind her ear, causing her to blush in surprise. He smiled and ruffled her hair before saying something that made her feel oddly uneasy. "We've been working nonstop all evening. Aren't you hungry? Let's eat first." Just then, a voice muttered from nearby, "Damn it, those with girlfriends go to hell. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 break the room points. With such a simple, careless gesture, he managed to earn points." He chuckled quietly to himself, smugly collecting the rewards. Feeling a little too proud, he wrapped his arm around Ran's waist and pulled her closer. He stared at her directly, his gaze intense, making Ran feel flustered and shy. Nervously, she called out, "And Ran." She looked around, her words awkward as she tried to make sense of the situation. "Why are you being so sudden?" Linmo grinned, pointing at the group of guys standing behind him who didn't have girlfriends. They seethed in silence, throwing him hateful glances. With a puffed chest, Linmo laughed loudly and boasted, "I have a girlfriend, and you don't. If you can't handle it, come fight me." The sound of muttered curses filled the air, followed by a series of system notifications. "Dan, congratulations to the host for earning 40. Break the room points." Even worse than a dog, congratulations to the host for earning 50 break the room points. Congratulations to the host for earning 55 break the room points. How could someone like him even have a girlfriend? And Rand's anger boiled over. Without thinking, she threw a punch straight into his chest. He staggered back, blood spitting from his mouth, and let out a pained scream. Linmo gripped his stomach and collapsed to the ground, groaning as she scolded him sharply. "Idiot Linmo, stupid straight guy." In the nearly empty cafeteria, a few people watched from a distance, quietly texting about what had just happened. On the main screen, one of them texted Julun, "Do you think this half-piece can get us the demon number you guys bought?" "No. You need both halves for it to work. Find the other half quickly." "Do you know where it is?" "No idea." Ligmo sighed in frustration and tossed the piece of paper aside. "I give up. If even the people at Azure Wind Pavilion don't know, how am I supposed to figure out where my other half is?" He shook his head, staring at Rand's innocent face, which gave no hint or clue. "By the way, what do you think Julun is really up to?" He glanced at him sharply, his eyes full of determination. "Isn't it just about the power struggle?" He shoved a steam bun into his mouth and continued, "Kulian's dead, so now the next big player will either be Julun or Tiande. If they kill Tiande, it'll be too obvious. But if they frame him, they can eliminate their rival and take over without suspicion." And Rand was interrupted by the buzzing sound of his phone. "Ah, I understand." Linmo picked up the call, holding the phone to his ear. "Hello, who is this?" A sweet, almost seductive voice answered on the other end, calling his name. She glanced at the mirror, a wicked smile crossing her face as she finished applying her lipstick before speaking. "The demon ward spell you have, I want it."